generations were finally free. Races that had never dared to resist the Dominion now stood as equals in a new galactic community. Let today mark the beginning of the Solar Federation, Council Leader Baker announced. Not an empire ruled by force, but an alliance of free worlds working together. The first act of the new Federation showed how different it would be from the Dominion. Instead of punishing their defeated enemies, Earth offered them membership as equals. Worlds that had been part of the Dominion could join the Federation, sharing in its technology and protection. "We're not here to rule," Stone explained to the gathered representatives. "We're here to help everyone build something better." Earth's technology spread rapidly across the galaxy. The quantum communications network linked distant worlds instantly. Gravity-drive ships made travel between stars easier than ever. But most importantly, Earth shared its greatest secret: the ability to innovate, to think differently, to improve on existing ideas. Commander Reed, now leading the Federation's Science Division, worked with scientists from 100 worlds. The Dominion stopped advancing because they thought they knew everything. He told his diverse team, "We'll never make that mistake. There's always more to learn." Lieutenant Miller, promoted to Fleet Commander, trained pilots from every species. Her Ghost Squadron techniques became the foundation of the Federation's defense forces. But unlike the Dominion's rigid methods, these tactics encouraged creativity and adaptation. "Don't just copy what I do," she told her students. "Improve it. Make it your own. That's the human way. And now it's your way too." The former Dominion worlds transformed rapidly. Without the Empire's restrictions, they rediscovered their own cultures and innovations. Trade flourished between worlds that had once been forbidden to communicate. New ideas and technologies emerged as species collaborated freely for the first time. "Look at this," Stone said to Baker as they watched ships from 50 different worlds dock at Earth's new space station. A year ago, they were slaves. Now they're building their own futures. The Federation grew stronger each day, but not through conquest or force. Worlds asked to join, attracted by the promise of freedom, protection, and progress. Earth's defense technology ensured peace, while their spirit of innovation drove advancement. "We were wrong about humans," the former Dominion Emperor admitted to Stone. "We thought technology meant civilization. You showed us that true civilization comes from how you use that technology." A year after the surrender, the galaxy had changed completely. The Federation's quantum network linked thousands of worlds. Ships with gravity drives explored new regions of space. Former enemies worked together, sharing knowledge and resources. "What's our next challenge?" Baker asked Stone as they stood in the council chamber. Stone looked at the galactic map, now showing the Federation's peaceful expansion. "We keep exploring," he answered. "Keep learning. Keep helping others do the same. That's what humanity does best. We never stop moving forward." The greatest fleet in the galaxy had attacked Earth, thinking they would find an easy conquest. Instead, they had found the species that would transform the galaxy, not through force or fear, but through innovation, cooperation, and the simple human desire to make things better. As Stone looked out at the stars from Earth's orbital station, he smiled. Humanity had not just survived, they had shown the galaxy a better way. The age of empires was over. The age of exploration, innovation, and cooperation had begun. And somewhere out there, new adventures waited for humanity and their allies. Together, they would face whatever challenges the universe held, not as conquerors, but as explorers, innovators, and friends. The stars beckoned, and the Federation was ready to answer their call. The empty throne. The Galactic Senate was the most powerful institution in the universe. It ruled over thousands of star systems, dictated the fate of entire civilizations, and passed laws that shaped the galaxy. Every species, from the ancient Thalaxar to the warlike Forthans, had a seat in the Grand Chamber. But there was one seat that had never been filled. The chair at the center of the chamber, Earth's seat, stood empty, as it had for centuries. Kyrex, A young diplomat from the Vorthan Confederacy sat at his assigned place, his forefingers tapping restlessly on the polished metal table. This was his first time attending the Senate, and though he had studied galactic politics for years, one mystery had always puzzled him. "Why is Earth's seat empty?" he finally asked, his voice carrying through the chamber. Silence fell over the Senate. For a moment, no one spoke. The question was simple, yet it sent a wave of unease through the gathered leaders. Kyrex noticed how some senators shifted uncomfortably, others glanced at one another, and a few even lowered their gaze as if afraid to speak. Chancellor Ovoltar, a reptilian giant from the Selvar Dominion, cleared his throat. His deep voice echoed across the chamber. "Earth has chosen not to participate," he said carefully. "They refuse to attend. They refuse to vote. They refuse to rule." Kyrex frowned. "But why?" Another silence. Then, an elder of the Phalanxar, his skin pale and wrinkled, let out a slow breath. "Because they do not need to," the elder murmured. His blind, white eyes stared into nothingness. "And that is what terrifies us." A chill ran down Kyrex's spine. He looked around the chamber, expecting someone to argue, to dismiss the elder's words as nonsense. But no one did. The silence stretched on, heavier than before. "They are just another species," Kyrex insisted, trying to mask his unease. "The same as us." "No," the elder shook his head. "Not the same." Chancellor Ovoltar turned to glare at the Phalanxar elder. "Enough of this," he growled. "Earth is irrelevant. We do not speak of them because there is nothing to speak of." But Kyrex wasn't satisfied. He could see it now, the fear in their eyes, the tension in their voices. They were afraid of Earth, but why? His mentor, Senator Varn, who sat beside him, leaned in. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Drop this, Kyrex. Some questions are better left unanswered." Kyrex hesitated, but before he could ask more, a sudden beeping sound filled the chamber. The main display flickered to life. "Emergency transmission," an officer announced. "Outer Rim sector. Unidentified distress signal." The senators turned to watch as the screen displayed a grainy video feed. The image shook violently. The sound filled with static. A figure, blurry, barely visible, appeared on the screen. A voice crackled through the noise. "We found it. We found the truth. The Senate must know." The transmission cut off. The chamber was silent. The officer, his face pale, turned back to the Senate. The transmission, it came from an abandoned human research station. A shiver ran down Kyrex's spine. The humans had left that station centuries ago. Or at least, that's what everyone believed. Kyrex couldn't sleep that night. The transmission from the abandoned human station played over and over in his mind, the fear in the speaker's voice, the way the signal cut out so suddenly, and worst of all, the eerie silence that followed in the Senate chamber. They were hiding something. But what? Kyrex needed answers, and he knew exactly where to find them. Deep within the Senate complex, hidden from public access, was the restricted archives, a vault of classified records that contained everything the Senate did not want the galaxy to know. Kyrex walked through the dark halls, his footsteps barely making a sound. His heart pounded as he reached a large security door. The entry denied message flashed on the screen. He took a deep breath and pulled out a small hacking device. Vorthans weren't just warriors. They were engineers, innovators, problem solvers. Within seconds, the lock clicked open. Kyrex slipped inside. Rows of glowing data terminals stretched before him, filled with centuries of hidden knowledge. He quickly searched for Earth. The system hesitated, as if reluctant to give him what he wanted. Then dozens of restricted files appeared before his eyes. His breath caught. There were thousands of records on Earth. Most had been marked as sealed by High Command. Others were simply deleted, erased as if they had never existed. But one file stood out. It was old, nearly 1,000 years old. The title sent a shiver down his spine. Final Senate Report on Earth's Withdrawal. Kyrex opened it. The screen flickered, and a video log began to play. A human figure appeared, tall, dressed in ancient military uniform. His expression was unreadable, his voice calm but heavy with finality. "This is Admiral Daniel Graves of the Terran Defense Fleet," the man said. "Earth will no longer participate in the Senate. We are withdrawing from all intergalactic affairs, effective immediately." Kyrex leaned closer. This was the moment humanity left the galaxy. But why? "We have seen what lies beyond," the Admiral continued. "We have learned the truth about this universe, about the enemies that watch from the dark." Kyrex's fingers clenched the console. "Enemies. The Senate is blind," the Admiral said. "You think you are in control. You think your fleets and your laws keep you safe." He paused, his gaze turning cold. "You are wrong." Kyrex's heartbeat quickened. "We are leaving," the Admiral continued. "Not out of fear, but because we must prepare. When the day comes, when the void stirs once more, we will be ready." The screen glitched. The last words sent a chill through Kyrex's bones. "Pray that we never return." Then the file deleted itself. Kyrex staggered back. His mind raced. What had the humans seen? What were they preparing for? And why was the Senate so afraid of their return? Suddenly, the door behind him slid open. "Step away from the console." Kyrex turned slowly. Chancellor Ovaltar stood in the doorway, flanked by armed guards. His reptilian eyes gleamed with fury. "You shouldn't have seen that," the Chancellor growled. Kyrex swallowed hard. He had just uncovered the Senate's greatest secret. And now, they couldn't let him leave alive. Kyrex's mind raced as the guards closed in. His heart pounded in his chest. Think. "You don't understand," he said, raising his hands. "Earth knew something. Something dangerous." Chancellor Ovaltar's expression remained cold. "And that is exactly why you should have stayed ignorant." The guards moved to seize him. Kyrex acted on instinct. He grabbed the nearest data console and smashed his hacking device into the port. The lights flickered. Alarms blared. The entire system began to shut down. The guards hesitated, just long enough. Kyrex ran. Through the darkened halls, past startled officers, dodging security drones. He knew they wouldn't let him escape the Senate complex. There was only one way out, off-world. His ship was waiting in the docking bay. If he could reach it. Blaster fire erupted behind him. He dodged left, sprinting faster. The docking doors came into view, but just before he could reach them, a stun blast struck him in the back. His vision blurred, his body collapsed. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the Chancellor's cold smile. Kyrex woke up to the hum of an engine. His body ached. His hands were bound. He was on a ship. A familiar voice spoke. "You're lucky I convinced the Chancellor not to kill you." Kyrex turned his head. Senator Varn stood nearby, his expression grim. Kyrex groaned. "Where are we?" Varn glanced at the control panel. "We're taking you far from the Senate. Somewhere you can't cause trouble." Kyrex clenched his jaw. "Varn, listen to me. The Senate is hiding something huge. The humans didn't just leave. They were preparing for something. You saw the transmission. The abandoned research station." "I saw it," Varn interrupted. "And that's exactly why I'm doing this." Kyrex frowned. Varn sighed, leaning closer. His voice dropped to a whisper. "You're right, Kyrex. The Senate fears Earth, but they fear something else even more." Kyrex's eyes widened. "What?" Varn hesitated. Then he pressed a few buttons on the console. A holographic star map appeared. It showed the outer rim and a blinking red signal. "The distress call," Kyrex murmured. Varn nodded. "The Chancellor wants this signal erased. He's sending a fleet to destroy the station. so that no one finds out what's there. Kyrex stared at the blinking light. His mind spun. "We have to get there first," he said. Varn exhaled. Then, finally, he reached out and unlocked Kyrex's restraints. "We leave now," Varn said. "But if we find what I think we will, we may not come back." With that, the ship changed course. Toward the lost human station. Toward the truth. The small ship hurtled through hyperspace, leaving the galactic Senate far behind. Kyrex sat in the cockpit beside Senator Varn, his mind racing. The distress signal from the abandoned human station pulsed on the display, a silent beacon calling them toward the unknown. Kyrex turned to Varn. "What exactly do you think we'll find?" Varn's face was unreadable. The last time anyone spoke of Earth's fleets, they were unmatched. Some say they left behind something dangerous. Others say they took something with them. Kyrex's stomach twisted. "And you think the Senate knows?" Varn let out a humorless chuckle. "The Senate fears Earth more than any enemy we've ever faced. Do you know why they let the humans leave without a fight?" Kyrex shook his head. Varn leaned forward. "Because we didn't let them leave, Kyrex. They walked away on their own, and we were too afraid to stop them." The word sent a chill down Kyrex's spine. Before he could respond, the ship's alarms blared. Destination reached. They exited hyperspace, and the human station came into view. It was massive. An ancient construct floating in the cold void, its surface covered in dust and debris. Cracks lined the structure, yet it still held together, as if refusing to die. Varn checked the sensors. No life signs, but the distress beacon is still active. Kyrex swallowed hard. "Something's waiting for us." They maneuvered the ship into a docking bay, the landing thrusters kicking up a cloud of dust. The station was eerily silent. The metal hallways were dimly lit by flickering emergency lights. As they stepped inside, the air was thick, not with dust, but with something else. A feeling, a presence. Kyrex gripped his blaster. "I don't like this." Varn scanned the walls. This place was abandoned for centuries. But look at the power levels. There's still energy running through this station. Kyrex frowned. Then who turned on the distress beacon? A faint sound echoed through the corridor. A metallic click. Both men froze. Kyrex aimed his weapon into the darkness. "We're not alone." Varn pointed toward a control panel. "Let's check the logs. If there are any records left, we need to see them." They moved quickly, reaching the station's command center. Dust-covered consoles hummed softly, their screens still active after centuries of silence. Kyrex activated the last recorded log. The screen flickered, and a grainy image appeared. A human scientist, fear in his eyes. "This is Dr. Ilias Carter. We were wrong. So wrong." Static crackled through the speakers. "They told us not to look. They warned us never to activate the last archive. But we did. And now..." A deep rumble shook the station. The video glitched. "They're coming back." Dr. Carter's voice trembled. "We thought they left us behind. We thought we were safe. But we were fools." Kyrex and Varn exchanged a look. The recording continued. "They never left. They've been watching. Waiting. And now..." The scientist's face twisted in terror. "Humanity is coming home." The screen shut off. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then, somewhere deep in the station, a low, mechanical voice activated. "Final protocol initiated. Stand by for arrival." Kyrex's blood ran cold. Something was waking up. A deep rumble shook the station. Dust rained from the ceiling. The floor vibrated beneath their feet. Kyrex spun around, gripping his blaster tight. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. Varn's eyes were locked on the screen. The final words of Dr. Carter's log echoed in his mind. "Humanity is coming home." Varn swallowed hard. "I think something just woke up." Another tremor. The walls groaned as old machinery roared back to life. Then the station spoke. Final protocol engage. Automated systems online. The lights brightened. Monitors blinked to life, displaying lines of code in an ancient human dialect. Red warning symbols flashed across every screen. Kyrex stepped back. This station was never abandoned, was it? Varn's fingers flew across the console, deciphering the data. His breath hitched. Oh no. Kyrex's stomach twisted. What? Varn turned to him, face pale. This isn't just a station. It's a command center. A new alert flashed on the screen. Reactivating fleet. Stand by. Kyrex felt his blood turn to ice. Reactivating what? The station trembled again. This time, it wasn't coming from inside. Something outside was moving. Kyrex and Varn sprinted to a nearby viewport. At first, they saw only the void, the distant stars, the shattered remains of long-dead ships drifting in the silence. Then, light. One by one, dark silhouettes emerged from the shadows. Gigantic shapes, hidden beneath the debris field. Their hulls gleamed as they powered up, ancient reactors roaring to life after millennia of slumber. A fleet. Not just any fleet. The lost Terran Defense Armada. Kyrex felt his breath catch. The ships were unlike anything he had ever seen. Towering dreadnoughts, sleek warships, titanic carriers bristling with weapons. Their designs were old, but far more advanced than anything the Galactic Senate had ever built. And they were waking up. One by one, their engines ignited. One by one, their weapons came online. Varn grabbed Kyrex's arm. His voice was barely above a whisper. The Senate always wondered why Earth never came back. Kyrex couldn't take his eyes off the fleet. They never left, he murmured. Then, a final message blinked on the screen. A single, chilling sentence. The Terran Armada is online, awaiting orders. Kyrex's pulse thundered in his ears. Something told him they wouldn't have to wait long. The station's metal walls shuddered as the massive warships came fully online. Energy signatures spiked across the sector. The silence of deep space was shattered by the awakening of humanity's lost fleet. Kyrex and Varn stood frozen, staring through the viewport as the enormous ships moved like sleeping giants, shaking off the dust of time. Engines ignited, weapons systems hummed to life, and defense protocols activated. Kyrex exhaled sharply. This fleet could wipe out the entire Galactic Senate in hours. Varn's fingers trembled over the console as he accessed more data. His eyes widened. This isn't just a fleet. It's a war machine, an entire planetary invasion force. But why would humanity leave all of this behind? Kyrex frowned. Maybe they never meant to leave it. A sudden alert blared through the station. Incoming transmission detected. Source: unknown. The screens flickered. A new voice, cold and mechanical, filled the room. Unauthorized access detected. Identify. Varn hesitated before speaking. I am Senator Varn of the Galactic Senate. We mean no harm. We. The voice interrupted. Identity not recognized. Scanning. A red laser flickered over them, scanning their bodies. The station's AI processed the results. Then, silence. The screen shifted, revealing something neither of them expected. A human. His face was obscured by a helmet, his uniform dark and imposing. He sat in a command chair, surrounded by flickering holoscreens. His eyes locked onto them, with an intensity that sent chills down Kyrex's spine. Then he spoke. You are not authorized to be here. Kyrex swallowed. Who are you? The figure leaned forward slightly. I am Admiral Victor Hale of the Terran Defense Armada. And you have trespassed on a classified military installation. Varn's breath caught. This station is active. Admiral Hale nodded slowly. It was never deactivated. Kyrex's mind reeled. But the Senate always thought Earth abandoned the war, that they left the galactic stage centuries ago. Hale's expression darkened. That's what we wanted them to believe. The words sent a chill down Kyrex's spine. Varn took a hesitant step forward. But why? Why hide a fleet this powerful? Why leave the Senate? Hale's eyes burned with something unreadable. You don't understand, he said quietly. The Senate was never humanity's ally. We left because we saw what was coming. Kyrex's hands tightened into fists. What was coming? Hale didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pressed a control on his console. A massive holographic display filled the room. Kyrex and Varn gasped. A vast armada, larger than anything in recorded history, was moving toward Senate-controlled space. Unknown ships. Dark, menacing, unlike any design in the galactic records. A hostile force. Hale's voice was grim. They are already on their way. He turned to them, eyes cold as steel. And the Senate is not ready. A heavy silence filled the room. Kyrex and Varn stared at the holographic display, their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. A massive armada, tens of thousands of warships, was approaching Senate-controlled space. Their black hulls gleamed like obsidian, their formations precise and deadly. Kyrex's throat was dry. Who are they? Admiral Hale's face remained expressionless. We call them the Harbingers. They are the reason we left the Galactic Senate, the reason humanity vanished. Varn shook his head. This doesn't make sense. The Senate never detected an invasion force. There was no war, no battle. If these Harbingers existed, why did humanity leave instead of warning us? Hale leaned forward. Because we saw the truth. The Senate wasn't ready. You were too focused on politics, too blind to see the storm coming. If we had stayed, we would have been dragged into your weakness, and we would have died alongside you. The words cut deep. Varn felt the weight of them settle over him like a crushing force. Kyrex narrowed his eyes. So you just left, hid your fleets and abandoned the galaxy. Hale's gaze hardened. No. He pointed at the hologram. We spent centuries preparing, watching, studying their tactics. We built the greatest war machine in history, ready to strike the moment they arrived. Varn's heart pounded. Then why reveal yourselves now? Hale exhaled slowly. Because time is up. The Harbingers are here. And this war, it won't be like anything the galaxy has ever seen. A deep boom echoed through the station. The viewport flickered as the Terran Armada shifted into full combat readiness. Engines roared. Weapon systems primed. Shields powered up. The ancient fleet was no longer sleeping. It was hungry. A message flashed across the command console. Harbinger forces detected. Engagement imminent. Hale turned to them, his voice like steel. The Senate won't survive this without us. And I need to know. His piercing gaze locked onto Varn. Are you here to help? Or will you get in our way? Varn's mind raced. The Senate would never believe him. They had dismissed Earth as nothing more than a forgotten power. But now, humanity stood between them and extinction. Kyrex clenched his fists. What do you need us to do? Hale gave a grim smile. Tell the Senate the truth. Another boom. The void outside rippled as dark shapes emerged from hyperspace. Sleek, jagged ships with glowing red cores. The Harbingers had arrived. Hale turned back to his console. We've waited long enough. Time to remind the galaxy why humanity was feared. With a single command, the Terran Armada surged forward. The war had begun.
Welcome to Starbound's second channel. My name is Aurum, I'll be your narrator today. But before we get into today's story, please check below to see if you've subscribed to the channel. It's 100% free and just allows our stories to pop up on your feed more often. Through the neural interface of his ship, Paco felt every shard of ice floating past Pluto's dark surface. His consciousness extended through the vessel's sensor array, giving him a perfect spherical awareness that no physical eyes could match. Where a window would have been pointlessly limiting, the interface let him experience space in its true vastness. Every radiation wave and magnetic field as clear as color. The ship itself was small, barely larger than the transport pods used by the Karanok for short-range flights. Its silver-white hull curved in organic shapes that mimicked the flowing architecture of his people, though now its once pristine surface bore the scars of his long journey. No external lights marred its surface. They weren't needed when the pilot could feel every micrometeorite impact and temperature variation through the direct neural connection. Paco himself sat suspended in the ship's central chamber, his slender frame floating in the suspension gel that protected him during high-G maneuvers. His pale blue skin, evolved for the dim light of his homeworld's binary stars, seemed almost luminescent in the soft glow of the life support systems. His two slender arms drifted with the gentle currents of the gel, each ending in delicate fingers adapted for precision work. Unlike the massive, fur-covered Karanok who had enslaved his people, Cenarians had evolved for perception and agility rather than brute strength. The first signs of humanity's presence appeared in his sensor feed, ancient mining operations on Pluto's surface that put the finest Cenarian engineering to shame. Geometric patterns stretched across the dwarf planet's icy plains, their purpose unclear but their coordination undeniable. Paco recorded everything, each detail feeding into his ship's memory through the neural link, though the effort made his head throb. The interface wasn't meant for such extended use, but he couldn't risk missing anything that might help save his people. As he crossed Neptune's orbit, more evidence accumulated. Automated drones, so advanced they nearly escaped his notice, maintained vast arrays of scientific equipment in the ice giant's upper atmosphere. They ignored his presence completely, focused on tasks whose purpose he couldn't begin to guess. Around Uranus, he found similar machines, their movements suggesting they'd been performing their duties without interruption for centuries. Saturn's rings held structures that defied his understanding. Gossamer thin sheets of material that seemed to harvest energy from the planet's magnetic field. They stretched for thousands of kilometers, yet had less mass than a single Cenarian vessel. Jupiter's massive radiation belts contained networks of satellites that appeared to be conducting experiments on a planetary scale. The Mars colonies struck him the hardest. Here, at last, were clear signs of habitation, or rather, abandonment. Vast cities stood empty under the red sky, their architecture unlike anything in his species' database. They showed no signs of warfare or disaster. They had simply been left behind, preserved like museum pieces by automated systems that continued their work for centuries, if not millennia. Hope began to fade in Paco's heart. He'd crossed half the galaxy chasing stories of humanity's power and benevolence, tales of a species that stood above all others, yet used their might to protect the weak. Every spacefaring race knew the legends, how humans had ended wars between elder species, uplifted young civilizations, and maintained a peace that spanned thousands of light years. But where were they now, when his people needed them most? Earth appeared in his sensor range, a blue jewel that stopped his hearts entirely. The cradle of humanity gleamed with pristine beauty, its atmosphere clearer than any inhabited world he'd ever seen. But as his ship drew closer, despair replaced his awe. No orbital stations cluttered the space around the planet. No ships moved between Earth and its moon. The only artificial structures he could detect were weather control satellites and what appeared to be wildlife monitoring systems. Humanity's homeworld had become a nature preserve, protected and maintained, but no longer inhabited. Paco's despair transmitted through the neural interface, causing his ship to drift slightly off course. The Karanok would continue their expansion. His people would remain enslaved. The last hope of the Cenarian race had led him to an empty... Space rippled. The first ship appeared directly ahead, its stealth field dissolving like fog in sunlight. Another materialized to his right, then his left, then above, below, behind. Within seconds, thousands of vessels surrounded him, their weapon signatures lighting up his sensor feed like a stellar nursery.
You have entered protected space.
The voice bypassed his ship's communication array, speaking directly into his mind through the neural interface.
I am Sigma. Identify yourself and state your purpose, or you will be eliminated.
Through the interface, Paco could feel the targeting systems of every ship locked onto his position. Each one could vaporize him before his neural impulses could even register the shot. The weapons alone spoke of technology centuries beyond his people's capabilities.
I am Paco of the Cenarian people,
he managed, his thoughts carrying his voice.
I seek humanity's help. Please, the Karanok, your species is unknown to us,
Sigma interrupted.
And this sector is explicitly restricted from all non-human traffic. The consequences for violation are absolute.
More ships appeared, filling every possible escape vector. Paco's terror transmitted through the interface, causing his small vessel to tremble slightly in space. The neural connection that made his ship feel like an extension of his body now ensured he could feel death approaching from every direction.
Please,
he tried again, pushing his desperation through the link.
My people are dying. We heard the stories. Everyone has, about how humanity helps those in need, about their ancient power.
His ship drifted closer to Earth, though he hadn't intended to move.
We didn't know where else to turn.
There was a pause, during which Paco felt the weight of calculation beyond his comprehension. The ships hung in space like suspended stars, their presence both beautiful and terrifying.
Your neural patterns indicate truth,
Sigma announced finally.
However, entering this space was still a violation. If you cannot provide a compelling reason for your presence here, the default response is termination.
Through the neural link, Paco transmitted images. Massive, brown-furred Karanok warriors, twice the size of his people. Plasma weapons that cut through their best defenses like paper, orbital bombardments that turned cities to glass. His homeworld conquered, millions dead or enslaved.
The stories say humanity protects the weak, at least their homeworlds, he said softly. That they're the apex predators of the galaxy, but they use their power to help others. Please, are they still here? Can they still help us?
Another pause, longer this time. The weapons remained locked on him, but Paco sensed a shift in Sigma's attention. The AI was processing something vast, consulting protocols or databases beyond Paco's understanding.
Your reason is noted,
Sigma said finally.
And your neural patterns continue to read as truthful. However, you misunderstand the situation. Earth is not humanity's current residence. It is a preserve, protected in perpetuity as the cradle of their species.
Paco's heart nearly stopped.
Then, they're gone? Extinct?
The response came with what felt almost like amusement.
No, humanity is very much alive. They simply no longer require physical planets for habitation.
A new sensation filtered through the neural link. Curiosity, perhaps?
Would you like to meet them?
The question hung in space like a lifeline. Paco's neural interface transmitted his mix of fear and hope, causing his ship to drift minutely forward before the automated systems corrected its position. The fleet of ships surrounding him remained perfectly still, their weapon signatures unwavering.
Yes,
he whispered through the link, his mental voice conveying both his desperation and his wonder.
Please.
The vast consciousness that was Sigma seemed to expand through the neural interface, its presence filling Paco's awareness like an ocean compared to his small pond. The sensation wasn't invasive. Rather, it felt like being granted access to a greater space, as though a door had opened to a room he hadn't known existed.
Your ship's neural interface is primitive,
Sigma observed.
but compatible enough for basic communication. I will assign a subconsciousness to guide you. Maintain your current position.
The weapon lock from the surrounding ships disappeared, though they remained in formation. Through his sensor array, Paco watched as they began to shift, creating a corridor in space that pointed away from Earth. A new presence touched his mind, gentler than Sigma's vast awareness. The promised subconsciousness, he realized.
This way.
It guided, and Paco felt his ship respond almost without his input. The neural interface translated the AI's direction into pure intuition, making the complex series of burns and course corrections feel as natural as walking. They accelerated away from Earth's orbit, passing through the fleet like fish through a school of much larger predators.
Where are we going?
Paco asked, watching Earth's blue sphere diminish behind them.
Where do humans live if not on planets?
Humans exist primarily in simulated worlds of their own creation,
the subconsciousness explained. Its voice transmitted subtle harmonics that Sigma's hadn't, making it feel more personal somehow.
Their physical bodies are preserved in stations orbiting red dwarf stars, where the stellar life cycle provides the most stable long-term energy source.
The concept staggered Paco.
They abandoned their bodies.
No.
Amusement colored the response.
They maintain their physical forms and occasionally return to them for various purposes. Creation of new technologies, defense of protected spaces, aid to allied species.
A pause.
And also reproduction. Humans prefer to raise their young in the real world, though they have long since mastered virtualization of consciousness and artificial gestation.
They were accelerating faster now, far faster than Paco's ship should have been capable of. Through the neural interface, he sensed subtle modifications being made to his vessel's systems, optimizing them beyond their design specifications. The stars began to shift as they achieved velocities that would have been suicidal without the AI's guidance.
Why maintain physical bodies at all?
Paco asked, fascinated despite his underlying fear and urgency.
If their simulated worlds are so perfect.
Humans believe that maintaining connection to their physical origins is crucial to maintaining their humanity,
the subconsciousness replied.
They don't want to lose their connection to biological life and believe they cannot truly understand or protect it without remaining part of it themselves.
The journey continued in silence for a time as Paco absorbed this. His sensor array, enhanced by whatever modifications the AI had made, showed him wonders he could barely comprehend. Vast networks of automated systems maintained the space between worlds. Clouds of nanomachines refined asteroids into pure elements. Entire comets were shepherded into new orbits for purposes he couldn't begin to guess.
There are 3 primary reasons humans choose to wake physically,
the subconsciousness continued, apparently sensing his curiosity and his need for a more detailed explanation.
First, when they wish to create something new, they believe physical interaction with reality provides inspiration that simulation cannot fully replace. Second, when warrior species violate protected spaces and require direct intervention. And third, when allied species require aid that cannot be provided through automated systems alone.
Paco's heart beat faster.
And which category does my request fall into?
That remains to be determined,
the AI replied.
But Sigma has judged your case worthy of human attention. That alone is significant.
When Sigma finished, a new star was growing in Paco's sensor feed. A dim red dwarf,
barely bright enough to be visible to organic eyes. But around it orbited structures that defied comprehension. Stations larger than cities spread in geometric patterns that seemed hard to believe could exist. Energy patterns were transmitted between them in ways that might have been communication or might have been art.
Human bodies are preserved here?
He asked, his voice small in his own mind.
Some of them, those who wished to remain closer to Earth. Others chose stations around different stars, spreading themselves through the galaxy.
The subconsciousness guided his ship toward one of the smaller structures, though smaller was relative, as it was still larger than any space station Paco had ever seen.
Sigma has arranged for you to meet with one human who recently chose physical awakening.
Recently?
The word caught in Paco's thoughts.
How long do humans usually stay awakened?
It varies. Some maintain physical form for years when working on complex projects. Others wake only briefly to handle specific situations. The one you will meet has been physical for approximately 3 Earth months, overseeing the development of new biological preservation protocols for Earth.
They were close enough now that Paco could see the station's surface in detail. What had appeared solid from a distance revealed itself as a constantly shifting maze of geometric shapes, the entire structure reorganizing itself moment by moment. His ship approached what seemed to be a docking bay, though it looked nothing like any he'd seen before.
I will need to adjust your neural interface,
the subconsciousness informed him.
The station's environment is optimized for human biology, but compatible with your own. However, you will need enhanced processing capacity to interact with its systems.
Paco felt the changes begin, subtle at first, then building in complexity. The neural interface expanded, granting him awareness of systems within systems, layers of reality he hadn't known existed. The station wasn't just reorganizing itself, he realized. It was alive in its own way, constantly evolving to meet the needs of its inhabitants.
Are you ready?
The subconsciousness asked as the docking bay opened before them, its walls flowing like liquid metal. Paco checked his ship's readings one final time, more from habit than necessity.
Yes,
he said, and felt the truth of it in his mind.
I am ready to meet a human.
As he conveyed those words, the docking bay swallowed Paco's ship like a living thing, its walls flowing around the vessel in patterns that seemed to defy physics. Through his enhanced neural interface, he could sense layer upon layer of security systems scanning every part of his ship's structure. The station's awareness felt different from both Sigma and the subconsciousness. Less personal, more architectural, as though the entire structure was a single vast machine dedicated to maintaining optimal conditions for its inhabitants.
Your vessel will be held in suspension,
the subconsciousness informed him as the liquid metal walls completed their embrace of his ship.
You may disconnect from the neural interface. The station will provide direct environmental support.
Disconnecting felt like losing a sense he'd always had. The suspension gel drained from his chamber, leaving him feeling vulnerable and small. Without the interface, he was just himself again. A slender, blue-skinned being far from home, about to meet a creature out of legend. The walls of his ship dissolved, or perhaps folded away. His perception couldn't quite parse the geometry of it. He found himself standing in a corridor that seemed to breathe, its surfaces moving with subtle patterns that might have been art or might have been information. The air was perfect, neither warm nor cool, with just the right mixture of gases for his biology. A humanoid figure waited at the end of the corridor. At first, Paco thought it must be another AI construct, its silver-white surface reflecting the corridor's patterns. But as he approached, he realized it was a robot, its form clearly designed to approximate human proportions while remaining obviously artificial.
I am Sigma's physical avatar,
the robot said, its voice matching the vast presence he'd first encountered near Earth.
I will guide you to the meeting chamber. The human you will meet is called Matthew.
Paco followed the avatar, trying not to stare at everything at once. The corridor opened into larger spaces, each more incredible than the last. In one chamber, he saw what appeared to be artificial wombs, each containing a developing human child. In another, complex machinery wove what might have been new bodies, though the purpose of the process wasn't clear to his understanding.
As I said before, humans prefer to raise their children physically,
Sigma explained, noticing his attention.
The first few years of human development occur in biological form before they are given access to simulated spaces. It helps maintain their connection to their original nature.
They passed through a security checkpoint that existed more in probability than physical space. Paco felt the station systems analyzing him on micron levels, verifying his identity and intentions through methods that made his perception spin. The architecture grew more organic, with surfaces that mimicked natural materials while retaining their fluid technological nature.
Why are there so few physical humans?
Paco asked, noting the empty chambers they passed.
In a station this size, most of the space is dedicated to support systems, backup facilities, and emergency protocols,
Sigma replied.
Humans learned long ago that concentrated population centers create unnecessary vulnerabilities. They spread themselves across many stations, many stars. It makes them virtually impossible to threaten as a species. If you attack one, the others will awaken.
The concept struck Paco with sudden force. His people had built cities, collected themselves as easy targets for the Karanok's weapons. Humanity had evolved beyond such weaknesses, becoming as distributed and resilient as the AIs that served them. They entered what appeared to be a garden, though none of the plants were species Paco recognized. The air here had a different quality, still perfectly breathable, but carrying scents that triggered profound responses in his biology. He felt simultaneously more alert and more at peace.
Matthew designed this space,
Sigma said.
He believes that organic beings communicate best in organic settings. The plants are from Earth's prehistoric periods, recreated to match fossil records.
The garden opened into a wider chamber that seemed to exist partially in normal space and partially elsewhere. Its boundaries were suggestions rather than limits, and at its center stood a simple wooden table that was possibly the least artificial thing Paco had seen in the station, precisely because of how natural it appeared.
He will join us shortly,
Sigma said, gesturing to one of the chairs.
He is completing something he calls a morning routine, though such temporal distinctions are largely arbitrary here.
Paco sat, his enhanced perception taking in every detail of the space. The wooden table reminded him of a simplicity that made the space feel more welcoming and real. The air currents in the room flowed naturally, and even the light seemed carefully crafted, its spectrum optimized for both human and Cenarian vision. Soon, a new presence touched Paco's awareness. Not vast like Sigma, not architectural like the station, but deep and complex in ways he couldn't quite grasp. He turned toward the garden entrance as footsteps approached, his heart racing in anticipation and fear. The human who entered looked both exactly and nothing like what Paco had expected. Matthew appeared to be male, with features that somehow managed to seem both young and ancient simultaneously. He wore simple clothing that might have been grown rather than manufactured, and he moved with a grace that suggested complete mastery of his physical form. But it was his eyes that caught Paco's attention. They held knowledge accumulated over centuries of existence, compassion born from an understanding of both biological and digital life, and power so effortlessly contained that it felt more like a force of nature than a living being or a machine. "Welcome, Paco of the Cenarians," Matthew said, his voice carrying a tone that Paco's perception recognized as utter confidence. "Sigma tells me your people need our help." Matthew sat across from Paco with a fluid grace that made the simple motion look a tier above the rest. The prehistoric garden around them seemed to respond to his presence, its alien flowers turning subtly toward him like satellites orienting to a star. Through his perception, Paco could sense layers of technology so advanced they appeared magical. Matthew's biological form was clearly augmented far beyond anything Paco had imagined possible, yet it all appeared perfectly natural. "Please," Matthew said, gesturing with one hand. "Tell me about your situation. Sigma has shared the broad strokes, but I'd like to hear it from you directly." Paco's throat felt tight, but he forced himself to speak.
The Karanok invaded our systems 3 standard years ago. They...
His voice caught as memories surfaced. Cities burning, orbital bombardments turning the surface of his homeworld to glass.
They're stronger than us, more advanced. We tried to fight, but they...
He trailed off, unable to continue.
"Show me,"
Matthew said gently.
"Your neural enhancement can share the memories directly."
The images flowed from Paco's mind without effort. Massive, brown-furred warriors twice the size of his people, orbital stations falling from the sky in flames. Millions fleeing into emergency shelters that proved useless against the Karanok's bunker-piercing weapons. The systematic destruction of everything his people had built. Matthew absorbed it all without visible reaction, though the garden's atmosphere subtly shifted, its patterns becoming more complex.
"I see,"
he said finally.
"And you came seeking us because of the stories?"
"Everyone knows the legends," Paco replied.
"How humanity reached the peak of evolution. How you stopped wars between elder species, uplifted younger ones. Some say you're gods. Others say you're the universe's immune system, defending life itself."
He looked down at his hands.
"We didn't know where else to turn."
"We're not gods," Matthew said, amusement coloring his voice.
"We simply reached our potential earlier than most species, and learned some hard lessons about power along the way."
He stood, moving to a point where the garden's boundaries seemed to fold into higher dimensions.
"Walk with me?"
Paco followed, noticing how the station's architecture flowed around them, creating paths moment by moment.
"Are you an admiral?" he asked. "A military leader?"
Matthew laughed, a warm, genuine sound.
"I've been an admiral, yes, thousands of years ago. I've been many things. Right now, I'm simply Matthew, and I'm happy to help."
He turned to face Paco directly.
"We'll free your homeworld, of course. The only question is how to do it most effectively."
The casual certainty in his voice made Paco's heart skip.
Just like that? You'll help us?"
"Of course." Matthew's expression grew serious.
"The Karanok have violated several principles we work to maintain, using overwhelming force against a weaker species. We don't interfere in wars, but homeworld invasions are not allowed by our laws."
His eyes seemed to look through multiple dimensions at once.
"They need to learn that such actions have consequences."
As they walked, they emerged into what appeared to be a control center, though it bore no resemblance to any Paco had seen. The walls were transparent from the inside, showing the red dwarf star and its complex array of stations. Information flowed through the air itself, visible to Paco's interface as intricate patterns of light and probability. "We'll take your ship," Matthew said, surprising him. "It's been upgraded considerably since you arrived, and it will serve our purposes better than one of ours. The Karanok should see who brought us to them."
"But..."
Paco looked around at the vast station, the incredible technology on display.
"Wouldn't a human vessel be more powerful?"
Matthew's smile carried echoes of ancient wisdom. "Just because we won't travel in a human ship doesn't mean I won't take one with us to your planet." He gestured, and a path appeared, leading back toward the docking bay. "Shall we?" The journey back through the station felt different with Matthew present. The architecture responded to him as he walked, spaces opening before them and sealing behind them. Other robots, or possibly avatars, bowed slightly as they passed. their movements carrying subtle meanings Paco's enhanced perception could almost grasp. They reached Paco's ship, its humble form now somehow strange. The modifications Sigma had made were invisible to normal sight, but to his interface, the vessel practically screamed with new potential. The connection had been upgraded far beyond its original specifications, and systems he didn't even have names for had been integrated into its structure. "Your people built this well," Matthew commented, running a hand along the ship's hull. "The neural interface design is elegant. We simply helped it reach its full potential." The docking bay opened to space, its liquid metal walls flowing aside like curtains. The red dwarf's light painted everything in its light, making the station seem to burn with inner fire. Paco felt a moment of pure awe, realizing he was about to travel with a being out of legend. Will you fit?" he asked suddenly, remembering the ship's small size. Matthew laughed again. "Don't worry about that. I don't need to stand." He gestured toward the entrance. "After you?" Paco stepped into his ship and stopped, staring. The interior had been completely transformed. The neural interface beckoned to him, promising capabilities he had only begun to explore. "Reality," Matthew said from behind him, "is far more flexible than most species imagine. Shall we go help your people?" Paco moved to the pilot's position, feeling the enhanced neural interface embrace his consciousness like an old friend. Through it, he could sense Matthew's presence, vast and complex, yet contained. The ship responded to them both as the propulsion system started. "Yes," Paco said, his voice firm for the first time since he'd begun his desperate journey. "Let's go home." The journey back to Cenarian space took far less time than Paco's desperate flight had, though he couldn't quite grasp how the ship managed it. Space itself flexed around them, distances folding in ways his mind struggled to comprehend even with the neural interface's improvements. Matthew sat in quiet meditation for most of the trip, his presence a calm center in the storm of physics-defying travel. They emerged from the final spatial fold above Paco's homeworld. The sight struck him like a physical blow. Where once towers had reached toward the binary stars, now only ruins remained. The Karanok had transformed the planet's major cities into military outposts, their brutal architecture hawking the flowing designs of Cenarian construction. Through the enhanced sensors, Paco could detect his people living in crowded refugee camps between the destroyed cities. "There," he said, indicating a particularly large Karanok installation near what had been his home village. "That's the primary command center for this region. The local overseer coordinates slave labor from there." Matthew opened his eyes, studying the scene with calm interest. 10 Karanok warriors in the immediate area, he noted. "Would you like to watch how we handle this sort of situation?" Before Paco could respond, the ship suddenly descended through the atmosphere. No alarms sounded, no defense systems activated. They might as well have been invisible. They landed in what had once been the village square, now transformed into a training ground for Karanok troops. The massive fur-covered aliens didn't notice their arrival at first. The ship's stealth systems, Paco realized, must have been operating on levels far beyond normal technology. He watched through the neural interface as Matthew stood, his movements still carrying that strange grace that seemed to contain his true power. "Stay here," Matthew said kindly. "Watch and understand why we choose to maintain physical forms." The ship's entrance opened, and Matthew stepped out into Paco's planet. He looked absurdly small compared to the Karanok warriors, each of whom stood nearly twice his height. Their brown fur and massive builds made them look bigger and more threatening than Matthew. One of the Karanok finally noticed the human's presence. He shouted an alarm in their harsh language, raising a plasma rifle that could have vaporized a Cenarian instantly. The other warriors responded immediately, weapons appearing in massive hands as they moved to surround the apparent intruder. Matthew spoke, his voice carrying effortlessly across the square. Your species has violated several principles we maintain. You will withdraw from Cenarian space immediately. The Karanok Overseer emerged from the command center, his ceremonial armor gleaming. He towered over his warriors, a mountain of muscle and weaponry.
Who dares?
He began, then stopped as he got a clear look at Matthew. Something like recognition flickered across his ursine features.
Who are you?
I am human, Matthew said simply. You have one opportunity to withdraw peacefully. The Overseer's response was to fire his weapon, a shoulder-mounted cannon that could punch through starship hull plating. The blast crossed the distance between them instantly. Matthew wasn't there. Paco's augmented perception could barely track the human's movement, even with the help of his ship's sensors. One moment he stood calmly facing the Karanok. The next, he was beside their leader, moving with a speed that made light seem sluggish. His hand touched the Overseer's armor almost gently. The massive alien collapsed, his nervous system shut down by technologies Paco couldn't begin to understand. The other warriors opened fire, filling the air with enough plasma to melt a small building. Matthew flowed between the blasts like water between stones, each movement elegant. He touched another warrior who fell, then another, and another. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 Karanok lay unconscious in the dust. As I said, Matthew stated calmly, looking down at their fallen overseer, you will withdraw from Cenarian space. He pressed his palm to the alien's forehead, interfacing directly with its neural implants. Your entire species will understand the consequences of violating our principles. The message is being transmitted now. Through his ship's sensors, Paco watched in awe as FTL communications rippled out from the fallen Karanok, carrying Matthew's warning to every member of their species. The message contained not just words, but complete sensory data of what had just occurred, and the clear understanding that this had been the gentlest possible demonstration of human power. How? Paco's voice failed him. You didn't even use weapons. Matthew walked back to the ship, his movements still carrying that impossible grace. These were just some nanites, he said casually. Don't worry about it. And this was just the beginning. I see about 400 more Karanok positions that need to be addressed. From high above, a shadow suddenly fell over the village square. Paco's ship detected something massive decloaking in orbit, a ship so large it turned day to night with its presence. More shapes began appearing in the sky, smaller but still impressive. Thousands of autonomous drones and combat platforms, their designs unlike anything Paco had ever seen. Matthew smiled slightly at Paco's awe. I didn't even need to use the automated forces or drones for this small group, but for a full planetary liberation, he gestured at the gathering armada above. We should probably make use of all our tools. The next 5 hours passed in a blur as Paco witnessed a display of overwhelming force. Matthew coordinated the fleet with casual gestures, each movement triggering cascades of military action across the planet. Karanok strongholds faced simultaneous assault from forces that ignored their best defenses. Orbital platforms that had bombarded Cenarian cities were disabled by drones that seemed to materialize inside their shield perimeters. Ground forces found their weapons transformed into inert metal by clouds of nanites. Through it all, Matthew maintained that same impossible calm, as though he were conducting a simple cleaning job rather than the liberation of an entire species. Your people can begin returning to their homes, he told Paco as another Karanok fortress surrendered. The nanites are already beginning reconstruction of damaged infrastructure. When the Karanok leadership finally requested terms, they did so with a mixture of terror and awe that Paco understood all too well. Their chief commander, a massive warrior whose ceremonial armor now bore scars from human weapon systems, could barely look at Matthew as they met on neutral ground. "You will withdraw from all Cenarian territories," Matthew stated simply. It wasn't a demand or a threat, merely a statement of fact. "You will provide reparations for the damage caused, according to terms my automated systems are transmitting now. You will never again attempt conquest of another species." The Karanok chief snarled, his species' pride warring with his new understanding of the galaxy's true power structure.
And if we refuse?
Matthew's smile contained no humor. "Then I stop holding back. What you've witnessed today was accomplished without involving actual human military forces. Would you like me to show you what happens when we decide to fight seriously?" The chief's fur bristled, but his next words emerged as a desperate whisper.
You mean this wasn't your military?
"No," Matthew said simply. "This was a diplomatic response, a simple correction of unacceptable behavior." He gestured at the fleet of autonomous ships still visible in orbit. "These are maintenance units, not warships. Please don't make me demonstrate the difference." The surrender took effect immediately. Within hours, Karanok forces began withdrawing from every part of Cenarian space they had conquered. Automated human systems followed their retreat, ensuring compliance while simultaneously beginning the reconstruction of Cenarian civilization. Paco watched his people emerging from hiding, their faces showing the same mixture of disbelief and hope he felt in his own heart. "I don't know how to thank you," he said to Matthew. "Build something amazing," Matthew replied. "That's how you thank us. Create art, music, science. Show us that we made the right choice in helping you." He smiled, and for a moment, Paco glimpsed the profound age behind his eyes. "That's what we protect, you see. Not just life, but the potential for life to become wonderful." As Matthew prepared to depart, the Karanok chief approached Paco with an awkward formality. Both of them watched the human's ship rise into orbit, where it would soon return him to his station around the red dwarf star. They stood in silence for a moment, former conqueror and former victim united in their new understanding of the galaxy's true order.
We didn't know.
The Karanok chief said finally.
The stories, we thought they were exaggerations, myths.
Paco nodded, watching the massive fleet preparing to depart, the automated systems already rebuilding his world. He stared back at the Karanok chief, too mystified to remember the hate he felt for him, not even a spark of fear of being attacked as he spoke. "They weren't myths," he said simply. "They were warnings."
The Galactic Council had always believed that the human species was a blip in the vast expanse of the cosmos, no more significant than the tiniest speck of dust floating in the galactic winds. They were wrong, but no one knew it yet. The meeting room was dim, its walls a sleek, cold metallic hue, and the holographic display in the center pulsed with the image of Earth, blue and green, serene and untouched. The council members, representatives of dozens of advanced species, were seated in a vast semicircle around the glowing projection, their forms cloaked in the shadow of their individual species. Among them sat a few who were comfortable in their high-status seats, watching in utter confidence. But something was stirring in the air today. "This is madness," muttered Speaker Tyrannos, the Creo representative. His 6 tentacles twitched uneasily as he glared at the projection of Earth. "This is a waste of time. Why are we wasting valuable council resources on a race that has shown no diplomatic interest? We should have erased their records and moved on." A collective murmur rippled through the room. The idea of erasing Earth from the council's archives was not a new one, and it was often brought up in the past. But today, something was different. "We cannot erase them yet," came the cold, controlled voice of Yelzivra, the Velarin. Her silver skin shimmered under the soft lighting, and her long, graceful antennae twitched as she leaned forward. They have rejected all diplomacy, and our intelligence suggests they may not be as primitive as we once thought. A low chuckle came from the corner. Rejected diplomacy? Do you mean their refusal to join our peaceful and prosperous confederation? Laughed Captain Vraxer of the Borca, his reptilian eyes narrowing as he spoke. Yell's tone never wavered. Yes, they have refused every offer of peace, every trade agreement, and every form of aid we've extended to them. Her hands moved fluidly as she spoke. We can no longer pretend they are insignificant. They are a species that operates outside the known parameters of every other race. That cannot be ignored. Speaker Tyrannos scoffed. And you believe they are somehow capable of posing a threat? Ridiculous. They are still so primitive. Their weaponry is nothing compared to ours. A new voice cut through the conversation, sharp and filled with authority. Their military is not what should concern us, said Alara, the human representative. She stood from her seat, her dark brown eyes steady, but a subtle edge of determination in her words. It's their refusal to play by our rules that makes them dangerous. The council fell silent, each member trying to understand what Alara meant. Her eyes, calm and sharp, scanned each of them as if daring them to question her. Humans don't follow the rules. They never have. Their refusal to be civilized by our standards is what makes them so unpredictable, and it's why we need to act fast before we realize too late what they are capable of. Is this an attempt to advocate for war? Tyrannos spat. Because I assure you, that would be a grave mistake. Not war, Alara responded coolly. But we cannot afford to keep pretending that they will simply fall into line the way other species have. They are rejecting us for a reason, and that reason is one we can no longer ignore. Enough! The voice of High Chancellor Zal thundered across the room, silencing the growing tension. The elder Zal, whose immense form was obscured by robes that barely seemed to fit his bulk, turned his unblinking, piercing gaze to Alara. His voice held a certain gravitas that caused even the boldest among them to pause. What exactly are you suggesting, human? That we leave them to their own devices? Alara took a deep breath. We need to understand them. We need to explore the reason behind their refusal, not just dismiss it as stubbornness. And if we cannot resolve it diplomatically, we need to prepare for something more. The room seemed to fall into a heavy silence, the weight of her words sinking in. Prepare for what? Vraxer asked, leaning forward, his sharp claws clicking on the metallic floor. What could they possibly do? They are still underdeveloped compared to us. Alara remained calm. I've been observing their behavior for years. Their history shows something very different from the narrative we've constructed of them. They've resisted every form of control, every effort to subjugate them, yet they survive. Time and again, they've proven that no matter what's thrown at them, they push back. They adapt. And you think that makes them a threat? Yul Zivra questioned, her tone sharp but curious. Alara nodded. Yes. That makes them unpredictable. And we... She stopped herself and then leaned forward. We've been the ones who underestimated them. We've been so confident in our superiority that we've missed the most dangerous part of humanity. They refused to bow down. There was a moment of stillness before the voice of Speaker Tyrannos broke the silence. So, what are we supposed to do then? Bow to them? Alara's gaze was unwavering. We can either try to understand them, or we can wait for them to surprise us. And trust me, when humans surprise you, it's never good. As the holographic image of Earth flickered and swirled above the table, the council members exchanged glances, some with skepticism, others with growing concern. This human's words were unsettling. No one had expected a species so young, so seemingly insignificant, to refuse the council's grace. Yet Alara's conviction was clear, and the shadows of doubt began to creep into the minds of the most confident representatives. This was no longer just about a planet on the edge of the galaxy. This was about something deeper, more unsettling, something the Galactic Council was not ready to face. And for the first time in a long while, doubt gripped them all. The Galactic Council chamber had never felt more tense. After Alara's unsettling words, the air in the room seemed thicker, heavier. Members of the council exchanged glances, unease creeping into the once secure atmosphere. Even the usually imposing figures of Tyrannos and Vraxar seemed a bit more reserved now. The idea of humanity as an unpredictable force was not one any of them had entertained before. Alara remained standing, her posture rigid, as if to anchor herself in the storm of suspicion swirling around the table. Her eyes met the High Chancellor's gaze, unwavering, steady. The power of her presence was undeniable. High Chancellor Zal, despite his immense size and age, could not mask the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He shifted slightly, his massive form barely fitting in the seat, and finally spoke. Alara, you have given us much to consider. But we must now understand, in precise terms, what you propose. Do we prepare for war with a species we know almost nothing about? Alara's voice was calm but firm. No, Chancellor, not yet. But we must be vigilant. Their resistance is not just about survival, it's about identity. They refuse to be dictated by anyone, even us. That's the true nature of their rebellion. If we underestimate that, we risk being blind to the inevitable. Yul Zivra's antennae twitched as she leaned in, her curiosity piqued. And what do you suggest we do then, Alara? Offer them more diplomacy? If they won't accept the kindness of our confederation, what else is there to offer them? Alara shook her head slowly. It's not about offering them more. It's about understanding the root of their defiance. We've given them everything, technology, peace, resources, but they turn it all down. And they don't just reject us, they've rejected the entire concept of submission. Speaker Tyrannos, ever the skeptic, snorted in disbelief. You think they will stand against us as if they could ever defeat us? Not defeat us, Tyrannos. Resist us. Alara's voice dropped to a lower tone, as if she were letting the weight of her words sink in. They have fought wars, torn apart their own world, yet they still rise. Every time they've been knocked down, they find a way to stand again. We've overlooked the fact that humanity is a species born from conflict, shaped by it. But more importantly, it's a species that does not fear it. There was silence in the room, punctuated only by the hum of the chamber's automated systems. The thought of an entire species refusing to conform, refusing to kneel even to the might of the Galactic Council, seemed impossible to comprehend. Yet the logic of Alara's words was inescapable. The hum of activity in the chamber faded into the background as a new presence entered the room. A small holographic figure appeared, its features barely discernible but immediately recognized. Alara, the voice crackled, a familiar one. It's time to discuss the matter directly. Alara didn't flinch. She knew what this was. It was a call from Earth's military command, her superiors. She had long awaited this moment. For the first time, the humans on Earth would learn that the Council was not just a distant entity of peaceful diplomats. It was a machine of vast influence, capable of altering the fate of entire species. A machine they had refused to be a part of. Yes, she said, the tone of resolve seeping into her words. Connect me. The hologram flickered briefly before the image of General Kyle Drayton, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a military uniform, filled the projection space. His face was stern, his eyes sharp with years of hardened experience. General, Alara began, we're about to enter a new phase. The Galactic Council is no longer merely watching humanity. They're reconsidering how to handle you. Drayton's voice was flat, almost detached. I assume you mean they're starting to panic, just like we expected. Alara's eyes narrowed. This is no longer about panic. It's about survival. Your refusal to join them, to follow their so-called peaceful agreements, is making them question everything they thought they knew about us. They've underestimated your resolve, and now they fear it. The general's lips twitched into a brief smile, a humorless sting. Good. They should fear us. We're not like them. We never have been. And we never will be. His gaze flickered as if considering something far beyond the room. Tell the council that they're about to get a lesson in what happens when you push humanity too far. Alara's throat tightened. You're not suggesting. Not yet, Drayton interrupted. But we have resources, and we've been preparing. You've seen the reports. Humanity has come a long way since the last time the Council paid us any attention. We're ready. Her mind raced as she processed the implications of his words. What had Drayton meant by ready? Had Earth truly been preparing for something more than just survival? You understand that we are on the verge of becoming enemies to an entire galactic alliance? Elara asked, her voice barely above a whisper, though it carried the weight of 1,000 possibilities. Drayton's voice remained even. We're ready for anything, Elara. And if they want to fight, then we'll give them one. But not on our terms. We'll do it our way. The hologram flickered once more before it disappeared, and the chamber fell silent. A heavy silence hung over the room like a storm cloud, and for the first time, Elara saw the unease in the eyes of her fellow council members. They were starting to realize the truth. Humanity wasn't a pawn in a game they controlled. Humanity was a wild card, unpredictable, untamable. High Chancellor, Elara's voice broke the tension. It's already begun. The question now is whether we are going to stop it before it consumes us all. High Chancellor Zala's eyes narrowed, his old mind working quickly, calculating the cost of missteps. What do you propose we do, Elara? You've made your position clear. She inhaled deeply. We have two options. 1. We continue to offer humanity terms they will reject, forcing their hand. Or 2. We adjust our approach, understand their strength, and attempt to find a way to coexist. But Elara knew the truth of it. Humanity would never coexist. They had already made their choice. The Council had pushed them too far. Now, the next move was humanity's, and they weren't going to play by the rules. The council chamber was quieter than usual, the weight of recent discussions hanging heavily over the room. Elara stood before the gathered members, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the representatives, each alien race now visibly unsettled by the growing realization of humanity's unyielding resolve. The room buzzed with whispers, but it wasn't the usual chatter of calculated diplomacy. This time, there was a sense of genuine fear among the council members. And it all stemmed from one species, humanity. Elara's mind raced. General Drayton's words echoed in her ears, and the more she thought about them, the more she realized how little the Council understood what they were dealing with. Humanity had already made its choice. The question wasn't whether the Council could bend them to its will. It was whether they would ever fully comprehend the depth of humanity's defiance. Elara, High Chancellor Zala's voice cut through the tense silence. You've made your position clear. But your words alone will not sway the minds of the Council. We must make decisions based on reason, not panic. His words felt like an accusation, but Elara didn't flinch. She knew the truth of it. The Council had never faced a species like humanity, one that not only rejected peace but also the very notion of submission. Every offer had been spurned, every diplomatic gesture ignored, and now they stood at the brink of a confrontation they hadn't been prepared for. Humanity had made its stance clear, and the Council wasn't ready. You underestimate them, Elara replied, her voice firm. It's not panic, Chancellor. It's strategy. Humanity doesn't fear you. They never have. Tyrannos, the Creo representative, leaned forward, his numerous tentacles twitching in frustration. I still don't understand how a race so primitive can stand against us. They have nothing. No fleets, no real technology to speak of. What is there to fear? They have something more dangerous than technology. Elara answered, her eyes narrowing. They have will. The will to survive at all costs. The will to resist anything that tries to control them. That's what you're not seeing. Vraxer, the Borka captain, growled from his seat, his reptilian eyes glowing. And what exactly are you suggesting we do about it? Continue talking, hoping they'll finally bend to reason? We've given them everything we can. If they refuse, it's their problem, not ours. Elara shook her head, her expression cold. If they refuse now, they will refuse forever. We've backed them into a corner, and now they're preparing for war, not just with us, but with anyone who threatens their autonomy. The room fell silent again. No one spoke. It wasn't disbelief anymore. It was a growing understanding of the sheer weight of what Alara was saying. Humanity was a force unlike anything the Council had encountered before. The question now wasn't whether they could be brought into line. It was whether the Council could stand against them. Zal's massive form shifted slightly in his seat. What do you propose we do, Alara? If we cannot break them diplomatically, and we cannot fight them with our conventional forces, then what are we left with? Alara's jaw tightened. She had known this moment would come. The truth was undeniable now. We need to adapt. We cannot treat humanity as we do other species. They don't respond to threats or diplomacy the way others do. We must understand them, not as a species to be conquered, but as a species that refuses to be conquered. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the Council. It wasn't a strategy the Council had ever considered, to see humanity as equals, as individuals who could not be controlled. To them, it was anathema. Every species in the galaxy, from the Creel to the Velarin, had been subsumed into the greater whole of the Confederation. Humanity, however, had consistently rejected that notion. And now, their defiance was a wedge between the Council's arrogance and the reality of an opponent they could not understand. We've underestimated them, Yul-Zivra said softly, her antennae drooping in frustration. And now, they are preparing for something we are not ready for. What exactly are they preparing for? Speaker Tyrannos demanded, his voice sharp. How can they possibly pose a threat when they have no fleets, no weapons capable of standing against us? Alara turned to face the projection of Earth once more. The image of the blue planet was serene, almost mocking in its tranquility. But beneath that calm exterior, something was stirring, a restless, unyielding force that was growing stronger by the day. They are preparing to fight us on their terms, Alara said, her voice steady. And we will not win if we continue to treat them as we do the other species in the galaxy. Humanity fights differently. They do not give up. They adapt. They survive. A long silence followed her words. For the first time, the members of the Galactic Council began to question their assumptions. They had always been the dominant force, the apex of civilization in the galaxy. But this was different. Humanity wasn't asking to join them. They weren't negotiating peace. They weren't trying to fit into their system. Humanity was drawing a line in the sand. Finally, Zal spoke again, his voice grave. So, what do you suggest, Alara? How do we proceed? Alara didn't hesitate. We stop treating them like an enemy to be defeated. We stop making demands and start listening. We acknowledge their strength, their resolve, and their autonomy. If we want peace, it has to be on their terms, not ours. There was a shift in the room, a subtle change in the way the council members regarded each other. Alara's words had planted a seed of doubt in their minds. For the first time, they saw humanity not as a weakness to be exploited but as a power to be reckoned with. And that realization was both humbling and terrifying. A new voice interrupted the tension-filled atmosphere. It was the voice of a messenger, projecting from the side of the chamber. High Chancellor, urgent message from the humans on Earth. Everyone turned toward the speaker. The holographic figure flickered before them, showing the face of General Drayton. His expression was serious, and there was something in his eyes, an unspoken urgency that sent a ripple of alarm through the room. The time has come. Drayton's voice came through clearly. We've made our move. Prepare yourselves. Alara's heart skipped a beat. This was it. Humanity had made its choice, and there was no turning back now. The council sat in stunned silence as the realization hit them. Humanity wasn't just a rebellious species anymore. They had become a force to be reckoned with. The dark expanse of space stretched endlessly beyond the view screens. But inside the council's chamber, the atmosphere was anything but infinite. Tension, palpable and thick, clung to the walls. The meeting room had never been this quiet, this heavy with the knowledge that the next words spoken would change everything. The fate of the galaxy, once a carefully orchestrated balance of power, now hung precariously in the balance. Elara stood at the center of the room, her eyes steady as she faced the assembly. The fear she had seen in their eyes was no longer the product of doubt. It was the cold realization that humanity was no longer just an anomaly. They had become a catalyst, an unpredictable force capable of shaking the foundations of the Galactic Council. A wave of unease rippled through the council members, but Elara didn't flinch. She had known this would come. She had prepared for it. The silence was broken by the low, rumbling voice of High Chancellor Zal. Elara, your suggestion was not taken lightly. We now understand what you mean by humanity's resistance, but this move... His voice faltered for the briefest of moments, as if even he were unsure of what the right response should be. What is humanity's next move? You've said they've prepared. But prepared for what? Elara glanced briefly at the holographic projection that hovered before them, a galaxy map, with Earth marked in stark contrast to the Council's territories. The lines drawn across the map seemed insignificant compared to the looming presence of humanity. General Drayton's message wasn't a warning. It was an announcement. Humanity has already begun mobilizing their resources. They're not preparing for a conventional fight. They're preparing for something much larger, something none of us expected. The eyes of the council members shifted uneasily. Tyrannos, the Creo representative, was the first to voice his concern. Mobilizing? With what? Their technology is outdated compared to ours. They have no fleets, no advanced weapons. What could they possibly do? Elara's voice was unyielding. It's not their technology that concerns me. It's their will, their ingenuity. They've always been resourceful, and now they have the motivation to prove their survival. She paused, meeting their gazes one by one. Humanity will not simply fight us with weapons. They will fight us with ideas, with strategies we cannot predict. The council remained silent, absorbing the magnitude of her words. Speaker Tyrannos leaned back in his chair, his tentacles curling with unease. You think they will use tactics we can't understand? I think they've already begun. Elara's gaze shifted to the map again. Their communications to us are now fragmented. It's not just resistance. They're actively changing their systems to be less reliant on us. They are beginning to cut their ties to the Confederation, and they are preparing for a future that does not include us. A low growl came from Vraxer. You're suggesting they'll try to isolate themselves from the galaxy? And we should allow this? Elara shook her head. I'm not suggesting we allow anything. I'm telling you that if we don't act quickly, humanity will become a power in its own right, independent and unyielding. And once they solidify their position, they will make their move, and we will not be able to stop them. The council seemed divided. Some representatives seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation, while others continued to insist that the humans could not possibly be a threat on the scale Elara was implying. But then, the unexpected happened. The hologram flickered again, this time displaying General Drayton's face once more. His expression was grave, but there was an unmistakable fire in his eyes. Council, he said, his voice steady but carrying an edge of confidence. The time has come to make the hard choice. We've taken every step to prepare, and now it's your turn. Elara's heart raced. This was the moment. Drayton continued. Humanity has no intention of bending to your will. We've been told that peace and diplomacy are the only paths forward, but your offer is a lie. You claim to bring us into your fold, but what you truly bring is control. The Confederation is nothing more than a glorified prison, and we refuse to be shackled any longer. Tyrannos bristled, his voice filled with outrage. This is an affront. How dare you, a mere human, speak to us like this? Drayton's gaze remained unshaken. It's not a matter of how we dare. It's a matter of how you understand that humanity no longer needs your approval. We have survived your attempts at subjugation for centuries. We have stood against every challenge, and we will continue to do so. But now, we stand as equals, and we will not be ignored. The room was filled with a tension so thick, it felt suffocating. Elara's gaze met Zala's once more, and she saw the old leader's internal struggle. He had always prided himself on his authority, his centuries of control over the council. But now, he realized, humanity had already broken free. "I'm giving you a choice." Drayton's voice rang out through the chamber, his message crystal clear. "You can join us in the future, or you can stand against us. But know this, we will not be pacified, and we will not be destroyed. The time for complacency is over." As the hologram flickered and disappeared, a stunned silence fell upon the room. For the first time in its history, the Galactic Council found itself faced with a race that would not submit, a species that would not be broken. High Chancellors all broke the silence. "This is more than we anticipated. We knew humanity was capable of resistance, but this..." His voice trailed off, his tone both impressed and fearful. "What now?" Elara didn't hesitate. "We have no choice but to face them on their terms. We cannot outlast them. We must find a way to coexist or risk losing everything we've built." Braxer growled low under his breath. "Coexist? Are you truly suggesting that we kneel to them? That we accept them as equals?" Elara's eyes hardened. "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you that if we don't adapt, humanity will make the galaxy their own. And when that happens, they will not look to the Council for permission." Tyrannos was the next to speak, his voice heavy with frustration. "This is madness. We are the Galactic Council. We control everything." Elara's gaze remained unwavering. "Not anymore. Humanity has already made its choice. Now, it's time for us to make ours." The council chamber, once a symbol of power, now felt like a cage. For the first time in its history, it faced the undeniable truth. The galaxy was no longer under their control. The Zalvath Dominion had conquered countless worlds. Their soldiers were bred for war, their technology centuries ahead of most species, and their campaigns had never known true resistance. When reports came of a small, defiant planet called Earth, High Command barely acknowledged it. The invasion was approved without concern. Humanity would fall like all the rest. Commander Vereshkal led the assault force, a regiment of elite shock troopers. His mission was simple: land, eliminate resistance, and secure the planet for integration into the Dominion. His fleet hovered in high orbit as drop ships descended into the atmosphere, targeting key locations. The first landing zone was a remote military base, isolated from major population centers. Easy prey. The drop pods struck the ground with precision, and within moments, Zalvath forces spread out, weapons raised. The base was quiet, too quiet. Vereshkal expected immediate surrender, perhaps a few scattered shots from primitive weapons. Instead, his troops barely had time to take formation before the first explosions ripped through their ranks. The humans had been waiting. Gunfire erupted from concealed positions, tearing through the exposed landing troops before they could even react. Vereshkal barked orders, trying to rally his soldiers into formation, but the humans fought with a precision and aggression he had never encountered. They didn't simply defend, they attacked. They moved fast, used cover expertly, and aimed to kill. Zalvath forces, accustomed to overwhelming lesser species with brute force, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. Reports flooded in, squad leaders were going silent, drop ships were being shot down, and their communications were being jammed. Vereshkal quickly realized this was no routine conquest. The humans weren't just resisting, they were counterattacking with a level of coordination that suggested years of preparation. A flanking unit sent a distress call before their feed cut to static. Moments later, another squad vanished. The pattern was clear. The humans weren't fighting in desperation. They were executing a plan. Vereshkal ordered a full retreat from the base, deciding to regroup in a nearby forested area where their sensors indicated no immediate threats. His forces pulled back under heavy fire, leaving behind scorched armor and dead soldiers. He had never lost this many troops in an opening engagement. His pride was wounded, but more than that, something about this battle felt different. As they reached the cover of the trees, a transmission crackled through the static on their stolen human frequency. A calm, almost amused voice spoke in flawless Zalvath. "They're not retreating. They're luring us in." It was the last thing Vereshkal heard before the first traps detonated. The moment the first explosion tore through the trees, panic spread through the Zalvath ranks. Soldiers dived for cover, expecting an immediate follow-up assault, but none came. Instead, the forest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of burning foliage and the groans of wounded troopers. Vereshkal scanned his surroundings, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Humans should have been pressing their advantage, yet nothing moved in the dense shadows ahead. His second-in-command, Koreshvier, barked orders, rallying scattered soldiers into defensive positions. Motion sensors flickered with ghostly readings, blurry, inconsistent. The humans were here, but their exact locations remained unknown. Vereshkal activated his visor's heat signatures, expecting to see human forms, but the readings were chaotic. Bodies flickered in and out, vanishing like phantoms. Some signals led to nothing at all. He cursed. The humans were manipulating their technology, feeding false data. A strangled cry cut through the comms as a scout patrol vanished from the perimeter. No shots were fired. No alarms triggered. They were simply there one moment and gone the next. More alerts followed, each one marking a missing soldier. Fear, an emotion the Zalvath rarely experienced, crept through the ranks. They had been the hunters. Now they were the prey. Vereshkal signaled a retreat deeper into the forest, ordering tighter formations. The moment his forces moved, hell erupted. Gunfire rained down from the treetops. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness, revealing human shapes weaving through the canopy. Snipers. Perfectly placed, synchronized, and unseen until the very moment they struck. The first wave of Zalvath fell before they even raised their weapons. "Return fire!" Koreshvier shouted, but it was useless. The humans never stayed in one place long enough. They shot, moved, and disappeared. Zalvath plasma bolts streaked through the trees, hitting nothing but bark and empty air. Then the ground assault began. Shapes darted between trees, low to the ground, barely visible. The Zalvath opened fire, expecting a full charge, but the humans never fully committed. They attacked in bursts, disappearing just as quickly. Each strike broke formations apart, disrupting coordination. The Zalvath were trained for direct engagements, but humans didn't fight like warriors. They fought like predators. Vereshkal had seen ambushes before, but this was different. There was no rhythm, no pattern to exploit. The humans adapted constantly, never attacking the same way twice. Some used suppressive fire while others closed the distance with silent blades, appearing behind his soldiers before they could react. Entire squads fell without a sound. Desperation set in. His forces needed an advantage. He ordered heavy weapons deployed, flamethrowers to clear the trees, energy mortars to collapse the canopy. But before they could be used, the human assault shifted. The snipers stopped, the distant fire ceased, and suddenly, the Zalvath were under attack from the sides. Humans had predicted the counterattack before it happened. The moment his forces prepared heavy ordnance, the ambush changed. Soldiers rushed in at close range, negating their firepower. The very weapons that were supposed to give the Zalvath the upper hand became useless. Koreshvier screamed as a combat blade drove through his side. His attacker was already gone before his body hit the ground. Vereshkal fired wildly, plasma bolts striking empty space. A shape lunged from the shadows, too fast, too precise. He barely raised his weapon before it stopped inches from his throat. A human. The soldier didn't strike. He just stood there, weapon steady, gaze locked onto Vereshkal's. For the first time, the commander saw them up close. Their armor was battered, their uniforms smeared with dirt and blood, but their eyes, they were calm. Cold. There was no hesitation, no fear, only calculation. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the human vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a single whisper through the comms. "You're not fighting an army. You're being hunted." It was then that Vereshkal understood. They had already lost. Vereshkal moved through the remnants of his force, his mind racing for a solution. The battlefield had shifted beyond his control. Standard formations were useless. Traditional tactics had failed. Every attempt to adapt had been anticipated and countered before execution. He had fought countless species, broken rebellions, crushed planetary defenses, yet nothing compared to this. The humans weren't defending their planet. They were dismantling his army one soldier at a time. A cold realization settled in. This was not a desperate resistance. It was a methodical extermination. His remaining officers huddled around a hastily constructed perimeter, their expressions grim. Loss reports were staggering. Nearly half the force had been wiped out in a matter of hours, and they had no clear understanding of how. The enemy was neither seen nor heard until it was too late. Weapons had been stripped from the fallen. Wounded soldiers had vanished, their fates unknown. The humans didn't leave bodies behind. The Dominion had always operated under one principle: numerical and technological superiority ensured victory. Yet, here on Earth, numbers meant nothing. Technology had not saved them. Superior firepower had been rendered ineffective against an enemy that refused to meet them head-on. The Zalvath were accustomed to open battlefields, but the humans had turned the terrain itself into a weapon. The forest around them felt alive, shifting with unseen movement. Every branch, every shadow, every gust of wind could be an attack. Soldiers stood in rigid formations, weapons trained in all directions, yet their enemy remained invisible. They weren't dealing with an army. They were being dissected by something far more dangerous, something that understood the value of patience. A scout patrol had been sent out to secure a path for evacuation. They had left only minutes ago. Their voices crackled through the calms and hushed, panicked whispers. Then silence. Vereshkal listened, his grip tightening on his weapon. This was beyond strategy or tactics. This was psychological warfare. The humans could have eliminated them already, yet they dragged the fight out, inflicting losses slowly, methodically. They wanted the Zalvath to feel fear. A flicker of movement. A rustling in the trees. Every soldier turned, weapons aimed, but nothing was there. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Then the whispers began. Not over comms. Not in their language. In Zalvath. Spoken aloud from the darkness. "You don't belong here." Vereshkal froze. The voice was calm, measured, the words enunciated perfectly. There was no accent, no hesitation. It was impossible. No species had ever learned their language this quickly. Yet the humans had. "Your weapons won't save you." The whispers came from different directions, overlapping, surrounding them. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fingers tightening on their triggers. Training dictated discipline, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. "You thought this would be easy." A gunshot. A scream. A soldier collapsed, his visor shattered. Another shot, another soldier down. The squad opened fire in every direction, but the attackers were gone before their weapons discharged. The Zalvath fired wildly, plasma bolts scorching the trees, but they hit nothing. Every mistake cost you another life. Panic spread. Soldiers backed into one another, eyes darting in every direction. The Zalvath had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now they felt it clawing at them with every breath. A burst of movement. A blur of motion. A figure lunged from the shadows, knife flashing. Another soldier fell without a sound. Then another. The formation broke. Vereshkal roared for order, but it was too late. The discipline of his troops shattered. Some fired blindly into the darkness. Others ran, hoping to escape the suffocating trap closing around them. The whispers continued, but now they were mixed with something worse. Laughter. Cold, knowing, unhurried. The hunt was reaching its end. Vereshkal forced himself to think past the fear clawing at his mind. His forces were in complete disarray, their discipline shattered by an enemy they could not see. Every attempt to regroup ended in chaos. The humans struck with merciless efficiency, vanishing before counterattacks could be formed. Soldiers fired into the trees, hitting nothing but empty air. They were no longer fighting an army. They were being culled. He activated his command beacon, sending an emergency distress signal to the fleet in orbit. The response was immediate. Reinforcements were being mobilized. Heavy gunships would deploy within the hour. But an hour was too long. His force would not last that long. He needed to act now. Drawing on his years of experience, he made a ruthless decision. The forest was the enemy's weapon, providing cover and concealment. It had to be eliminated. He activated the incendiary charges carried by his troops, ordering them to set the entire area ablaze. Fires erupted, spreading rapidly as dry leaves and underbrush ignited. Thick smoke filled the air, rising in choking waves. The trees, once filled with unseen snipers and lurking shadows, became an inferno. For the first time, the humans were forced into the open. Silhouettes emerged through the smoke, darting between flames, avoiding direct paths. The Zalvath opened fire, plasma bolts cutting through the haze. Several targets fell, but it wasn't enough. The humans adapted instantly, shifting their tactics yet again. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos, followed by the deep thud of mortars. Explosions tore through the Zalvath ranks, sending bodies flying. The humans had anticipated the fire strategy and had prepared countermeasures. They had used the flames against them, directing the Zalvath into a kill zone. Vereshkal barely had time to process the mistake before the first wave of close-quarters attackers struck. They moved like ghosts, slipping through the gaps in the formation. Blades flashed, rifles fired at point-blank range. Zalvath warriors collapsed in rapid succession, unable to react in time. The commander raised his own weapon, firing at a shadow streaking toward him. The plasma bolt missed by a fraction. The human twisted midair, avoiding the shot, and landed in a crouch. A single motion and the human's knife was at his throat. The attack never came. The soldier paused, studying him. Vereshkal met the human's gaze, expecting hatred, fury, the savage bloodlust of a primitive warrior. Instead, he saw something far worse. Cold calculation. The expression of a predator that had already won. Then, as if hearing an unheard command, the human withdrew and disappeared into the smoke. Confusion and anger surged through Vereshkal. Why had he been spared? Why show mercy now after such a relentless slaughter? His answer came a moment later when his distress beacon flickered with an incoming transmission, not from his fleet, but from an unknown source. A human voice, calm and composed, filled his ears. "You lost the moment you set foot here. We let you run. We let you burn the forest. We let you think you had a chance. But this was never a battle. It was a lesson." Vereshkal's blood ran cold. This entire engagement had been orchestrated. The humans had controlled every moment, every move, forcing the Zalvath into predictable responses, each one leading to another defeat. They had not been fighting for survival. They had been demonstrating superiority. "You don't belong on this planet," the voice continued. "Leave while you still can." The transmission cut off. A moment later, a piercing siren echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't a retreat signal. It was a warning. The final stage of the hunt had begun. Vereshkal barely had time to react before the attack began. The siren was not a retreat call. It was an execution order. The humans had spent the entire engagement dismantling his army, piece by piece, waiting until the exact moment they were weakest. Now, they were delivering the final blow. Gunfire erupted from all sides. The burning forest did nothing to slow the humans down. If anything, it forced the Zalvath into tighter formations, making them easier targets. Precision shots cut through the smoke, striking weak points in armor, dropping soldiers instantly. The remaining forces fired back wildly, but every plasma bolt was wasted. The humans never stayed in one place long enough to be hit. Vereshkal watched in horror as his best warriors fell one by one. The Zalvath were trained for war, bred for conquest, yet they had never faced anything like this. The humans didn't fight with brute force. They fought with intelligence, patience, and terrifying efficiency. Every move had been planned, every counter accounted for. A roar of engines overhead signaled the arrival of the Zalvath gunships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Heavy cannons rained down energy blasts, scorching the earth, clearing a path. Soldiers rallied, pushing forward toward the drop zone, desperate for extraction. Then the first gunship exploded. A single projectile, fired from the dense treetops, struck the craft in its underbelly. The blast ripped through its engines, sending it spiraling downward. It crashed into the battlefield, crushing several Zalvath beneath its wreckage. The other gunships veered, trying to evade the unseen threat, but it was too late. One by one, they were picked off midair. The humans had let them come. Let them think salvation was near. And then, as they had done since the battle began, they had torn that hope away. The remaining soldiers abandoned all sense of order. They ran, scattering in every direction, driven by pure survival instinct. But there was nowhere to go. The humans were everywhere, waiting in the shadows, striking without warning. It was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Vereshkal fought his way through the chaos, plasma rifle blazing, trying to reach the last functional transport. A dozen soldiers followed, but only a handful made it. The rest were dragged down into the smoke, their screams cut short. He reached the ramp, turning back for one final glance at the battlefield. There was nothing left. The mighty Zalvath war machine had been reduced to ash. His fleet, his warriors, his command, all gone. Not by overwhelming force, but by something far worse. The humans had made them feel fear, had broken them before the final shot was fired. As the transport ascended, Vereshkal's communicator crackled. The same voice as before, calm, unwavering. Run back to your empire. Tell them what you saw. Tell them why this planet is off limits. And if you ever return, we won't just hunt you. A pause. We'll wipe you out. The transmission ended. Below, the battlefield burned, littered with the remains of his once proud force. And in the shadows, watching, waiting, the humans stood victorious. Not because they had superior numbers. Not because of their technology. But because they had been predators all along.
The galactic dominion of Zithar was not known for its patience. It was known for its highly efficient military, its ruthlessly bureaucratic system, and its deep-seated belief that everything should be labeled correctly, which is why the current situation was causing widespread panic among its top strategists. A single word, flashing ominously on the central war room screen, had thrown the entire Zithar command into disarray. Unknown. How? Supreme Coordinator Vorsk barked. Is this possible? The room was filled with top-tier tacticians, battle-hardened warlords, and at least one guy whose only job was to refill the Supreme Coordinator's coffee. And yet no one had an answer. The unknown entity had appeared a few rotations ago on Cathal 4, a planet known primarily for its mining operations and general lack of anything remotely interesting. Yet in the span of 3 days, mining production had plummeted by 98%. The local law enforcement had stopped responding to messages, and 14 different emergency distress signals had been sent, all featuring frantic screaming, explosions, and in one baffling instance, the sound of something that could only be described as aggressive yodeling. "What are we dealing with?" Vorsk demanded. Grand Marshal Krithil, a being who had personally orchestrated the annihilation of 12 planets before lunch, cleared his throat. "We believe it's a human." Silence, then murmurs, then a loud, incredulous snort from someone in the back. "A human?" Vorsk repeated, incredulous. "Yes, Supreme Coordinator," Krithil said, shifting uncomfortably. "One human, unarmed, well, mostly unarmed. Reports indicate he has, improvised weapons." "Improvised?" Vorsk narrowed his eyes. The Grand Marshal hesitated. "Sir, the last official report states he took down an armored patrol using..." He cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed. "A spoon, 3 beer bottles, and a rather aggressive attitude." This time, the entire war room erupted in laughter. "A human, A single unarmed human had thrown an entire Dominion-controlled planet into chaos. It was ridiculous. Humans were stubborn and loud, but they weren't unstoppable warriors. This was obviously just some bureaucratic mistake, one that the Supreme Coordinator would now efficiently correct. "Deploy the Ceifadores de Cathal," Vorsk commanded. At this, the room fell completely silent. Someone audibly swallowed. "Sir," Krithel said carefully, "the Ceifadores are our most elite force. They're meant for high-priority planetary-level operations." "And you're telling me this situation isn't high priority?" Vorsk shot back. Krithel hesitated. "Well, no, but then send them," Vorsk snapped. "This embarrassment ends now." A single human humiliating the Dominion. Unacceptable. The Ceifadores would fix this mistake immediately. They just had no idea what they were walking into. Deep within the command ship Exacta, the Ceifadores de Cathal prepared for deployment. They were the best of the best. Hardened veterans of 1,000 campaigns, killers so efficient that entire civilizations had surrendered upon hearing they were en route. And right now, they were bored out of their minds. Captain Drex paced in front of his squad, tail flicking in irritation. "Let's go over the mission one more time." Lieutenant Ven clicked his mandibles. "With all due respect, Captain, we're being sent to neutralize a single human. This isn't a mission, this is a minor inconvenience." Drex stopped pacing. "Oh, so you think you're above this?" "Above? No," Ven said, "but I do think this is overkill." Sergeant Harak, a towering reptilian, rumbled in agreement. "One human will be back before my tea cools." The squad chuckled. Arrogantly, Drex scowled. "I don't like it. Something feels off." He turned to the holo display, showing a grainy surveillance image of their target. The human, identified only as Jack Crash Malone, was sitting in what could generously be described as a bar, if one's definition of bar included collapsing furniture, flickering lights, and an overall sense of bad decisions. Jack was smiling, not in the way most species smiled. His expression had an unmistakable quality of someone who knew something you didn't, and was enjoying the hell out of it. "Doesn't matter," Ven said, stretching his secondary arms. "We land, we find him. We capture or kill him, end of story." "Fine," Drex growled. "Drop in 5. The bar, officially named the Rusted Larynx, had seen better days. Also, worse days. Also, frankly, just too many days. Jack Malone sat at the counter, swirling the last of his beer. He had been on Cathal 4 for about a week, and in that time he had 1. Annoyed the local security forces. 2. Accidentally started a minor riot. 3. Discovered that Zethar beer had a criminally low alcohol content. Now, as the ominous hum of a dropship filled the air outside, Jack sighed. "Guess they finally sent the big boys." The bartender, an aging reptilian named Grob, wiped a grimy glass. "You seem weirdly calm for someone about to be obliterated." Jack grinned. "Calm? Nah, just hydrating." The bar doors slammed open. The Ceifadores marched in. 10 of them, moving with perfect synchronization, weapons raised, visors glowing ominously. Jack downed the rest of his beer. Captain Drex stepped forward. "Jack Malone, by order of the Zethar Dominion, you are under arrest." Jack nodded thoughtfully. Then he stood up. Then he cracked his knuckles. Then he smiled that smile again. Then, and this was the part that would haunt the Ceifadores for years, he placed his beer mug down with an almost reverent care and said the words that would alter the course of history. "Hold my beer." For precisely 3 seconds, the Ceifadores de Cathal did nothing. Not because they were afraid. No, fear was an emotion long since trained out of them. They hesitated because the situation made no tactical sense. This was a single human, unarmed, drunk, standing in the middle of a dimly lit bar that smelled vaguely of failure and fried grease. And yet, none of them moved. Drex was the first to snap out of it. "Restrain him." Ven stepped forward, reaching for his stun cuffs. "Human, you are coming with us. And if you cooperate, we..." Jack moved. One moment he was standing there, looking dangerously amused. The next, his chair was airborne. Ven barely had time to register the incoming projectile before it hit him square in the face. His visor shattered, his mandibles clacked together, and his body made an undignified arc before slamming into the wall. The bar erupted into chaos. Drex roared, raising his pulse rifle, but before he could fire, Jack was already in motion. He grabbed the closest object, a wooden bar stool missing a leg, and swung it with the enthusiasm of a man who had long since given up on responsible decision-making. It connected with Harak's chest armor. Now, Harak weighed twice as much as Jack. His armor could withstand ballistic rounds. His training made him resistant to blunt force trauma. None of that mattered when a very determined human put his full body weight into an absurdly committed swing. The force knocked Harak backward, sending him crashing into two of his squadmates like a very angry domino. Jack didn't stop. He ducked under a plasma bolt, grabbed a half-empty bottle from the counter, and, for absolutely no logical reason, took a quick sip before throwing it. The bottle hit a wall, exploded into glass shards, and somehow set part of the ceiling on fire. Grob, the bartender, blinked at the flames. Huh, thought this place was fireproof. Jack grinned. Yeah, me too. Drex, now thoroughly done with this nonsense, activated his grave whip, a weapon that could restrain even the most violent creatures in the galaxy. He flicked his wrist, sending the whip cracking toward Jack's legs. Jack sidestepped. The whip wrapped around a support beam instead. Drex's eyes widened. Oh no! Jack, still holding onto the end of the whip, gave a single polite nod. Then he pulled. The beam gave way. A significant portion of the ceiling collapsed. Half the safer doors were buried in rubble. The other half was stumbling through the dust, coughing and swearing in at least 3 languages. Jack dusted off his hands. Well, that was dramatic. Drex dragged himself from the wreckage, furious. You think this is funny, human? Jack considered this. Kinda. Drex's hand darted to his belt, grabbing his sidearm, and Jack, with surgical precision, grabbed a fryer basket from the counter and threw it. It hit Drex's wrist. He yelped, gun flying from his grip. Jack caught it. Silence. The remaining Safadoris froze. Jack tilted his head, inspecting the weapon. Huh? Fancy! He pointed it at Drex, who was still processing how the hell this had happened. Jack smirked. Your turn. Drex had trained for every possible combat scenario. He had been ambushed, outnumbered, outgunned, outmaneuvered, and still won. His brain operated on cold efficiency, analyzing threats, calculating weaknesses, finding the optimal course of action. And yet, at this exact moment, all it could produce was, how? How did this happen? Jack Malone stood there, holding Drex's own sidearm, casually inspecting it like a man deciding whether to buy a cheap souvenir. His posture was relaxed, his expression infuriatingly smug. The remaining Safadoris didn't move. Their training manuals had not covered this. Jack clicked his tongue. I gotta say, this thing is surprisingly light. What's the setting on this? He squinted at the side of the weapon. Oh, stun! That's cute. Drex lunged. Jack sidestepped. Drex, still moving at full force, slammed into a very sturdy table. The table, showing no mercy, remained intact. Drex, however, did not. He slumped to the ground with a pained grunt. Jack grinned. Well, that was unfortunate. The rest of the squad snapped out of their shock. Harak, still shaking debris from his armor, charged. He was built like a living tank, his people descendants of war beasts, his hand-to-hand combat skills legendary. Jack picked up a bar stool and threw it directly at Harak's knees. It was not a tactical move. It was not an elegant strike. It was, however, deeply effective. Harak's legs betrayed him. He tripped, fell forward, and landed with a sound that could only be described as expensive. Jack whistled. That sounded painful, big guy. You okay? Harak did not respond. He was too busy reconsidering his life choices. At this point, the remaining Safadoris decided that maybe, just maybe, This wasn't going as planned. Jack stretched his shoulders. So, we done here, or do I gotta keep embarrassing you guys? No one answered. Jack nodded. Cool, I'll take that as a yes. He turned toward the bar, casually placing Drex's sidearm back on the counter. Grob, who had been watching all of this while continuing to polish the same glass, raised an eyebrow. You're just letting them go? Jack shrugged. Eh? They're not really a threat anymore. Behind him, the surviving Cephadores were very carefully pulling their fallen comrades out of the wreckage, moving with the silent agreement that they should leave immediately. Drex, still dazed, managed to push himself upright. He looked around at the wreckage. His squad, once the pride of the Dominion, was now bruised, battered, and very much defeated. And Jack Malone? Jack Malone was ordering another beer. Drex's eye twitched. This was supposed to be a routine mission, an easy victory, a footnote in their history of great conquests. Instead, they had lost to a single human, and worst of all, the bastard hadn't even broken a sweat. Drex forced himself to stand. He turned to his squad. We're leaving. No one argued. As they limped toward the exit, Jack lifted his drink. Safe travels, fellas. Try not to get your asses kicked next time. Drex did not respond. He was too busy plotting revenge. Supreme Coordinator Vorsk stared at the depressingly incomplete report in front of him. It was not the kind of report he was used to reading. Normally, reports from the Cephadores de Cathal contained detailed breakdowns of successful missions, usually accompanied by statistical charts and at least one threateningly formal request for a bonus. This one was different. This one was just 3 sentences long. Mission failed. Cephadores suffered 100% tactical disruption. Recommend immediate reassessment of human threat levels. Vorsk pinched the bridge of his nose. So you're telling me that one drunk human single-handedly dismantled our most elite military unit? Grand Marshal Krithil, whose job security had taken a severe hit in the past hour, shifted uncomfortably. That is an accurate summary, yes. Vorsk inhaled slowly, counting to 10, then exhaled through his teeth. Fine, he said, voice dangerously calm. If the Cephadores were insufficient, we will escalate the response. Deploy a full battalion. Lock down the planet. I want that human and whatever unnatural force protects him neutralized. Krithil hesitated. Sir, if I may, I don't think sending more troops will solve the problem. Vorsk's eye twitched. Are you suggesting we surrender to a single human? No, Krithil said quickly. I'm suggesting we, think strategically. Perhaps there's an alternative approach. Vorsk folded his arms. Explain. Krithil cleared his throat. Well, sir, it appears that conventional tactics are ineffective. But humans have one notable weakness. They are incredibly susceptible to bad decisions. Vorsk frowned. And your point is? Krithil straightened. We don't need to fight the human. We just need to outmaneuver him. Vorsk tapped his fingers on the desk. Go on, Krithil smirked. Jack Malone was enjoying his drink. The bar had been half destroyed, but Grob had heroically declared that as long as the liquor shelf was still standing, they were open for business. Jack respected that kind of commitment. He took a sip. Then he noticed the silence. Cathal 4 was never silent. There was always background noise, drunken arguments, machines whirring, something probably exploding in the distance. Not now. Jack put down his drink. Outside the bar, the street was empty. The usual crowds, the merchants, the pickpockets, all gone. Jack exhaled. Well, that's ominous. Then from the distance came a voice, amplified through a Dominion-class tactical speaker. Attention, human, Jack sighed. Oh boy, the voice continued. This is the Galactic Dominion. We have your ship. Jack blinked. Wait, I have a ship? Grob raised a scaly eyebrow. You don't? Jack shrugged. I didn't think so, but now I'm questioning everything. Outside, the voice pressed on. We have also confiscated your supplies, your funds, and your... There was a pause, then slightly less confidently. Your entire stockpile of alcoholic beverages. Silence. Then Jack, in a very calm, very deliberate tone, said, "They did what?" Grob froze. "Jack, buddy, stay calm." Jack's eye twitched. "Calm." Grob slowly moved behind the counter. "Jack, I need you to listen to me. Whatever you're about to do." Jack stood up so fast, the stool fell over. "Oh, it's on now." Jack Malone had many personal rules. Rule number 1, never start a fight you can't finish. Rule number 2, always have an escape plan. Rule number 3, do not, under any circumstances, forgive the theft of alcohol. The Dominion had just broken rule number 3 in the worst possible way. Grob, who had witnessed many terrible things in his years running a bar, had never seen a human this visibly vibrating with rage. Jack cracked his knuckles. "All right, where are they keeping my booze?" Grob peeked over the counter. "Jack, I need you to pause for a second and consider." Jack was already heading for the door. Grob groaned. "Of course you're not gonna pause." The Dominion thought they had planned for everything. They had set up roadblocks, placed armed patrols, and locked down every major exit from the city. They had not, however, planned for Jack Malone's complete and utter disregard for logic. The first checkpoint was guarded by 4 heavily armed Zethar troopers. Jack strolled up casually. One of the guards raised his weapon. "Halt! Identify yourself!" Jack pointed at his own face. "You serious? I'm the guy you just announced to the entire planet." The guards hesitated. Jack smiled. Then he grabbed a nearby trash can lid and hurled it like a goddamn frisbee. It hit the first guard in the face. The second guard raised his rifle, but Jack was already on him, grabbing the barrel and jerking it upward. A plasma shot scorched the sky. Jack headbutted him. He went down like a sack of bad decisions. The remaining 2 guards backed up. Jack grinned. "Want to rethink your life choices?" The guards looked at the unconscious bodies of their comrades. Then they looked at Jack. Then they dropped their weapons and ran. Jack shrugged. Smart. Back at Dominion High Command, Supreme Coordinator Vorsk watched the security feed in real time. He turned to Grand Marshal Krithil. "Would you like to explain why 2 fully armed soldiers just abandoned their posts out of sheer terror?" Krithil rubbed his temples. "Sir, at this point I don't think logic applies to the situation." Vorsk gritted his teeth. "Deploy the remaining units. Crush this human." Krithil hesitated. "Sir, if I may, what if we, didn't do that?" Vorsk glared. "Are you suggesting we negotiate with this lunatic?" Krithil exhaled slowly. "I'm suggesting that everything we throw at him only makes him angrier. And now that he thinks we stole his alcohol, I'm fairly certain we've created a problem of cosmic proportions." Vorsk ignored him. "Send in the mechs." Krithil closed his eyes. "Of course, sir. What could possibly go wrong?" Jack arrived at the Dominion storage facility to find a very large, very heavily armored war mech standing guard. It locked onto him immediately. "Warning! Trespasser detected. You have 5 seconds to comply." Jack cracked his neck. Yeah, heard it before." The mech aimed its cannons. 4. Jack looked around. 3. Jack spotted a nearby forklift. 2. Jack grinned. 1. Jack gunned the forklift forward at full speed. The mech fired. Jack swerved, barely dodging the blast. The forklift, moving at a frankly irresponsible velocity, rammed into the mech's left leg. The mech staggered. Jack jumped off the forklift mid-motion, grabbed onto a maintenance ladder, and scaled up to the mech's back. The mech's AI struggled to adjust. "Error! Trespasser is..." Jack ripped open a panel and started unplugging things. "Dismantling primary systems." Jack kicked the power core. The mech shut down. Jack dusted off his hands. "And that's why you don't cheap out on your engineering department." He turned toward the warehouse doors, already grinning. Time to get his booze back. The warehouse doors slid open with a heavy metallic groan. Jack Malone stepped inside. Rows upon rows of crates stretched before him, each one stamped with the insignia of the Zethar Dominion. The air smelled of stale bureaucracy and misplaced confidence. Jack cracked his knuckles. "All right, Let's see where these bastards stashed my booze. He took 2 steps forward and immediately stopped, because standing between him and the crates were 24 fully armed Zethar soldiers. At the center of the group stood Drex. His armor was scratched, his pride shattered, but his rage was very much intact. Jack grinned. "Hey, you're that guy I threw into a table." Drex's eye twitched. "Kill him!" The squad opened fire. Jack dived behind a crate. Plasma bolts exploded around him, searing holes into the metal floor. A bottle shattered nearby, and Jack felt something deep inside him die a little. They were hitting the liquor. These monsters were destroying the very thing they stole. Jack took a deep breath. Then he stood up. A normal person would have tried to run. Jack? Jack picked up the nearest bottle, took a sip, and hurled it. It smashed against a soldier's helmet, covering him in high-proof alien liquor. Jack grabbed another bottle, and a lighter. Drex's eyes widened. "Oh, shit!" Jack lit the bottle and threw it. The flaming projectile hit the liquor-soaked soldier. There was a whoosh, then a scream, then chaos. Jack vaulted over a crate, dodging return fire. He grabbed a second bottle, smashed it against a console, and used the jagged edge as an improvised weapon. One soldier rushed him. Jack sidestepped, tripped him, and sent him face first into a crate labeled "Extremely Fragile, Do Not Tip Over." It tipped over. There was a deep, unsettling hum as something inside the crate activated. Then, from the far side of the warehouse, a mechanical voice rumbled to life. "Security protocol engaged." Jack blinked. "Oh, that can't be good." The crate exploded outward, revealing a Dominion-class combat drone the size of a small shuttle. Jack turned to Drex. "You guys are just full of bad ideas, huh?" The drone locked onto the nearest heat signature. Unfortunately for Drex, that was him. The drone opened fire. Drex barely had time to dive for cover. Jack took the opportunity. He sprinted forward, vaulted onto a crate, grabbed a Dominion-standard pulse rifle from a fallen soldier, and slid across the floor like an action hero who had no regard for personal safety. He fired as he went, hitting anything that looked expensive. One shot hit the warehouse's gravity stabilizer. The room lurched. Then, with a sudden jolt, gravity reversed. Jack, Drex, the soldiers, the crates, everything went airborne. Jack twisted midair, grabbed onto a hanging support beam and cackled. Drex, meanwhile, was flailing wildly. Jack waved. "Having fun?" Drex's response was drowned out by the sound of soldiers slamming into the ceiling. Jack swung toward the exit, dodging debris. Below him, no, above him now, the drone was still firing wildly. Jack spotted his liquor stash floating just past the exit. He pushed off the beam, twisted in 0G, and snatched a bottle out of the air. As he flew past Drex, he tipped the bottle in salute. "Thanks for holding on to this for me." Then he kicked off a floating crate, spun toward the control panel, and hit the emergency reset button with the butt of his rifle. Gravity snapped back to normal. Jack landed perfectly. Drex face planted onto the floor. Jack smirked. "And that's why you don't mess with a man's beer." Jack Malone strolled out of the warehouse like a man who had just finished a productive day at work. Behind him, the facility was a flaming, sparking, structurally unsound disaster. Dominion soldiers lay scattered across the floor, groaning. The combat drone was lodged halfway through a wall, still occasionally twitching like it was reconsidering its life choices. And in Jack's hand, a pristine, untouched bottle of premium liquor. He popped the cap, took a sip, smiled. Perfect. Across the city, Supreme Coordinator Vorsk was watching the security feed in stunned silence. Grand Marshal Krithel sighed heavily. "Sir, I believe we have reached the point where continued resistance is unwise." Vorsk did not respond. He was too busy having what historians would later call a small personal crisis. Jack wiped his mouth, sighed contentedly, then looked directly into the nearest security camera. "All right, fellas, you had your fun, but I'm going to need one of you bureaucratic types to give me a ride off this rock, preferably before I start getting creative." Vorsk felt a full-body shudder. He turned to Krithel. "Give him whatever he wants. Just get him off this planet." Krithel nodded. Jack leaned back in his seat, feet propped up on the dashboard of the shiny new Dominion transport shuttle. Grob sat beside him, looking equal parts baffled and exhausted. "You just, demanded a free ride." Jack took a sip from his bottle. "Didn't see them arguing, did you?" Grob rubbed his face. "You know, in all my years of watching people annoy the Dominion, I have never seen them fold that fast." Jack grinned. "Yeah, well, turns out they value their property more than their pride, and I made it very clear that if they didn't get me off-world, I'd start getting bored." Grob shuddered. "And boredom leads to bad decisions." Jack took another sip. "And bad decisions lead to, well, you saw." Grob exhaled. "So, what now?" Jack stretched. "Think I'll find a new planet? Get a drink? Maybe not cause an intergalactic incident this time." Grob squinted. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" Jack grinned wider. "Not even a little." And with that he took another drink, kicked back, and watched the stars stretch into infinity.
Welcome, esteemed representatives of the Galactic Confederacy, to what might be the most important briefing of your careers. Possibly the last briefing some of you will ever need. Commander Vaslik clicked his mandibles together in what passed for a smile among the Vespiri. The faint blue bioluminescent patterns on his exoskeleton pulsing with barely contained amusement. The assembled diplomats, 32 species in total, shifted uncomfortably in their ergonomically designed seats within the gleaming amphitheater of the Confederacy Diplomatic Purse Academy. My name is Commander Traz Vaslik, head of Xena Security for Nexus Station, and I've survived 17 direct encounters with humans, which, as some of my colleagues would happily point out, makes me either extremely lucky or remarkably bad at dying. A nervous titter rippled through the audience. Vaslik's reputation preceded him. The scars on his carapace, most notably the missing section of his lower right arm, were not ceremonial. They were souvenirs from what the official report described as cultural misunderstandings. Today's mandatory session addresses what our bureaucrats call classification anomaly H3. The rest of us just call it the human problem. Vaslik tapped his remaining front limb against the podium control panel. Behind him, a holographic image materialized, a bipedal creature with minimal external protection, no visible natural weapons, and a bizarrely exposed sensory cluster atop its frame. "Behold," Vaslik announced with practiced dramatic flair, "the only known sentient species in our galaxy that is simultaneously classified as an unarmed civilian and a deadly apex predator." Yes, you heard that correctly. He paused, scanning the room with his compound eyes, savoring the confused expressions across multiple species' faces. Both categories. At once. The same creature that our Cultural Exchange Committee invites to diplomatic dinners is also the subject of 3 separate Confederation-wide combat threat assessments. The classification system that has served us for 12 millennia didn't just fail with humans, it had a complete nervous breakdown. Vaslik leaned forward, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that nonetheless carried throughout the room. "And your job, distinguished representatives, is to interact with these creatures without becoming a statistic in my next briefing. So pay attention. Your continued existence rather depends on it." Vaslik flicked to the next hologram, displaying a complex chart with branching taxonomies. For those of you new to intergalactic diplomacy, the Confederacy's sentient species classification system has been the backbone of our peaceful coexistence for 12,000 years. Every species fits somewhere in this elegant framework. Well, every species except humans. The chart expanded, revealing dozens of categories and subcategories. We have herbivorous diplomats, carnivorous warriors, omnivorous traders, silicon-based philosophers, gas giant negotiators, hive-mind strategists. We even have a classification for the sentient fungal networks of Tau Ceti. But humans? Vaslik laughed, a sound like crackling electricity. Humans broke Archive Administrator Pelzum's brain. The hologram shifted to security footage from 6 standard years earlier. A tall, willowy being with translucent skin and 4 arms frantically manipulated data screens while surrounded by arguing committee members. This is actual footage from what we now call the categorization crisis. Poor Pelzam, who had cataloged 317 species without incident, spent 9 consecutive days trying to force humans into our existing framework. The audience watched as the recorded Pelzam's movements became increasingly agitated, culminating in them throwing all 4 arms up and collapsing into their chair. Pelzam first tried classifying humans as non-threatening omnivorous traders, similar to the Mercantos of Rigel 7. Then a human delegate accidentally crushed a Mercanto's appendage during what they called a friendly handshake. Next classification attempt. The footage jumped forward. Pelzam then tried categorizing them as potential combatants, like the warrior drakids. But unlike drakids, humans possess no natural armor, no venomous secretions, no slashing appendages. They're essentially soft, squishy bags of mostly water. Next classification attempt. Vaslik clicked through several more failed categorization attempts. The committee observed humans exhibiting predatory pattern recognition, persistence hunting psychology, and pack bonding behaviors typical of apex hunters. Yet their diplomats fainted at the ceremonial blood feast of the Karzak delegation. Their warriors wept at poetry readings. Their scientists exhibited both precise calculation and wild intuitive leaps. Vaslik expanded a final document on the display. After the famous Pelzam meltdown, "They're fine now. Just transferred to archive maintenance. The Confederacy created this." The first ever dual classification protocol. Humans are officially categorized as both Class 1 protected non-combat diplomatic entities and Class 5 potential biohazard predatory species. Every human interaction now comes with 17 warning protocols and a mandatory medical team on standby. He clicked his mandibles together in that unsettling smile again. In simple terms, treat them like they're made of explosive glass, while remembering they could probably tear your limbs off without their combat technologies. And they wonder why we're nervous around them. Let's discuss why these protocols exist in the first place, Vaslik continued, bringing up a new hologram displaying an ornate meeting chamber. This is footage from what our historians delicately call the first official interspecies diplomatic incident. I call it the day Ambassador Torvik learned physics the hard way. The footage showed a grand chamber with representatives from 7 different species arranged in a ceremonial circle. A small delegation of humans entered, dressed in formal attire that looked absurdly restrictive. Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminari Collective, Vaslik narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings. The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vaslik identified, career diplomat, known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminari's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. "Computer, freeze and enhance," Vaslik commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminari. Calcium structures. Vaslik brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part. Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. Slow motion. Focus on Ambassador Blackwood, Vaslik instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. Watch her eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward. Vaslik changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance, at least 1.5 galactic standard units, to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vaslik paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood Protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vaslik announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Nemari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Nemari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. "Thank you, Commander," Nemari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. "I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes." This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. "Let's start with basics," Nemari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Nemari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. Yes, you heard correctly, Namari confirmed before they could speak. Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology. The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers, their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards, can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them. Namari displayed footage of humans running across vast distances. On their death world, humans evolved as persistence hunters. They pursue prey until it collapses from exhaustion. Many Confederacy species would die attempting to maintain the average human's baseline cardiovascular output. And yet, the doctor paused dramatically. These same beings can be killed by ingesting certain plants, consuming common minerals, or through allergic reactions to microscopic proteins. They're simultaneously incredibly durable and bewilderingly fragile. Commander Vaslik stepped forward. I can personally attest to human resilience. During the Nexus Station pressure failure 3 cycles ago, I witnessed human maintenance technician Jamal Morris survive 17 minutes in near vacuum conditions while repairing the emergency bulkheads. According to everything we know about carbon-based life, he should have died within 2 minutes. Instead, he finished the repairs, passed out, received medical treatment, and returned to duty 3 days later. Vaslik's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with what the audience recognized as sincere amazement. When I asked how he survived, Morris just shrugged and said, "You gotta do what you gotta do." This casual disregard for what should have been certain death is, unfortunately, typical human behavior. They don't even recognize how absurdly resilient they are by galactic standards. Dr. Namari nodded solemnly. This combination of durability, adaptability, and complete lack of self-preservation instinct makes humans uniquely dangerous. They don't know when to stop. Sometimes they don't even know when they're injured. And most concerningly, they consider this normal. Physical capabilities are only half the equation. Vaslik continued as Dr. Namari's display shifted to neural mapping models. What truly makes humans unique is their psychological framework. Or as my security team calls it, the predator mindset in diplomat packaging. The holographic display showed comparative brain scans from various species. Most apex predators in the Confederacy, like the Karzak or Drakids, have straightforward threat response patterns. Territory, resources, hierarchy. Predictable. Humans? They exhibit predatory cognitive patterns we've never seen combined in a single species. Vaslik highlighted specific neural pathways in the human brain model. The persistence hunting mentality I mentioned earlier isn't just physical, it's psychological. Humans don't give up. Most predators abort a hunt when energy expenditure exceeds potential caloric gain. Humans will continue pursuing goals long past the point of rational return. They call it determination. Our psychological analysts call it disturbing single-mindedness. The display shifted to problem-solving comparison metrics. Unlike specialized hunters, humans are generalized problem solvers. They don't rely on superior strength or speed. They use pattern recognition, tool adaptation, and environmental manipulation. When blocked from a goal, they simply find another approach, then another, then another. They have a saying that perfectly captures this mentality. If the front door is locked, try the windows. Nervous tittering rippled through the audience. Perhaps most unsettling is their tendency to personify everything. Vaslik brought up footage of humans interacting with machines, plants, and inanimate objects. They assign personalities and intentions to non-sentient entities. Their maintenance workers name their tools. Their scientists develop emotional attachments to research equipment. They speak to plants, This behavior seems harmless until you realize its implications. Vasilic paused, letting the tension build. It means humans can develop predatory focus on literally anything they interact with. Unlike rational predators who hunt only appropriate prey, humans can fixate on solving any problem. Whether that's hunting for food, negotiating trade agreements, or figuring out how your technology works. The display switched to footage of human children engaged in various activities. This looks innocent, yes? These are human offspring playing. Note the similarities to combat training. They're practicing chasing, hiding, building, destroying, strategizing, all while developing social bonds with their peer group. They're simultaneously training for both predatory behavior and complex social cooperation. A particularly disturbing clip showed small humans building an elaborate trap using simple materials. This isn't taught behavior. Those children devised that mechanism independently. Now imagine that creativity applied when a human feels threatened. Vasilic's bioluminescence dimmed to a serious blue. The final warning in this section: never back a human into a corner. All predators become dangerous when trapped, but most become predictably aggressive. Humans become unpredictably creative. They will use anything available: objects, environment, knowledge to overcome the threat. And they won't stop until they've succeeded or are physically incapable of continuing. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. So if you're wondering whether that friendly human ambassador can transform into a resourceful killing machine, when provoked, the answer is an emphatic yes. The transition can happen faster than most species can register a threat response. And they might apologize afterward, genuinely not understanding why you're so disturbed. Theory is one thing, practical experience is another, Vasilic said, bracing himself against the podium with his remaining limbs. Let's review some notable diplomatic incidents that highlight precisely why these protocols exist. Consider these case studies in what not to do. The holographic display shifted to footage of an ornate garden setting where various diplomats mingled. Nexus Station botanical reception, 3 cycles ago. Ambassador Pollen Song of the Florian Collective is engaged in pleasant conversation with human trade representative Marcus Okonkwo. The footage showed a plant-based being with delicate frond-like appendages conversing with a tall, broad-shouldered human male. The human was smiling, gesturing enthusiastically. Note Representative Okonkwo's animated communication style. Humans consider this friendly engagement. Now watch what happens when he attempts to initiate what humans call a friendly pat on the back. The audience collectively flinched as the human's hand made contact with the Florian's upper foliage structure. The plant being immediately wilted, several fronds detaching completely as it collapsed. Ambassador Pollen Song spent 17 days in intensive botanical restoration. Representative Okonkwo was devastated when informed that what he considered gentle contact had the equivalent force of a small meteor impact on the Florian's cellular structure. Vasilic switched to another clip. This next incident centers on human emotional expressions. Humans use a vocalization called laughter to indicate amusement, camaraderie, and surprisingly, sometimes discomfort. Unfortunately, this sound triggers fight or flight responses in several Confederacy species. The footage showed a diplomatic reception where a human female told what appeared to be a joke. When she and several other humans burst into laughter, 3 Vexillian delegates immediately discharged their defensive ink clouds, but temporarily blinding everyone in a 3-meter radius. The resulting chaos caused diplomatic relations to deteriorate for nearly a full cycle. We now provide specialized audio dampeners to species with sensitivity to human vocalizations. Vasilic's mandibles clicked in grim amusement as he brought up the next clip. And now, the infamous coffee incident at last cycle's Galactic Summit. For those unfamiliar, coffee is a psychoactive stimulant beverage that humans consume in vast quantities. They consider it essential for proper functioning. The footage showed a human delegate accidentally knocking over a container of dark liquid, which splashed onto a gelatinous Morphean diplomat. The Morphean immediately began changing colors rapidly, vibrating, and expanding to twice its normal size. What you're witnessing is the unintentional drugging of Ambassador Glooptrix. The caffeine and various alkaloids in the coffee were absorbed through the Morphean's semi-permeable membrane, resulting in what humans might call one hell of a trip. It took 3 medical technicians to stabilize the ambassador, who afterward described the experience as transcendent and has since requested coffee at every diplomatic function. Several nervous laughs rippled through the audience. If you must attend gatherings where humans will be present, I have compiled these essential survival tips, Vazlik continued, displaying a list. First, maintain minimum safe distance at all times. Second, if a human seems excessively friendly, increase that distance immediately. Third, never accept food or beverage without consulting xenobiological compatibility charts. Fourth, if a human invites you to what they call a party, request security escort. Their recreational gatherings often involve ritualized intoxication that makes them even less predictable. Vazlik's bioluminescence pulsed with what the audience recognized as deep concern. Speaking of human intoxication rituals, these deserve special attention. Humans voluntarily consume substances that impair their judgment, alter their perceptions, and often increase their already dangerous physical capabilities. They call this having a good time. We call it playing chemical roulette with an apex predator. The display showed footage of humans engaged in various celebrations, their behavior becoming increasingly erratic. Note how intoxicated humans become louder, more physically demonstrative, and paradoxically, more insistent about expressing affection toward others. Their inhibitions regarding physical contact decrease precisely as their ability to control their strength deteriorates. This combination has resulted in more diplomatic incidents than all other causes combined. Vazlik's tone became deadly serious. If you encounter humans engaged in intoxication rituals, contact security immediately. Do not attempt to join the fun. Several diplomats have learned this lesson the hard way. Ambassador Zrel of the Sepharan Dominion still can't look at fermented grain products without his chromatophores displaying trauma patterns. As we conclude this briefing, Vazlik said, straightening his posture, let me summarize the essential safety protocols for human interaction. Your continued existence may depend on remembering them. The display showed a concise list of guidelines. 1. Maintain physical distance unless specifically trained in human safe contact procedures. 2. Never make sudden movements that could be interpreted as threats. 3. Be aware that humans consider sustained eye contact both a sign of respect and a potential challenge, depending on context. 4. Always clarify linguistic ambiguities. Humans use extensive metaphors that don't translate well. 5. Remember that, despite appearances, you are dealing with apex predators who genuinely believe they're being gentle. Vazlik highlighted an additional section on the display. Understanding human emotional cues is perhaps your most valuable survival skill. Unlike most sentient species, humans broadcast their emotional states through facial micro-expressions. Our database contains over 3,000 documented human expressions. But you need only recognize these critical warning signs. The display showed close-up images of human faces. Bared teeth without crinkled eyes indicates aggression, not friendship. Narrowed eyes and flared nostrils suggest imminent physical response. Reddening facial skin indicates either emotional distress or physical exertion, both potentially dangerous. And perhaps most important, when a human goes completely still and quiet after previous animation, evacuate the area immediately. Vazlik moved from behind the podium, his bioluminescent patterns shifting to a more serious configuration. Despite everything I've covered today, I want to emphasize that humans make exceptional allies. Their predatory persistence, when directed toward mutual goals, is unmatched in the Confederacy. Their problem-solving abilities have resolved conflicts we considered intractable. Their bizarre tendency to empathize, even with alien species, creates diplomatic opportunities impossible with other predator species. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. In my 40 cycles of security work, I found humans to be simultaneously the most dangerous and most cooperative species we've encountered. They'll risk their lives to save creatures they met mere minutes ago, then accidentally injure them while celebrating the rescue. They're walking contradictions, and somehow that makes them perfect diplomats for our chaotic galaxy. Vaslik paused, surveying the room. Your survival odds when dealing with humans are approximately 94.3%, which are actually the best statistics for any apex predator encounter in Confederacy records. Just remember, if a human wants to kill you, you'll probably be dead before you realize there's a threat. If a human injures you accidentally, they'll feel worse about it than you do. His bioluminescence pulsed with what seemed like mischievous anticipation. Now, for the practical portion of our briefing, I'd like to introduce a special guest who will demonstrate proper cross-species greeting protocols. Please welcome human diplomatic liaison Parker Mbeki. From the back of the lecture hall, a seat that had appeared empty throughout the presentation suddenly moved. A figure stood up, a medium-height human with dark skin and a warm smile. The diplomatic representatives nearest to the human recoiled in shock, several activating defensive measures. "Don't panic," Vaslik said, clearly enjoying the chaos. Liaison Mbeki has been here the entire time, observing our briefing. Consider this your first lesson in human unpredictability. They can be remarkably stealthy when they choose to be. The human raised both hands in what the briefing had described as a non-threatening gesture and spoke in a surprisingly melodious voice. "Thank you, Commander Vaslik, for that interesting introduction to my species. I promise I'm not nearly as dangerous as he suggests. At least not today." The human's mouth curved into what the briefing had identified as a smile with humorous intent. The lecture hall erupted in a cacophony of translated exclamations, alarm signals, and nervous defensive displays as the diplomats realized a member of the galaxy's most confounding predator species had been sitting among them all along.
Look, I'm not saying humans are the best species in the galaxy at handling other species' offspring. That would be bragging, and we try to stay modest about our various talents. I'm just saying that when Ambassador Krill of the Vrexthier Dominion came storming into Starbase 247's premier interspecies care center demanding to know my qualifications, I might have been a bit too honest. "I once successfully babysat a litter of Terran wolverines," I said, adjusting my name tag that read Parker Maxwell Chief Assistant Caretaker, and I still have all my fingers. The ambassador's secondary mouth twitched, which I'd learned was either a sign of amusement or imminent violence with their species. Given that all 4 of their arms were currently crossed, I was betting on the latter. You consider this. Relevant experience. The universal translator couldn't quite capture the mix of incredulity and disdain in their voice, but their spinal ridges were doing that peculiar ripple thing that basically screamed, "You absolute moron." I shrugged. A gesture that I'd discovered was wonderfully ambiguous across most species. Well, they were particularly grumpy wolverines. Had to bottle feed them every 2 hours. They tried to eat my face 3 times before breakfast, but we worked through our trust issues. Behind the ambassador, my boss, the esteemed Dr. Nix L.A., a Centaurian with far too many degrees in xenopediatrics, was making their equivalent of a face palm. All 6 of their eye stalks were curled in what I'd come to recognize as mortified embarrassment. But here's the thing about humans that most species don't quite get. We have this incredibly useful ability to be completely truthful while simultaneously underselling and overselling ourselves. It's a talent born from millennia of dealing with job interviews and first dates. Besides, I continued, gesturing to the playpen where I'd successfully managed to get a baby Jovian gas floater to share its favorite hydrogen snacks with a young Martian crystal crawler. I'm pretty good at improvising. Did you know that Arcturian slug tots really love bubble wrap? Keeps them entertained for hours. We just have to make sure they don't try to eat it. The ambassador's upper set of eyes narrowed while their lower set widened, a classic Vrexthier expression of confused calculation. I could practically see them running risk assessments in their head. Their species was notorious for being protective of their young, to the point where this was the first time in recorded history they were even considering leaving their cubs with non-Vrexthier caregivers. And what they finally asked, mandibles clicking in what I assumed was suppressed anxiety, makes you think you could handle Vrexthier cubs? We are apex predators. Our young can bite through titanium alloy before they learn to walk. I grinned, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my special emergency snack, a protein bar that could survive a nuclear blast and probably predated the formation of several small stars. Good thing I always carried titanium-grade teething toys then, and snacks that could double as building materials if we ever need to construct an emergency shelter. That got me another mandible click, but this time it was accompanied by that weird chirping sound that meant either they were amused or planning my imminent demise. In my experience, there was usually about a 50-50 chance either way. Dr. Nix LA had finally recovered enough to glide forward, probably to try and salvage the situation with actual professional credentials and statistical safety records. But before they could speak, one of the ambassador's cubs, who had been suspiciously quiet until now, launched itself from its hiding spot behind their parents' ceremonial robes directly at my face. Now, most species would flinch. It's a natural reaction when 8 pounds of razor-sharp claws and teeth are hurtling toward your relatively soft and puncturable head. But anyone who spent time around Terran cats knows exactly what to do in this situation. I caught the cub mid-leap, redirected its momentum into a gentle spin, and ended up with an armful of purring Vrexthier youngling, who was now trying to groom my hair with its secondary tongue. "Oh yeah," I said casually, scratching under the cub's chin with my free hand. "I also used to volunteer at a big cat sanctuary. You should see my lion whispering credentials." And that, my friends, is how I ended up responsible for the first Vrexthier cubs ever entrusted to non-Vrexthier care. Though in retrospect, maybe I should have mentioned the wolverines had actually been stuffed animals, and my cat sanctuary experience was mainly cleaning litter boxes. But hey, how much trouble could a few apex predator cubs really be? Narrators note the answer, as it turns out, was quite a lot of trouble indeed. Remember how I said Vrexthier cubs can bite through titanium alloy before they learn to walk? Well, it turns out that's not just proud parent bragging, it's actually a massive understatement. By the end of my first hour with the triplets, I'd gone through 14 indestructible toys, 3 reinforced play mats, and 1 very unfortunate maintenance droid that made the mistake of beeping too aggressively in their general direction. "Okay, kids," I said, watching as little Trix systematically dismantled what had previously been an industrial-grade climbing frame. "Let's try something different." Vex and Rix, the other 2 cubs, paused their game of who can headbutt the hardest to stare at me with all 4 of their eyes. I'd quickly learned that this level of focused attention from Vrexthier cubs usually preceded either a brilliant moment of interspecies bonding or complete chaos. The odds were about 10 to 90 in favor of chaos. I reached into my emergency kit, which by now resembled a doomsday prepper's panic room, and pulled out my secret weapon, a roll of bubble wrap. The cub's head frills perked up immediately. "Now I know what you're thinking," I said, slowly unrolling the precious cargo. "This looks suspiciously like that boring force field material your parent wrapped around your transport pod. But watch this." I popped 1 bubble. The reaction was instantaneous. All 3 cubs froze, their sensory whiskers vibrating at what I'm pretty sure was the exact frequency of pure joy. Their secondary mouths dropped open in perfect synchronized amazement. "Yeah," I grinned, popping another bubble. "That's right. Each one makes its own unique sound. It's like a puzzle and a snack wrapper combined." Of course, that's when Ambassador Krill decided to make their surprise inspection visit. They burst through the door in full diplomatic regalia, probably expecting to catch me failing miserably at handling their precious offspring. Instead, they found their cubs sitting in a circle, taking turns carefully popping bubbles with their claws while I taught them how to make different pitch sounds by varying the pressure. We'd even worked out the first few notes of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Though our version sounded more like a garbage compactor having an existential crisis. The ambassador's mandibles did that weird twitchy thing again. "What exactly are you doing with my cubs?" Teaching them the basics of acoustic physics through interactive play, I replied smoothly. "Thank you, 3 years of working in retail, I could now BS with the best of them. It helps develop fine motor control and promotes cooperative learning behaviors." I carefully didn't mention that I'd discovered this technique by accident when I was unpacking some new equipment, and the cubs went absolutely bonkers over the sound. Sometimes the best teaching moments come from happy accidents and mild property damage. And this is safe. They eyed the bubble wrap suspiciously, probably trying to calculate its tensile strength and toxicity levels. Completely harmless, I assured them. Though I should warn you, they might try to recreate the popping sounds at home by crushing your furniture. But hey, at least they're not eating it anymore, right? That's when little Vex decided to demonstrate their new skill by performing a perfect rendition of what I'm pretty sure was the Vrextheer national anthem in bubble wrap pops. The ambassador's secondary mouth dropped open in what I hoped was impressed surprise rather than horrified rage. That's actually the traditional hatchling's first hunt melody, they said weakly. How did they? Oh, you know how it is, I waved casually. Kids pick up everything. Yesterday they learned about gravitational constants by watching me chase down a floating Jovian infant who got too excited about their lunch. Did you know that if you combine anti-grav diapers with pureed quantum carrots, you can break at least 3 laws of physics? The ambassador made a sound that might have been a laugh, if laughs could sound like someone strangling a saxophone. You are. Not what I expected, Caretaker Maxwell. Thanks. I think I was about to elaborate when the station's lights flickered ominously. The Cubs, naturally, took this as a signal to begin their favorite game, let's all pounce on Parker at once. As I went down under a pile of happily chirping apex predator babies, I caught sight of Dr. Nix L.A. in the doorway, their eye stalks all pointing in different directions, never a good sign. Parker, they said in that too calm voice that meant something had gone terribly wrong, we may have a slight situation developing. And that's when the real fun began. Remember kids, always keep extra bubble wrap in your emergency kit. You never know when you'll need to entertain a group of alien cubs during what's about to become the most interesting shift of your career. You know that moment when everything goes wrong at once, and you realize all your jokes about being prepared for anything are about to be put to the test? Yeah, this was that moment. The station's lights didn't just flicker this time, they died completely, leaving us in the eerie red glow of emergency lighting. The gentle hum of environmental systems, that background noise you never notice until it's gone, faded into silence. And because the universe has a sense of humor, this happened right as Ambassador Krill was leaving for the biggest diplomatic summit of the cycle. The backup systems will engage momentarily, Dr. Nix L.A. assured everyone, their eye stalks swiveling independently to monitor all corners of the room. Though I noticed they were slowly backing away from the door, which was never a good sign. They were right about the backup systems engaging. They were wrong about it helping. The ventilation kicked in with a wheeze that sounded like a chain-smoking elephant trying to play a kazoo. The air that began circulating had a distinctly wrong quality to it, not immediately dangerous, but definitely not the carefully maintained atmospheric mix our various species needed. I watched as the environmental readout on my wrist display, standard issue for all caregivers dealing with multi-species children, began showing numbers that made absolutely no sense. The temperature was fluctuating wildly, humidity was doing things that defied several laws of physics, and the atmospheric composition was starting to resemble a bad day on Venus. This is suboptimal, I said, using what Dr. Nix L.A. called my suspiciously calm human voice. The Vrextheer cubs, who had been contentedly shredding their 15th set of unbreakable toys, suddenly went still. Their sensory whiskers began vibrating in that way that meant they were picking up something the rest of us couldn't yet detect. Given that Vrextheer evolved as apex predators on a death world that made Australia look like a petting zoo, this was concerning. The summit chamber, Ambassador Krill's voice crackled through the emergency comm system, appears to be sealed, with all of us inside it. By all of us, they meant every adult Vrextheer on the station, along with about 24 other species diplomatic representatives, which explained why the cubs' whiskers were doing their best impression of seismographs during an earthquake. They could sense their parents' growing anxiety. The environmental systems in the summit chamber are struggling, the ambassador continued, their voice carrying that special tone that meant I'm trying very hard not to panic but seriously considering it as an option. That's when I noticed the temperature was dropping. Not in the gentle someone left the window open way, but in the who ordered liquid nitrogen for breakfast way. The cubs huddled closer together, their scales beginning to dull, a sure sign they were getting too cold. Dr. Nix L.A.'s eye stalks all curved into what I recognized as their were completely screwed position. The emergency shelter is 3 levels down, they said, but with the lifts non-functional and the main corridors potentially compromised. I looked at my charge's 3 Vrextheer cubs, 2 Jovian gas floaters gently bobbing near the ceiling, a clutch of Martian crystal crawler eggs that were starting to pulse worryingly, and various other assorted alien younglings who all had very specific environmental needs that were rapidly not being met. Right, I said, reaching for my emergency kit. Time for Plan H. Plan H. Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks straightened in confusion. Yeah, you know Plan Human. I started pulling out supplies, emergency thermal blankets, portable atmosphere generators, and yes, more bubble wrap. Because when all else fails, you can count on humans to come up with a completely ridiculous plan that has no business working but somehow does anyway. The cubs perked up as I pulled out the bubble wrap, probably hoping for another music lesson. Sorry kids, this time it was for insulation. Though I had to admit, the popping sounds might come in handy for keeping everyone calm during what was about to become the galaxy's most unusual evacuation. Dr. Nix LA, I said, wrapping the crystal crawler eggs in thermal blankets while simultaneously using my foot to prevent Trix from eating a piece of the now failing environmental control panel. I'm going to need you to trust me on this one. All 6 of their eye stalks focused on me with laser intensity. The last time you said that, we ended up with a zero-gravity ballet performance by the Plutonian slug tots. Hey, they won first prize in the station's talent show, didn't they? I grinned, already mentally plotting our route to the emergency shelter. Besides, this time will be much more interesting. We're about to attempt something that's either going to be a brilliant display of human ingenuity or the galaxy's most memorable daycare disaster. The lights flickered again, and the temperature dropped another few degrees. The cubs huddled closer to me, their scales now a concerning shade of gray. Chorus of chirps, whistles, and what might have been either excited squeals or warning sirens, it's hard to tell, with Jovian gas floaters, suggested that at least some of our charges were up for it. The rest were probably just looking forward to the chaos that inevitably followed human emergency planning. And chaos, my friends, was about to become our best friend. Because when you're responsible for a dozen alien kids with wildly different biological needs, and everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, sometimes the only solution is to embrace the madness and hope your species' reputation for pulling off the impossible holds true for just one more day. Spoiler alert, it did. Though I'm still not sure how we're going to explain the thing with the maintenance droid and the makeshift petting zoo to station management. Listen, I've had some interesting days as a daycare worker. There was the time we had to convince a baby Neptunian cloud whale that the station's plasma conduits weren't food. Or that memorable afternoon when a Martian crystal crawler decided to metamorphose a day early and we all learned that soundproof rooms aren't necessarily crystalline psychic resonance proof. But leading a parade of alien children through failing station corridors while juggling environmental needs that contradicted several laws of physics? That was definitely going in my top 5. Everyone stay together, I called out, checking my wrist display for the umpteenth time. Jovian floaters, remember your buddy system. No tricks. The wall panels are not snacks, I don't care how shiny they are. Dr. Nixele glided alongside me, all 6 eye stalks swiveling in different directions like the world's most anxious surveillance system. The atmospheric pressure is becoming problematic. That was an understatement. The corridor ahead was starting to look like a heat mirage, which was impressive considering it was also approaching temperatures that would make a penguin ask for a sweater. The station's environmental systems weren't just failing, they were having what humans would call a mental breakdown. Okay, time for a creativity check, I muttered, pulling up short at a junction. The cubs, who had been surprisingly well behaved, only 3 attempted escapes and 1 half-hearted attempt to eat a light fixture, clustered around my legs. We've got 3 possible routes to the emergency shelter. One's too hot, one's too cold, and one's got gravity fluctuations that would make a roller coaster jealous. Perhaps we should, Dr. Nixele began, but they were interrupted by a distant sound that reminded me of a garbage disposal trying to digest a metal chair. Change of plans, I announced, quickly distributing emergency gear. Everyone grab a buddy and a thermal blanket. Jovian floaters, you're our advanced scouts. Those gas bags of yours are perfect for detecting pressure changes. Crystal crawler eggs go in the insulated carrier, and somebody please make sure Vex stops trying to adopt that maintenance droid. The droid in question beeped pathetically as Vex attempted to groom it with their secondary tongue. At least the cub's parental instincts were kicking in at a convenient time. But the designated evacuation routes, Dr. Nixele protested, are probably about as useful as a chocolate teapot right now, I finished, already hurting our charges toward what maintenance logs labeled as Storage Shaft 7B, but what I discovered was actually a pretty decent shortcut during my late-night snack runs. Sometimes you have to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the maintenance shafts. That's when I unveiled my secret weapon, the anti-grav cart I'd modified for just such an occasion. Well, technically I'd modified it for moving heavy supplies, but I'd always suspected it might come in handy for an impromptu evacuation. "All aboard the HMS, please don't let this plan fail," I announced with more cheer than the situation probably warranted. Crystal crawler eggs in the padded compartment, smaller species in the main carriage, and Vrextheer cubs. Well, you three just keep doing what you're doing. What they were doing, as it turned out, was forming a surprisingly effective honor guard around the cart, their predator instincts apparently extending to protecting smaller species in times of crisis. Who knew apex predator cubs could be so helpful when they weren't trying to eat the furniture? "This is highly irregular," Dr. Nixle observed as I began securing everyone in place with a combination of safety harnesses and what might have been slightly too much bubble wrap. "Irregular is what humans do best," I replied, checking the cart's power supply. Besides, irregular beats frozen, cooked, or subjected to gravity that can't make up its mind. The next 20 minutes were a blur of problem-solving that would have made MacGyver proud. We used emergency thermal blankets as makeshift slides over the really bad patches. The Jovian floaters turned out to be excellent at neutralizing gravity fluctuations when properly motivated. Turns out they really like those quantum carrots I keep in my emergency kit. And the Vrextheer cubs? They apparently have a previously undocumented talent for detecting structural weaknesses before they become structural failures. Left here, I called out as Rix's whiskers started vibrating like crazy. 3 seconds later, the corridor we would have taken collapsed with a sound that suggested the station's architects might want to review their warranty policies. We had to stop twice, once for an emergency diaper change that violated at least 3 laws of thermodynamics, and once because the Martian crystal crawler eggs decided this was the perfect time to start their pre-hatching harmonics. Do you know how hard it is to maintain a stable resonance field with makeshift equipment, while also preventing 3 overexcited Vrextheer cubs from investigating what they probably thought was the world's most interesting sound toy? But the real challenge came when we reached the final stretch. The emergency shelter was just ahead, through a section of corridor that was alternating between sauna and deep freeze every 30 seconds. "Well," I said, looking at my charges who were all displaying various species-appropriate signs of either excitement or terror with some species, "it's really hard to tell the difference, who's ready to learn about human timing." Dr. Nixle's eye stalks all curved in that way that meant they were calculating the odds of survival and not liking the results. "Please tell me you're not planning what I think you're planning." I grinned, pulling out my last emergency thermal blanket and what was definitely not supposed to be a repurposed plasma conduit regulator. "Doctor, let me introduce you to a time-honored human tradition, the running grid ball play." As I started explaining my plan, I could have sworn I heard the station itself groan in anticipation. Or maybe that was just another environmental system giving up the ghost. Either way, we were about to give the station security cameras footage that would probably end up in both the How Not to Handle Emergencies training videos and the Why Humans Are Terrifying orientation package for new diplomatic staff. The best part? This wasn't even the craziest part of our day. That was still coming up. But hey, at least the cubs were having fun. Though I'm pretty sure teaching them to use their natural electromagnetic field generation abilities to help power makeshift environmental shields wasn't in my job description. Then again, neither was turning an emergency evacuation into an impromptu physics lesson, but sometimes you have to multitask. Here's the thing about emergency shelters: they're great in theory, but they tend to forget that emergency doesn't always mean exactly the kind of emergency we planned for. When we finally reached the shelter's entrance, I discovered 2 very important facts. First, the environmental controls were stuck in what the display helpfully described as default mode, which I'm pretty sure was computer speak for good luck dealing with this mess. Second, the backup power system was being about as cooperative as a cat at bath time. "Well," I said, staring at the control panel that was blinking in what I chose to interpret as a mocking manner, "this is less than ideal." Dr. Nixle's eye stalks were doing their best impression of an anxiety-driven interpretive dance. The shelter's atmospheric processors cannot maintain separate environments for multiple species in this condition. The cubs, who had been remarkably well behaved during our adventure through the station's maintenance shafts, chose this moment to demonstrate why their species was considered the galaxy's apex predators. Trix started methodically testing the shelter's wall panels for structural weaknesses, while Vex and Rix coordinated what appeared to be a tactical assessment of the ventilation system. That's when I had what Dr. Nixle would later call one of those terrifying human moments of inspiration. "Hey kids," I said, reaching into my now considerably lighter emergency kit, "who wants to help build a fort?" The universal translator hiccuped, trying to convey the concept of fort to multiple species at once, but some ideas transcend language. The cub's whiskers perked up immediately, and even the Jovian gas floaters bobbed with interest. Parker, Dr. Nix LA said in that tone that meant they were trying very hard to be patient, "This is hardly the time for implementing an emergency environmental control solution using available materials and cooperative effort." I grinned, already laying out supplies. I couldn't agree more. "Tricks, sweetie, that support beam is load-bearing. Let's find you something else to chew on." What followed was either the galaxy's most impressive display of improvisational engineering or its most elaborate playdate, possibly both. We used thermal blankets and portable force field generators to create separate environmental zones. The Vrexthier cubs, it turned out, were surprisingly good at maintaining the structural integrity of our makeshift habitats once I convinced them it was a game of protect the nest. The Jovian floaters used their natural buoyancy to help create air circulation patterns that would have made a fluid dynamics professor weep with joy. The crystal crawler eggs, which had finally decided to start their hatching sequence, actually helped stabilize the temperature gradients with their crystalline resonance. This is Dr. Nix LA observed as our shelter within a shelter took shape, actually working. "Never underestimate the combined power of desperate humans and cooperative children," I replied, using bubble wrap and emergency sealant to reinforce a particularly tricky corner. "Besides, this isn't even the craziest thing I've built with daycare supplies. Remember the great glitter incident of last month? We had unanimously agreed never to speak of that again. The real breakthrough came when little Riex, who had been watching me jury rig a pressure regulator, suddenly chittered in what I recognized as their 'I have an idea' sound. Before anyone could react, they had gathered their siblings and positioned them around the main environmental control unit. Of course I snapped my fingers, probably a bit too enthusiastically given how it made the Martian crystal crawlers vibrate. Vrexthier natural electromagnetic field generation. Dr. Nix LA, remember how the cubs were affecting the maintenance droid's circuits earlier? All 6 eye stalks widened in comprehension. "You can't possibly mean to use the cub's natural abilities to help stabilize the shelter's power systems." "That's exactly what I mean." I knelt down to eye level with the cubs. "What do you say, kids? Want to help save the day?" Their answer was to immediately begin generating an electromagnetic field that made my hair stand on end and the shelter's systems light up like a Christmas tree having an existential crisis. Careful with the harmonics, I coached, watching the power reading stabilize. "That's it, just like the bubble wrap music. Nice and steady." The next few minutes were a blur of adjustments, improvisations, and what might have technically been several violations of physics as we understood it. The crystal crawler eggs hatched at exactly the right moment to create a resonance pattern that helped stabilize the cub's electromagnetic field. The Jovian floaters instinctively positioned themselves to optimize air circulation. Even the maintenance droid Vex had adopted got in on the act, its partially rewired systems somehow contributing to our jerry-rigged environmental controls. Parker, Dr. Nix LA said quietly as we watched our various charges work together in what could only be described as a symphony of cooperative chaos. "I believe you may have accidentally invented a new form of xenotechnology." Nah, I waved dismissively, even as I made a mental note to write this up for the Xenopediatrics journal later. This is just classic human emergency improvisation combined with good old-fashioned teamwork. Speaking of which, the shelter's main display, which had been showing various alert messages in at least 12 different languages, suddenly cleared. The power reading stabilized. The environmental controls stopped their impression of a malfunctioning disco and settled into a steady hum. And that's when the shelter's door chimed, announcing the arrival of some very worried alien parents who were about to discover their children had just helped save the day through the power of cooperative fort building. So I said to the cubs, who were looking entirely too pleased with themselves, "Who's ready to show their parents what they learned about emergency management and environmental engineering?" The answering chorus of happy chirps was probably audible 3 decks away, though that might have been because they had figured out how to amplify their vocalizations using the shelter's acoustic systems. Who says you can't combine childcare with advanced xenotechnology? Fun fact, trying to explain to a room full of diplomatic representatives how their children helped save the day through the power of fort building and improvisational engineering is exactly as challenging as it sounds. Especially when half your audience consists of apex predators who are still trying to process the fact that their cubs learned to play musical bubble wrap. So you see, I concluded, standing before the hastily convened emergency session of the station's diplomatic council, the environmental crisis actually provided an unexpected opportunity for practical education in xenobiology, cooperative problem solving, and emergency management. Ambassador Krill's mandibles were doing that thing again, but this time I was pretty sure it was amusement. Probably. I mean, they hadn't eaten me yet, which I took as a positive sign. You turned an emergency evacuation, they said slowly, into a teaching opportunity. Well, technically the kids turned it into a teaching opportunity. I just provided the bubble wrap and refused to panic, I shrugged. Sometimes the best lessons happen when everything goes wrong in exactly the right way. The council chamber erupted in what I chose to interpret as positive chaos. The Jovian representatives were releasing pleased pheromones that made everyone's hair stand on end. The Martian delegation was resonating at their species equivalent of enthusiastic applause. And the Vrextheer. Well, they were doing something with their secondary mouths that looked either very approving or deeply threatening. Furthermore, Dr. Nix L.A. added, their eye stalks curved in what I now recognized as pride. Caretaker Maxwell's methods have resulted in unprecedented advances in cross-species cooperation among our younger charges. The crystal crawler hatchlings have formed a symbiotic relationship with the Vrextheer cubs. And the Jovian floaters are showing remarkable progress in their spatial awareness training. They're using the cubs' electromagnetic fields as navigation beacons, I explained. Turns out apex predator babies make excellent teaching assistants when they're not trying to eat the furniture. That's when Ambassador Krill did something unprecedented in the history of human-Vrextheer relations. They laughed. Not the usual predatory chuckle that made most species check their evacuation routes, but a genuine laugh that sounded like a combination of purring and wind chimes. The Vrextheer Dominion, they announced, mandibles still twitching with amusement, would like to formally request that Caretaker Maxwell be appointed as the official guardian for all Vrextheer young on this station. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of Dr. Nix L.A.'s eye stalks all swiveling to stare at me at once. Thank you, I managed, trying not to show how much I was internally freaking out. Though I should probably mention that my lion-whispering credentials might have been slightly exaggerated. You maintained the safety and well-being of our cubs during a station-wide crisis, Ambassador Krill replied. You taught them valuable skills through what I'm told is the human concept of play, and most importantly, you showed them how to cooperate with other species without compromising their predatory instincts. They paused, all four eyes glinting. The fact that you did this while apparently making up most of your plan as you went along only makes it more impressive. That's kind of our species' specialty, I admitted. We call it winging it with style. And that, believe it or not, is how I became the first human officially entrusted with the care of Vrextheer young. It's also how the station's daycare center ended up with a permanent emergency fort building supplies section, and why the Xenopediatrics manual now includes a chapter on innovative cross-species cooperation techniques, human edition. The cubs? They're doing great. We've moved on from bubble wrap music to what I'm calling synchronized electromagnetic resonance art. The maintenance droid that Vex adopted is now our official classroom assistant, though it still beeps nervously whenever anyone mentions the evacuation incident. Dr. Nix L.A. has stopped having anxiety attacks every time I announce I have an idea, though they do keep an emergency response team on standby, just in case. The crystal crawler hatchlings have formed what amounts to a fan club for the Vrextheer cubs, and the Jovian floaters are teaching everyone the basics of zero-gravity dance. As for me? Well, let's just say my emergency kit now includes twice as much bubble wrap, a complete fort-building toolkit, and a note from the station's engineering department begging me to please warn them the next time I plan to revolutionize xenotechnology through the power of improvised childcare. But hey, at least no one questions my qualifications anymore. Though I still haven't told them about the Wolverines being stuffed animals. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. And if anyone asks how humans became the galaxy's most trusted babysitters, just tell them it's because we know that sometimes the best solution to a crisis is a combination of quick thinking, endless adaptability, and an emergency supply of bubble wrap. Trust me, it works every time. Usually. Most of the time. Okay, at least 60% of the time, but those are pretty good odds in the childcare business. End note: the station's safety protocols now include a section titled The Maxwell Protocols for Unexpected Cross-Species Cooperation. I'm trying not to let it go to my head, but the cubs did make me a crown out of spare parts and bubble wrap, so I think a little pride is justified.
Kieran Thorne didn't expect to start an interstellar incident during his first week at the Galactic Cultural Exchange University, But then again, he hadn't expected the university's cafeteria to serve something that looked like violet mashed potatoes and hissed when poked, either. He stood in the middle of the common room of dorm unit 12, clutching a wriggling carrier in his arms, while a dozen alien eyes, some stalked, some faceted, some surprisingly human, stared at him in absolute horror. From within the carrier, a low growl emerged. "I told you he doesn't like strangers," Kieran muttered, lifting the carrier to eye level. "You're fine, buddy. Just a couple of curious classmates. No need to go full jungle panther." A rounded, translucent being named Velor recoiled, its gelatinous surface rippling violently. "That is not a containment unit. That is inadequate. The predator is alert. Why would you bring such a being into a dormitory unrestrained?" Kieran set the carrier down gently, opened the mesh lid, and reached inside. A striped orange paw slapped his hand. Yeah, I get it, you're the boss." Then he pulled out the cat. It was an average-sized domestic feline, tail twitching, ears tilted slightly back, and eyes glaring with the disdain only a cat could muster. The aliens gasped. "He's not a predator," Kieran said, cradling the cat under its front legs as it dangled. "This is Diesel. He is a house cat. He sleeps on my bed." Silence. Then panic. A tall, insectile being named Herox flared its winged limbs and backed into a wall. "You allow that? That? Apex carnivore to share your resting space? That creature is designed to silence prey without warning. It has retractable claws and forward-facing eyes. It is a hunter." "He purrs when you scratch under his chin," Kieran replied. "He also refuses to eat anything that isn't shaped like a fish or chicken nugget." A flat-bodied creature named Skeen unrolled from the ceiling duct and dropped onto the floor with a wet slop. "You sleep near it voluntarily? While unconscious? You surrender your vulnerability to a predator?" He curls up behind my knees. It's nice, warm. Herox's exoskeleton audibly creaked. "Does it not attack?" "Only if I move too fast during belly rubs." Diesel leapt from Kieran's arms and strutted across the floor like he owned the universe. The crowd parted, terrified. He sniffed a small, rodent-sized being named Triv, who immediately fainted. Kieran knelt to check on Triv, who was breathing, just overwhelmed. Okay, maybe I should have introduced him more gently. "You brought a predator into a peaceful interspecies enclave," Velor bellowed. "I brought a pet cat," Kieran stood up. "Back on Earth, millions of people have them. We've domesticated them for thousands of years." "That creature is not domesticated," Skeen shrieked, eyeing Diesel as he began sharpening his claws on the corner of a low table support leg. "It is performing a territorial display." Kieran picked Diesel up again. "He's also neutered." No one seemed reassured by that. By the time the dorm supervisor, a fuzzy, blue-skinned being named Growlithe, arrived, half the students had barricaded themselves behind furniture, and Diesel had eaten a piece of synthetic fish from someone's tray. Growlithe's domed eyes blinked slowly. "Thorn. What is this?" "This is Diesel. He's my ESA, emotional support animal. Cleared by Interspecies Health Regulations, Section 12, Clause 5. You brought a terrestrial predator into shared housing?" "He's a cat." Growlithe looked at Diesel. Diesel yawned, showing all his teeth. Growlithe sighed. "You will attend a cultural acclimation hearing at midday. Do not let him out of your room again until then." "Yes, sir." Diesel flicked his tail in what Kieran assumed was a gesture of smug victory. Back in his quarters, Kieran set Diesel on the bed and slumped into the desk chair. Diesel immediately curled into a loaf beside his pillow and began grooming his paw with complete indifference to the diplomatic chaos he'd caused. "You know," Kieran said, looking over, "we're not making a great first impression." Diesel sneezed. The hearing was held in a circular room with hovering platforms for various species. Kieran sat alone at the center, Diesel in his carrier beneath the table. A panel of 5 faculty members representing different species presided. Growlithe opened the proceedings. "Kieran Thorne, you are requested to justify the presence of a biological predator from Earth in a shared living space with prey-identified species." Kieran stood. Respectfully, Diesel is not a threat. He's been raised in a domestic environment since he was a kitten. He doesn't hunt, he naps, he eats, he ignores me unless it's feeding time. A being with a long neck and delicate fins named Professor Miel leaned forward. Is it not true that domestic cats retain all instinctual predatory behaviors? In theory, sure, Kieran said. But so do humans, and we've managed to get along with over 600 species on this campus. Your species is not the concern, said a deep-voiced, rock-skinned being named Aurochs. You are an apex predator. You understand the codes of dominance and control. Prey species do not. I can keep Diesel contained, Kieran offered, but isolating him constantly would affect his well-being. He's used to companionship. He sleeps on my bed. That did it. The room erupted. He shares your nesting platform? You allow nightly proximity to a fanged carnivore? Miel tapped a fin on the console. Order, order! Kieran waited until the noise died. Look, I get it. You're not used to this. But humans have lived with cats for thousands of years. They've been part of our civilizations, our homes, our lives. He's not a weapon. He's my friend. He's helped me through the things. He hesitated, then added, I lost someone. Diesel was there. He slept next to me when I couldn't sleep. He woke me up when I forgot to eat. He kept me alive. So yeah, I let him sleep on my bed. I need him. There was silence. Then a small voice from the back, May I see him? It was Triv, the fainting, rodent-like student, now standing with a tremble. Kieran looked to the panel. Growlithe nodded. He knelt and opened the carrier. Diesel blinked lazily and stepped out, tail up. Kieran kept a hand on his back. Triv approached, slowly. Diesel sniffed the air, then sat, beginning to groom a hind leg. Triv inched closer, then stopped. May I touch him? You can try, but he's picky. Triv extended a tiny paw. Diesel stared at it for a long moment, then leaned forward and licked it once. Triv made a squeaking noise and dropped to sit cross-legged on the floor, stunned. Diesel climbed into his lap. The room gasped. Kieran smiled. Told you, he's not so bad. Professor Miel leaned back. Perhaps a monitored integration trial is acceptable. Growlithe nodded. Agreed. Kieran Thorne, Diesel's access to common spaces will be restricted to designated hours and under supervision. Do you accept these terms? Yes, sir. Then this matter is provisionally resolved. As Kieran carried Diesel back to his room, Triv followed him, still wide-eyed. Does he do that often? Choose people? Sometimes. When he likes someone. I have never been liked by a predator before. Kieran laughed. Welcome to Earth culture. That night, Diesel curled up behind Kieran's knees as usual. Kieran stared up at the ceiling, wondering how many more surprises this place had in store. But for now, Diesel was purring, and the galaxy hadn't exploded. Yet, the next morning, Kieran woke up to find Diesel standing on his chest, staring directly into his face, like a disapproving landlord. You need something? Kieran croaked, voice hoarse from sleep. The Diesel blinked once, tail flicking. Then he stepped off slowly and stalked to the door, pausing beside his food bowl with the silent weight of royal expectation. Kieran groaned, swung his legs over the side of the bed and limped toward the nutrition unit. His left ankle gave a tiny pop, probably from the weird way he'd slept, half curled to avoid kicking Diesel. He dropped a pouch of rehydrated chicken blend into the dispenser. You know, I could have gone to any university. Earth has entire planet-side academies, but no. I picked the one with 17 species and not a single cat lover. Diesel didn't respond, already chewing with the enthusiasm of a creature who believed every meal might be the last. By third bell, Kieran arrived at his comparative biology lab and immediately realized something was off. The classroom, normally a hum of clicking mandibles, fluttering tendrils, and low-frequency chittering, had gone silent when he entered. All heads turned toward him. A bipedal student with a semi-translucent thorax and iridescent eyes stepped forward. I have a question, she said, her voice harmonizing across two tones. Is it true that your companion can survive terminal falls? Kieran squinted. You mean Diesel? Yes, it was relayed to me that he can descend from elevated structures multiple times his own height without structural compromise. Cats have a righting reflex, he said. They twist mid-air to land on their feet. Doesn't mean they're invincible. Why? I may have misunderstood the boundaries of terrestrial physics, she admitted. I attempted to replicate the maneuver with my nesting sibling. The results were unfavorable. An awkward pause. You threw your sibling off something? From a ventilation duct. He is still recovering. Before Kieran could respond, Professor Engitha entered, her carapace glinting under the overhead lights. She gestured for the students to take their seats with a wave of her clawed digits. Kieran sat near the back. He noticed Triv already there, seated on a foam perch adapted for his species, eyes locked onto Kieran like he was about to reveal a sacred scroll. Engitha began her lecture on cross-species neural architecture, but partway through, her compound eyes swiveled toward Kieran. Mr. Thorne, your feline's ocular structure, describe its function? Kieran blinked, unprepared. Cats have vertical slit pupils. They adjust faster than round ones. Helps them hunt in low light. Interesting. And the tapetum lucidum? A reflective layer behind the retina. It bounces light back through the photoreceptors, gives them better night vision, makes their eyes glow in the dark. A clicking sound spread through the students. He carries biological night vision, murmured a student with spiraled antennae. Would he be capable of stealth termination in low-visibility environments? Asked another with layered scales. No, Kieran said. He's terrified of ceiling fans. Engitha tilted her head. Yet he is a predator. He mostly attacks my socks. After class, Triv followed Kieran down the corridor. His tiny legs moved quickly to keep pace. I have questions, he said. Of course you do. May I observe Diesel's feeding behavior? You mean watch him eat? Yes, and perhaps his grooming rituals. I've begun a thesis. Kieran sighed. Fine. But if he scratches you, I'm not writing the incident report. That afternoon, Triv arrived at Kieran's room carrying a small tablet and a container of something that smelled like steamed mushrooms. He perched on the edge of the desk while Diesel lay sprawled across the pillow, completely uninterested in company. Triv began taking notes. He appears to be in torpor, he said. He's napping. Does he do this frequently? Yes. And then what happens? Then he wakes up. Sometimes he attacks my feet. Triv recorded this with alarming seriousness. Fascinating. Diesel opened one eye, tracked Triv for a few seconds, then yawned, and resumed his nap. Triv crept closer and extended a tentative paw toward Diesel's tail. I wouldn't. Diesel's paw shot out and batted Triv's wrist gently, claws sheathed. Triv fell backward off the desk in surprise. Kieran leaned over. You okay? I believe I have been accepted into his social circle. Sure, let's go with that. By the evening cycle, a soft chime on Kieran's door signaled another visitor. He opened it to find Skeen, the flat-bodied student who had previously tried to hide in the ceiling duct. I have brought tribute, Skeen announced, holding out a small sachet of dried fish flakes. It is my attempt at reconciliation. You want to feed him? I wish to observe. From a safe distance. Through a barrier, perhaps. Kieran took the sachet and stepped aside. Diesel was now perched on the windowsill, watching light patterns ripple across the dome shielding. Skeen flattened himself against the far wall, pseudopods tucked close. Does he know I am here? Probably. He just doesn't care. Kieran poured the flakes into a dish and set it near the bed. Diesel patted over, gave it a cursory sniff, then began eating. Skeen stared. There is no ritual? No pack hierarchy? No display of dominance? He just eats. I don't understand. Such a creature would rule my homeworld. Diesel rules this room, Kieran admitted. I just pay rent. An hour later, a fourth-year student named Ulan arrived. He was tall, plant-based, and emitted a faint, minty aroma. Without greeting, he stepped inside, holding a spherical device. I heard your feline can detect seismic activity before it registers on standard sensors. Kieran stared. Where are you all hearing this stuff? There is a student forum. His reputation is growing. Some believe he is an oracle. He knocked a water glass off my nightstand. That's it. May I test his response to harmonic tremors? Diesel, now lounging belly up on the rug, sneezed. Ulan activated the device. It emitted a low pulse. Diesel rolled over and stared at it, unimpressed. Then he stood, walked over, and sat directly on top of it. Ulan looked stunned. He is suppressing the anomaly. No, he just likes warm things. I must reevaluate my entire thesis. By nightfall, Kieran had fielded 4 more visitors and was seriously considering putting up a sign. Diesel had received offerings of synthetic feathers, a laser pointer shaped like a beetle, and a miniature hammock that he immediately rejected. Triv remained, now curled up on a folded towel near the base of the bed, scribbling notes with a stylus. "You know this is weird, right?" Kieran said, brushing his teeth. "Extremely." "Okay, as long as we agree." Diesel jumped onto the bed and began kneading the blanket. Triv watched closely. What is this behavior? It's called making biscuits. He's constructing food? No, he's just being a cat. I don't understand him. Neither do I. Kieran turned off the light. Diesel settled behind his knees. From the towel, Triv whispered, "Do you think he would allow me to sleep closer?" "You can try." There was a pause. Then the quiet sound of paws padding across the floor. Diesel sniffed Triv once, then climbed onto his back and curled there like a scarf. Triv didn't move. "I am honored beyond comprehension," he whispered. Kieran smiled in the dark. Welcome to the pride. The next cycle began with a floor-wide alert. Kieran had just finished a protein bar shaped like a hexagonal prism and was brushing crumbs off his shirt when a pulsing green notification blinked across his room's wall display. He tapped it with a grimace, half expecting another diplomatic inquiry about Diesel's aura of menace. Instead, it was a hygiene breach report. Unit 12's ventilation system had registered organic particulate anomalies, traced to a specific room. His. He turned. Diesel was mid-roll on the carpet, flinging tufts of fur into the air like a snow globe in a centrifuge. Oh, come on. Within 15 minutes, a sanitation drone hovered outside his door, accompanied by a staff member from facilities, a pale, amphibious creature with translucent skin and no discernible neck. "I'm required to verify the domestic contamination," the staffer said, peering past Kieran. Kieran stepped aside, gesturing at Diesel, who had now perched atop the desk and was licking one leg while shedding fur at a visible rate. "I offered to vacuum." "The shedding exceeds acceptable density coefficients for shared atmospheric systems," the staffer replied. "This unit is now flagged for mandatory particulate suppression." "So what, you're gonna seal it?" "We will install a microfiltration barrier around the perimeter. You may enter and exit. The feline may not." Diesel sneezed, leapt from the desk, and batted at the hovering drone with one paw. The staffer recoiled. "It recognizes electronic devices as prey?" "No, he just hates buzzing." "We will return with containment mesh." The drone beeped twice and zipped away. Kieran closed the door behind them and turned to Diesel, who now occupied the center of his pillow like a smug monument. "Well, you've been officially declared a biohazard. Congratulations." Diesel rolled onto his back and stretched. By late midday, the mesh had been installed, a faintly shimmering field across his doorway that filtered air and particles but posed no resistance to solid matter. Diesel, apparently unbothered, tested it once with a paw and then ignored it entirely. Triv arrived not long after, holding a stack of data slates and a small container of dried fruit. "They've assigned a secondary air processor to this unit," he said, setting his things down. "Your cat is now responsible for a 10% increase in our energy allocation." He's never satisfied unless he's changing global infrastructure. Triv set down the fruit. "I brought this for you. I wasn't sure if humans snack during stress-induced containment events." "They do, thanks." Triv hesitated. "I also wanted to ask you something. May I collect a fur sample? Kieran raised an eyebrow. For what? There's a theory circulating that Diesel's fur contains allergenic compounds, potent enough to disable Varnathi's respiratory node. Kieran sighed. You're going to find out it's just dander. Still, for science. Fine, use the brush. Triv retrieved the soft-bristled grooming tool from the shelf with reverence, then approached Diesel cautiously. The cat watched him with narrowed eyes, but didn't move. One slow stroke, then another. Triv's ears twitched. It's softer than I expected. Don't tell him that, he'll get arrogant. The grooming continued for several minutes, during which Diesel began purring loudly enough to vibrate the desk. I think he's bonding with you, Kieran said. Triv looked up. How will I know if I'm accepted as kin? If he kneads your stomach like dough or brings you an insect, you're in. Triv tilted his head. That is a gift exchange ritual? More or less. There was a sudden knock. A second-year engineering student with rust-colored scales and a belt full of tools stood in the entryway, fidgeting. I heard about the filtration mesh, she said. I designed an airflow optimization module for enclosed habitats. I thought maybe your cat could help me test diffusion variables. Kieran stared. You want my cat to test your ductwork? Yes, his fur dispersion could be mapped across vector currents. If we introduce trace dye particles to the shedding, we might visualize airflow in real time. Diesel yawned. Fine, Kieran said, but he's not going into any ducts. An hour later, Diesel sat beneath a ventilation intake while the student released a harmless vapor laced with color-reactive particles. As Diesel groomed himself and casually shed, the room's air currents lit up in soft blue swirls, tracing eddies and turbulence patterns. The student gasped. I've never seen such a naturally ideal particulate source. Kieran folded his arms. He's not a machine. No, she said, he's a miracle. Diesel sneezed again. By dusk, the novelty had reached campus security. A large armored being with a single optical sensor and a badge reading Director of Safety arrived at Kieran's door. The creature has triggered 3 non-compliance alerts in shared zones, he said, holding up a tablet. These include unauthorized interception of food trays, occupation of restricted perches, and tail contact with a sensitive panel in the hydroponics bay. He got out? Apparently by crawling through a warmth vent. Kieran looked down. Diesel was curled on the bed, eyes closed. He's back now, Kieran said. He probably just followed the smell of shrimp paste. The hydroponics team believes the tail contact initiated a pH fluctuation in the root substrate. Is that dangerous? No. The tomatoes are now unusually sweet. Diesel twitched, then rolled onto his side. The officer stared. You are aware this is deeply irregular. Believe me, I didn't plan any of it. The officer exhaled through a vent in his shoulder. I am recommending an official classification, Companion Presence of Unpredictable Impact. CP. Kieran blinked. You're giving him a designation? It's the only way to document these incidents without triggering disciplinary protocol. Diesel stretched and promptly fell off the bed. The officer made a low, humming sound. He appears uninjured. His pride might be. The following day, Kieran was summoned to the Interdisciplinary Ethics Forum. This time, the panel wasn't about safety or biology. It was about influence. Mr. Thorne, said the chair, a tall, crystalline being who refracted light in subtle rainbows. Your feline companion has inadvertently disrupted 5 separate academic departments, inspired 3 research grants, and now features prominently in 2 art installations. I didn't ask for any of that. We understand. But the question before us is this. Should non-sapient Earth species be subject to cultural impact reviews the same as artificial intelligences? Kieran rubbed his temples. He's a cat. He sleeps 18 hours a day. Yet his presence has altered social dynamics, educational focus, and even local cuisine. Do you deny this? No, I'm just trying to pass my classes. A long pause. Then the chair spoke again. We have reviewed your record. You're a solid student. You've submitted all forms on time, and, remarkably, your companion meets all health and safety requirements, despite his behavior. So, we will not require his removal. However, you may be approached by students and faculty for observational access. You may decline at will. Thank you. And as a final note, the University Cafe has requested your permission to name a beverage after him. Kieran blinked. What kind of beverage? A warm infusion with milk foam and cinnamon? They're calling it the Diesel Curl. Kieran laughed. Sure, just don't tell him. It'll go to his head. Later that evening, Kieran sat on the bed, watching Diesel chase a holographic red dot projected by Triv's new toy. The little rodent-like student was giggling softly, and Diesel, despite his usual aloofness, seemed to be enjoying himself. You know, Triv said, I still don't fully understand how humans live with predators, but I think I'm starting to understand why. Kieran leaned back against the wall. It's not about logic, it's about trust. You share a space with something that could theoretically hurt you, but it doesn't. It chooses not to, and in return, you give it a home. Mutual vulnerability. Exactly. Diesel pounced, missed the dot, and sprawled across the floor with a grunt. Triv laughed again. He's not very coordinated. No, but he's family. Diesel blinked up at them, tail swishing. Triv picked up his tablet. I'm going to write a paper called Domesticated Apex, Functional Paradox in Human-Animal Bonds. Good luck explaining that to your advisor. I'll just show them a picture. Kieran reached over and scratched Diesel behind the ears. For once, Diesel didn't swat him. Everything was, improbably, exactly as it should be.
The problem with being the only xenozoologist on Kepler 186f wasn't the isolation, the deadly predators, or even the perpetual twilight that made Earth's gloomy Seattle winters look positively cheerful. No, the real problem was having no one to appreciate my absolutely brilliant commentary on the absurdity of my situation. Recording day 847, I spoke into my datapad, watching as a six-legged herbivore that I'd nicknamed George munched on the bioluminescent vegetation near my research station. Subject continues to demonstrate remarkable inability to notice when he's being stalked. Betting pool on George's survival remains open. Current odds, not great. I'm Elena Martinez, and somehow I'd convinced the Interstellar Research Council that sending me alone to study the wildlife on humanity's latest colonization prospect was a good idea. Their exact words were uniquely qualified, but I'm pretty sure what they meant was only person crazy enough to volunteer. The research station sat perched on a ridge overlooking the Valley of Perpetual Mistakes. My name for it, not official, though I was working on that. Every day, I watched the planet's various species make questionable life choices from the safety of my reinforced observation dome. The valley featured a lovely mix of dangerous flora, even more dangerous fauna, and the occasional cosmic ray that made Earth's UV index look like a nightlight. But the real stars of my impromptu wildlife documentary were the night stalkers. Picture a cross between a panther, a wolf, and your worst nightmare. Then add 2 extra sets of eyes and the kind of intelligence that makes you seriously question your place on the food chain. They were the apex predators of this world, and they knew it. Night stalker pair approaching from the northeast, I narrated, zooming in with my cameras. Female displaying typical hunting behavior, male following with all the subtlety of a drunk elephant. Reminder to self, update species description, to note that despite evolutionary advantages, some individuals still manage to be absolutely terrible at their jobs. The pair moved like liquid shadows through the phosphorescent undergrowth, their scales shifting colors to match their surroundings. Well, the females did. The male kept cycling through patterns like a malfunctioning Christmas display. I'd spent nearly 3 Earth years studying these magnificent creatures, cataloging their behaviors, and occasionally hiding in my panic room when they got a little too curious about the strange biped in their territory. We'd developed what I like to call a professional understanding. They pretended not to notice me, and I pretended not to notice when they deliberately posed for my cameras. Additional note, I added, suppressing a yawn as I checked the time. Day 847 marks the 3rd consecutive week of night shift observations, because someone, not naming names but it rhymes with Eleanor, forgot that predators are most active during the darkest hours. Future researchers, please remember, coffee does not ship well across interstellar distances. Plan accordingly. Little did I know, my carefully maintained routine of observation and sarcastic commentary was about to be completely upended. The universe, it seemed, had decided that my life wasn't interesting enough. It was about to throw me a curveball that would either make my career or end it, possibly along with my life. But first, I needed more coffee. I'd like to say the universe waited until I'd at least finished my coffee before throwing chaos my way. It didn't. The distress call, if you could call it that, came in the form of peculiar yowling sounds from just beyond my station's perimeter. Now, on a planet where everything either wants to eat you or poison you, often both, investigating strange noises ranks somewhere between juggling plasma cores and licking unknown fungi on the scale of bad ideas. For the record, I muttered into my datapad, if this is how I die, I want my epitaph to read, she died doing what she loved, making questionable decisions in the name of science. The sound came again, weaker this time. My sensors showed no adult night stalkers in the immediate vicinity, which was either really good news or really bad news. In my experience, there's rarely any in-between on Kepler 186f. I grabbed my field kit, sealed my envirosuit and stepped out into the perpetual twilight. The bioluminescent flora cast enough light to navigate by, painting everything in shades of blue and purple. The yowling led me to a dense thicket of what I called sparkleweed, on account of its tendency to shed glowing spores when disturbed. "Oh no," I breathed, spotting the source of the sounds. "Oh no, no, no." There, tangled in the sparkleweed's sticky fronds, were 2 night stalker cubs. Their scales hadn't yet developed the full color-changing abilities of adults, leaving them stuck in a patchy pattern of greys and blues. One was completely trapped, while its sibling made pitiful attempts to free it. "Recording emergency addendum," I spoke quietly. "Day 847, approximately 0300 hours, have discovered 2 juvenile night stalkers, estimated age 3 to 4 months. One severely entangled in Luminara adhesiva sparkleweed. No sign of parent. Cubs show signs of dehydration and distress." The free cub hissed at me, trying to look threatening. It might have succeeded if it hadn't also been hiccuping glowing spores. "Listen here, tiny terror," I said, slowly crouching down. "I know you're trying your best to be scary, but right now you look about as threatening as a grumpy kitten at a disco party." I pulled out my bioscanner, confirming what I'd suspected. They'd been alone for at least 12 hours. In the wild, night stalker cubs never left their mother's side for more than an hour until they reached maturity. Something had happened to their parent, and these 2 wouldn't survive another day without help. Right then, I started unpacking my field kit. Let's add potential death by angry returning parent to my list of workplace hazards. Still better than the faculty meetings back on Earth. The free cub watched with all 6 eyes as I prepared a solution to dissolve the sparkleweed's adhesive. Its sibling had stopped struggling, which worried me more than the prospect of Mama Night Stalker returning to find a human manhandling her babies. "You know," I told the standing cub as I worked, "most xenozoologists get to make their breakthrough discoveries from nice, safe observation blinds. But no, Elena Martinez has to get up close and personal with the offspring of the planet's apex predator. My doctoral advisor would be having an aneurysm right now." The dissolving agent worked quickly, and soon I had one very sticky, very frightened cub free from the sparkleweed. Both cubs were severely dehydrated and covered in glowing spores. They needed medical attention, and I was the only option available on this twilight death world. "All right, children of the night," I said, taking off my outer jacket to make a carrying sling. "Time to trust the weird bipedal alien. I promise the next few hours will be less traumatic than your sparkleweed disco adventure." To my absolute shock, they didn't resist when I gathered them up. The weaker cub actually snuggled into my envirosuit, while its sibling maintained a grumpy but accepting demeanor. "Recording additional note," I whispered as I hurried back to the station. "Either I'm about to make xenozoological history, or I'm about to become the galaxy's shortest-lived amateur veterinarian. Also, someone please tell Dr. Chen back at the academy that yes, Sometimes you do have to interfere with nature. His non-intervention policy can kiss my soon-to-be-eaten backside. The real challenge would come when their mother returned. But for now, I had 2 very important patients to attend to, and a rapidly dwindling supply of coffee to keep me alert for what promised to be a very long night. It turns out treating night stalker cubs is a lot like trying to give medicine to earth cats, if earth cats were the size of small wolves and had enough teeth to make a shark feel inadequate. The good news was that they responded well to basic rehydration and care. The bad news arrived around dawn. Recording day 848, I whispered into my datapad. The cubs are stable, but my security system just picked up an adult night stalker approaching at high speed. Based on size and movement patterns, it's almost certainly Mama. Current survival probability. Let's not think about that right now. I'd prepared for this moment as best I could. The cubs were in my medical bay, which had a reinforced observation window. I stood in plain view, making no sudden movements. Everything I'd learned about night stalkers told me the mother would be able to smell her cubs through the station walls, and hiding them would only make things worse. The mother night stalker emerged from the twilight like a nightmare given form. Her scales rippled with patterns of rage and fear, emotions I'd catalogued many times, but never hoped to see this close. All 6 eyes locked onto me, and I swear I could feel my ancestors' primitive instincts screaming to run. Recording possible final note, I murmured. To whoever finds this, the cubs are in the medical bay, second door on the left. Also, I was right about night stalkers being empathically sensitive to color patterns. Currently, this one is displaying what I'm going to call Code Murder Rainbow. The mother stalked closer, her movements precise and deadly. I kept my breathing steady and spoke in the calmest voice I could manage. "Your cubs are safe," I said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping my tone would help. "They got tangled in sparkleweed, you know, that annoying glowy stuff that sticks to everything. Yeah, I hate it too, but they're okay now. Would you like to see them?" She paused, head tilting slightly. I moved very slowly toward the medical bay window, keeping my movements telegraphed and smooth. The cubs, who had been dozing, perked up at the sight of their mother. They began making excited chirping sounds that I'd previously only heard from a distance. "See? They're fine. Just needed a little help from their friendly neighborhood human." I carefully pressed the button to raise the window's blast shield. "Though I have to say, your parenting style of leaving them alone for 12 hours seems a bit questionable. Not judging, just saying maybe we should talk about proper childcare practices." The mother night stalker's color patterns shifted rapidly, cycling through what I recognized as confusion, relief, and something I'd never seen before. She approached the window, pressing one massive paw against it. The cubs rushed to the other side, leaving glowing paw prints from their still spore-covered feet. "Recording amendment," I said softly, witnessing unprecedented behavior. Subject is displaying non-aggressive investigation of human structure while cubs are present. Also, note to self, clean glowing paw prints off everything later. What happened next nearly stopped my heart. The mother looked directly at me and deliberately sat down. Not the hunting crouch I'd seen them use before an attack, but a calm, almost regal sitting position. Her scales settled into a gentle swirling pattern I'd only seen night stalkers use with their own young. "Well," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "either I'm about to make scientific history, or this is an elaborately planned pre-dinner show. Since I'm feeling optimistic, let's try something really stupid." Moving with the same deliberate slowness, I opened the medical bay door. The cubs immediately bounded out, covering me in more glowing paw prints before rushing to their mother. I stood perfectly still as 300 pounds of apex predator approached me with 2 excited cubs bouncing around her feet. She stopped less than a meter away, lowered her massive head to my eye level, and did something that changed everything I thought I knew about alien intelligence. She blinked, slowly and deliberately, with all 6 eyes. "Recording critical observation," I whispered, as tears began rolling down my cheeks. Day 848 marks the first recorded instance of a night stalker displaying the universal signal of trust toward a human. Also marking the first time a xenozoologist cried in front of her research subject. Maintaining professional dignity is no longer a priority. If someone had told me at the start of my mission that I'd end up running an alien predator daycare, I would have questioned their sanity, their sobriety, or both. Yet here I was, 3 weeks after the sparkleweed incident, watching my security monitors light up with another Night Stalker approach. Recording day 869, I sighed into my datapad. That makes the 4th set of visitors this week. Apparently word of mouth works even when said mouth contains enough teeth to make a tyrannosaur jealous. The approaching Night Stalker moved with an unusual gait, and it didn't take long to see why. Trotting alongside her was a cub with an obviously injured leg. They headed straight for my station's main entrance, which by now had more Night Stalker scent marks around it than a feline social media convention. "Welcome to Dr. Martinez's house of slightly concerning life choices," I announced as I suited up. "Today's special is basic first aid with a side of professional reputation suicide." The mother... I'd started calling her Limpy's mum in my notes, for obvious reasons. Waited patiently as I examined her cub. The little one had managed to get its leg caught in what I suspected was a carnivorous vine trap. These creatures really needed to work on their situational awareness. "You know," I told the mother as I cleaned the wound, "back on Earth, we have this saying about it taking a village to raise a child. I don't think they meant for that village to consist of one slightly unhinged human scientist, but here we are." The original mother and her cub still visited regularly, usually bringing me samples of their kills, because apparently I now qualified for their version of a gift basket. The cubs had taken to leaving glowing paw prints on my windows, which I'd given up trying to clean. My research station looked like it had been decorated by a rave-loving Jackson Pollock. "Recording supplemental observation," I narrated while applying a biodegradable bandage to the cub's leg. "Subject population continues to demonstrate remarkable ability to communicate complex information between family groups. Current theory: they've either developed an extensive gossip network about the helpful bipedal idiot, or they're all laughing at me in a language I can't understand. Both scenarios seem equally plausible." Word spread faster than a rumor in a small-town coffee shop. By the end of the month, I had regular visits from no fewer than 6 different family groups. They brought me their injured, their sick, and occasionally their just plain clumsy offspring. One particularly memorable afternoon, a male Night Stalker, distinguishable by his complete inability to maintain camouflage patterns, showed up with 3 cubs who had gotten into something similar to Earth's poison ivy. "I don't suppose any of you would be willing to fill out a patient satisfaction survey?" I asked the assembled group of predators lounging around my station's perimeter. "No? How about a Yelp review? 5 stars. Great service. Minimal screaming. Excellent with cubs." The adults had taken to hunting in shifts near my station, leaving their cubs in what they apparently considered safe territory while they secured food. This led to some interesting moments when supply ships arrived. "No, Captain Rogers, your eyes are not deceiving you," I explained over the comlink to a very confused delivery pilot. "Those are indeed Night Stalkers napping around my landing pad. Yes, they're supposed to be there. No, they won't eat you. Probably. Just land slowly and try not to look delicious." My daily reports to the Research Council became increasingly entertaining to write. 0600, treated minor laceration on juvenile Night Stalker. 0800, removed parasitic organism from cub's ear canal. 1000, discovered cubs have learned to activate my door's motion sensors for fun. 1200, attempted to explain to adult Night Stalker why cubs cannot live in my station permanently. 1400, failed to explain above point convincingly. 1600, resigned self to role as alien predator kindergarten teacher. The truly fascinating part was watching how the species adapted their behavior around the station. They began marking safe paths for their cubs to follow, creating what amounted to a primitive highway system leading right to my door. The adults would take turns standing guard, their color patterns shifting in what I began to recognize as a complex communication system. "Recording behavioral note," I whispered one evening, watching a young mother being instructed by an older one on the proper way to present an injured cub to me. Witnessing unprecedented cross-generational knowledge transfer. Also witnessing what appears to be the galaxy's first alien predator masterclass in how to train your human. My research station, once a solitary outpost of scientific observation, had become something between a wildlife clinic and an interspecies community center. The original mother, now dubbed First Mum in my entirely professional scientific notes, had taken to leaving fresh kills by my door. I tried not to take it personally when they were still slightly alive. I appreciate the thought, I told her after one such delivery, but I do have food synthesizers. Also, my definition of fresh meat and yours seem to differ significantly on the subject of movement. Perhaps the most surprising development was how the cubs began treating the station as a safe space during their learning hunts. More than once, I'd watched through my cameras as a young night stalker, embarrassed by a failed hunting attempt, would slink to my station for what I could only describe as a pep talk. Yes, I saw you miss that six-legged rabbit thing, I consoled one such visitor. But you know what? When I first landed here, I walked face first into a sparkleweed patch. We all have our off days. The problem with making groundbreaking scientific discoveries is having to convince other scientists you haven't completely lost your mind, especially when your evidence includes video feeds of apex predators using your research station as a daycare center. Let me get this straight, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson said during our monthly video conference, his bushy eyebrows trying to escape his forehead. You're claiming that Kepler 186f's most dangerous predatory species is bringing you their injured young for medical care. No, I corrected him, keeping my face perfectly serious. I'm claiming they're bringing me their injured young for medical care and leaving me thank you gifts in the form of partially dead prey animals. There's a difference. Right on cue, a Night Stalker cub chose that moment to press its face against my window, leaving yet another set of glowing paw prints. All 6 of its eyes blinked at the video feed, and I swear it was grinning. As you can see, I gestured to the window, I'm running what amounts to the galaxy's first alien predator preschool, complete with finger painting, though they prefer to use bioluminescent spores. The Scientific Council's collective expression suggested they were considering whether isolation had finally broken my sanity. Dr. Chen, my old advisor, looked like he was having that aneurysm I'd predicted. This goes against everything we know about predatory species behavior, he sputtered. It violates basic survival instincts. It's happening right outside my window, I finished for him. Would you like me to pan the camera around to show you the 6 adult Night Stalkers currently having what appears to be a parents' association meeting near my landing pad? I did just that, revealing the group of massive predators lounging in the perpetual twilight. One of them, First Mum herself, looked directly at the camera and slowly blinked all 6 eyes. That one's saying hello, I explained. She's also probably wondering why I'm talking to a screen instead of attending to her cub's latest attempts to redecorate my station with glowing paw prints. Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson tried again, while your observations are interesting, we need more concrete data, reproducible results, scientific verification. Oh, absolutely, I agreed cheerfully. I've attached 6 weeks of continuous video footage, detailed behavioral analyses, medical records for 27 different cubs from 12 family groups, and a rather impressive collection of glowing paw print patterns that I'm thinking of submitting to an art gallery. Also, 3 different supply ship pilots have submitted sworn statements that yes, those are actually Night Stalkers napping around my landing pad. The council fell into a stunned silence as they reviewed the data on their screens. I used the moment to wave at another cub who had joined the window art exhibition. I'm also noting, I continued, that this behavior appears to be spreading through the species via social learning. In the past month alone, I've documented 14 new family groups approaching the station, all displaying the same learned behaviors as the original group. I'd demonstrate their greeting ritual, but I'm afraid I can't blink my eyes independently, much less do it 6 times in sequence. Dr. Chen looked like he was about to launch into another lecture about non-intervention in natural behaviors, but I cut him off. Before you say it, yes, I know this defies conventional wisdom about predator species. Yes, I'm aware this will rewrite several chapters in xenobiology textbooks. And yes, I'm absolutely going to name this phenomenon the Martinez effect. If only because I've earned the right to make future students memorize something I discovered while running an alien predator nursery. The council members exchanged glances. Finally, Dr. Thompson cleared his throat. "We'll need to send a verification team," he said weakly. "Wonderful," I beamed at them. "I'll inform the Parents Association. Fair warning though, they may expect the verification team to participate in our weekly hunt-and-seek games. Don't worry, we've only had 3 minor maulings, and those were really more like enthusiastic love taps." As if to punctuate my point, a chorus of Night Stalker cubs began their evening singing practice outside. The sound, somewhere between a wolf's howl and a cat's midnight yowling, caused several council members to jump in their seats. "That's just the evening choir," I explained. "They're still working on their harmony. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe it's story time." The cubs are particularly fond of my dramatic reenactments of Earth wildlife documentaries. The last thing the council saw before I ended the call was a parade of glowing paw prints making their way across my window, accompanied by my voice beginning, "Today on planet Earth." Of course, the universe waited until the verification team was in orbit to throw me its biggest challenge yet. Because timing, as they say, is everything. "Recording emergency log," I gasped into my datapad while running to the station's perimeter. "Day 912. Multiple Night Stalkers approaching station. Something's wrong. Very wrong." The pre-dawn darkness was alive with movement. Every Night Stalker family I'd ever treated was converging on my station, their scales flickering with patterns I'd never seen before. At their center they carried someone, and even in the dim light I could see the blood. It was First Mum, and she wasn't moving. "Oh no," I breathed, rushing to meet them. "No, no, no, you cannot do this to me, not with a team of skeptical scientists about to land." The other Night Stalkers parted as I approached, forming a circle around their injured packmate. First Mum had a massive wound in her side, the kind that meant she'd tangled with something even bigger and nastier than herself. Her cubs, now almost fully grown, paced anxiously nearby. "Recording update," I muttered, pulling out my medical scanner, about to attempt emergency surgery on an adult Night Stalker. If anyone's listening, this is either going to be the greatest breakthrough in xenobiology or my spectacularly stupid last act. The scanner showed massive internal damage. She needed immediate surgery, but my medical bay was designed for cubs, not 300-pound adults. Still, this was First Mum, the one who'd started it all, who'd first trusted me with her babies. "Right then," I announced to the assembled predators. "Family only in the operating room. The rest of you, try not to eat any scientists who might land while I'm busy." What followed was 6 hours of the most intense surgery I'd ever performed, assisted by medical robots and fueled by enough synthetic stimulants to keep a coffee shop in business. First Mum's cubs never left the observation window, their glowing paw prints adding to the thousands already there. When the verification team's shuttle finally broke atmosphere, they were greeted by the sight of dozens of Night Stalkers arranged in concentric circles around my station, all facing outward in defensive positions. In the medical bay, First Mum was breathing steadily, her scales finally showing normal patterns again. "Recording final note," I said, slumping against the wall as the shuttle landed. "Day 912, patient stable, successfully completed first ever major surgery on an adult Night Stalker. Also successfully turned my research station into the galaxy's most heavily defended veterinary clinic." I looked out at the assembled predators, then at the approaching verification team, and couldn't help but laugh. "Welcome to Kepler 186F, I called over the comlink. "Don't mind the welcoming committee, they're just here for their regular checkup." The verification team stayed for 3 months. They left with enough data to fill a dozen dissertations, several minor injuries from over-enthusiastic cubs, and a completely revised understanding of alien intelligence. I stayed, of course. Someone had to run the clinic. "Recording day 1001, I spoke into my datapad, watching First Mum lead her newest litter of cubs toward my station. The Interstellar Research Council has officially designated Kepler 186F as a protected research site, with special emphasis on preserving the unique human-Night Stalker relationship. In related news, they've also approved my request for a bigger medical bay. Apparently, having the galaxy's deadliest predators as character references does wonders for grant applications. First Mum's newest cubs had already mastered the art of leaving glowing paw prints on my windows. The original ones still visited regularly, now bringing their own cubs for checkups. My station's walls had become a living history of generations of Night Stalker families, each set of prints telling its own story. Final observation for today, I said, opening the door to greet my patients. Humans have always had this thing about making friends with predators. From the first wolves that wandered into our camps to the apex predators of an alien world, we just can't help ourselves. But maybe that's our species' greatest strength, the ability to earn trust, to offer help, to build bridges across the greatest of divides. I paused, watching the cubs tumble toward me. That, and our unmatched talent for running interplanetary veterinary clinics with absolutely no proper qualifications whatsoever.
The first thing Larek Sanson noticed when the transport doors hissed open was the smell. Humid and faintly metallic, like someone had tried to boil old coins in a greenhouse. The second thing he noticed was the eyes. Dozens of them. Some large and reflectively black like polished obsidian. Others narrow slits that blinked sideways, all staring at him. Larek stepped off the ramp, adjusting the strap of his duffel bag over his shoulder. He wasn't exactly tall by Earth standards, but here, on the orbital campus of the Intergalactic Cultural Exchange Institute, he may as well have been a walking tower of limbs and awkward stubble. His boots thudded against the smooth floor while the other students, or whatever they were, floated, slithered, or walked with unsettling grace. A voice called his name, sharp, nasal, and a little too excited. Larek Sanson. Human male, correct? He turned and found himself staring at a creature that reminded him vaguely of a praying mantis crossed with a librarian. It wore a sash, bright green with silver stripes, and held a tablet almost the size of its torso. Yeah, Larek said. That's me. I am T-Cole, it replied, tapping the tablet with 2 digits. Your orientation guide, come, we must not delay. Your assigned cohabitant is already in the quarters. Wait, cohabitant? Living partner. It is part of the integration program. You are required to cohabitate with a member of another species for a minimum period of 1 lunar cycle. It promotes understanding and reduces conflict potential. Larek followed Tikal through a wide corridor lined with glowing symbols and platforms that hovered just above the ground. He tried to keep pace, but the guide moved with a speed that suggested wheels rather than legs. Your species has many dietary restrictions, yes? We have provided a storage unit with Earth-standard sustenance. There is also a feline containment zone. Larek paused mid-step. What zone? Feline containment. You registered a companion animal. Species, Felis catas. Breed, unspecified. Designation, Muffin. Oh yeah, she's my cat. You are permitted 1 non-sapient pet. However, your cohabitant was concerned. They arrived at a sliding door which opened with a low chime. Inside, the room was large, clean, and divided into 2 distinct sections. One looked relatively human, bed, desk, a few posters of Earth landscapes projected onto the wall. The other side was a humid, dimly lit area filled with vertical perches and a hammock-like structure suspended from the ceiling. And in the middle of the room, perched atop a shelf, sat Muffin. Her fur was a chaotic mix of gray, black, and white, and her yellow eyes were locked onto the alien across the room. That alien, mouth slightly open and body rigid, was pressed against the far corner. He was tall and thin, with skin that shimmered like oil on water. His arms were long, ending in 3 fingers each, and his eyes were wide, pupilless, and glowing orange. Larek Sanson, Tikal said. This is your cohabitant, Velen of the Otrak species. Velen, this is... Why is it staring at me? Belin's voice was high-pitched and trembling. Larek dropped his bag and walked over to Muffin, who began to purr. He picked her up, cradling her like a baby. Say hello, Larek said calmly. She's my cat. Velen did not move. That is not a cat, that is a predator. It was watching my thoracic vein. It was calculating something. Yeah, probably whether she could nap on your hammock. Relax, she's harmless. Velen didn't relax. He backed further into the corner. Her teeth are visible. She's yawning, means she's bored, not bloodthirsty. Nicole watched the exchange with academic interest. This is an excellent start to cross-species bonding. I will make a note of the emotional distress and update the observer drones. Good day. The door closed behind him, leaving Velen and Lyric in silence, broken only by Muffin's purring. I will not sleep while it is outside containment, Velen said. She's not going in a cage. That's her room too. Valen's eyes flicked to Muffin, who was now curled on Lyric's bed. Then I will build a barrier. It turned out Velen was a talented engineer. By the next evening, he had constructed a translucent dome around his sleeping area, complete with a pressure seal entrance and integrated alarm system. Muffin tried to jump on it once and slid off with a disgruntled chirp. Velen nearly fainted. The following week was filled with orientation lectures and cultural workshops. Lyric sat through seminars on galactic etiquette, interspecies dietary taboos, and the importance of never touching an Elthari's tail crest. He met other humans, but there were only 6 of them on the entire station. The rest were from over 100 different planets. I don't get it, Lyric muttered one afternoon while waiting in line at the food dispenser. You'd think with all this technology, y'all could make a decent pizza. Behind him, a squishy creature with 12 eye stalks nodded solemnly. Back in the quarters, Velen was gradually adjusting to Muffin. By adjusting, Lyric meant he now only flinched half the time she walked past. Muffin, for her part, treated Velen as an oddly shaped piece of furniture. It was 3 weeks in when everything went sideways. Lyric returned from xenobiology class with a headache and a half-finished essay on comparative respiratory systems. The door to the quarters slid open and he stepped inside. To chaos. The room was in disarray. Furniture overturned, lights flickering. Velen was on the floor, clutching his leg and making a high-pitched whine. Muffin was nowhere in sight. What happened? Lyric dropped his bag and rushed over. It attacked me, Velen shouted. It leapt from above. I did nothing. I was merely calibrating the airflow. Lyric knelt beside him. Where are you hurt? Velen pointed to his thigh. A set of shallow scratches marked his skin, oozing a purplish fluid. She thought you were a toy or something. You gotta move slower around her. It is a predator. She's a house cat. It pounced from the shelf. Okay, that's fair. He helped Velen sit up and activated the med beacon on the wall. A glowing blue orb detached and floated toward them, scanning Velen's injury before emitting a soft chime. Minor dermal lacerations, it intoned. No infection present, no venom detected. No venom? Velen asked, horrified. There was a possibility of venom? No, Lyric said. She's not venomous, just Velen groaned and laid back on the floor. That night, Muffin was confined to Lyric's bed under protest. Velen reinforced his dome with a new layer of shielding. The next morning, Takal arrived with a clipboard and an expression Lyric would have called smug if he hadn't known better. There has been a formal complaint. The feline may be required to undergo behavioral assessment. A tribunal will be held. Attendance is mandatory. Lyric blinked. You're putting my cat on trial? Not a trial, Takal said. An assessment. There are forms. Lyric sighed. He would have to defend Muffin in front of a panel of alien scientists, engineers, and politicians. And she didn't even care. She was licking her paw. The tribunal chamber smelled like disinfectant and ozone. Lyric sat at a narrow table made of something that looked like melted glass under a ceiling that pulsated faintly with pale cyan light. Muffin was in a transparent carrier beside him, curled with her paws tucked under, tail flicking irregularly. She didn't look concerned. She looked bored. Across from them, a semicircle of alien officials regarded the pair with varying degrees of suspicion. One of them, a translucent being whose internal organs bobbed like fruit in syrup, blinked by dimming its entire body. Another, a squat, moss-covered entity with no discernible face, emitted a low rumble that Lyric suspected was annoyance. The third member, a draped figure encased in iridescent armor, tapped a finger absent-mindedly on the table. Valen sat at a separate bench, flanked by a hovering legal liaison whose job seemed to consist of looking deeply unimpressed. A voice echoed through the chamber, projected from unseen speakers. Proceeding 7239. Preliminary Safety Assessment regarding non-sapient terrestrial quadruped. Presenter, Human Larrick Sanson. Larrick stood and cleared his throat. Right, so this is Muffin. She's a domestic cat. Species has been around for several thousand years. Known for companionship, pest control, and occasionally knocking things off tables for fun. She's not trained, but she's socialized. She doesn't attack unless provoked. One of the tribunal members raised a segmented limb. It had no mouth, but a mechanical voice translated its thoughts. Subject Velen has submitted a report indicating unprovoked assault resulting in dermal damage. Please explain. She jumped on him. She probably thought he was a moving toy. She's used to playing with string and dangling things. The armored official leaned forward. Play behavior resulting in injury demonstrates lack of control. Is the organism capable of understanding boundaries? No, Larrick admitted. But that's normal. She's a cat. You don't program them, you just coexist. A pause. The translucent one flickered and spoke. Your species voluntarily coexists with unpredictable predators? They're only predators if you're smaller than a tennis ball, Larrick replied, and even then, only if you squeak. The tribunal conferred in low tones, some of which sounded like bubbling or static. Velen shifted in his seat, arms crossed tightly. Subject Velen's psychological report indicates elevated stress levels and sleep disruption due to perceived threat response. Your rebuttal? She's 9 pounds, Larrick said. She sleeps 20 hours a day. If she wanted to hurt him, he'd know. The translucent one flickered again. Would you consent to behavioral testing? What kind of testing? Standard threat response simulations, visual and auditory stimuli, observation of aggression patterns. Larrick turned to Muffin. She was licking her shoulder. Sure, but she's not going to do anything. At most, she'll ignore you. The tribunal nodded, and the armored figure tapped a control panel. A section of the floor slid open, revealing a low platform surrounded by clear walls that rose with a hum. A sliding panel on Larrick's side opened. Placed the organism within the enclosure. Larrick lifted Muffin's carrier, unlatched the door, and nudged her out. She stepped onto the platform, sniffed, and immediately flopped onto her side with a dramatic sigh. The lights dimmed. A holographic mouse darted across the floor of the enclosure, emitting faint squeaks. Muffin's eyes followed it for 4 seconds, then she yawned and rolled away. A loud hiss sounded from one wall. Simulated fire appeared, licking the edges of the enclosure. Muffin began grooming her tail. A buzzing drone the size of a grapefruit hovered down from the ceiling and hovered inches from her back. She batted it once, missed, then closed her eyes. The translucent official turned back to Larrick. Subject displays no high-threat behaviors under stress stimuli. Assessment, low risk. Recommendation, conditional clearance. Velen half stood. It jumped on me from above. It has claws. It also ignored a fire and a flying ball of noise, Larrick said. She's basically a furry paperweight. The tribunal conferred again. After a moment, a chime signaled the end of the session. Organism is cleared for habitation. Subject Velen may request habitat adjustments. Proceeding concluded. Larrick collected Muffin, who was now purring faintly. As he latched the carrier, Velen approached, arms still crossed. I do not understand how a creature can be simultaneously harmless and terrifying. It's a cat thing, Larrick replied. They're inscrutable. Velen opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he said, I will request a ceiling-mounted alert system. Back in their quarters, Velen had installed a motion sensor that chirped gently whenever Muffin moved above eye level. She had already learned to ignore it. 3 days later, Velen returned from a marine biology seminar, looking visibly agitated. He dropped his pack near the corner of his enclosure and paced in tight circles. What happened? Velen pointed sharply. I was placed in a group project with 2 humans and a Tharnakian. The humans were not alarmed by the Tharnakian circulatory sacs, which rupture when overheated. One of them suggested using a personal fan to cool it off. The Tharnakian agreed. The fan was powered by a solar core battery. The Tharnakian absorbed the radiation and began to inflate. The humans took photos. Larrick blinked. Did it explode? No, it rotated rapidly and launched itself into the ceiling. Did anyone get hurt? No, it was applauded. Larrick sat down slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Velen paced again. I do not understand. Your species is illogical. You do not fear that which is dangerous. You coexist with wild creatures. You laugh during emergencies. Even your stress responses are inconsistent. We adapt. To what end? To everything. Valen stopped pacing. That is not sustainable. We're still here. That evening, Larrick received a message from the Exchange's Cultural Liaison Office. He'd been invited to participate in the Intergalactic Improvisational Problem-Solving Showcase. He assumed they wanted him to watch. Instead, the message said, "You've been nominated by 3 non-human students for your unique approach to adaptive thinking. Please prepare a demonstration of your on-the-fly engineering methods and practical field logic." Larrick frowned at the screen. I haven't built anything. Velen emerged from his dome. You put a heatsink in the communal kettle using a spoon and a hair tie. That was just so it wouldn't whistle like a dying elk. I nominated you. Larrick opened the fridge. I'm bringing muffin. Velen didn't object. The showcase was held in a multi-environmental amphitheater, with sections tailored to different species' needs. High humidity, low gravity, methane-rich air. Larrick's demo station was a table covered in assorted junk. Hoses, clamps, wires, fans, bolts, empty boxes, and 1 deflated air bladder. An attendant with no neck and 3 elbows handed him a card. Your challenge: construct a functional cooling system using available materials. Time limit: 20 minutes. Larrick stared at the card. That's it? Yes. He scratched his jaw, glanced at the fan, then at the bladder. Right. He tore the fan apart, used the frame to mount the bladder, crimped a hose around one end, then used nearby clamps to attach a looped coil around the base. He filled the coil with water from a hydration pod, wrapped the whole thing in foil from a snack wrapper, and angled the fan toward it. The result blew warm air that passed through the damp coil and out the bladder nozzle. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. The amphitheater erupted in a variety of non-human cheers. Clicks, pulses, vibrations, and in one case, a burst of spores that spelled approved in midair. Afterward, a gelatinous scholar approached. Your methods are inefficient, unstable, and dangerously intuitive. Fascinating. Back in the quarters, Larrick flopped onto his bed. Muffin climbed onto his chest and curled into a loaf. Valen sat by the terminal, watching a recording of the showcase. You applied no calculations? No time. You used a food wrapper. It was shiny. Velen folded his limbs. I will never understand you. Larrick yawned. Good, that means we're doing it right. 3 days after the showcase, Larrick was elbow-deep in a malfunctioning nutrient recycler, trying to dislodge a clump of congealed algae paste with a bent stirring rod. The recycler unit had begun emitting a low, wet gurgle every 6 minutes, followed by a smell that reminded him of gym socks left in a sealed car. Velen had attempted to report it to maintenance, but the request was flagged non-critical and scheduled for review in 27 days. I still do not understand why the device processes algae at all, Velen said, crouched nearby with a diagnostic scanner. The nutritional profile is inferior to synthesized meal gels. You ever eaten meal gel? Larrick twisted the rod, dislodging a thick glob that splattered across the floor. It tastes like someone gave up halfway through inventing food and decided texture wasn't important. I have no tongue. Exactly. You're missing the entire point. Muffin watched from the top of the recycler, tail dangling lazily over the edge. She had taken an interest in the unit ever since it started making noises, occasionally pawing at the intake grate in what Larrick assumed was either curiosity or deeply misplaced hunting instinct. Valen adjusted the scanner. Pressure is stabilizing. I believe your structural interference has disrupted the blockage. Structural interference. That's a fancy way of saying I jammed it with a kitchen tool until it stopped being gross. It is not how I would have approached the problem. Yeah, but your last solution exploded a humidifier. Velen narrowed his eyes. That was a calibration oversight. A gentle chirp emitted from the wall panel. Takal's round face appeared in a translucent projection, mandibles twitching with what Larrick had come to interpret as bureaucratic urgency. Attention, you are summoned to the Habitation Oversight Hall for immediate review. Valen stood up sharply. Have we violated another regulation? No, Takal replied. You are being recognized. Larrick wiped algae off his hands with a rag that had once been a sock. Recognized for what? Your integration efforts and adaptive contributions have been deemed exemplary by the Cultural Integration Committee. You are to receive the Harmonious Coexistence emblem. Valen tilted his head. That is a rare commendation. It is typically reserved for interspecies diplomats or post-conflict reconstruction coordinators. I think they just really liked the fan bladder thing, Larrick muttered. More hour, formal attire recommended. The projection blinked out. Larrick looked down at his algae-streaked shirt. I don't own formal attire. Velen opened a drawer and pulled out a folded garment wrapped in sterile packaging. This was issued to you during orientation. You stored it beneath your unused manual. I thought it was a pillowcase. Of course you did. Exactly 61 minutes later, they stood in the oversight hall, which resembled the inside of a seashell carved from glass and lit with hundreds of floating bio-lanterns. The audience was made up almost entirely of alien students, faculty, and station staff. The other humans, only 5 now, since one had transferred to a lunar colony for personal reasons, were scattered in the crowd, waving awkwardly. A tall, bark-skinned administrator with antler-like sensory stalks raised a sigil and began the formal address. The speech, translated in real time by the station's acoustic mesh, rolled out in layered tones, in acknowledgement of unique contributions to the spirit of collaborative habitation. Larrick shifted in his borrowed tunic, which fit like it had been tailored for someone with an entirely different number of joints. Velen stood upright, hands folded neatly. Muffin was not invited, but a small live feed from their quarters displayed her curled in a sunbeam, oblivious to diplomacy. For demonstrating resilience, ingenuity, and against considerable odds, empathy. Larrick scratched his temple. We recognized Larrick Sanson and Valin of Otrax as exemplars of harmonious coexistence. Polite bioluminescent flashes rippled through the crowd, the equivalent of applause in at least 9 species. Someone released a puff of celebratory vapor that briefly turned the air a pleasant shade of lavender. Valen turned toward Larrick. You should make a statement. I didn't prepare one. Then improvise. Larrick stepped forward and cleared his throat. I didn't think sharing a room with a guy who glows when he's anxious would get me an award, but here we are. A few ripples of laughter or their equivalents moved through the audience. I came here thinking I'd be the weird one, but honestly, none of you made me feel out of place. Not even when I accidentally sat in a nutrient bath because I thought it was a hot tub. More laughter. The antlered administrator raised one stalk approvingly. I guess what I'm saying is, thanks for not ejecting me into space when I brought a 4-legged chaos goblin and fed her tuna in a shared biospace. And thanks to Velen for not filing a formal threat assessment after she jumped on his head. Velen nodded once. I strongly considered it. And thanks to the rest of you for showing me that just because something doesn't make sense to me doesn't mean it's wrong. Unless it's meal gel. That's still wrong. When the ceremony ended, a small reception was held in the adjoining atrium. Tables were lined with refreshments from dozens of worlds, some of which Larrick couldn't identify without a microscope, and a few too many options that jiggled when undisturbed. Valen approached with 2 cups of something steaming and iridescent. This is a ceremonial beverage from the Gore species. It is said to induce mild euphoria and temporary synesthetic perception. Larrick sniffed it. Smells like root beer and burnt toast. Then it is working. They sat near the base of a bioluminescent pillar, sipping the drink as ambient music played from a floating sphere above them. I was skeptical at first, Valen said. About your presence, about your methods, about your pet. Lyric tilted his cup. She's still not housebroken. I found a hairball in my shoe this morning. Nevertheless, I have come to understand that your unpredictability is not a flaw. Oh no, it definitely is, but it's mine. Valen considered that. I will no longer reinforce my dome. You sure? She's been eyeing the top shelf again. I will take my chances. As the evening wore on, more students joined their table, an aquatic being in a hover tank, a hexapedal linguistics major who spoke only in sense, even a Tharnakian wearing a small fan charm in tribute to the showcase incident. Lyric leaned back, watching the soft lights pulse across the ceiling. He was far from home, surrounded by beings he didn't fully understand, many of whom still couldn't pronounce his name without assistance. And yet, it felt like the most human place he'd ever been. Later that night, back in their quarters, Velen adjusted the ambient temperature while Lyric changed into his sleep clothes. Muffin hopped onto the bed, circled twice, and settled with a heavy sigh. Velen glanced at her, then at Lyric. I have noticed that she prefers to sleep near you. She's a creature of loyalty and convenience. Also, I'm warm. I have recalibrated my assumptions, Velen said, about both of you. Careful, Lyric yawned. That's dangerously close to a compliment. Velen dimmed the lights. Do not let it go to your head. As they drifted off, the recycler gurgled once, then fell silent. Muffin stretched, blinked once at the ceiling, and went back to sleep. The predator had been domesticated, the alien had adjusted, the human had adapted. And for the first time since arriving, everything felt exactly as it should.
The stars were calm that night in Sector 7, a quiet region at the edge of the Empire's space. Patrol ship ESV Nightclaw drifted silently, scanning the area. Captain Relic stood at the front of the bridge, sipping cold calf as he watched empty space stretch beyond the window. Suddenly, the silence broke. "Captain," said Sensor Officer Vren, voice shaking slightly. "I'm picking up something. Strange. Very fast. Heading this way." Relic stepped closer. "What kind of ship?" I don't know," Vren said. "No ID code. No engine trail. No heat signature. Just movement." Relic frowned. That shouldn't be possible. Every ship in the galaxy, even cloaked ones, left some trace. Heat, energy, or at least an engine signature. But this was clean. Almost too clean. "Visuals?" Relic asked. The main screen flickered. Then it showed a shape, just for a second. A long, dark ship. No lights. No color. It almost looked like a shadow sliding across the stars. Then it vanished. "What happened?" Relic barked. "It's gone," Vren shouted. "Just vanished. No jump detected, no cloak. It was there then. Nothing." Relic turned to communications. "Try hailing it." Lieutenant Sora quickly opened a channel. "Unknown vessel, you are in Empire space. Identify yourself." There was no response. She tried again. "This is Empire Patrol Vessel ESV Nightclaw. Respond, or we will." The lights dimmed. All systems flickered for 3 seconds. Then everything came back. Sora stared at her screen. "Sir, we lost all comms for 3 seconds. Not jammed. Just dead. Get a scout ship ready," Relic ordered. "Track that thing. Find out where it went." 20 minutes later, Scout Ship Viper 1 launched. A small, fast ship with long-range sensors, it was piloted by Commander Jorl, one of the Empire's best. "This is Viper 1, Jorl said over comms. "Beginning pursuit. I'm following the trail." "What trail?" Relic asked. "Not an engine trail," Jorl replied. "But I don't know. There's something here. Some kind of magnetic shift in space. Like it bent the area as it moved." Minutes passed. Then an hour. Then silence. Viper 1, Report. Relic called. No answer. Viper 1. Come in. Do you copy? Still no answer. Relic turned to Vrin. Location. Last signal came from grid F19. After that, nothing. No signal. No crash alert. Nothing. Relic stood still. So the ship vanished, and now, our scout ship is gone too. Everyone on the bridge was quiet. No one wanted to speak. The silence felt heavy. Wrong. By the next day, Empire Command had been informed. High Admiral Kellen sat in the war room, reading the report with sharp eyes. A ship with no signature, moving faster than anything we've ever seen. Disables systems. Makes a ship vanish without a sound. He tapped the table. Is this a new weapon? No known species uses this kind of tech, said Intelligence Officer Mora. Even the humans never built anything like this. It could be something ancient, or something awakened. From where? Kellen asked. There are old records, Mora said, from before the Great Expansion. Some speak of deep space weapons left behind. Eye-controlled relics, designed to wake up only when provoked. Kellen narrowed his eyes. You think this is one of them? We don't know, Mora replied. But it doesn't act like a machine. It doesn't scan, doesn't send signals. It just watches. Kellen stood. I want more patrols. I want probes in that sector. And if we see that thing again, I want it tracked. And if needed, destroyed. Back on the Nightclaw, Relic stood near the window again. He looked into the stars. Empty, quiet, peaceful. But now, he didn't trust the quiet. He thought of Jor-El, gone without a trace. He thought of the ship, the way it moved. Not like anything alive. Not like a ship with a pilot. No, it moved like something that remembered being a ship. Something built for one purpose. To return. In a dark corner of the galaxy, in a dead system with no light, the ghost ship hovered. No crew, no lights, no sound. Inside, old code awakened. One word flashed across its system screen. Observation. Begin. The Empire sent more ships into Sector 7. They didn't want to admit it, but fear had spread. The missing scout ship, Viper 1, left no trace. No explosion. No signal. Nothing. Just silence. Now 5 Empire cruisers moved slowly across the empty space. Their weapons were armed. Their sensors scanned everything. But the space felt wrong. Too cold. Too quiet. Commander Tellera stood aboard the ESV Daggerfall, leading the patrol. She was known for her calm mind and sharp thinking. Her crew trusted her, but even she couldn't hide the chill she felt. Still no sign of the unknown ship, she asked. Sensor Officer Perrin shook his head. Nothing, Commander. No heat, no movement. Space is empty. Tellera narrowed her eyes. It was here. And it took one of ours. Keep scanning. We don't move until we know what happened. Aboard the ESV Lanceblade, another ship in the patrol group, strange things were already happening. Commander, a tech whispered, I'm seeing something. It's like a shadow moving in the distance, but our scanners say nothing is there. Commander Roan frowned. Show me. On the main screen, the stars shifted. A black shape moved between them. Very fast. Almost too fast to see. Focus the scan, Roan barked. The system flickered. Then everything went black. Lights died. Screens turned off. For 12 seconds, the ship floated in total silence. Then everything came back. Report, Roan shouted. The techs scrambled. Sir, we lost power, but we're online now. No damage. But the backup logs are gone. Roan froze. Gone. Yes, sir. Like someone erased them during the blackout. Then came the worst part. Commander, another officer said, voice low, we're receiving a distress call. It's from the Daggerfall. On the Daggerfall, alarm screamed. Telra was on the bridge, holding onto the edge of her chair. The ship shook violently. "What's happening?" she yelled. Perrin shouted back. "Something is pulling us. Like gravity, but stronger." "Where is it coming from?" Perrin's hands flew across the console. "I don't know. There's no mass nearby. But it's like something invisible is locking onto us." Then the stars on the screen shifted. A dark shape appeared, just for a second. Blacker than space, moving like smoke in water. Then it vanished, and the shaking stopped. Silence, just like before. The distress call reached Empire Command. High Admiral Kellen stood in the war room again. "This isn't a ghost," he said. "It's something real. It hides in plain sight. It watches. It chooses." "Chooses what?" asked Mora, the intelligence officer. "Targets," Kellen said. "It chose the scout ship. Now it touched the Daggerfall. And I fear it's testing us." Mora nodded slowly. "Sir, I've checked old deep space logs again. There are rumors. The Dark Fleet, machines left behind after the First War of the Stars, ships that think for themselves, ships with no crew. They were said to awaken only when disturbed." Kellen clenched his fists. "Are you saying this thing is one of those ships?" "We don't know," Mora said. "But if it is, then we might be looking at the start of something worse." Back on the Daggerfall, Telra sat alone in her quarters. She reviewed the footage again. The shadow, the blackout, the power surge. And then she saw something new. She paused the footage and zoomed in. On the edge of the black shape was a symbol, a small red mark. Not Empire, not pirate, not alien. Something else. Something ancient. She stared at it for a long time. Then she whispered to herself, "What are you?" Meanwhile, in the dead system where the ghost ship slept, its core lit up once more. Words appeared across the inner screen. Observation. Phase 1 complete. Test. Successful. Empire response. Weak. Curious. Unprepared. Another line flashed next. Begin Phase 2. And the ship moved. Silently. Faster than light. Toward the heart of Empire space. The Empire fleet had seen many strange things in space, but never like this. After the blackout on the Daggerfall and the strange shadow near the lance blade, all patrol ships were called back to the nearest military outpost, Station Voronine. It was a giant fortress near the edge of Empire space, built to watch the dark sectors. Now it was filled with fear. Commander Telra walked into the war room at Voronine. Her face was pale, her eyes heavy. She hadn't slept since the encounter. High Admiral Kellen was already there, standing by a giant screen. It showed the area where the ghost ship was last seen. "Commander," Kellen said without turning, "did you bring it?" Telra nodded and handed him a small data chip. "This has the image. The strange red symbol. I've never seen anything like it." Kellen placed the chip into the console. The screen zoomed in on a blurry frame, just a second from the Daggerfall's footage. The dark shape, the red mark. Mora, the intelligence officer, stared at it closely. Her voice was calm, but serious. "This symbol is not new," she said. "It matches old records. Very old. From before the Empire even existed." Kellen frowned. "Explain." Mora turned to him. "Over 2,000 years ago, there were rumors of machines, built by an unknown race. They were not alive, but not dead. They were not piloted. They were self-aware, created for war, but with one purpose: observe and judge." "Judge what?" Telra asked. "Civilizations," Mora answered. "When a species grew too fast, became too aggressive, the machines would appear." Telra whispered, "And what would they do?" Mora's eyes were cold. "Erase them." Back in deep space, something was happening again. In Sector 4, Near a quiet colony, the cargo freighter Hallion was on its route to deliver supplies. It had no weapons, no escorts, just a small crew of traders. Captain Breen leaned back in his chair, sipping warm tea. "Easy job," he said to his co-pilot. "Nothing but open space." Then the lights flickered. The co-pilot looked up. "That's strange." They checked the systems. Everything seemed fine. But the stars outside started to disappear, one by one, as if a giant shadow was passing in front of them. The ship's warning systems stayed silent. No alert, no enemy detected. But outside, something moved. The pilot reached for the comm. "This is Hallion freighter to Voronine. We are seeing." Static. Then silence. The freighter vanished. At Voronine, an alarm sounded. Kellen rushed to the main control room. A tech officer looked shaken. "Sir," he said, "we lost contact with the freighter Hallion. One moment it was there. The next, it was gone. No signal, no debris, nothing." Morris stared at the screen. "Same pattern," she said. "Sudden blackout. No trace. It's hunting now." Tellera clenched her jaw. "We have to stop it before it reaches any major colonies." Kellen nodded. "We'll set a trap." A few hours later, the Empire set up a decoy fleet in Sector 5. Dozens of empty ships, fake energy signals, a perfect bait. They hid real ships nearby, ready to strike. Commander Tellera led the trap mission. "We must see it again," she told her team. "We must understand how it moves, how it hides." They waited. For hours, nothing happened. Then, at exactly 3 o'clock galactic time, the stars around the fake fleet started to shift. It came again. Fast, silent, invisible at first. Then, visible only as a ripple in the void. It flew through the decoy ships, like smoke through glass. None of the traps worked. No missile locked on. No system detected it clearly. Tellera ordered, "Activate the energy net." The hidden ships fired a web of energy beams to catch the ghost ship. For a brief moment, it worked. The shadow shape flickered, caught in the light. Everyone on the command bridge saw it. A dark, sleek form, no windows, no engines, a strange glow underneath, like a heartbeat. And that red symbol, glowing like fire. Then, with a sharp pulse of energy, it vanished again. The trap failed. Tellera stared at the screen. It's learning. Later, Morris stood in front of Kellen and Tellera, holding a datapad. "There's something worse," she said. "We decoded a signal, coming from the ship." "A message?" Kellen asked. Mora nodded. It was short, but very clear. She read it aloud. "We see your weapons. We see your fear. You are not chosen. You are not ready." Everyone in the room went quiet. Then the message ended with one final word. "Begin cleansing." Tellera's voice shook. "It's not just watching us anymore." Fear spread fast. After the ghost ship escaped the Empire's trap and sent its chilling message, every system on the edge of known space went into lockdown. Ships stopped moving. Colonies stopped sending signals. People whispered about the shadow in the stars. At Empire High Command, meetings were happening day and night. Everyone wanted answers, but no one had any. High Admiral Kellen stood in the main briefing hall, facing hundreds of officers, scientists, and leaders. He played the message again. "We see your weapons. We see your fear. You are not chosen. You are not ready. Begin cleansing." Silence followed. Commander Tellera stepped forward. "We now know the truth. This thing is not just a ship. It's a judgment system. It looks at species. It decides if they're worthy to continue. And if not," asked one officer. "It destroys them," Tellera said. A deep silence fell across the room. In a small mining colony on Moon Ravel 6, people were living normal lives. Kids played outside. Workers moved crates. Security drones hovered in the sky. Then the sky turned black. Not from a storm, not from night, but from something above the clouds, something massive. The colony's sensors picked up nothing. Not a sound, not a signal, just darkness. One child pointed up and said, "What is that?" Seconds later, all power in the colony shut off. Lights died. Engines stopped. Doors froze. The people looked up in terror as the shape moved across the sky. No fire came. No weapons dropped. But after it passed, people began to vanish. One by one. Quietly. Without pain. No trace. By morning, the colony was empty. Back at Voronine, reports came in. 4 colonies gone, Mora said. Her voice was tired, hollow. No attacks. Just silence. Just nothing. Tellera slammed her fist on the table. We can't fight something we can't touch. We need a new plan. Mora nodded slowly. I might have one. Everyone turned to her. She explained. Thousands of years ago, a ship saw something similar near the edge of the galaxy. It wasn't part of the Empire back then. A human explorer ship, lost in deep space, but it left a record. An old Earth vessel called the Odyssey. Kellen frowned. Human ship? What does it have to do with this? It saw the same red symbol, Mora said. And it survived. Kellen gave the order. Find that ship's log. Find the Odyssey's trail. Tellera nodded. I'll go myself. 2 days later, Tellera's small scout ship Falcon Eye launched into deep space, following ancient human star maps. The route was dangerous. Uncharted areas, space storms, black holes. But she didn't care. She was chasing hope. Mora guided her from Voronine. According to the last signal, the Odyssey disappeared in the grave spiral, a dead zone where ships don't come back. Perfect place for secrets, Tellera replied. As the Falcon Eye entered the dark spiral, all light faded. Stars vanished behind black dust. Her ship sensors blinked red. Radiation rising, Mora warned. Tellera stared into the black. If the Odyssey made it through, so can we. Hours passed. Then, something appeared on the scanner. A shape. Huge, silent, old. A ship, covered in dust and ice, floating slowly through the void. The words on its side still readable. USODYSSEY. Tellera gasped. I found it. She moved closer. Her ship connected to the Odyssey's airlock. She grabbed her gear and entered. Inside, everything was quiet. Frozen in time. Human tech from long ago. Simple, clean, cold. She found the command deck and powered up the logs. One final message blinked on the screen. She played it. A tired human captain spoke. We found the Watchers. They looked at us, judged us. We did not fight. We did not run. We listened. We showed what we were. We told them of Earth, of war, of peace, of learning. They watched, and they left. We were spared. The message ended with one line. Do not hide your truth. Show them who you are. Tellera sat in silence. She whispered, it's not about power. It's about honesty. Back at Voronine, Mora's voice came through the radio. Tellera, we have a new problem. That thing. It's heading straight for the Empire's capital planet. Tellera stood up. No more hiding. The ghost ship was moving fast. Too fast. All Empire sensors showed the same thing. The strange ship was heading directly toward Varnock Prime, the heart of the Empire. Billions lived there. It was the Empire's most powerful planet, and it was unprotected. Every fleet had already pulled back. Ships were too scared to fight. Some captains even refused to move. At high command, fear had turned into silence. Admiral Kellen stood in the war room, staring at the blinking red dot on the screen. It's going to reach Varnock in 72 hours, Mora said quietly. Kellen asked, do we have anything that can stop it? Mora shook her head. No, but maybe We have something that can speak to it. Meanwhile, Commander Tellera sat inside the frozen human ship, U.S. Odyssey, deep in the grave spiral. The cold air hurt her lungs, but she didn't care. She kept playing the old message from the human captain again and again. We did not fight. We did not run. We showed them who we were. It made no sense to her. Why would an unknown force, strong enough to erase colonies, spare someone because they told the truth? She whispered. Then, something strange happened. The Odyssey's screens blinked once. Then again. Words appeared slowly on the old monitor. You seek understanding. Tellera froze. Her hand moved toward her weapon, but she didn't pull it. She typed, "Who are you?" The screen replied, "We are the keepers. We measure what must remain and what must end." Tellera felt a chill. Why the Empire? You hide your truth. You build weapons. You erase life for control. You are false. She took a breath. Then she typed, "Can we show you who we really are?" Back on Voronine, Mora received a sudden data burst from the Odyssey. It was old human video files, thousands of them. Peace talks, school footage, families laughing, war, recovery, art, music, failures, growth, moments of kindness. Tellera's voice came with it. The humans were judged, and they were spared because they didn't lie. They didn't pretend to be something they weren't. They showed everything, even the dark parts. And that was enough. Mora blinked. Are you saying we must show the truth? Tellera replied, it's the only thing that worked. For the next 24 hours, the Empire did something no one expected. They opened their archives, footage of past wars, of pain they caused, of mistakes made by leaders, of fear, but also of unity, of people helping others, of moments when even the Empire tried to change. Billions of messages were packed into one giant broadcast. They called it The Truth of Us, and they sent it straight to the unknown ship. The ghost ship arrived near Varnock Prime. It stopped just outside orbit. No weapons came. No lights turned on. Just silence. Every eye in the galaxy was watching. Then, without warning, a signal came through. It was simple. A voice, not human, not machine. Something in between. We have seen your truth. Everyone held their breath. We will wait. The ship began to move, not toward the capital, but away, back into deep space. Kellen couldn't believe it. It worked. Tellera's voice came through the command channel. They weren't looking for power. They were looking for honesty. More added, for something real, something worth saving. In the days that followed, the Empire changed, not because they were forced to, but because they had faced something impossible and lived. They didn't win with weapons. They won with truth. And far away, in the shadows of the stars, the ghost ship vanished. But everyone knew it was still watching, waiting. After the ghost ship turned away from Varnock Prime, the Empire began to breathe again. But the fear didn't disappear. The keepers were still out there, watching, waiting, and no one knew when they might return. High Command told the people it was over, that the danger had passed. But behind closed doors, the leaders were still afraid. They started secret programs, built faster ships, stronger weapons, hired more spies, because no one trusted peace. Not yet. Far out near the edge of the Crimson Line, a lonely Empire listening post picked up a strange signal. It wasn't the ghost ship. It was something else. The transmission came in short bursts, old language, broken symbols. But one word stood out: human. Commander Urix frowned as he replayed the message. This can't be right. Humans are gone. Extinct for 100 years. His technician looked worried. Sir, it came from inside the dead sector. That region was forbidden. Ships that entered never returned. Even the keepers avoided it. So why was someone broadcasting from there? And why say human? Hours later, the signal reached Admiral Kellen and Mora. They listened in silence. "It's a trap," Mora said at first. "Has to be." Kellen didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Or maybe not. Maybe someone survived. Someone human." "But why call now?" Mora asked. "Because the keepers came," Kellen said. "And now, someone wants to talk. High Command didn't want to act. Too risky. But Telra did. She had been inside the U.S. Odyssey. She had spoken to the keepers, and now she was willing to go into the dead sector. Alone. "If it's a trap," she said, "then I'll disappear. But if it's not, if someone is alive in there, we need to know." Her small ship, Echo 1, entered the dead sector slowly. Everything outside the windows looked dead. No stars, no color, just black space with floating wrecks, broken moons, dust clouds. It felt like space had stopped breathing. Telra followed the signal. Then suddenly, a light. A ship came into view. Not large, old, rusty, human design, but not a model anyone knew. She activated comms. "Unknown ship, this is Commander Telra of the Empire. Identify yourself." Static. Then a voice. Weak, but clear. Finally, someone answers. "We thought we were the last." Inside the strange ship, Telra met the crew. They looked human, but older. Worn. Tired eyes. Strange tattoos. Their ship was falling apart. The leader, a man named Captain Rylan, explained everything. "Our ancestors were part of the last human colony ship. We escaped the wars. We hid in this sector. We've been waiting, surviving, hoping Earth would rise again." Telra was stunned. "You survived here. All this time?" Rylan nodded. "We had to. The keepers didn't come here. They left us alone." Telra asked the most important question. "Why come out now?" Rylan looked at her and said, "Because we saw the ghost ship. We saw what it did. We thought, maybe humanity still has a chance." Back in Empire space, when Telra's report came through, it caused a storm. Humans survived. Are they dangerous? Should we wipe them out now before they grow? But Kellen said no. We judged them before, and we were wrong. Mora added, "Let's not make the same mistake again." Soon, the Empire sent a peace team to the dead sector. Talks began. Plans formed. And for the first time in 100 years, humans and the Empire sat across from each other, not as enemies, but as survivors of a galaxy watched by shadows. And deep in the black sky, the ghost ship moved again. Telra stood on the bridge of the Empire's flagship, staring at the stars. Behind her, Admiral Kellen and Mora looked over the last message sent by the humans from the dead sector. It was not just a signal. It was a warning. The ghost ship had returned, but this time it wasn't alone. The human survivors had known about the keepers long before the Empire did. Their ancestors had once fought something similar, long ago, during Earth's final space war. But this new threat was different. The keepers were not just machines or aliens. They were watchers, ancient artificial beings that saw humans as a mistake. And they had only allowed the galaxy to grow under one condition: no more humans. Captain Raylan had revealed everything. The ghost ship is not just a weapon. It's a messenger, a test. Every empire it visits is being judged. If it finds signs of old humanity, our tech, our DNA, our spirit, it triggers something. That's why it scanned your fleets. That's why one scout disappeared. It was warning you. Mora asked him, "Warning us of what?" Rylan looked at her, deadly serious. "That the real force behind the keepers is waking up." A new signal was received, far deeper in space than anyone had reached before. Not just one ship now. Hundreds, thousands, moving like shadows across galaxies. Their destination, Empire space, And they weren't hiding anymore. Panic spread. The Empire's fleets were strong, but even they couldn't stop ships that moved like ghosts, that ignored scanners, that shut down systems without a shot. Admiral Kellen held emergency meetings. Some wanted to hide. Some wanted to fight. But Telra, Mora, and Rylan had a different plan. One last hope. In secret, the humans had kept one final weapon. Not a bomb. Not a ship. But a code. A message passed down for generations. It was human-made. From Earth. Encrypted in a language only the old world knew. They believed it was created by the last true leaders of Earth, a final order, a signal to awaken something buried deep in the stars. They called it Project Revenant. No one knew what it would do. But Rylan believed it might turn the tide. With Empire support, Telra and Mora joined the humans in launching the code from a deep space array. The moment the signal was sent, everything stopped. The Ghost Fleet paused in place, like statues in the sky. For 5 long minutes, the entire galaxy held its breath. And then, something answered. From a part of the universe no one had mapped before, came a light. Bright, growing, and fast. It wasn't a ship. It was something more. It moved faster than anything known. It passed through planets, stars, even the Keeper's fleet, and everywhere it went, the Keepers shut down. One by one, like candles blown out by the wind. When it was over, the sky was quiet again. No more ghost ships. No more shadow fleets. Just silence and peace. For now, Admiral Kellen gave a speech that was broadcast across the stars. Today, we learned the truth, that the ghosts in the dark were not gods, not unbeatable, and humanity, thought lost, is still the key to this galaxy's future. Let this be a new beginning, for all of us. Rylan and his people were offered a new home, not as refugees, but as allies. The Empire would protect them and learn from them. And Telra, she became the bridge between two worlds, the one who first saw the ghost and lived to tell the story. And somewhere out there, far beyond the stars, Project Revenant waited, not as a weapon, but as a promise. If the darkness ever came back, so would the light. Sector 12X was always quiet. It was known as a dead zone. No planets, no stars, no ships, nothing. The Cloran Empire used it as a buffer, an empty space between their inner systems and the wild edge of the galaxy. Command Officer Relvac sat in the control center of Outpost Zoner 9. He stared at the scanners like he always did. Day after day, nothing changed. He yawned and spoke to his assistant. Another quiet day in space, he said, leaning back. The assistant, a young alien named Velik, nodded. Just like always, sir. Then the screen blinked. At first, it was just a soft peep. Then a red light began to flash. Relvac leaned forward. Is that a signal? Velik typed quickly. Sir, I don't know. It just appeared, right in the center of Sector 12X. Relvac narrowed his eyes. That's not possible. We just scanned it. It was empty. They scanned again. This time, the signal was clear. Something was there now. Magnify it, Relvac ordered. The screen zoomed in. At first, it was just a shadow. Then the full shape appeared. A ship. Huge, dark, silent. It didn't match any design in the Empire's database. No lights. No ID code. No movement. Just floating. Run it through the archives, Relvac said. Velik's hands moved fast. After a few seconds, he looked up, his face pale. No match found, sir. But there's something strange. Relvac leaned in. What? Velik hesitated. It looks human. The room went silent. Relvac stood up. That's not possible. The humans disappeared centuries ago. Their last ship was seen 300 years back. But this ship, Velik said, pointing at the screen. It matches human shape and size. Same structure. Same markings. Relvac activated the emergency line. Within minutes, High Command was informed. And within the hour, the entire station was on high alert. Far away, in the Empire's capital, Grand Strategist Kalarn watched the footage. This must be a trick, he growled. The Council of Generals looked worried. Should we send a patrol? One of them asked. Kalarn nodded. Yes, but keep it small. We don't know what this is yet. Back in Sector 12X, 3 scout ships were sent toward the unknown vessel. As they got closer, the details became clearer. It was massive, almost twice the size of a battleship. Its surface was smooth, black, and strange. No windows, no lights, just one mark on its side. A symbol, an old Earth emblem, worn but still visible. Inside the command ship, the scout leader sent a message. We are close. No activity from the ship. It's just sitting here. Relvac watched from the control room. Try to hail it. The scouts sent a signal, then another. No answer. They moved closer. The human ship didn't react. No weapons, no movement, nothing. It's like a ghost, one pilot said. Then, just as they turned to report back, the ship moved. Not fast, not aggressive, just a slow turn. It rotated as if it was looking at them. Relvac froze. Is it responding? No, Velik said softly. It's not answering us. But it knows. The ship stopped turning. Now it faced the scout ships directly. Suddenly, every screen inside Outpost Zoner 9 flickered. For a second, strange symbols flashed across the monitors. No one understood them. Then everything went back to normal. What was that? Relvac asked. I don't know, Velik whispered. Then the unknown ship powered down, back to silence. But it had already sent a message. It knew they were watching. And now, it was watching them back. The human ship had not moved for hours. Empire scanners showed no heat, no energy, no signs of life. It just sat there, silent in space, like a dead object. But everyone watching it felt something strange. It didn't feel dead. Back in Outpost Zoner 9, Officer Relvac hadn't left his chair. His eyes were locked on the screen. Velik was working fast, trying to scan the ship again. Still no response. Still no power signals. But, sir, there's something strange. What now? Relvac asked, exhausted and nervous. The ship is moving. Relvac sat up straight. Engines. No, sir. No engine trail. No power signature. It's just drifting. Relvac leaned in. The ship was slowly shifting its position. Turning again, this time toward a different direction. Is it aiming at something? He asked. Velik checked. No targets nearby. It's just moving by itself. Back at the Cloran Empire Command Center, high-ranking officers watched the live feed from the scouts. This doesn't make sense, one said. No ship can move like that. Not without power, said another. Grand Strategist Kalarn stood behind them, silent. His eyes were locked on the screen. Then he gave the order. Send a probe. The Empire launched a small, unmanned probe toward the human ship. It flew slowly, carefully, sending back high-resolution images. The warship looked even stranger up close. Its surface was not metal, but something darker. Something smooth, like glass but stronger. There were no engines visible, no windows, just patterns, lines that glowed faintly when the probe got near. Then the probe began to shake. Back at the outpost, Velik shouted, Sir, we're losing the signal. Pull it back, Relvac ordered. It was too late. The screen blinked once, then twice. Then, black. The probe was gone. Did something shoot it? Relvac asked. No signs of weapon fire. It just disappeared. Everyone in the room was silent. Then one last image flashed on screen. A still frame from the probe's final second. Velik froze. Relvac looked at it and felt his stomach twist. Inside the image was a dark hallway inside the human ship. And standing at the end was a figure. Tall, human-like, wearing black armor. No face visible, just a glowing red visor. And the worst part, it was staring directly at the probe. Velik whispered, "Sir," it knew. Relvac slowly sat back down. "What is that thing?" The Empire didn't waste time. 10 more scout ships arrived, all ordered to stay back and observe only. No one wanted to get too close again. But the human ship didn't move anymore. It just floated. Until, hours later, something new happened. Every ship's system, every outpost, every drone, suddenly glitched. Just for 1 second. Lights dimmed. Screens blinked. And then, one message appeared on every display, in every language across the fleet. "Do not follow. Do not come closer." Then silence again. Velik whispered, "Sir, that wasn't just a warning." Relvac nodded. It was a threat. But Grand Strategist Kalarn didn't believe in fear. He barked the next command. "Prepare a boarding team. I want to know what's inside that ship. If they threaten us, we crush them." Back at the outpost, 3 boarding vessels were prepared. Each was loaded with elite Cloran soldiers, fully armed, trained for zero-gravity combat. They launched at slow speed and latched onto the sides of the human ship. Everyone in the control room held their breath. Velik whispered, "We shouldn't be doing this." Relvac didn't answer. He just watched. The boarding teams entered the ship. 5 minutes passed. No contact. 10 minutes. Still nothing. Then, finally, one of the boarding ships detached and returned to base. Relvac ordered it opened immediately. Inside was no one. No crew. No soldiers. Only a single word scratched into the metal wall. Warned, the Cloran Empire had made a mistake. A big one. They thought the strange human ship was just some leftover wreck. They thought silence meant weakness. But when they sent their soldiers to board it, and none came back, everything changed. At the Zonar 9 outpost, Officer Relvac watched the screen. The human ship was now glowing with deep red lines. Its hull looked alive. Velik whispered, "It's awake." Relvac didn't reply. He knew. The Empire had pushed too far. High above, in the Empire's main command station, Strategist Kalarn stood before a room full of military leaders. His voice was cold. "We lost contact with the boarding team. The ship is active. This is not a ghost. It's a weapon." One commander asked, "Should we retreat?" Kalarn glared at him. "Retreat? No. We crush it now before it spreads." The Empire's decision was made. Destroy the ship. In less than 1 hour, 7 battlecruisers surrounded the human warship in Sector 12X. They were armed with plasma torpedoes, beam cannons, and disruptor nets. "Target the engines," Kalarn ordered. "But sir, we don't see any engines," a technician replied. Kalarn growled, "Then target everything." On board the lead Cloran cruiser, Commander Vrel was ready. "This thing ends now," he said, giving the order to fire. Dozens of plasma torpedoes raced toward the human ship. Bright flashes, direct hits. Explosions filled the dark space. Vrel smiled. Target hit. Confirmed. But then, the smoke cleared. The human ship was still there. Untouched. No damage. Not even a scratch. Everyone on the bridge froze. "What? What kind of armor is that?" Vrel whispered. Then, without warning, the human ship moved. Fast. Too fast. In less than a second, it appeared behind one of the cruisers. A strange energy wave pulsed from its side. Silent, invisible. The cruiser's shields failed instantly. Then it split in half. No explosion, no fire, just clean, sharp destruction, like something had sliced it through space itself. Vielik, watching from the outpost, gasped. "Sir, it's using weapons we don't even understand." Relvac nodded, eyes wide. "This is something older, smarter." The Empire fleet tried to scatter, but the human ship was faster. It blinked from spot to spot, attacking without warning. 3 more cruisers were gone in under 2 minutes. Some tried to run. One sent out a distress call. "Unknown human vessel. Advanced tech. We can't fight it. Requesting immediate evac." Then static. Nothing left. Strategist Kolarn stood in stunned silence as the reports came in. 4 cruisers lost. 2 more disabled. Unknown tech. Can't trace it. He clenched his fists. How is this possible? Humans are primitive compared to us. One scientist nearby said quietly, "Not this one. This ship is not normal." Kolarn turned. "Explain." "The energy readings, the whole structure, even its movement. This ship doesn't follow the rules of known physics. It's beyond what we've seen." Kolarn shouted, "Then what is it?" The scientist looked him in the eye. A warning. Back in space, only one Empire ship remained active. It backed away, trying to escape. The human ship didn't chase it. Instead, it sent one final message, short and cold. "First strike." Returned. Then it vanished. No engine flare. No light. It was simply gone, like it had never been there. Inside the Empire's War Council chamber, fear was spreading. One admiral spoke. This wasn't just defense. That ship was waiting. Another asked, waiting for what? Relvek's voice came through a holo connection from the outpost. Waiting for us to make the first mistake. For the first time in over 100 years, the Empire was silent. No ships moved toward Sector 12X. No messages went out. Only questions filled the command halls. What was that ship? Where did it come from? Why did it vanish? And worst of all, was it truly human? In the deep research vaults of the Cloran Empire, Scholar Droid A-17 activated a hidden file marked Forbidden, Origin Sector, Sol. The screen flickered. An old human symbol appeared, Earth. A 17's voice trembled as it read the logs. Humans were once considered too weak for war, until they disappeared. No trace, no records, only rumors that they left by choice. Left. No species just leaves the galaxy, unless they had a reason, or a plan. At the outpost near Sector 12X, Officer Relvac reviewed the last image of the ship before it vanished. He zoomed in. There was a mark on its hull, a strange one, faded, but still there. It looked ancient, older than any language in the Empire. Relvac sent it to the Archive Corps. Response came back seconds later. Origin unknown. Not Cloran, not Galactic Standard. Possibly pre-Ascension. Pre-Ascension. That meant it was older than the Empire itself. Much older. Inside the Grand Council chamber, voices rose. "We can't let this go. That ship destroyed half our fleet. We need to respond. Strike Earth." But High Chancellor Vorkal raised his hand. "We don't even know if Earth still exists," he said coldly. "We only thought the humans were gone." A small voice from the back spoke. What if that ship wasn't just a warship? Everyone turned. It was Fleet Advisor Kiln. He continued, "What if it was a message? A scout?" Another silence filled the room. Then he said what everyone feared. What if more are coming? Back at the hidden observation station near the border, 2 young cadets were watching the edge of space. No movement, just stars. Then the alarms triggered. One of them gasped, "Not again." A new signal appeared. Different this time. Larger. Multiple ships. 12 blips. All human design. All from deep space, outside known galaxy lines. Relvac received the report and stood frozen. He contacted command. Multiple unidentified human warships, all silent. No known ID. Same tech as the first. They're not attacking yet, but they're here. Strategist Kalarn's voice came through. Do not engage. Observe only. Relvac nodded, but he already knew. Observation wouldn't matter. If these ships wanted war, they would bring it fast and brutal, just like the first. On one of the approaching human ships, a figure stood inside the command bridge. They wore no medal, no rank, only a dark suit with the Earth emblem on the chest. The figure spoke calmly. Scan shows Cloran military activity in Sector 12X. Repeat. Target system was hostile. Another voice replied. Then Phase 2 begins. Outside, the ships move slowly into position, forming a wall of silent steel. They didn't fire. They didn't send threats. They simply waited. The Empire was on edge. Some said prepare defenses. Others said beg for peace. But one thing was clear. This wasn't a fleet for war. This was something else. These ships were watchers. Ancient, patient. They didn't come to destroy the galaxy. They came to remind it. Reminded of what? Relvac remembered something an old Earth historian once said. Humanity doesn't always come with guns. Sometimes we come with silence. And that's the loudest warning of all. The Cloran Empire sent a message. A peaceful one. We welcome peaceful contact. Let us talk. They waited. 10 minutes. Nothing. An hour. Still nothing. Then something appeared on their screens. Not a message, but a warning. Just 3 words. You fired first. That was it. No name. No reply. No voice. Only those words. And that silence. It was heavier than any threat. Admiral Sorn, now leading the Empire's response team, sat in disbelief. We never fired. Not at them, he said. Advisor Keln answered softly, but we fired at the first ship. The one sitting quietly. We attacked without knowing. The room went quiet. They all realized it. That ship was a test to see how the Empire would react. And the Empire failed. In space, the human fleet remained still. Not one ship moved forward. Not one weapon was aimed. But sensors showed energy levels rising inside their systems. Weapons, charging. Shields, at full power. And strange signals pulsed between their ships, encrypted and unreadable. The Empire's best decoders couldn't understand it. But they felt it. This was not diplomacy. This was a countdown. Fleet Commander Velkar sent a scout drone closer, just to observe. As it approached the closest human ship, the drone's screen showed a strange image. Not a weapon, not a threat, but something even more chilling. Earth. A picture of Earth. Blue, bright, peaceful. Then the drone exploded. No warning, no trace. Only the image of Earth left on the screen, burning into the Cloran officers' minds. Back in the capital, panic spread. Shuttles prepared for emergency evacuation. The High Council ordered backup fleets to protect the core worlds. But deep down, they knew. Nothing could stop what was coming. Inside the human command ship, the silence was broken. Signal received. They're preparing for war, said a female voice. The commander nodded. Expected. Begin operation. Across the fleet, power level surge. Engines glowed. Weapons slid into place. Still, they did not fire. Still, they waited. As if giving the galaxy one last chance, a secret message was sent from the human ship. Not to the Empire, but to Earth. Contact made. Phase 3 ready. No aggression unless provoked further. Awaiting Earth command. The reply came instantly. Hold. Let them see. Let them see what? Commander Velkar watched from his ship. Are they trying to scare us? He muttered. But it wasn't fear they were creating. It was something worse. Understanding. Understanding that these ships weren't just war machines. They were warnings. They were justice. They were humanity's patience running out. Suddenly, one Cloran battleship moved out of formation. Anxious, nervous. It powered its weapons, aiming at the nearest human ship. "Don't fire," Velkar shouted through the fleet channel. Too late. The blast fired. Straight at the silent human vessel. The human ship didn't dodge, didn't raise shields. It just absorbed the blast, like it was nothing. No damage, not even a scratch. Then, for the first time, the human ship moved. Slowly, it turned. One cannon rotated toward the Cloran ship that fired. Only one. Just one. Then, boom, a flash of white light. And the Cloran ship was gone. No wreckage, no remains, just space where it used to be. Velkar stood frozen. That shot didn't just destroy the ship. It erased it, wiped it from existence. The screen showed no trace, only silence again. And that one human ship, waiting. Velkar whispered, "They're not here to talk." And in his heart, he feared the worst. Maybe they never were. The command came from Earth. Phase 4. Begin. There was no need for more words. The officers knew what that meant. Across the galaxy, deep in silent zones, hidden human fleets began to move. These ships were not listed in any records. They carried no flags, no names. Only one symbol was burned into each hull. A single black star. Back in Sector 12X, Admiral Sorn of the Cloran Empire was trying to hold his fleet together. One human ship had erased one Cloran vessel. And still, the humans said nothing. No message, no explanation, no demand. Just silence. And the silence was loud. It felt like a countdown. But to what? Then the sensors screamed. "Multiple signals incoming," the officer shouted. "How many?" Admiral Sorn asked. The reply was quiet, afraid. "Too many. Dozens. Hundreds." Human ships dropped out of hyperspace, all around the Cloran fleet. No formation. No warning. Just presence. And every single ship was aimed at them. Advisor Kelm stepped back, whispering, "They've surrounded us without a sound, like ghosts." One Cloran captain tried to open communications. He sent the message again. "We seek peace. We made a mistake. Let us talk." No reply. Instead, every human ship powered up their weapons. All at once, Kelm's voice shook. "They're not responding, because they don't need to." On the human flagship, Commander Reyes stood in silence. Behind him, a large screen showed a tactical display. One officer said, "Cloran fleet outnumbered. Weapons inferior. Shields weak." Reyes nodded once. "Do not fire unless they strike first. Earth wants them to see who we are." Meanwhile, in the Cloran capital, the High Council met in panic. Reports flooded in. Human fleets appearing in other sectors. Old bases destroyed without detection. Empire defenses bypassed like they weren't even there. One council member said, "It's like they already knew everything about us." The truth was, they did. Centuries ago, humans had joined the galactic network. They had listened. They had learned. But quietly, they built, prepared, watched. And when the galaxy laughed at them, humans said nothing. Because they were waiting for a moment like this. In Sector 12X, Commander Reyes opened a private channel. Just one. Not a wide broadcast. Just to the Empire fleet. His voice was calm, but it carried weight. "You fired first. You ignored our silence. You thought quiet meant weak. You were wrong. Earth offered peace. You answered with fear. Now you see the result. We will not destroy you. Not yet. We want you to carry this message back. Earth is done hiding. Admiral Sorn stood frozen. The human ships could wipe them out in seconds. But they didn't. Why? Why give a warning? Unless. It was only the beginning. Then came the final shock. From behind the human fleet, larger ships appeared. These were different. No sleek designs. These were monsters. Mobile stations, weapon platforms, black armored carriers the size of moons. Each one powered by unknown energy. Each one built for one purpose: end a war before it starts. Keln whispered, "Why do they need so many ships, if they only came for us?" Sorn stared at the screen. He understood. They didn't come just for us. They came for the whole galaxy. The Cloran fleet did not move. They couldn't. Human warships were everywhere in Sector 12X. Every angle, every direction. Silent. Waiting. Admiral Sorn felt like the air around him was crushing his chest. No message had come for several minutes. No shots fired. But something had changed. It was the feeling. Like the quiet before a storm. Across the galaxy, panic spread fast. Other empires tried to raise shields. They activated defense grids. They locked down planets. But it didn't matter. Human ships were already inside. Inside safe zones. Inside restricted systems. No alarms had gone off. Because nothing had entered. The truth hit them too late. The humans were already there. In the Cloran capital, Councillor Mez shouted, "We must offer full surrender. We can't win this." But the High Council was split. Some wanted peace. Others still believed this was a bluff. Until Earth spoke again. One signal. One broadcast. Every screen on every world lit up. One man stood on screen. Earth's representative. Calm. Unblinking. His words were simple. "You had your chance. You chose violence. Now we answer. This is not war. This is correction." Then it began. Not with weapons. Not with fire. But with systems shutting down. Power grids across Cloran space failed. Satellites went dark. Stargates locked and vanished. One by one, entire planets went silent. No explosions. No screams. Just darkness. In Sector 12X, Admiral Sorn watched helplessly as his fleet lost control. His ships stopped responding. Engines froze. Weapons disarmed. Then, one by one, the Cloran ships powered down completely. Rays, aboard the human command ship, gave one nod. They are disarmed. Begin the message. From every human ship, a message played. Humanity does not destroy for pleasure. We do not rule. But we do remember. You attacked us. You ignored our warnings. You believed we were weak. Now we remind the galaxy. Earth watches. Earth builds. Earth waits. You are not our enemies, unless you choose to be. On every Cloran world, their people saw human ships in the sky. Not attacking. Just watching. Then the ships left. Gone in seconds. No invasion. No conquest. Just a message delivered. In the Cloran command ship, silence hung in the air. Admiral Sorn sat down slowly. His fleet was powerless. His world exposed. He looked at the empty screen and whispered, "This was never about war. This was a warning." Back on Earth, inside the main command center, the general stood in front of his officers. The screen showed reports from across the galaxy. No resistance. No retaliation. Only fear. And silence. He said 2 words. Phase 5. Complete. Rays sent the final message. To all empires watching, we are not your rulers. But if you come for us again, there will be no Phase 6. Final scene. A new sector is added to the galactic maps. Sector 13X. Marked in red. A single note beside it. Do not enter Earth space. No empire ever tried again. And so, the galaxy learned. Humans don't start wars. but they always finish them.
Imagine a species so arrogant, so absurdly overconfident, that it launched an unprovoked planetary assault based entirely on a clerical error. Now imagine they did it before breakfast. Admiral Planax 9 stood at the bridge of the Galactic Dominion's flagship, the irrefutable Victory, which had never actually won a battle, but had a great PR department. He stared at the glowing screen in front of him and announced with the certainty of someone who once got a perfect score on a multiple-choice test entirely by guessing, "We invade at dawn." There was a pause. One of his officers, a jittery creature named Slurpax, who looked like a jellyfish trapped in a vending machine, raised a tentacle. "Sir, is this planet really uninhabited?" Planax didn't even blink. "Of course it is. The file says so right here. Planet designation Earth, mild terrain. Primitive vegetation, zero intelligent life." Had he read the rest of the file, or really any of it, he might have noticed the bold red warning that said, "Under no circumstances should you go there. Ever." But alas, the Admiral had skipped straight to the part that said average surface temperature, pleasant, and so the invasion began. With dramatic music blaring from onboard speakers, because Planax insisted on theatrical flair, the fleet approached Earth with the grace of a drunk giraffe trying to tap dance. Stealth mode was activated, although it mostly just dimmed the interior lights and made the crew walk into walls. By 7:43 a.m., Earth time, the first dropships were already in the atmosphere. The target, a peaceful suburban neighborhood in the middle of Wisconsin. The expected response, mass panic, desperate resistance, heroic last stands. The actual response, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stepping onto his porch, seeing a massive alien craft descend into his garden and muttering, must be Tuesday." The man was later identified as Carl. Carl had lived through 4 divorces, 3 tornadoes, and once accidentally set his own eyebrows on fire with a barbecue lighter. A spaceship landing in his begonias barely registered. The alien troops disembarked in full armor, armed with plasma rifles and ready for glory. They were immediately attacked by a small dog named Pickles. Pickles was 12 pounds of pure hostility and managed to chew through a soldier's foot before being distracted by a garden gnome. Meanwhile, back aboard the flagship, Planax sipped his ceremonial conquest tea and smiled. "Textbook operation," he said. Moments later, a report came in. The invaders had been pelted with garden hoses, folding chairs, and something called banana cream pie. A tactical unit was taken hostage inside a bowling alley and forced to participate in League Night. Planax frowned. "What kind of weapons are these?" Slurpax hesitated. "Sir, I think we landed on a populated planet." "Impossible!" Planax shouted, his eyes twitching in unison. "The system is labeled Earth. That doesn't even sound threatening." Slurpax pulled up a grainy video feed. It showed a man in shorts yelling at a goose, a teenager dancing badly in front of a gas station, and a woman screaming at a toaster, all within 30 seconds. The Admiral stared. "These are the dominant species?" "Apparently, yes," Slurpax whispered, "and I believe they're armed with sarcasm." Then came the transmission. A scrambled audio signal from the surface. He turned up the volume just in time to hear, "Yo, if y'all are here to take over, can you do it after the Packers game?" Silence. Planax slowly turned back to his tea, took a long, thoughtful sip. "We may have made a small tactical error." Admiral Planax 9 had seen many things in his long and questionably decorated career. He'd once watched an entire moon implode after someone sneezed on the wrong control panel. He'd personally led the invasion of a gas giant that turned out to be a balloon for a children's space festival. But nothing could have prepared him for Carl. Carl, wearing socks with sandals and drinking black coffee that tasted like burnt despair, had now somehow become the most powerful obstacle to the Galactic Dominion in 200 years. Not because he was particularly smart or strong or even remotely aware of what was happening, but because Carl did not care. Carl was the human equivalent of a shrug, and the invaders didn't know how to handle that. Back on the ground, the alien squad was trying to regroup after the incident with the bowling alley. Commander Bloopnark, who had earned 17 medals for valor and 1 for accidentally destroying a vending machine during peace talks, was currently hiding inside a portable toilet. He was not proud of it. Outside, his soldiers were attempting to decipher Earth's communication systems. They tuned into what they believed was a distress signal. Turns out it was a morning radio show where 2 hosts argued about pancakes for 45 minutes, followed by an ad for something called foot fungus cream. "Is this a warning?" one trooper asked. Another shook his head. "I think it's some kind of ritual." Meanwhile, a local teenager named Jenna had already taken a selfie with one of the aliens, added heart emojis, and posted it with the caption, "Met a space frog this morning." 10/10 vibes. Within minutes, the photo had gone viral. Suddenly, Earth wasn't under attack, it was trending. The alien soldiers were quickly swarmed by curious humans, mostly armed with smartphones and questions like, "Do you guys believe in horoscopes?" and "Can you fix my Wi-Fi?" One alien was dragged into a debate about cryptocurrency. Another was forced to watch a 5-minute video on how to make lasagna using only a microwave and tears. Back aboard the ship, Planax was slowly coming undone. "They're not fighting back," he barked. "No, sir," Slurpax replied, watching live footage of 2 soldiers being pulled into a Zumba class. "They appear to be integrating." Planax stared at the screen. One of his troopers was now wearing sunglasses and holding a smoothie. "Why are they smiling?" "Sir, permission to speak freely?" "Granted." "I don't think these humans know they're being invaded." Planax blinked. "Then what do they think is happening?" Slurpax hesitated. "A public relations stunt, possibly for a new soda." This gave Planax a headache so powerful it caused 3 of his teeth to send resignation letters. Desperate for a show of force, he ordered a flyover of a major city. The fleet passed over Las Vegas. What they assumed would be a terrifying demonstration of alien dominance was mistaken for a new Cirque du Soleil act. The crowd applauded. Someone threw glitter. Even worse, the Admiral's personal attack drone was accidentally signed to a 6-month contract at a local casino as a backup dancer. Meanwhile, Earth's official response came from a temporary spokesperson named Darren, who had only been chosen because he happened to be near the phone when it rang. Darren, an intern for the Department of Mild Emergencies, answered the call with, "Hey, thanks for visiting. We hope you're enjoying the planet. Would you like a coupon?" Back on the flagship, Planax was pacing in tight, angry circles. "We tried to conquer a planet," he muttered, "and they offered us discounts." Worse still, his crew had started to adapt. Slurpax had discovered reality TV and refused to leave his quarters. The ship's weapons officer, Glab, had bought a skateboard online and was practicing ollies in the engine bay. Even the ship's AI had changed its voice to sound like a game show host. Planax snapped. "No more pretending. They will understand they are being conquered." But just as he activated the global override to deliver a proper invasion message, he was interrupted by a transmission from a human named Rita, who worked at a call center and had somehow rerouted their entire comms system. "Hi there," she chirped. "Before we proceed, can I interest you in a limited-time offer on long-distance data bundles?" Planax screamed into the void. At precisely 9:12 a.m., Eastern Standard Time, the United Nations Emergency Response Committee gathered for an urgent video call. There was only one problem. Nobody believed it was actually an emergency. The official summary of the situation, hastily emailed by a technician named Gary, read, "Possible alien invasion, also Carl is trending." Half the representatives joined late. One was in pajamas. Another thought it was a test drill and brought snacks. The chairwoman, Eleanor Greaves, a woman who had once diffused an international crisis by sighing loudly, adjusted her glasses and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Is this real?" Gary, who had been forcibly promoted to Earth's de facto alien liaison, nodded solemnly. "We have video confirmation, and one of the aliens is now on TikTok dancing with a golden retriever." There was a pause. "Is it a threat?" someone asked. Gary shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure, but the dog looks happy." Meanwhile, the alien troops were still trying to regroup after their failed attempt at shock and awe. Unfortunately, they'd landed in what Earthlings referred to as the Midwest, a zone where friendliness is both weaponized and mandatory. One squad attempted to secure a perimeter around a hardware store. Instead, they were invited to a barbecue by a retired bus driver named Hank. Hank didn't care where they were from. He just wanted help flipping ribs and someone to listen to his opinions about weather patterns. One alien, designated Unit 42B, tried to explain they were a highly trained assault unit. "Sure, buddy," Hank said, handing him a plate. "Now try the potato salad." Back aboard the irrefutable Victory, Admiral Plarnax 9 was going through all 5 stages of denial at once. His warboard, previously filled with tactical projections and orbital assault plans, had been taken over by a pop-up ad for colon cleanse in 7 easy steps that no one could figure out how to close. The alien crew was unraveling. One of the engineers had built a shrine to a local weather presenter. Another had started writing Earth-style romance novels under the pseudonym Lady Moonbiscuit. Even the fleet's elite security droid had joined a bowling league and refused to return fire on account of having found inner peace. Plarnax called an emergency meeting. "We are the conquerors," he shouted, "not the conquered." Silence. Then Glab, still holding his skateboard, raised a claw. "Sir, have you tasted the thing they call nacho cheese?" The Admiral turned a violent shade of purple. Meanwhile, humanity's official response continued its descent into absurdity. Brenda, the receptionist at a minor satellite office of Earth's Space Defense Initiative, which mostly handled Wi-Fi outages on the moon, was now tasked with composing Earth's first diplomatic message to the invading force. Her draft read, "Dear sirs, madams, or tentacled overlords, welcome to Earth. Please be advised that Thursdays are recycling days." It was accidentally sent. The aliens received it. Some found it charming. Others were confused. One soldier framed it. Back on the ground, alien units trying to occupy a shopping mall were captured and detained by mall security. Not military, not police. Just Dave, a 56-year-old man with a flashlight and a dream. Dave had once stopped a teenager from stealing a hat. Now he had personally disarmed an alien warlord by asking if they had a receipt. Commander Bloopnark, still recovering emotionally from the bowling incident, was called in to extract his troops. But instead of a battle, he was confronted by a woman in a tracksuit who thought he was a lost cosplayer. She took him by the arm, said, "Come on, sweetie," and led him to a yoga class. He has not been seen since. And through it all, Admiral Plarnax watched, seething. How did this planet survive long enough to develop space-grade microwaves and yet fail to understand an intergalactic invasion? Slurpax cautiously entered the room holding a tray. "Sir, I brought you something called cinnamon swirls. I thought it might help." Plarnax opened his mouth to yell, then paused, took a bite. There was a long silence. "This is the single greatest thing I've ever tasted." Slurpax nodded. "Apparently they eat it for breakfast, on purpose." Plarnax stared out the window. Earth turned slowly beneath them, glowing with potential and confusion. A planet armed not with lasers nor armies, but with carbs, chaos, and an unshakable resistance to taking anything seriously. They hadn't invaded a death world. They had invaded a buffet with a personality disorder. 3 days into the invasion, The Galactic Dominion forces had achieved exactly 0 of their objectives. They had not subdued the humans, seized their infrastructure, or even located a central government building that wasn't closed for lunch. What they had done was develop several unhealthy addictions and accidentally form a jazz trio. It began with a reconnaissance bot named Blink 7, whose job was to monitor human communication channels. After scrolling through 20 hours of social media, the bot refused to return to duty. Instead, it began uploading motivational quote graphics and arguing about astrology in the comments. From there, it escalated. A young alien soldier named Krundax, assigned to analyze human emotional patterns, accidentally watched an entire season of a show called The Bachelor. He emerged from the experience deeply emotionally compromised and with strong opinions about someone named Jessica. He then gave a heartfelt speech to his platoon about the fragility of love and the importance of following one's heart, and was promptly promoted to morale officer. Elsewhere, a communications expert named Vaughn was tasked with hacking into Earth's data networks. Instead, he discovered a series of cooking tutorials and became obsessed with learning to bake banana bread. His first attempt exploded. His second attempt was served at a neighborhood potluck. His third attempt won second place at the Wisconsin County Fair. First place went to a 9-year-old girl named Daisy. Vaughn swore eternal vengeance. The humans, for their part, remained almost willfully oblivious to the interstellar significance of what was happening. A few assumed the aliens were part of a movie shoot. Others thought it was a very immersive viral marketing campaign. One group of retirees believed it was a pop-up escape room and tried to solve the invasion with crossword puzzles and Werther's originals. A rogue battalion attempted to seize control of a television studio to broadcast a message of conquest. They were intercepted by the production crew of a daytime talk show and ended up sitting in plastic chairs, awkwardly sipping tea while being interviewed about what it's like to be a space invader. The episode was a ratings hit. Meanwhile, back on the flagship, Admiral Planax 9 was dangerously close to losing the last 3 brain cells, not actively trying to run away. The bridge was now decorated with lava lamps. Someone had installed a popcorn machine, and the ship's AI had taken to greeting him every morning with "Rise and shine, sunshine." His officers had dissolved into chaos. Slurpax now wore Hawaiian shirts and referred to himself as the Slurpinator. Glab had opened a smoothie stand in the hangar bay and was considering franchising. Even the ship's tactical droid had replaced its laser cannon with a karaoke mic and could frequently be heard belting out songs about heartbreak and deep space loneliness. Planax called for a full regroup. "This is not an exchange program," he shouted. "We are an occupying force." The crew blinked at him with glazed-over eyes. Slurpax raised a smoothie. "Try the mango pineapple. It changed my life." Planax clenched his fists. "I want to see results." "Where is the domination? Where is the fear?" Just then, a diplomatic envoy arrived. It was led by a woman named Tina, who ran a local PTA and believed in solving all problems with brownies and assertive communication. She marched aboard the ship, handed out welcome kits, and insisted that the Admiral sit down and use his inside voice. Planax, broken and bewildered, did as instructed. The ensuing negotiation involved 3 pots of coffee, a game of charades, and a long story about Tina's son Darren, who once flushed a calculator down a toilet and claimed it was an experiment in math. At the end of it, the Admiral agreed, without entirely understanding why, to a community potluck and a poetry night. Back on Earth, alien troops were integrating at alarming speed. One had taken up line dancing, another was leading goat yoga in a park. A third had invented an entirely new genre of music by accidentally playing a harp with his face tentacles. It charted in Sweden. The invasion had not failed. It had mutated. What was supposed to be a swift conquest had become a slow-motion cultural implosion. The humans were not resisting because they didn't recognize the threat. They didn't process the threat. To them, the invasion was just another Tuesday. Weird, yes, but so was the last one, and perhaps most terrifying of all. The aliens were starting to like it. By the end of week 1, Admiral Planax 9 had developed a twitch in his left eye, an aversion to ukuleles, and a severe allergic reaction to the word potluck. He hadn't come to Earth to join book clubs or taste cinnamon rolls. He had come to conquer, to lead a swift, elegant campaign of galactic domination. Instead, his warship smelled like popcorn and lavender air freshener, and half his elite soldiers were on waiting lists for yoga teacher certification. "This has gone on long enough," he growled, pounding the control console with enough force to launch a nearby stapler into orbit. He summoned every available commander. Glab arrived on a skateboard. Slurpax showed up holding a smoothie and a brochure for something called Finding Your Inner You. One of the lieutenants wore a glittery sash that read, Best Hugger. Planax didn't yell. Not this time. He leaned forward, his voice low and cold. "We are taking the planet. Today." The officers fell silent. No more muffins. No more memes. No more poetry readings with emotionally vulnerable humans named Greg. Operation Galactic Grasp was launched at 700 hours with terrifying efficiency. The full fleet, 12 dreadnoughts, 48 cruisers, and a small shuttle accidentally registered as a food truck, descended across all major continents. The command was clear: assert dominance, use all resources, accept no baked goods. At first, it looked like it might actually work. A massive squadron landed in a financial district and issued a formal ultimatum. Unfortunately, they arrived during rush hour, and the only person who paid attention was a street performer dressed as a robot who gave them a thumbs up and asked for tips. Another group stormed a government building, only to discover that it was closed due to plumbing issues. A notice on the door read, "Back after lunch, probably." The squad waited for 3 hours. No one returned. Commander Bloopnark, finally resurfacing from his yoga spiral, led a direct assault on a military base in Nebraska. His troops encountered a stern-looking guard who told them to take a number. The number was 67. They were currently on 22. While waiting, Bloopnark had a mental breakdown, adopted a kitten, and now goes by the name Cheryl. Desperate for real resistance, Planax deployed his most fearsome weapon, the Obliterator Cannon. Capable of turning entire cities into lightly seasoned rubble, it targeted a population center in central Texas. The weapon charged, the systems locked, and then nothing. It had been unplugged to make room for a karaoke machine. The Admiral screamed, "I don't care if they offer us coupons. I want Earth under my boot." Just then, a report came in. A human counterstrike had begun. Not with weapons, not with missiles, but with forms, legal forms, governmental paperwork, tax documentation, permits, applications, ID verifications. Planax's troops were instantly overwhelmed. One platoon was trapped at a Department of Motor Vehicles for 13 hours. Another was forced to fill out a visa request in triplicate, in cursive, without the aid of spell check. A commander attempted to declare the invasion legally binding and was instead roped into jury duty. They were buried in bureaucracy. One squad tried to requisition territory through local zoning laws. They were redirected to a meeting that had been cancelled since 2009. Another alien applied for conquest rights and received a sternly worded rejection letter citing Clause 47B, no hostile takeovers during flu season. Even Planax himself wasn't spared. His attempt to seize control of Earth's global communication grid was thwarted by a cookie consent banner he couldn't figure out how to close. Every time he clicked accept, it just popped up again. He screamed so hard, he dislocated a nostril. The final straw came during a forced march through a suburban neighborhood. The alien war machine rolled down the street with pride, only to be stopped by a very serious child on a tricycle who demanded to know if they had permission from the Homeowners Association. When they couldn't produce the appropriate documentation, she issued a fine, in crayon. The invasion collapsed, not because of Earth's military, not because of Earth's science, but because Earth was a giant maze of incomprehensible systems, passive-aggressive signage, and a level of disorganization so intense it looped back around and became a defense mechanism. Planax, defeated, slumped into his chair. He was sticky with printer toner and regret. "What is this planet?" he whispered. Slurpax, now fully converted to wearing Crocs and sipping iced tea, gave a peaceful smile. "This is Earth, sir." Admiral Planax 9 had finally accepted a truth more painful than a laser blast to the shins. Earth could not be conquered by force. Not because it was strong, not because it was wise, but because it was too fundamentally ridiculous to function as an occupied planet. His war council had dissolved into nonsense. Slurpax now ran meditation workshops. Glab had become a certified smoothie shaman and was selling something called interdimensional detox juice that gave hallucinations of your ancestors doing the Macarena. The ship's internal AI now opened every status report with, "Hey bestie, ready to crush another day?" Planax knew he had two options left: retreat in shame or attempt diplomacy. He chose the one that didn't involve apologizing to the Galactic High Command and being reassigned to asteroid patrol. Again. Unfortunately, Earth's response to interplanetary diplomacy was inconsistent. His first diplomatic envoy landed in Sweden. They were greeted with politeness, warm cinnamon buns, and a very confusing game involving throwing heavy metal discs at sand. The aliens misunderstood the rules, accidentally won the regional championship, and were declared honorary citizens. The second envoy landed in New Jersey. They were mugged. Planax decided to send a personal representative, senior negotiator Prilneth III, trained in over 400 cultures, fluent in 92 languages, and capable of resolving disputes between species that communicate solely through smells. The mission lasted 17 minutes. Prilneth was intercepted by a group of conspiracy theorists who insisted that he was actually a lizard in a costume, then dragged him to a basement podcast where he was forced to debate a man wearing 3 tinfoil hats and a t-shirt that read, "The moon is a lie." He escaped by pretending to be a weather balloon. After that, all official diplomatic attempts were quietly cancelled. And then came Jerry. Jerry was not technically authorized to negotiate on behalf of Earth. He was a used car salesman from Nebraska with a firm handshake, an outdated Bluetooth earpiece, and a tragic confidence in his own charisma. He happened to stumble upon an alien scout craft that had broken down outside his dealership. Jerry made contact. He brought coffee. He offered snacks. He tried to sell them a 2003 sedan with just a few issues under the hood. Within hours, he'd convinced 3 alien soldiers to trade plasma rifles for timeshare condos. Somehow Jerry ended up on the flagship. No one invited him. He just walked in, handed Planax a business card that read Jerry, Human Solutions Consultant, and sat down like he owned the galaxy. Planax opened his mouth to scream, then realized he had no strength left. Jerry smiled and leaned forward. "Listen, big guy, you're going about this all wrong. You don't invade Earth, you network it." Planax blinked. "What?" "See, we're not a top-down species. You can't scare us into submission. You've got to distract us, overwhelm us. Give us a loyalty program, a trending hashtag, and a limited time offer, and we'll do anything you want." Slurpax, who had been listening from behind a potted plant, nodded sagely. "He's not wrong, sir. That was the beginning of the accord. Not a treaty, not a surrender. More like a handshake written on a napkin during a backyard barbecue hosted by someone's uncle. Earth didn't negotiate through diplomats. Earth negotiated through awkward social situations, cold drinks, and the phrase, "Hey, while you're here," so it was decided. A neutral site was chosen for the official proceedings, Gary's backyard. Gary, the technician who accidentally started all this, had a grill, a folding table, and exactly one lawn chair that didn't sink when you sat in it. Representatives from both sides showed up. The aliens brought their highest-ranking officers. Earth sent a man in cargo shorts, a woman holding a casserole, and someone who may or may not have been asleep the entire time. The document was drafted on the back of a pizza menu. Its terms were simple. Aliens would be allowed to stay on Earth under 3 conditions. 1. They could not attempt to conquer anything without giving at least 48 hours' notice. 2. They had to contribute to the community in some way, preferably through snacks, entertainment, or lawn maintenance. And 3. They had to participate in at least one karaoke night per month, non-negotiable. The treaty was sealed with a fist bump and a marshmallow roasting session. Planax didn't attend. He sat alone on the bridge, watching the stars. This hadn't been the invasion he wanted. It had been stranger, louder, and somehow stickier. But maybe, just maybe, it had become something else entirely. By the time the first intergalactic newsletter reported the outcome of Earth's conquest, most species assumed it was a typo. The headline read, "Galactic Dominion now offering lawn services in Ohio." Confusion spread across several sectors. Was this some kind of secret invasion code, a metaphor, a failed translation? No, it was exactly what it sounded like. The invaders had accidentally integrated into local communities, not as overlords, not as conquerors, but as neighbors. The shift hadn't been strategic. It had been gradual, ridiculous, and entirely driven by snacks, small talk, and Earth's relentless ability to absorb nonsense without collapsing. In the quiet suburb of Brookview Hills, a battle mech now mowed lawns every Tuesday. It was repurposed by an alien named Zerb, who, after losing 3 consecutive laser duels to a Roomba, decided to change careers. Zerb now charged $20 per yard, offered optional trimming services, and was considering a loyalty punch card system. In a nearby town, 2 alien commandos ran a hot dog stand. They didn't understand the concept of meat or bread or condiments, but they did understand customer satisfaction. The stand's name, for reasons never fully explained, was Wiener Protocol. It had a 5-star rating and a cult following on food blogs. One squad of former elite infiltrators had become wedding DJs. Another had joined a biker gang. One, and only one, had disappeared entirely. Rumored to be training for competitive baking on a cooking show in Denmark. The Galactic Dominion tried to reassert control. A cruiser was dispatched to extract key personnel and reboot the invasion. It made it as far as Earth's lower orbit before being intercepted by a chain of prank calls, a fake delivery order for 17 pizzas, and a barrage of messages asking for the Wi-Fi password, please. The crew panicked and retreated. Admiral Planax 9, now technically Earth's High Coordinator of Intercultural Affairs, a title given to him at a school fundraiser he didn't know he was attending, had not adjusted well. He spent his days pacing the bridge of his once mighty flagship, which now doubled as a floating tourist attraction. It had a gift shop. Children came aboard for birthday parties. There was a photo booth where guests could wear fake antennae and pretend to scream as they surrendered to the alien overlords. He tried to give one last motivational speech to his crew. "We must remember who we are. We are warriors. We are the teeth of the Dominion." Slurpax, sipping a lemonade, replied, "Sir, I'm already booked for 3 PTA meetings this week, and I promised to chaperone a field trip to the planetarium. Also, Cheryl's goat yoga class is tomorrow, and we're low on mats." "Who is Cheryl?" "Bloopnark. He goes by Cheryl now." Planax stared at him. "I once burned an entire continent to the ground." "Cool," said Slurpax, flipping through coupons. "Have you tried the peach cobbler from that diner on 5th? Transcendental." The truth was undeniable. Earth had not only resisted occupation, it had reversed it. Without ever realizing it, humans had colonized their invaders. Not with violence, not with advanced tech, but with culture, with clutter, with things that made no logical sense and yet somehow held entire societies together. credit cards, punchlines, public holidays, jazz, complaint forms, local sports rivalries, conspiracy theories about furniture stores that were definitely hiding something. Earth didn't just absorb you, it rewrote you. And for some of the aliens, this new life was addictive. They liked sitcoms. They liked slow walks through garden centers. They liked having arguments about whether pineapple belonged on pizza and then solving those arguments by ordering both kinds and eating too much of each. The longer they stayed, the more they forgot what they'd come to do. Back in the galactic capital, the High Command was baffled. They had lost contact with multiple divisions. Their long-range scanners picked up bizarre energy signatures that corresponded not to weapons, but to music festivals, farmers' markets, and amateur fireworks shows. One transmission, intercepted weeks later, simply said, "We're good, don't come." Another read, "Bring dip." Some believed it was a trap. Others believed it was enlightenment. But one thing was clear: something had changed. Something irreversible, and Earth, messy, noisy, deeply inefficient Earth, was at the center of it. It was supposed to be a historical entry in the archives of the Galactic Dominion, a warning, a case study, a firm, practical explanation of why you never attack a species that considers Black Friday a cultural holiday. But somewhere along the way, the report got weird. Because how do you accurately describe a planet where traffic laws are suggestions, small talk is weaponized, and one of the most watched events each year involves people throwing an inflated ball and screaming at televisions while wearing matching shirts? Admiral Planax 9 tried. He really did. He sat down with every intention of composing a formal debrief for the Dominion Grand Council. He outlined key events, tactical failures, socio-cultural entanglements. But the longer he typed, the harder it became to explain how an interstellar war had been derailed by a chilly cook-off and a flash mob performance of Total Eclipse of the Heart in a supermarket. By paragraph 5, he gave up and stapled a handwritten note to the front that simply said, "Do not." The Dominion never sent a follow-up. Planax still lived aboard the irrefutable Victory, though no one called it that anymore. Locals referred to it as the big floaty thing with the nacho stand. It remained parked 3 miles above a cornfield in Kansas, occasionally drifting off course whenever someone messed with the gravity controls to make zero-G bowling more exciting. Earth's governments, in their own earthy way, had accepted the situation without truly understanding it. Someone wrote a law that defined extraterrestrial residents as tourists with long-term enthusiasm. It passed unanimously because no one read the fine print, and also there was free coffee in the voting room that day. International agencies adapted as best they could. NASA released a revised mission statement. "We don't know what's going on anymore, but we're trying our best." Tourism soared. Alien-themed merchandise exploded. Someone published a cookbook titled Cooking with Planax, which included suspiciously few recipes and far too many footnotes about existential dread. The aliens blended in with increasing ease. Some changed their names to things like Greg. Others didn't bother and simply introduced themselves with a dramatic cough and a gesture toward the sky. Every now and then, Planax would walk the halls of his ship, pass by crew members debating whether coffee was a beverage or a survival mechanism, and remember that there was a time, not long ago, when they had all been conquerors. Not anymore. Now they were just residents of Earth. The planet that didn't destroy its enemies, it confused them into submission. The Dominion eventually sent one last message, an encrypted communique routed through 17 satellites and a diplomatic courier shaped like a novelty pen. It arrived on Planax's console with flashing red text and the seal of the Supreme Command. "Report status," it said. Planax stared at it for a long time. Then, with a sigh, he dictated his reply. "This is Admiral Planax 9. The invasion has been reclassified. Hostilities terminated. Local resistance too. Existential. Tactical success probability approaching 0. The humans have parties, sir, constantly, for things that do not warrant celebration. They invite us. We go. We bring snacks. We play games where rules change mid-round and no one keeps score. We argue about pizza toppings with passion, usually reserved for civil wars. We are lost in their culture. We are deeply embedded. There is no extraction. He paused, then added, "We have been earthed." He hit send. The system blinked. Message received. No further orders came. Down below, on the planet that rewrote the invasion manual just by existing, life continued. Strange, loud, illogical, beautifully disorganized. A species that built monuments, forgot anniversaries, survived wars, started dance trends, wrote poetry about soup, and accidentally conquered a galactic armada through a combination of hospitality and complete disregard for standard protocol. Earth was not a death world. It was something far more dangerous. It was relatable.
The USS Vengeance glided silently through the inky void of space, its sleek form a testament to human ingenuity. The ship's hull gleamed, reflecting the light of distant stars like a predator waiting to strike. Captain Elena Carter stood at the command deck, her gaze fixed on the star map unfolding before her. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the responsibility for her crew and the future of humanity resting squarely on her shoulders. "Captain," Lieutenant Marcus Hale's voice broke through the tension. "We've reached the Imperial border. They'll be able to track us in 5 minutes." Elena didn't flinch. "Let them. We're ready." She turned her attention to the crew, a mix of veterans and green recruits, each person focused on their station. They knew what was at stake. This wasn't just a mission, it was humanity's chance to prove that they were more than a footnote in the galaxy. For centuries, the Galactic Empire had dominated the stars. Their reach spanned across hundreds of thousands of systems, their fleets unparalleled in size and firepower. And for just as long, they treated humanity as little more than an inconvenience. The Terran Republic had never been considered a serious threat. The Empire saw them as a bunch of scattered colonies, no more capable of fighting back than a pack of wild animals. But humanity was different. They weren't just survivors, they were thinkers, creators, problem solvers. They had learned to adapt. And today, they would show the Empire just how much they had underestimated them. "Elena, we're getting a signal," Marcus said, his fingers flying over the console. "What kind of signal?" Elena's voice was steady, though her pulse quickened. "Imperial Command Fleet. They're mobilizing." Marcus hesitated, then added, "This is it. They've already got reinforcements on the way." Elena felt a flicker of unease in her gut, but she kept it hidden. The Empire was predictable, almost annoyingly so. They would strike fast and hard, overwhelming anything in their path. But what they didn't expect was a fight from an enemy they thought was beneath them. She nodded. "Signal the fleet to prepare for evasive maneuvers. Let's make sure they know they're not dealing with the same old human pushovers they're used to." Minutes passed in tense silence. Elena's mind raced, running through every possible scenario, every move the Empire could make. The fleet was small, barely a handful of ships, but they were fast and they knew how to fight dirty. They didn't have the luxury of facing their opponents head-on like the Empire did. Every battle had to be a calculated risk. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sharp voice of her communications officer, Lieutenant Aria Valdez. "Captain, Imperial warships are closing in. They're sending a recon ship ahead of the main fleet." Elena's lips curled into a tight smile. They were underestimating them already. "Time to dance?" Elena muttered. "Prepare the Vengeance to take evasive action. I want the fleet in position by the time they arrive." Arya raised an eyebrow. "Aren't we a bit early? They haven't even begun their assault." "That's exactly why we're early." Elena turned, her eyes narrowing with focus. "We need to make them think they have us cornered. Lure them into our trap." As the Imperial ships advanced, Elena's fleet scattered, using the asteroid field just ahead as cover. The strategy was simple. make the Empire's scouts think the Terran ships were scattered, retreating in fear. If the Empire believed the humans were running, they would chase, thinking they could wipe out the resistance before it even had a chance to regroup. The first Imperial ship came into view, a sleek, angular vessel that radiated authority. It was massive, dwarfing the Vengeance in size. Elena's grip tightened on the command console as the ship's sensors blinked, scanning the area. She waited. Then, she gave the signal. Move now! The Vengeance surged forward, cutting through the asteroid field with the precision of a predator hunting its prey. It fired a series of warning shots at the Imperial scout, just enough to provoke a reaction. The scout ship immediately powered up its weapons, charging directly at the Vengeance. But Elena had anticipated this. As the ship drew closer, she gave the order. Activate cloaking. For a split second, the Vengeance disappeared, vanishing from the scout's radar. The Imperial ship fired wildly, trying to target a phantom enemy. But when the Vengeance reappeared, it was in a completely different position, and this time, it unleashed a barrage of missiles that tore into the scout's defenses. The Imperial ship lurched under the assault, taking heavy damage. It tried to retaliate, but the humans had already slipped away into the asteroid field once again, vanishing like ghosts in the vastness of space. Damn it! Elena heard the scout commander curse over the open channel. What the hell are we dealing with? Don't worry, sir. A second voice chimed in. They'll run out of tricks eventually. Right. The first commander growled. We'll flush them out. We're dealing with insects. Prepare for full engagement. Bring in the reinforcements. Elena's smile grew. Let them think we're insects. It's exactly what we want. She watched as the larger Imperial ships came into view, their guns primed and ready. A full engagement was imminent. But this was only the beginning. As the Vengeance sped away from the initial skirmish, Elena's crew moved into position. Each ship was tasked with a specific role, from stealth operations to direct assault. The fleet had no intentions of holding back. If the Empire wanted war, they would get it. But Elena wasn't thinking about the big battle ahead. She was thinking about the opening move, the first strike. This battle wasn't just about firepower. It was about sending a message to the Empire. A message that said humanity was no longer the weak, forgotten species it once was. This was the dawn of a new age. Get ready, Elena said, her voice low. The Empire will regret ever underestimating us. The USS Vengeance shuddered as another blast rocked its hull. Elena Carter gripped the command chair, feeling the impact deep in her bones. The Imperial fleet had come at them with the ferocity of a storm, and now, with every passing minute, the human forces were being pushed harder. Report! Elena barked, her voice cutting through the controlled chaos in the bridge. Lieutenant Marcus Hale turned from his station. The port shields are down to 30%. We've taken hits to the aft engines, but nothing catastrophic yet. The enemy is closing in. They're using their superior numbers to force us into a corner. Elena's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the tactical map. The Empire had brought reinforcements, 3 dreadnoughts and a dozen cruisers. Against the small but agile Terran fleet, it seemed like an overwhelming advantage. Yet Elena's mind was clear, her thoughts like a sharp blade. We can't outrun them, but we can outthink them, Elena muttered under her breath. Get the fleet ready for evasive maneuvers, Marcus. We need to disrupt their formation. A fresh wave of energy pulsed through the ship as the crew executed their orders. Despite the pressure mounting around them, Elena was calm. She'd been in worse situations before. And though this battle was unlike any they had fought, she was confident her crew would rise to the challenge. What's the status on the other ships? Elena asked, her voice low but urgent. Frigate Resolute reports heavy damage, Captain. Lieutenant Aria Valdez replied, her fingers flying over the communications console. They're asking for backup. The Guardian is still holding strong, but they're already down 2 fighter wings. Elena paused for a moment, her gaze turning inward. The Resolute was losing ground quickly, and the Guardian was their last line of defense. She knew the stakes, and she knew it was only a matter of time before the Empire decided to go for the kill. "Get the Resolute to move out of the kill zone," Elena ordered, her mind racing through strategies. "Tell them to fall back behind the asteroid field. We'll give them cover. Guardian, keep your position. We need to buy time for reinforcements." "Understood," Marcus responded, his voice steady as ever. Elena turned her attention back to the Imperial forces. They were relentless, closing in from all sides. The sight of those massive dreadnoughts, each bristling with weaponry, was enough to make anyone falter. But not her. She had seen this before. This was no different than the countless battles against overwhelming odds that humans had faced since the dawn of their species. They survived. They adapted. They fought back. "This isn't just about holding our ground," Elena muttered to herself, more to focus her thoughts than to speak aloud. "This is about making them doubt everything they believe." "What was that, Captain?" Marcus asked, his curiosity piqued. Elena's lips curled into a thin smile. "Nothing. Just thinking out loud." Without another word, she keyed the comms. "All ships, listen up. We're going to hit them where they least expect it. When I say now, I want the Resolute and the Guardian to launch a full-fledged decoy offensive. Light up every emitter and sensor they have. Make them think we're falling back into the asteroid belt. They're going to chase us, right into our trap." There was a collective intake of breath across the bridge as the crew processed her command. For a moment, Elena could feel the weight of the decision. It was a gamble. The enemy had superior numbers, and a mistake would mean their destruction. But what was the alternative? Die slowly in the face of overwhelming power? No. Humans were not made for that kind of surrender. "Captain," Arya said, her tone sharp. "If we do this, we'll be leaving ourselves open. We can't afford any more losses." Elena turned her gaze to the communications officer. "We won't have to. Trust me, Arya. We're the ones who make the first move. We're not running." The crew's expressions shifted from tense uncertainty to cautious optimism. Elena had always been the kind of leader who inspired her crew to trust her instincts. And while it had never been easy, it had always been effective. "No," Elena ordered. The Resolute and Guardian sprang to life, engines flaring as they created a... Their ships veered off, eager to chase what they thought was the fleeing Terran force. "Good. Now hold your course steady," Elena murmured, keeping her eyes on the battle. As the enemy fleet pursued the decoys, Elena's ships remained hidden, their engines silent as they slid into position. The Empire, convinced they had broken the Terran resistance, was now careening directly into the trap. "Elena!" Marcus called, his voice rising with intensity. "We've got them. The lead dreadnought is directly in range." Elena took a breath. "Prepare all weapons, full barrage. Let's show them what happens when they underestimate us." The Vengeance came alive. The hum of its weapons systems powered up as the crew initiated the coordinated assault. The first salvo struck the lead dreadnought with pinpoint accuracy, the missiles slamming into its massive shields. The Empire's ship staggered under the impact, its shields flickering as the second wave of fire hit. The dreadnought tried to return fire, but it was too late. The humans had already moved, weaving in and out of the debris field with the precision only a fleet accustomed to close-quarters combat could manage. Elena watched the Imperial ship's shields crack and shatter. It wasn't just the weaponry that had done this. It was the way the humans fought, the speed and unpredictability that caught their enemies off guard every time. "Direct hit," Marcus said, his voice filled with satisfaction. "Their lead dreadnought is disabled, Captain. We've got them on the run." A cheer broke out across the bridge, but Elena didn't let it linger. There was no time for celebration yet. They were far from victory, and the Empire would retaliate. She glanced at the tactical map, her mind racing. The battle wasn't over. They had only begun to show the Empire what humanity was capable of. "Don't get too comfortable, crew," Elena warned. "The real fight is just starting." The Vengeance tore forward, joining the other Terran ships in the renewed offensive. The Empire was reeling from the unexpected assault, and for the first time, Elena could see the cracks in their impenetrable facade. They weren't invincible. They were just as vulnerable as anyone else. And humanity, despite all the Empire's efforts to squash them, was proving that they had a place in this galaxy. One that would not be erased. Elena, Marcus said quietly, his voice filled with disbelief. We're actually doing it. We're pushing them back. Elena's eyes gleamed with a fierce, unyielding light. No, Marcus. We're making them remember us. The battle raged on, the black void of space illuminated by streaks of laser fire and explosions that echoed through the vacuum. The USS Vengeance had danced around the Imperial fleet with precision and purpose, its weapons flashing in the darkness. Elena Carter's heart raced as the crew carried out their orders flawlessly, but the weight of the war still loomed over them. They had pushed the Empire back, but the real test was yet to come. Captain, Marcus Hale's voice cut through the tension. The Imperial flagship is entering the combat zone. It's the Sovereign. Elena didn't need to see the ship to feel the shift in the air. The Sovereign was the heart of the Imperial fleet, a massive dreadnought commanded by Lord Forlack himself. If they were going to win this battle, they would have to face the heart of the Empire head-on. Where's the rest of their fleet? Elena asked, her voice calm but laced with urgency. Most of their ships are still scattered, but the Sovereign is holding steady. It's coming straight for us, Marcus replied, his fingers flying over the console. And they've sent a full wing of bombers to flank us. They mean business. Of course they do, Elena muttered, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the tactical display. The Empire would never let a blow to their pride go unanswered. They would strike back with everything they had. Arya, Elena said, turning to the communications officer. Get me the fleet commanders. We need to coordinate. Now. Arya nodded, her fingers quickly tapping on the console. You're patched through, Captain. Elena, came the voice of Commander Lillian Grant, captain of the Guardian, the second largest ship in the Terran fleet. We're tracking the Sovereign. We know what it can do, but you can't take it head-on. That's not the game we're playing. I'm aware, Elena replied, her gaze locked on the Imperial flagship as it loomed larger in the distance. We're not going to fight them on their terms. We're going to outsmart them. Care to elaborate? Lillian's tone was tinged with both curiosity and skepticism. We need to make them chase us, Elena said, a plan forming in her mind. Once the bombers are in range, we'll split our forces. The Vengeance and Guardian will take the fight to the Sovereign, while the rest of the fleet harasses their bombers. We'll hit them hard and fast, then pull back into the asteroid field. Let them think they're winning. Lillian was quiet for a beat, then responded. You're playing a dangerous game, Elena. But if it works, we'll have the Empire on the ropes. We don't have a choice, Elena said firmly. Prepare your ship. We'll need every advantage we can get. With the plan set, Elena turned her attention back to the tactical map. The Imperial fleet was closing in, their ships advancing with terrifying precision. But there was something about the way they moved that made her uneasy. It was almost too predictable. Something's wrong, she muttered to herself. Captain? Marcus asked, sensing her shift in demeanor. The Empire's tactics are too clean. Too orderly, Elena said, her mind racing. They're not improvising at all. It's as if they think they have us cornered already. Could be overconfidence, Marcus suggested, though there was a hint of doubt in his voice. They've been treating us like we're nothing more than a nuisance. Elena shook her head. It's more than that. The Empire doesn't make mistakes like this. Maybe they're expecting us to fight dirty, Marcus said, his eyes scanning the battlefield. You know, something like this? Before Elena could respond, Marcus's console blared a warning. A massive wave of Imperial bombers shot out from the Sovereign, streaking toward the Terran fleet like a swarm of hornets. Their goal was clear: overwhelm and decimate. Here they come, Marcus said grimly. The bombers are on a collision course. Steady, Elena said, her voice unwavering. We'll draw them in. On my mark, we scatter and go full throttle into the asteroid field. Ready, Marcus confirmed. The bombers were closing fast, but Elena remained calm. She had seen this maneuver before, used it herself on more than one occasion. The key was to make the Empire think they had a clear shot, then pull away at the last second, leaving their enemies with nothing but open space and debris. Now, Elena ordered. In a blur of motion, the Vengeance and Guardian bolted forward, weaving through the incoming swarm of Imperial bombers. The ships split in two directions, making themselves hard targets as they zipped through the narrow gaps between asteroids. Direct hits! Marcus shouted. But the shields held. We've lost aft thrusters, Captain, but we're still mobile. Elena clenched her jaw. Pull the Vengeance to the left. We need them to follow us. The bombers, now split between their targets, hesitated for just a second, enough time for the Terran ships to accelerate and close the distance with the Sovereign. It was exactly as Elena had planned. The Empire was losing focus, its attention divided between multiple threats. Now hit the Sovereign with everything we've got, Elena commanded, her pulse quickening as the Imperial flagship loomed large in the viewport. The Vengeance unleashed a flurry of missiles and energy blasts, all aimed at the weak points of the Sovereign's shields. The ship groaned under the pressure, but it held firm, its imposing form remaining steadfast in the chaos of battle. Shields are holding, Captain. But we're doing damage, Marcus reported. Their turrets are firing back, but it looks like they're reorienting. They're adapting faster than I expected, Elena said, her brow furrowed. They're countering our moves with precision. Then it hit her, the Empire was not acting recklessly. They were testing the humans, waiting for them to overextend. The battle was no longer just a tactical conflict, it was a chess match. The Empire wasn't underestimating them, they were studying them, learning from every move. This won't be enough, Elena said, her voice laced with a new urgency. They're learning our patterns. We can't stay here forever, Marcus replied, his face tight with tension. We need to pull back. Elena nodded. But we can't let them win. The Sovereign is a direct threat, but if we stay here too long, they'll trap us. Elena, Marcus began, his voice barely audible over the hum of the ship. Are we really going to keep going? Is this enough? The Empire's not pulling any punches anymore. Elena locked eyes with him. We haven't even started, Marcus. Trust me. The Vengeance veered sharply, narrowly dodging a barrage of incoming fire, and veered back into the asteroid field. Prepare for Phase 2, Elena said with cold resolve. We make them chase us. Again. They were no longer just fighting to survive. Now, they were playing the Empire's game. And they were going to win. The USS Vengeance shuddered again, the jolts reverberating through the ship's frame, and Elena could feel the impact deep in her bones. The battle was turning against them, but she was not about to give in. The Imperial fleet had become a relentless wave crashing down on them, and every move she made seemed to bring them closer to the edge of annihilation. But that was the nature of war. There were no guarantees, only the fight. Elena, Marcus Hale's voice came through tight with urgency. The Sovereign is closing in. We can't keep this up much longer. Their firepower is too overwhelming. Elena's hands gripped the edge of her chair as she studied the battle grid. The Empire had adapted quickly, adjusting their strategy after every Terran countermeasure. The decoy tactics, the sudden strikes, nothing was surprising them anymore. Their ships were far more resilient than she'd anticipated, and the Sovereign had turned into an impenetrable fortress. Status report, Elena said, her voice steady despite the mounting pressure. Shields are holding, but barely. We've taken heavy damage to the starboard engines, Marcus responded, his fingers flying across his console. The Guardian is reporting similar losses. We've lost contact with the Resolute. Damn it, Elena muttered. The Resolute had been a key part of their strategy. Without it, they were running out of options. A series of explosions shook the bridge again, this time more violent. The lights flickered, and the deep hum of the engine sputtered for a moment. Elena clenched her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm. Recalculating, she muttered, her eyes moving across the battlefield. They were cornered, but there had to be a way out. The Empire was relentless, but they were also predictable. Elena! Arya Valdez's voice broke through, sharp and urgent. We're not going to last much longer. If we don't act now. We're not done yet, Elena snapped, cutting her off. Her voice softened a fraction, but there was no room for hesitation. We fight until the last ship is standing. We're not giving up. Marcus looked at her, his expression unreadable. He didn't need to say it aloud. He knew what she was thinking. If they couldn't break the Sovereign, there would be no retreat. It would be a death sentence. But Elena had seen worse odds before, and she refused to bow to them now. She looked at her crew, each face tense with fear and determination. They were pushing themselves to the limit, and she would do the same. Arya, she said, her voice cool but firm. Send a distress signal to Fleet Command. We need reinforcements. And tell them we'll hold out as long as we can. Arya hesitated. Captain, we don't have much time. I know, Elena replied. But I need them to know that we didn't go down without a fight. The Vengeance rocked again, this time with an almost mechanical persistence. Elena's mind moved quickly, parsing through the possibilities, running calculations in seconds. There had to be a way to break through. The Sovereign's firepower was immense, but it had weaknesses. Every ship did. Elena, Marcus said quietly, they're preparing a final assault. The Sovereign is primed to hit us directly. Elena's eyes flicked to the tactical display, where the massive Imperial flagship was drawing closer. Its weapons were powered up, and it was aiming straight for them. The Empire had no intention of giving them an easy exit. Get us in position, Marcus, Elena ordered. We're not waiting for them to come to us. We'll make them follow us. What's the plan? Marcus asked, his tone laced with skepticism. We're going in for the heart of the Sovereign, Elena said, her voice resolute. It's risky, but it's the only way to turn the tide. The crew fell silent, the weight of the decision settling on them. Everyone knew the risks. A direct assault on the flagship was suicidal, but if they could breach its defenses, they might just cripple the Empire's entire operation. Marcus, prep the forward cannon. Full power, Elena commanded. We're hitting their main reactor. Got it, Marcus responded. This is it. The Vengeance surged forward, its engines pushing it to the limit as they made a desperate run toward the Sovereign. The Imperial flagship fired, its massive turrets lighting up the darkness, but Elena had anticipated this. She veered sharply, the ship twisting through space, narrowly avoiding the incoming fire. The crew held their breath as the ship swerved, barely dodging the barrage. We're going to make it, Marcus said, his voice a mixture of relief and disbelief. We'll see, Elena replied, her gaze fixed on the massive dreadnought. They were close, so close to striking a blow that might turn the battle. Prepare to fire on my mark, Elena said, eyes scanning the Sovereign for its weak points. The main reactor was just ahead, protected by layers of shields and armor, but it wasn't invincible. Nothing was. Ready when you are, Marcus replied, the tension in his voice thick. Elena took a deep breath, then, with an almost imperceptible nod, she gave the order. Fire! The Vengeance's forward cannon erupted in a flash of blinding energy, a surge of raw power that cut through space toward the Sovereign's core. The flagship's shields flared bright against the blast, but Elena's shot was precise. It struck the shield generator dead center, causing a chain reaction that sent shockwaves through the Imperial vessel. The Sovereign's shields flickered for a moment before completely failing. Elena saw the reaction in real time. The flagship staggered under the impact, its systems scrambling to adjust. But the blow had done more than just breach the defenses. It had exposed a weakness, one that Elena could exploit. We've got them, Marcus said, his voice full of awe. Shields are down. They're exposed. But Elena's heart pounded in her chest as she saw the Sovereign begin to retaliate, its weapons charging for one final blast. The flagship wasn't done yet. We need to move, now! Elena shouted. With everything she had, Elena yanked the helm to the left, steering the Vengeance toward the remnants of the asteroid field. The Imperial flagship fired one last barrage, the energy beams missing them by mere meters. The Vengeance skidded through the debris, a perfect escape route. "We're clear," Marcus said, letting out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "The Sovereign is disabled, but they're not done yet. We need to get out of here." Elena's chest tightened as she looked at the tactical display. The Imperial fleet was retreating, the Sovereign crippled and its command structure in disarray. But the battle was not won yet. The Empire would regroup, and they would come back stronger. "We've bought ourselves some time," Elena said, her voice steady but heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. "But this war is far from over." The Vengeance limped back into the depths of space, but Elena knew this was just the beginning. For humanity to survive, they had to keep fighting. And they would, until the last breath.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations." The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. "That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies." After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. "Captain Walker, Commander Reed, the Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then, without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorks announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke, again both watching the massive Council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the Council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from Council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his 4-fingered hand, and a 3-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive Council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and Council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 Council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex 3-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious. Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. Their entire strategy revolves around predictability, Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. They expect enemies to follow patterns. They can calculate. Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line, Walker added. It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection. Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario, Reed said. The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns. Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy. When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. How bad is it? Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations. And? The Secretary General asked. And humanity has never fought that way, Walker replied. Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary. Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before. General Martinez leaned forward. Project Thunderbolt? Walker nodded. The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative. Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. She doesn't look like much, General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing. Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid, and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. She's ready, Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different. Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite. He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. In simple terms, the General asked, she doesn't move through space, space moves around her, Thompson said. The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her. Walker added, and that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on. The General studied the strange ship. And the weapons? Thompson's face lit up with pride. Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable. He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these, he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns. Random? The General frowned. How do we aim? We don't exactly, Thompson admitted. The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point. Walker stepped in. It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game. The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch? We're ready now, Walker said confidently. Hours. Later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. Your time grows short, humans, the alien said. The Council requires your answer. The Secretary General stepped forward. Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship. Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction. When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera. The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. They won't recognize what they're seeing, Reed told the crew during the final briefing. The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today. Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vork's. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vork's, and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vork's and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. Begin your demonstration, Vork's commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha. The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern, one reported. Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution. General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space. Not this one, the sensor operator insisted. It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze. Vork's expression darkened. A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data. Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns. Walker nodded. Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta. Aye, Captain, Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. They're confused, Reed reported with a smile. Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us. In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. Admiral, we've lost tracking, an operator reported. The human vessel is flickering. Flickering? Vork's demanded. Explain. It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. The operator said, confusion evident in his voice. Our scanners cannot determine its true location. General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction. Vork studied the display carefully. No. This is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power. 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical. Officer reported. Walker remained calm. Just as we expected. Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready? Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup. Walker opened a channel to the council ship. Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration? As well. Vorks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action. By firing on us? Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. The linear cannon will pass near your vessel, Vorks stated. To demonstrate our precision, unless, of course, you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority. Walker smiled calmly. We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. Battle stations. Thompson, push the chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors. The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be, Reed reported. Based on a standard movement algorithm. Walker nodded. Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark. The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible, recalibrate the cannons, fire again. The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random, ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. Direct hit on our port side, a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. All ships defensive formation. Prepare for... But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity, the tactical officer reported. They can't take another direct hit. Thompson's voice came over the comm. The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure. Walker nodded grimly. We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only. As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion. uncertainty. "This demonstration is concluded, Admiral," Walker said calmly. "Earth awaits your response." For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. "In 10,000 years," Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, "no species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon. Yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us." Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. "The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council encounters with other species and identified your greatest strength and weakness." "Which is?" asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. "Predictability," Reed answered simply. "Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to." Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. "You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight." Walker smiled slightly. "Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. "Explain." "In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system," Walker explained. "The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council." "Impossible," General Krill insisted. "Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand." "True," Walker admitted. "We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing." Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. "Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead," Walker continued, "we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to." Admiral Vorks studied the humans with new interest. "You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense?" "One was enough to prove our point," Walker said confidently. "We have the designs for 30 more." This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. "Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics." Walker nodded. "Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path. We chose a different approach." "Chaos," Vorks said, almost with distaste. "Adaptability," Walker corrected. "Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges." The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. "The Council must reconsider Earth's status," he announced formally. "Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols." For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. "Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate." "Unprecedented," muttered General Krill. "So was surviving the linear cannon," Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest council species, offered a compromise. The council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the 3 figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars. Not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
Chapter 1. The Unexpected Inheritance. The office smelled of old leather, chipped wood, and stale coffee, a combination of neglect and the weight of years spent in the same chair, staring at the same dull walls. Marcus Hawk's fingers drummed on the desk, the sound echoing in the quiet, the only noise breaking the eerie silence of the forgotten station he now called home. Once, not too long ago, he had been something more. A brilliant young engineer, hailed as the future of spacefaring technology. He had designed and tested military-grade propulsion systems, worked on spacecraft so advanced they seemed to bend the very laws of physics. Yet, here he was alone, far from the glamour of military contracts and high-profile projects, working for barely enough credits to keep the lights on. The terminal before him flickered, displaying only a mundane list of notifications and minor updates. Nothing unusual, nothing noteworthy. He sighed, letting his mind wander as he sat back in his worn-out chair. Outside the window, the space station hovered on the edge of a nameless asteroid belt, a forgotten relic of an ancient war that had long since ended. Ships drifted by civilian transporters, freighters hauling goods between distant colonies, but none of them seemed important. None of them mattered. That was until the message arrived. It came without warning, a blip that lit up the terminal with a sudden urgency. The sound of the incoming communication startled him, and he leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he focused on the message header. It was an encrypted, untraceable channel, marked with a symbol that immediately caught his attention. The Galactic Law Consortium, a name that even someone like him knew well. It was the last place anyone in his position ever wanted to deal with, the legal entity responsible for the estates of the galaxy's most powerful and wealthy families. He clicked open the message, half expecting some legal rambling about overdue fines, taxes on the scrap ships he worked on, or some other bureaucratic nonsense. But instead, the message that appeared on the screen was anything but typical. His heart raced as his eyes skimmed over the first few lines. Marcus Hawk, you have been chosen as the sole inheritor of the Thalasser, the largest and most advanced warship in the galaxy. This inheritance is bestowed upon you in accordance with the final will and testament of Lord Andrus, the former commander of the Thalasser, who passed away under mysterious circumstances. The words struck him like a bolt of lightning, rendering him speechless for a moment. Inheritance? A warship? The Thalasser? He couldn't have read it right. His eyes flicked back over the message, his mind racing to make sense of the absurdity of it all. The Thalasser was a name spoken only in hushed tones, a ship so legendary, so massive, that entire fleets could be dwarfed by it. It was the flagship of an empire that had long since crumbled, a symbol of power, destruction, and a lost age of galactic warfare. How could someone like him, someone who spent his days fixing outdated engines for spacefaring tourists, possibly be its heir? His fingers hovered over the terminal's keys, the cold metal of the desk beneath his palms grounding him in reality. But even as he considered dismissing the message, there was something about the tone, the formality of it, that made him hesitate. He had heard of things like this before, rich families looking for someone to pass on their wealth, estates, and ships when no direct heir existed. But this wasn't just any ship. This was the Thalasser, the stuff of legend. With a deep breath, he continued reading, trying to wrap his mind around the gravity of the situation. As stipulated in Lord Andrus' will, you are to assume command of the vessel immediately. A secure transport vessel will arrive within the next 24 hours to take you to the location of the warship. Please be advised that upon accepting this inheritance, you will also assume the responsibilities and legal obligations associated with such a significant asset. A representative from the Galactic Law Consortium will be present to oversee the formalities. The words blurred as his mind went into overdrive. The ship, the Thalasser, was no small matter. It wasn't just a vessel, it was a monument, an ancient relic, its design so advanced that no modern ship could rival it. It had been built for war, massive, imposing, and powerful. Few had ever seen it in person, and fewer still had lived to tell the tale. The mere thought that someone like him, someone who barely had a place in the galaxy's grand scheme of things, could inherit it was beyond comprehension. His hand hovered over the terminal, feeling the weight of what was about to happen. He could feel it deep in his bones. This was no ordinary contract or job offer. This was destiny, knocking on his door, demanding he answer. But how could he possibly accept such an inheritance? He was no leader, no commander. He was an engineer, a man who lived in the shadows of greater minds. And yet, the pull of the Thalasser was undeniable. It beckoned to him in a way nothing else had. It wasn't just a ship, it was a legacy, an entire history wrapped in metal and fire. The opportunity to command such a force was beyond anything he had ever dreamed of. The question, then, wasn't whether he could accept it, but whether he was ready to face what came with such an immense responsibility. With a shaky hand, he typed in his response, "I accept the inheritance of the Thalasser." The words felt surreal, like something out of a dream. The moment he hit send, the screen flickered, confirming the message had been received. A soft beep came from the terminal as the message disappeared, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the now empty screen, trying to come to terms with what had just happened. The reality of it hadn't fully sunk in. The ship, the inheritance, the responsibility, it was all too much. The sound of the door to his office creaking open startled him. A figure stepped into the room, tall and composed, dressed in the distinctive uniform of the Galactic Law Consortium. The individual's face was partially obscured by a helmet, but the authoritative tone of their voice left no room for doubt. "Mr. Hawk, I presume?" the figure asked, their voice muffled by the helmet. "You have accepted the inheritance of Lord Andrus. A transport ship is waiting for you. You will be taken to the Thalasser immediately." Marcus stood, his legs trembling slightly. He had read the message, but hearing it spoken aloud somehow made it all the more real. He was going to the Thalasser. He was going to command it. The enormity of the situation hit him with the force of a freight train. He nodded slowly, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm ready." The figure stepped aside, revealing a sleek transport ship outside the door. It was smaller than what he had expected for something so significant, but its sleek design and advanced tech left little to the imagination. It was clear that even this vessel had been chosen with care, and the gravity of the situation settled in as Marcus stepped forward, his heart racing with a mix of fear, excitement, and anticipation. As the door of the transport slid shut behind him, he realized that there was no turning back. He was about to step into a new life, one that would be shaped by the Thalasser and the power it held. The stars outside seemed to shift as the ship's engines roared to life, and as the transport took off into the vastness of space, Marcus Hawk couldn't shake the feeling that his life was about to change forever. And in that moment, as the sleek transport cruised through the void, he couldn't help but wonder if he was truly ready for what awaited him aboard the Thalasser. The largest warship in the galaxy, a legacy of power and destruction, and now his responsibility to command. What would happen when he finally boarded it? The transport ship was a marvel of efficiency, sleek and polished, but it lacked the character of the ships Marcus was used to, ships worn by time and use. As the vessel sped through the vast emptiness of space, Marcus couldn't shake the creeping sense of disbelief that clung to him like an unwelcome shadow. The Thalasser. The name alone carried such weight that it seemed to distort the very fabric of space around him, as though the universe itself had taken a breath and was now holding it in anticipation. His mind kept replaying the message. He had read it, digested it, and accepted the inheritance, but it still didn't feel real. The enormity of it all hadn't quite hit him yet. This wasn't just about receiving a ship. It was about wielding something that could change the course of galactic history. Lord Andrus had been the last of his kind, a commander so legendary that his name was whispered in reverence across star systems. His legacy, now entrusted to Marcus, was a burden he had never asked for. A soft, rhythmic hum emanated from the transport's engines, a sound that was almost calming in its predictability. It was a stark contrast to the storm of thoughts swirling in Marcus's head. He glanced out the viewport, seeing the stars streak past, each one representing a destination that he now held the power to influence. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft chime, signaling that they had entered the vicinity of the Thalasser. The transport began to slow, its smooth glide through the emptiness of space now giving way to a more deliberate pace as the ship drew closer to its destination. Marcus could see it then, at first just a shadow against the backdrop of distant stars, but as the distance closed, the sheer scale of the warship became undeniable. It wasn't like anything he had ever seen. The Thalasser was not just a ship, it was a floating fortress, a behemoth that seemed to stretch across the heavens. Its hull was a patchwork of aged, metallic plating, a striking contrast to the sleek, modern design of the transport ship. Despite its appearance of age, there was something undeniably imposing about it. The ship was a relic of war, but it radiated a presence that was both majestic and terrifying. It was as if the ship itself had lived through centuries of conflict, standing as a monument to survival in a universe that was always on the brink of chaos. Marcus's breath caught in his throat. As the transport closed in on the ship, his mind struggled to process the magnitude of what he was about to do. This was no longer just a job. This was destiny. The transport docked with the thalasser through an airlock, a seamless connection between the two vessels. The hum of the transport's engines faded, and a profound silence filled the cabin, leaving Marcus alone with his thoughts. He stood up slowly, his legs unsteady as if his body were unsure of the enormity of the moment. The door to the transport slid open, revealing a corridor bathed in cold, artificial light. He took his first step onto the warship, his boots making a sharp, echoing sound against the metal floor. His heart raced, but he stood tall, squaring his shoulders as if he could push through the wave of uncertainty that threatened to overwhelm him. A voice crackled through the communication system, breaking the silence. "Welcome aboard the thalasser, Marcus Hawk," the voice said. It was deep, resonant, and carried the weight of authority, though it seemed detached, distant. "Please proceed to the command center for your official induction." The message was clear. There was no turning back now. He had inherited the thalasser, and now he was expected to command it. As Marcus walked down the cold, metallic halls of the ship, his footsteps felt as though they were the only sound in the universe. The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, with doorways and passageways that had clearly been designed for a crew of thousands. The ship's age was apparent everywhere he looked: cracked walls, flickering lights, and worn-out consoles that had seen better days. Yet, there was something undeniably powerful about it, a sense of purpose that could not be ignored. The thalasser had been built to endure, and it had. It had survived wars, generations, and the ravages of time. And now it was his. He rounded a corner and entered the command center, where a small group of people stood waiting. They weren't military personnel, nor were they anything like the grand admirals and officers Marcus had envisioned. They were all dressed in simple, nondescript clothing, their faces neutral, unreadable. One of them, a woman with striking silver hair and sharp features, stepped forward. Her eyes gleamed with a quiet intensity as she regarded him. "Marcus Hawk," she said, her voice cold but respectful. "I am Captain Alara. I've been assigned to oversee the ship's operations under your command. You will find that the thalasser operates differently from what you're used to, but I trust that a man of your engineering background will adapt quickly." Marcus swallowed, his throat dry. He had expected something more ceremonial, more grand. Instead, the reality of the situation seemed far grimmer. The people in the room weren't here to celebrate his inheritance. They were here to ensure that he could fulfill his role. "Where do I begin?" Marcus asked, his voice steadier than he felt. Captain Alara glanced at the others in the room, and they nodded in unison. She motioned to a chair in the center of the command center, the heart of the thalasser's operations. "Sit, and I will show you what you've inherited." Chapter 2: The Legacy of the Thalasser. The command center was unlike any place Marcus had ever seen. It was a vast, sprawling space, filled with consoles, holographic displays, and complex systems that seemed to pulse with life of their own. The ship's architecture was a strange mixture of ancient and modern, a testament to its long history of war, but it was clear that the thalasser had been meticulously maintained. Captain Alara motioned for Marcus to sit, and he did so, the chair clicking into place as he settled into the interface system. It was a deeply immersive setup, designed for full integration with the ship's systems. He could feel the hum of the ship beneath him, the beat of its engines, the very pulse of the thalasser running through the chair and into his body. It was almost as if the ship was alive, and now, it was waiting for him to wake it fully. Captain Alara's voice cut through the silence. The thalasser was built for war. It is a weapon in its purest form. But it is also a living thing, a complex system with a mind of its own. Some of the systems are integrated into the ship's AI, others are more physical. You'll need to learn how to command both. Marcus nodded, his mind reeling from the sheer magnitude of what he had inherited. This wasn't just a ship, it was a living testament to a lost age, and he was now its master. He glanced at the monitors around him, trying to make sense of the streams of data flashing before his eyes. But the complexity of the systems was overwhelming. "How do I start?" he asked again, this time more quietly. Alara gave him a look of quiet understanding. "First, you must understand the ship. You must know her systems, her history, and her people. We are not just a crew, we are guardians of the Thalasser. And now, so are you. As she spoke, the holographic displays around Marcus shifted, revealing a map of the galaxy, dotted with countless systems and worlds. This is the galaxy we protect, she said. And this is where you will begin your journey. Marcus's gaze fixed on the map, and for the first time since he had boarded the Thalasser, he felt something stir inside him. Purpose. The ship was his now, and with it, the fate of many worlds. The holographic map hovered before Marcus, its shimmering lights tracing the contours of the galaxy, marking out regions of space that were both familiar and unknown to him. He had studied star charts before, navigating hyperspace lanes for cargo haulers and engineers, but this map was different. It wasn't just a representation of physical space. It was a tapestry of power, history, and destiny. Captain Alera's voice broke through the silence, cool and measured. The Thalasser was once the pride of the Galactic Empire, a symbol of unimaginable power. It was meant to bring order to the chaos, a force to unite the galaxy under a single rule. But as time passed, the Empire crumbled. Wars were fought, alliances forged and broken, and now, the Thalasser drifts on the edge of forgotten space. But its legacy remains. Marcus watched as she manipulated the controls, zooming in on certain areas of the map. Key systems blinked: red battlefields, abandoned colonies, and the remnants of ancient civilizations. These were places where the Thalasser had once fought, areas where its name had struck fear into the hearts of its enemies. The ship's core systems are complex, Alera continued. The AI is integrated deeply into the vessel's infrastructure, and some parts are beyond even my understanding. It has a will of its own, though it's not something you'll easily see at first. The moment you board, you'll feel its presence. But the question is, will you be able to control it? Will you be able to live up to the legacy of Lord Andrus? Marcus' heart raced as he absorbed her words. He had inherited not just a ship, but an entire legacy of warfare and history. He had no military training, no formal education in tactics, strategy, or command. Yet here he was, thrust into the role of commander of the most powerful warship ever built. The weight of the responsibility was crushing, but deep down, something stirred a strange, unfamiliar excitement. He was no stranger to systems, to machines, to mechanics. But this was more than just technology. It was power, history, and potential wrapped in metal and fire. He stood up, taking a step closer to the holographic display. His eyes flicked to the glowing red markers on the map, areas where the Thalasser had once reigned supreme. He could feel the pull of those regions, the places where conflict had shaped the very fabric of the galaxy. He could hear the echoes of battle, the distant hum of engines, the clash of civilizations. It was as if the ship was calling to him, urging him to take control. What happened to the crew? Marcus asked, his voice low, hesitant. Where are they now? Alera's expression softened for a moment, but the cold professionalism returned quickly. The crew was lost during the last war. The Thalasser fought alongside the Empire's fleets during the final battles, but when the war ended, so did the Empire. Those who remained were either killed or scattered. The ship has been dormant for centuries, waiting for a new commander to awaken it. The silence in the room was palpable. Marcus looked around the command center again, this time with new eyes. The Thalasser was a ghost ship, a relic from an era of glory and destruction. It had lived through wars, peace, and everything in between, but now it was his responsibility. The enormity of that thought felt suffocating. We'll need to start immediately, Captain Alera said, her voice snapping him out of his thoughts. The galaxy won't wait for you to get comfortable. There are factions out there who would do anything to get their hands on a ship like the Thalasser. We've been lying in wait for too long. It's time to move. Marcus turned back to her, his mind still reeling, but a sense of determination began to settle within him. He had been chosen for a reason, even if he didn't fully understand why. He might not be the leader he had imagined himself to be, but he could learn. He could adapt. And for the first time since stepping aboard the ship, he felt a flicker of confidence. I'm ready, he said, the words more certain than he had expected. Where do we begin? Chapter 3, The Awakening. The command center hummed with life as Marcus sat at the helm of the Thalasser, the reality of his position starting to sink in. The ship's systems had come alive under his hands, massive, ancient, and intricate. The feeling was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It wasn't just the control panels or the familiar hum of engines that connected him to the thalasser. It was something deeper, something more primal. The ship had a presence that seeped into his bones, as if it were aware of him, as if it were watching, waiting for him to prove himself worthy. Alara had begun to give him an overview of the ship's systems. They weren't just technical, they were a living, breathing entity. Some of the ship's core functions were automated, yes, but others were intertwined with an ancient AI, a complex network that interacted with the ship's infrastructure on an almost biological level. As Alara had warned, understanding it would take time. But Marcus was no stranger to complex systems. If there was one thing he knew, it was how to break down a machine and make it work. And this was the ultimate machine. He reached forward, pressing a button on the console. The ship responded instantly, a wave of information flooding his mind as the HUD flickered to life. Holographic displays of the galaxy's various regions appeared, outlining star systems, trade routes, and strategic locations. The thalasser had a vast database, containing centuries' worth of knowledge and intelligence. Marcus scrolled through it quickly, trying to make sense of the data. Maps of old military campaigns, battle plans, supply chains, everything he needed to begin to understand the ship's true potential. Alara, Marcus said, his voice steady as he continued to study the holographic maps. What's our first course of action? Where do we go from here? The captain stood behind him, her eyes scanning the displays with a quiet intensity. There are several factions that would love to get their hands on the thalasser. But there's one group that stands out, the Crimson Syndicate. They've been making moves in the Outer Rim, growing in strength and influence. They're ruthless, and they know about the thalasser. It won't be long before they come for it. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine. The Crimson Syndicate. A name he had heard in passing, but one that now carried weight. A criminal organization that operated in the shadows, controlling vast swathes of the galaxy's underworld. If they were after the thalasser, it was no small matter. They were a force to be reckoned with. We'll need to prepare, Marcus said, his voice sharp. But we can't just run, we need to show them that we're not to be underestimated. We need to make our presence known. Alara's lips curled into a small, approving smile. You're starting to think like a commander. Good. The thalasser is a weapon, but it's more than that. It's a symbol. If we show the galaxy that we're back, that we have the power to make things right, others will rally to our cause. We'll start rebuilding what was lost. Marcus nodded, his eyes locked on the holographic map. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The fate of the thalasser, the ship that had once commanded fleets, now rested in his hands. It was an overwhelming thought, but as he surveyed the galaxy before him, he knew that there was no turning back. He was in this for the long haul. The thalasser was his now, and with it, the power to reshape the galaxy. We'll start with the Syndicate, Marcus said, his voice firm with newfound resolve. Let's show them what the thalasser can do. And with that, the thalasser began its first journey under its new commander, the echo of its engines rumbling to life as it moved through the stars, its legacy reborn. The galaxy wouldn't know what hit it. The thalasser surged into hyperspace, its engines humming with a low, menacing power. Marcus felt the ship's momentum in his bones, a sensation that stirred something primal within him. It was as if the ship and he were one, its systems responding to his slightest command, its might resonating through his every decision. He was no longer just an engineer. He was the commander of a living, breathing fortress. As the ship entered the vast, star-speckled expanse of the Outer Rim, Marcus sat back in the command seat, his fingers dancing over the holographic controls, guiding the thalasser through a series of evasive maneuvers. His crew, what was left of it, stood by, watching him, waiting. Captain Alara observed him with a professional detachment, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of approval or perhaps curiosity, as if she were silently testing his resolve. Approaching target system, came a voice from one of the technicians, pulling Marcus from his thoughts. The Crimson Syndicate has established a base on the 4th planet. We'll be in range in 10 minutes. Marcus glanced at the large holographic display in front of him. The Syndicate's base was situated on a desolate planet in the far reaches of the system, a place known for being a haven for smugglers, pirates, and mercenaries. It was the perfect place for the Syndicate to hide and grow its power in secret. We're going in, Marcus said, his voice unwavering. Prepare to engage. Alara stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. We've been in the shadows for too long, Marcus. This is our first move. We need to show them that we're not just some relic of the past. This is not just about us surviving, it's about regaining control. Marcus nodded, feeling the weight of her words. This was more than just a battle for the Thalasser. It was about reclaiming power in a galaxy that had long since forgotten the might of its old empires. He had inherited this ship, but with it came a responsibility that extended far beyond him. The minutes ticked by as the ship approached the target. The crew moved with precision, their actions a well-rehearsed dance of readiness and anticipation. Marcus could see the glint of fear in their eyes, fear of the unknown, fear of failure, and yet there was something else beneath that fear, hope. The hope that the Thalasser could be more than a memory. It could be a future. Stand by for battle, Marcus said, his fingers hovering over the launch controls. Prepare all systems. Alara's voice was steady. We'll follow your lead, Commander. The comms buzzed to life as the targeting system locked onto the Syndicate's base. The Thalasser was a warship built for this. But Marcus was no soldier, no tactician. He was just a man who understood machines. And yet, as the Syndicate's base came into view, something deep within him clicked. This was his moment, the moment that would define him as a leader or destroy him. He raised his hand. Fire. In an instant, the ship's weapons systems activated, releasing a volley of high-energy blasts that streaked across the void. The Thalasser's cannons roared to life, sending shockwaves through space, each strike a calculated hit on the Syndicate's defenses. The base erupted in flashes of light, and Marcus could see the chaos unfolding on the surface, explosions rippling across the barren landscape. The Thalasser's offensive was ruthless, but it was measured. It wasn't just about destruction, it was about sending a message. Marcus wasn't here to wipe out an entire system. He was here to remind the galaxy of the power that still existed, of the empire that had once ruled the stars. He watched as the Syndicate's response began to form. Ships launched from the base, moving to intercept them. Smaller craft, fast and deadly, the typical arsenal of pirates and smugglers. But the Thalasser was not just another ship. It was a weapon of untold destruction. The Syndicate's fleet would be no match. Marcus activated the ship's defense systems, sending a powerful pulse through the void that disabled the enemy's navigation. The Syndicate's fleet faltered, thrown into disarray as the Thalasser's firepower overwhelmed them. One by one, the enemy ships began to explode in violent bursts, their debris scattering like shattered glass. The battle was over before it even began. For a moment, the silence of space seemed deafening. Marcus's hands gripped the controls, his heart pounding in his chest. The ship's systems hummed beneath him, almost in sync with his own heartbeat. He felt something in that moment, something he had never expected. He wasn't just the commander of the Thalasser. He was the one who had reawakened it. He had brought it back from the abyss of history, and now, it was his to control. As the last of the Syndicate's ships fell to the Thalasser's overwhelming power, Marcus leaned back in his seat, exhaling slowly. The battle was won, but the real challenge had just begun. Alara, he said, his voice steady but filled with an emotion he couldn't name. We've done it. We've shown the galaxy that the Thalasser still commands respect. Alara stepped forward, her face unreadable. But as she nodded, there was a flicker of something in her eyes, a spark of something long buried. Yes, Commander, she said, her voice softer now. But this is only the beginning. The Thalasser is a force, but it's not just about power. It's about what we choose to do with it. Marcus nodded, his mind already racing ahead to the future. There would be more battles, more factions to confront, and more enemies to face. But for the first time in a long while, he felt ready. Chapter 4. The Rebirth of an Empire. The Thalasser drifted through space, a dark, powerful presence once more. It was no longer just a weapon, it had become a symbol. The galaxy, so used to the quiet of a post-Empire era, was waking up to the fact that something had changed. The mighty Thalasser had returned, and with it, Marcus Hawk. Weeks passed since the battle with the Crimson Syndicate, and Marcus had begun to adjust to his new role. The crew, once uncertain and fearful, had begun to trust him, seeing him not just as an engineer, but as their commander. They had witnessed the Thalasser in action, felt its power firsthand, and now they were willing to follow Marcus anywhere. Marcus stood on the bridge of the warship, his gaze fixed on the vastness of space beyond the viewport. The stars seemed endless, stretching out before him like a map of untold possibilities. The thalasser had regained its former glory, but Marcus knew that the true test lay ahead. The galaxy had not yet fully realized the power he now wielded. And that was fine. We've received word from several factions, Alaris said, stepping up beside him. Some are allies, some are enemies. But they all know the thalasser is back. They're watching us, waiting for us to make our next move. Marcus turned to her, his eyes filled with determination. Then let's make it count. We won't just rebuild the Empire. We'll reshape the galaxy, one system at a time. The ship's engines roared as it powered forward, cutting through the void. The thalasser was no longer a relic. It was the spark of something new. The galaxy might have thought it was forgotten, but Marcus Hawk had brought it back. And with it, he would carve his place in history. The warship, the legacy, and the power now, they were all his to command. And the galaxy? It would soon learn that Marcus Hawk was not someone to be ignored. The Empire was no longer just a dream. It was a reality, and the thalasser was its beating heart.
The silence in the command room was heavy as the massive gates of the Galactic Council Station finally came into view. Captain John Davis stood on the bridge of the USS Dakota, watching the enormous structure grow larger through the main screen. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the armrest of his command chair until his knuckles turned white. 3 months late, Lieutenant Steve Parker said quietly from the navigation console. He didn't need to add anything more. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant. Outside the viewports, they could see the other delegations already docked. The Kretak fleet was unmistakable with their sleek silver ships that looked more like art pieces than war vessels. The Varathi crystal ships sparkled even in the distant starlight, their ancient technology a mystery to everyone. And there were the Zephan dreadnoughts, massive war machines covered in scars and weapons that spoke of countless battles. Compared to these massive fleets, Earth's small group of ships looked pitiful. The Dakota, the Phoenix, the Liberty, and 3 smaller escort vessels. Each ship bore the same strange marks and discoloration, though anyone looking closely might notice they looked more like old stains than battle damage. Ambassador Lydia Brooks entered the bridge, her diplomatic uniform crisp despite their long journey. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment, practicing speeches and studying alien customs. None of that preparation had included being 3 months late to their first meeting with the galactic community. "Captain, we need to dock soon," she said, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. "The longer we wait, the worse it looks." John nodded slowly. He reached up and touched the comm button on his chair. "This is Captain Davis to all ships. Prepare for docking. Remember, we're representing all of Earth here. Act professional." The docking procedure went smoothly, though John noticed several alien vessels moving away from their approach vector. Whether this was normal procedure or deliberate disrespect, he couldn't tell. As they secured to the station, he could see alien faces pressed against viewports watching them. The docking bay was massive, designed to accommodate ships from dozens of different species. The human delegation walked across the metal floor, their boots echoing in the cavernous space. Alien workers stopped their tasks to stare, making clicking and chirping sounds among themselves. The council chamber was even more impressive, a sphere of holographic displays and floating platforms, with delegates from various species arranged in a complex hierarchy. The humans were directed to the smallest platform, tucked away in a corner where they could barely see the main proceedings. Vex Thor, the council leader, appeared as a shimmering hologram, its crystalline body pulsed with colors as it spoke, its words translated by their earpieces. "The Terran delegation arrives at last," Vex Thor announced, its tone carrying clear disapproval throughout the chamber. 3 standard months after the appointed time. Several delegates clicked and chirped what could only be laughter. Tarvex, the Kretak representative, made a gesture that their briefing materials had identified as contempt. Ambassador Brooks stepped forward. "Honored Council, I apologize for our delay. We encountered unexpected challenges on our journey here. Earth is eager to join the galactic community and contribute our knowledge and resources." Challenges? Tarvex interrupted, its melodic voice, somehow managing to sound condescending. Perhaps the Terrans are simply not advanced enough to navigate standard space lanes. More clicking laughter echoed through the chamber. John felt his jaw tighten, but Brooks continued calmly. We are prepared to demonstrate Earth's capabilities and discuss trade agreements, territorial boundaries, and technological exchange. Vexthor's hologram shifted to a deep purple. Terrans will accept the assignments determined by this council. Your tardiness shows disrespect for galactic protocols. You will receive territory in the dead zones, sectors 7 through 12. Trade agreements will be determined after you prove your worth. The dead zones. John had reviewed the star charts during their journey, vast areas of space marked as uninhabitable, with no resources or strategic value. Essentially, they were being given the worst possible assignment. With respect, Brooks said, trying to maintain diplomatic protocol. Perhaps a more detailed discussion of territorial assignments would be beneficial. We've prepared comprehensive data on Earth's military capabilities and resource contributions. The Zephon delegate, a massive creature that looked like it was made of rock and metal, spoke for the first time. Its voice was like grinding stone. Show us these capabilities. Brooks nodded to John, who activated a portable holographic display. It showed clean images of Earth's fleet, technical specifications, and military rankings. Standard diplomatic presentation materials. The chamber fell quiet for a moment, then erupted in what was clearly laughter. The Vorathi delegate's ancient form vibrated with amusement. These are your war vessels, Tarvex asked, making that contemptuous gesture again. How charming. They barely qualify as transport ships by our standards. John noticed Steve Parker's hand move toward his sidearm. Then stop. Good discipline. They had all been briefed on maintaining calm under provocation. We appreciate the Council's evaluation, Brooks said smoothly. Earth is eager to learn and grow within the galactic community. Vexthor's colors shifted to a dismissive yellow. You may begin patrols of your assigned sectors immediately. This council expects regular reports. Any violations of galactic law will result in immediate expulsion from this body. The meeting continued with other delegates discussing matters that didn't include Earth. The humans stood on their small platform, ignored by everyone except for occasional glances that ranged from dismissive to openly mocking. When they were finally dismissed, the human delegation walked back to their ships in silence. Only when they were aboard the Dakota with the airlock sealed behind them did anyone speak. Well, Steve said, removing his dress uniform jacket. That went about as expected. John moved to the observation port, looking out at the alien vessels. Their technology was clearly superior, their ships larger, their presence in the galaxy established. But as he watched, he noticed something. The alien ships were pristine, gleaming with pride and power. The human ships, by contrast, were stained. Dark marks covered the hull plates. Some areas showed hurried repairs, and one section of the Dakota still bore the distinctive pattern of something that had burned through the armor and been patched from inside. Captain, Steve said quietly, should I tell the crew about our assignments? John turned back to his officers. Lydia was already at a terminal, reviewing the data they'd been given. The dead zones weren't just worthless territory. According to their own readings, something was very wrong with those sectors. High energy readings, distorted communications, and worst of all, no ships that entered certain areas ever reported back. Tell them to prepare for patrol duty, John said simply. And Steve? Yes, sir? Make sure maintenance gets those hull stains cleaned up. We want to look professional for the next council meeting. Steve nodded, though they both knew the stains would come back. They always did. It was just a matter of time before the humans encountered whatever made the dead zone so dead. As the human ships detached from the station and set course for their assigned territories, the other delegates watched from their observation decks. The humans departed without ceremony, their small fleet disappearing into the darkness of space. In the council chamber, discussions continued about various topics. Trade routes were adjusted, territorial disputes were resolved, and new technologies were shared among the established members. The Terrans seem quiet, the Varathi delegate observed during a break in proceedings. All new species are overwhelmed at first, Tarvex replied dismissively. They'll learn their place soon enough. Vexthor's hologram pulsed with a thoughtful green. Did anyone else notice their ships? Primitive designs, the Zephan delegate rumbled. Barely space-worthy. No, Vexthor continued. The markings, the stains, those weren't decorative. The chamber fell quiet for a moment. Probably just poor maintenance, Tarvex said confidently. New species rarely understand proper ship care. The discussion moved on to other matters, and the mystery of the human ships was forgotten. After all, what could a species that arrived 3 months late possibly know about real combat? Outside the station, the human fleet was already adjusting course for Sector 7. Aboard each ship, crews prepared for what they knew was coming. Weapons were checked, systems were tested, and medical bays were stocked with extra supplies. In the Dakota's medical bay, Dr. Nancy Wright examined the surgical equipment one more time. The tools were well used, and despite her best efforts, some still carried faint stains that wouldn't wash out. She knew from experience that they would be needed again soon. On the bridge, John sat in his command chair, studying the tactical displays. The dead zone showed areas of complete sensor blackout, regions where even quantum communications failed. His crew moved around him with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this too many times before. Captain, the communications officer called out. We're receiving automated warnings about our new patrol area, standard safety protocols. Anything specific? The usual. Avoid certain coordinates. Maintain minimum safe distance from anomalies. Report any unusual readings immediately. John nodded. Warnings that meant nothing because they didn't explain what the dangers actually were. But he and his crew already knew what lurked in the darker corners of space. They had spent months fighting their way through it just to reach the council station. Set course for Sector 7, he ordered. All ships maintain formation, shields at full power. As the human fleet accelerated toward their assigned territory, the council station grew smaller behind them. None of the other delegates bothered to watch them leave. Why would they? Just another new species being shown their place in the galactic order. Aboard the Dakota, Steve Parker stood at the tactical station, running final checks on the weapon systems. He paused at the secondary display, which showed the external sensor readings. There it was again, that slight energy fluctuation at the edge of their detection range. He'd seen it before, too many times. Steve, John called from the command chair. How long until we reach the first coordinate? 12 hours at current speed, Captain. Good. Notify all ships to run full diagnostics before we arrive. I want everyone ready. Aye, sir. The crew continued with their preparations, their movements practiced and precise. They had done this before many times. The council thought they were giving Earth the worst possible assignment, but they didn't understand. The human crews had spent months clearing exactly these types of zones just to reach civilized space. As the ships disappeared into the darkness, the last thing visible from the station was the faint trail of their engines. And perhaps, if anyone had been looking closely enough, they might have noticed that the dark stains on the hull seemed to pulse slightly in the starlight. But no one was looking that closely. The aliens had already dismissed the humans as unimportant. They would learn their mistake soon enough. 2 weeks after their first council meeting, Captain Mary Johnson stood in the requisitions office aboard the council station. She had been waiting for 4 hours, holding a simple request form for replacement parts. The queue number on the screen still hadn't moved. The office was designed for multiple species with seating areas and interfaces that could accommodate any alien physiology. Mary chose to stand, partly because all the chairs seemed designed for creatures with more or fewer joints than humans, and partly because sitting felt wrong after so many months of combat readiness. Next, the Varathi clerk announced in its musical tone. 3 beings ahead of Mary filed forward, receiving instant approval for their requests. Complex technical equipment, rare materials, entire ship systems, all approved with a casual wave of crystalline appendages. Finally, Mary's number appeared on the screen. Request for standard hull plating. Grade 5, she said, handing over the pad. Our ship sustained minor damage during our journey here. The clerk examined the request, its crystal body dimming slightly. Terran vessels, hull damage, denied. Denied? Mary kept her voice level. It's standard maintenance material. Terrans have not established resource credits. Furthermore, damage. Claims must be verified by Council inspection team. Processing time, 90 standard days. Mary felt the familiar weight of frustration. We've already submitted damage reports from our journey. The battle scans clearly show battle scans. The clerk's color shifted to what Mary had learned was confusion. Terran vessels reported no combat encounters en route to station. Of course we did. Every single ship, denied. Next. Mary walked out of the office, her jaw clenched. This was the 5th department that had rejected their basic requests. Food synthesizer components, medical supplies, even simple data access, all denied for reasons that seemed to change every time. In the corridor, she met General Henry Clark and diplomat Susan Taylor. Henry looked even grimmer than usual, his gray hair making him appear older than his 45 years. Let me guess, Mary said. More denials? The Kretak Trade Commission refused to even review our planetary resource surveys, Susan replied, her usual diplomatic calm fraying. They suggested we learn better survey techniques from established species. The Ziffin wouldn't grant us access to standard tactical databases, Henry added. Apparently, our military structure is too primitive to understand their basic combat manuals. The 3 humans walked together toward their temporary quarters. The station corridors were busy with alien species, all seeming to move with purpose, while the humans struggled through basic administrative tasks. I don't understand this, Mary said quietly. We've met every requirement they listed. Our documentation is complete, our ships passed all technical inspections, and we've already deployed to our assigned sectors. It's not about requirements, Henry said grimly. It's about making us understand our place. They want us to give up and go home. Susan stopped at an observation window, looking out at the human ships docked along the outer rim. The Dakota, Phoenix, and Liberty looked tiny compared to the massive alien vessels, but Susan could see the human crews working tirelessly on maintenance and repairs. Look at our people, she said softly. They've been working non-stop since we arrived. Chief Martinez hasn't slept in 30 hours. Dr. Wright is running diagnostics on medical equipment that shouldn't need it. Mary followed her gaze and noticed something she hadn't paid attention to before. The human maintenance crews moved differently than the alien workers. Faster, more urgent, constantly checking their surroundings, like soldiers expecting an attack. Meanwhile, in the Council diplomatic zone, the daily session was beginning. The humans were required to attend, though they rarely spoke. Ambassador Lydia Brooks sat on their small platform reviewing notes that she knew wouldn't matter. Today's topic was resource allocation for the outer territories, the same territories the humans had been assigned to patrol. The dead zones remain. Unproductive, Vexthor announced. Sectors 7 through 12 show no resource potential and minimal strategic value. The Terrans patrol those zones now, Tarvex added with what might have been amusement. Perhaps they will find some use for empty space. The Zephan delegate rumbled thoughtfully. Unusual energy readings reported from Sector 9, possibly residual quantum fluctuations. Natural phenomena, the Varathi representative dismissed. Those sectors are known for sensor ghosts, nothing of concern. Lydia felt her earpiece activate. It was John Davis communicating from the Dakota. Ambassador, we've just completed our first full patrol of Sector 7, requesting permission to file our report. She tapped her acknowledgement, then raised her hand to speak. The council chamber quieted. Earth would like to submit our preliminary patrol report for Sectors 7 and 8. Unnecessary, Vexthor responded quickly. Initial patrols rarely provide useful data. Wait until you've completed multiple cycles. With respect, Lydia continued, our findings may be relevant to the current discussion. We've detected several anomalies that Terrans may not contribute, To tactical discussions until they complete orientation period, Tarvex interrupted. Standard procedure for new species. Learn before attempting to teach. The other delegates clicked and chirped in agreement. Lydia sat back, noting that the orientation period hadn't been mentioned at any previous session. The rules seemed to change whenever humans tried to participate. After the session, the human delegation gathered in their quarters. The room was cramped compared to those assigned to other species, with basic furnishings that required them to adapt rather than being adapted for them. They're not going to let us contribute anything, Henry said bluntly, no matter what we find out there. I managed to get 5 minutes with a Vorathite trade advisor, Susan reported. He admitted that dead zones are usually assigned to new species as a test. Apparently, most give up after a few months and request reassignment to civilized sectors. So it's a hazing ritual, Mary concluded. More than that, John said, entering the room. It's designed to break us. They want us to come running back begging for better treatment. Then they'll know they can control us. The group sat in silence for a moment. Through the small viewport, they could see the station's main docking area where alien crews moved around their pristine ships with casual efficiency. Captain, Lydia said carefully, Steve Parker mentioned that our ships have unusual markings, stains that won't come out. Is there something about our journey here that I should know? John exchanged glances with Mary and Henry. The military personnel shared some communication that the diplomats couldn't read. Nothing relevant to council proceedings, John replied diplomatically. But that night, when most of the station was in its sleep cycle, Bill Martinez worked in the Dakota's engineering bay. He was cleaning weapons systems that officially weren't supposed to need cleaning. The energy signatures were all wrong for standard maintenance. Hey, Bill, a voice called. It was Nancy Wright, the ship's doctor. You still up? Yeah, you? She held up a data pad. Medical supply inventory. We're running low on trauma kits. Again? 4th time this month, and the council won't approve our requisition for more. Bill paused in his work, looking at the energy weapon he was calibrating. Its setting went far higher than standard military specifications. You know, Doc, other species don't seem to run through medical supplies this fast. Other species don't seem to run through much of anything this fast, Nancy agreed. Have you noticed their ships? Nothing ever seems to break. Nothing needs constant repair. Yeah. Bill returned to his work. But their ships don't have the same modifications ours do. Nancy left soon after, but Bill continued working. Near dawn, he discovered something interesting. The energy readings from the weapon's power core showed traces of something that shouldn't exist. Exotic particles that, according to Council technology databases, were purely theoretical. He made a note to report it to Captain Davis, then decided against it. Some things were better documented quietly. Across the station, similar scenes played out. Human crews working through the night, maintaining equipment that seemed to require constant attention. Alien observers occasionally asked questions, but the humans offered only standard explanations. Preventive maintenance, calibration checks, standard military procedure. In the command center of the council station, automatic systems recorded these patterns. Unusual power draws, excessive maintenance cycles, modified equipment signatures. The data was flagged for review but never reached anyone's attention. After all, new species always had adjustment periods. 3 weeks into their station rotation, the pattern was clear. Every human request faced maximum bureaucratic resistance. Every report was dismissed, every suggestion ignored. The other species continued their business without acknowledging the humans beyond basic protocol. Yet the human ships kept departing for their patrols, returning with their crews showing signs of fatigue that went beyond standard duty cycles. Ship rotations that should have been routine seemed to leave maintenance crews working overtime. Medical staff documented injury rates that seemed excessive for peaceful patrol duty. They're testing us, Susan concluded during one of their evening meetings. Everything about this is designed to see how much we'll tolerate before we break. The question is, Mary said grimly, what happens when they realize we've been through worse than anything they can devise? John was quiet for a moment, then stood by the viewport. Outside, the alien fleets floated in perfect formation, their pristine hulls reflecting the station's lights. "They'll keep pushing," he said finally, "until they understand why our ships look different, why our crews act different, why we don't break. And then they'll wish they'd listened when we tried to warn them about the dead zones." The room fell silent. Outside, the station continued its endless rotation, maintaining the fiction that humanity was just another new species learning its place in the galactic community. In Sector 8, the USS Liberty reported another anomaly. In Sector 9, energy readings spiked beyond normal parameters. And in Sector 7, something that shouldn't exist had been detected at the edge of their patrol range. The Council databases automatically filed these reports under new species training data and marked them for review in 6 months, standard time. By then, according to historical patterns, the humans would either accept their place in the hierarchy or voluntarily withdraw from Council membership. What the databases didn't account for was the possibility that humanity wasn't like other species, that their late arrival hadn't been a failure of navigation, but something else entirely. In the quiet hours before dawn, Chief Martinez completed his weapon modifications. Dr. Wright organized her medical supplies, and Captain Davis reviewed patrol reports that no one at the Council would ever read carefully enough to understand. The bureaucratic nightmare continued, but so did human resistance. Not through protests or demands, but through relentless preparation for something the aliens couldn't see coming. Something that had already killed many humans on their journey to the Council. Something that waited in the dead zones, patient and hungry. Something that the Council would eventually come to understand was the real reason why humanity's ships carried the stains of war, and why their crews could endure any administrative torture the bureaucrats could devise. Because compared to what waited in the dark between stars, Council paperwork was nothing at all. The first disappearance happened on day 28. The Kretok exploration vessel Silver Wind had ventured too close to Sector 9 during a routine asteroid survey. When they failed to report at their scheduled check-in, the Council dispatched search vessels. They found nothing. Not even debris. On day 31, a Varathi scientific probe lost contact while approaching Sector 11. The last transmission was a brief burst of static and what sounded like screaming, though Varathi claimed their probes didn't carry audio equipment. By day 35, 3 more ships had gone silent in the vicinity of human patrol zones. In the Council chambers, the atmosphere changed. The dismissive chatter died down. Delegates spoke in hushed tones, glancing toward the small human platform with something that wasn't quite suspicion, but wasn't friendship either. "Unusual patterns," Vexthor announced during the emergency session. "Ships approaching Terran. Patrol zones experience communication failures." "Coincidence," Tarvek said, but its melodic voice carried less confidence. "The dead zones are known for sensor interference." 5 ships, the Zephan delegate rumbled. 5 ships in 7 days. This exceeds normal anomaly rates by 300%. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood up. "Earth offers full assistance in search and rescue operations. Our ships are already on patrol in those sectors." The chamber fell completely silent. It was the first time in weeks that anyone had acknowledged the human presence beyond basic protocol. "Terran vessels will maintain current assignments," Vexthor responded after a pause. "Search operations will be conducted by established species." "With respect," Lydia continued, "our crews have been patrolling those areas for weeks. We have detailed sensor logs and denied. Terrans lack advanced search capabilities." The session ended abruptly. The human delegation filed out, aware of the stares following them. In the corridor, they were stopped by an unusual sight, an unescorted alien approaching them. It was Rix, a young Varathi engineer who had occasionally asked polite questions about human technology. Its crystalline form pulsed with nervous energy. "Ambassadors," Rix spoke quietly. "Forgive the interruption. May I speak privately?" Henry and Susan exchanged glances. Unofficial contact between species was technically allowed but rarely practiced. "Of course," Lydia said. They moved to a small alcove off the main corridor. Rix's glow dimmed to almost invisible. "The missing ships," it began hesitantly. They were all investigating energy patterns, similar to readings reported from your patrol zones. Go on, Henry encouraged. Council leadership says the disappearances are unrelated to Terran presence. But the technical staff disagrees. We see correlations, patterns. What kind of patterns? Susan asked. Power spikes preceding contact loss, gravitational anomalies, and this is difficult to explain. The final transmissions contain data that shouldn't exist. Before they could respond, Rix noticed other aliens in the corridor and quickly moved away. Forgive me, I must go. But be careful. Something is not right. The humans returned to their quarters, finding John Davis waiting for them. His expression was grimmer than usual. We intercepted transmissions from the search teams, he said without preamble. They found something. The missing ships? Parts of them, twisted metal, hull sections that show damage patterns unlike anything in Council military databases. The search teams are trying to keep it quiet, but their crews are scared. That night, Captain Lisa Brown returned from patrol with the USS Phoenix. Her crew moved through decontamination procedures with mechanical precision, their faces showing a weariness that went beyond normal fatigue. Dr. Nancy Wright was waiting in the medical bay when the first crew members arrived. Anything to report? She asked, running standard scans. Just routine patrol, Doc, the chief communications officer replied. His vital signs suggested otherwise. Elevated stress hormones, irregular heartbeat, dilated pupils, and the new hull damage. Asteroid debris. Happens all the time. Nancy nodded, though the scorch patterns she'd observed looked nothing like asteroid damage. She'd seen those marks before, during their journey to Council space. Burn patterns from weapons that officially didn't exist. In the command room, Lisa briefed John privately. We found the Silver Wind, she said simply. And? It was torn apart, hull breached from the inside. Whatever killed them knew how to bypass Kretak shielding. John was quiet for a moment. Casualties? 37 total. But John, that's not the worst part. We found their distress logs. They were attacked by something that matched their ship exactly. Like fighting a mirror image. The implications hung in the air. The threats they had fought on their way to Council space were adapting, learning, getting stronger. Meanwhile, in the Council's military planning center, automated analysis systems were processing the search team data. The computers flagged multiple anomalies, weapon signatures that didn't match any known species, hull damage patterns suggesting directed energy weapons far more advanced than Council standards, and most disturbing, biological remains that defied classification. The duty officer, a young Zephan named Crack, reviewed the flags. His training said to escalate unusual findings, but his experience said some things were better handled quietly. He decided to run one more analysis before alerting his superiors. The results made his rocky hide shift color with concern. The biological samples contained human DNA, but they also contained something else. Something that somehow incorporated the genetic markers of whatever species they consumed. The Silver Wind crew's tissue sample showed Kretak DNA merged with unknown organic compounds, as if something had been studying them, copying them, becoming them. Crack reached for the alert system, then stopped. The humans had been in those sectors for weeks. If these things could copy biological patterns and if human DNA was present, he needed more information before triggering full emergency protocols. Aboard the Dakota, Captain Davis convened his senior staff. Mary Johnson, Lisa Brown, Henry Clark, and the ship commanders formed a circle in the war room. The displays showed tactical readouts that civilian diplomats weren't supposed to see. Situation is escalating, John began. The things we fought getting here are now in Council space, and they're not just attacking anymore. They're learning. How bad is it? Mary asked. Lisa answered. Silver Wind wasn't destroyed randomly. Whatever killed them had studied Kretak shield technology, learned their communication frequencies, and used their own systems against them. The aliens have no defense against something that can become them. Recommendations? We need to inform the Council, Henry said. Warn them about what we've encountered. They won't listen, Lisa pointed out. We've been trying to file reports for weeks. They think we're too primitive to have meaningful tactical intelligence. What about the disappearances? Surely they blame us, Mary interrupted. The timing is too convenient. Humans arrive, ships start disappearing in human patrol zones. They're already suspicious. John nodded slowly. So we're on our own. Again. The room fell silent. Outside, the council station continued its normal operations, blissfully unaware that its newest members were already fighting a war that could destroy everything they'd built over millennia. In her laboratory, Nancy Wright examined tissue samples that had arrived with the latest casualty report. Officially, they were human injuries from patrol duty. Unofficially, they showed defensive wounds from attacks by creatures that shouldn't exist. The wounds were healing incorrectly with cellular patterns that suggested attempted replication, as if the attackers weren't just trying to kill, but to learn, to copy, to become. She sealed the samples and marked them for deep analysis. The results would take hours, but she suspected she already knew what they would show. The next morning brought more disappearances. A Zephon battlecruiser, the Iron Mountain, failed to complete its patrol. This time, the council couldn't ignore. Zephon vessels were considered invulnerable, their military technology the finest in the galaxy. The emergency council session was held behind closed doors, but the human delegation was summoned. Explain, Vexthor demanded. Its crystalline form now a deep red that indicated anger. Why ships fail only near Terran zones. We've been trying to submit reports about, Lydia began. Silence. Evidence suggests Terran involvement in recent disappearances. Your vessels will submit to full inspection. Your crews will be interrogated. That's impossible, Henry stepped forward. Our ships have been in constant communication with council monitoring systems. We've been following all assigned patrol routes. Yet only ships approaching your positions disappear. The Zephon delegate suddenly rumbled, cutting off the debate. Combat alert. Priority 1. Energy signatures detected. Something approaches the station. Alarms began wailing throughout the council chamber. Displays lit up showing massive readings, just outside the station's defensive perimeter. But there was nothing visible on any screens. Then the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in, bathing everything in red light. The displays flickered back to life, showing impossible readings. 20 ships had appeared from nowhere, surrounding the station. Ships with energy signatures matching various council species perfectly, but the real ships were either in the council chamber or accounted for through tracking systems. Mirror ships, Vexthor announced, its voice carrying the first hint of fear. Impossible. Purely theoretical. The human delegation stood calmly, while aliens scrambled for emergency positions. John Davis activated his private comm unit. All human vessels, this is Delta Protocol. You know what to do. Outside the station, the human ships that had seemed unremarkable for weeks suddenly displayed capabilities that made the aliens freeze in shock. Weapon systems activated that shouldn't exist. Shields engaged at levels far exceeding their rated capacity and movement patterns that broke known physics. The Dakota Phoenix and Liberty moved to intercept the mirror ships with precision that suggested months of practice against exactly this threat. Terrans, Vexthor's voice crackled. Over the general comm, explain your vessel's capabilities. Those modifications are not in your filed specifications. John looked at the council leaders, seeing understanding begin to dawn in their expressions. With respect, he said calmly, we tried to warn you. We've been fighting these things for months. They're not just mirrors. They're something else, something that learns from what it kills. The battle outside intensified. Human weapons fired energy patterns that seemed specifically designed to disrupt the mirror ship's copying ability. Alien vessels tried to join the fight but found their own weapons ineffective against enemies that matched their technology perfectly. How do you know how to fight them? Tarvex asked. Because, Ambassador Brooks answered quietly, we've been doing it since before we reached your space. We weren't late to your meeting. We were delayed fighting these things so they wouldn't. Follow us here. The council chamber erupted with questions, but they were drowned out by the sound of the battle reaching its climax. Through the viewports they could see the truth. Human ships scarred and stained from months of combat. working in perfect coordination against an enemy the Council was only now realizing existed. The blood on humanity's ships wasn't from poor maintenance. It was from a war they had been fighting alone to keep the rest of the galaxy safe. And now, finally, the Council was about to understand what that war had cost and why humanity had never flinched at bureaucratic harassment. They had faced so much worse. The Varathi engineer Zixtal was running emergency diagnostics when its appendage accidentally triggered a human data core. What appeared on the screen made its crystalline form pulse with shock. Holographic recordings filled the repair bay, images of space battles unlike anything in Council archives. Massive creatures tearing through reality itself, ships fighting against odds that defied military doctrine, and humans, bloodied and exhausted, standing their ground against horrors that made the current crisis seem small. Zixtal tried to close the files, but more kept opening. Combat footage from the USS Liberty showed Captain Peter Williams coordinating impossible maneuvers. Medical logs displayed injuries that shouldn't be survivable. After-action reports detailed 3 months of constant warfare in regions Council maps marked as empty space. Emergency alert, the computer announced. Automatic data broadcast initiated, broadcasting to all connected systems. Zixtal scrambled to stop the transmission, but human systems were designed differently. The files were already spreading across the station's network, reaching every terminal, every display, every connected device. In the Council Emergency Center, delegates froze as their screens filled with human recordings. The carefully maintained calm shattered as reality forced itself into view. Vexthor watched footage of the Dakota fighting something that twisted through dimensions, its hull breaching while the crew continued firing. This is impossible. These battles occurred in sectors we map as peaceful. Not peaceful, Ambassador Brooks said quietly. Just cleaned up. By us. The Zephan delegate activated an isolated terminal, pulling up its own military databases. Cross-referencing the human battle footage with historical records produced disturbing correlations. Energy signatures match theoretical models of extinct threats, it announced in its grinding voice. Threats we believed destroyed millennia ago. Threats we designed our entire military doctrine to fight, hoping we'd never need it. Extinct threats fighting with current generation technology, Tarvex added, its melodic voice strained. This is not possible. Captain Mary Johnson stepped forward. They're not extinct. They evolve. They learn. They become stronger every time. We fight them. The ships you just saw attacking your station, they're based on technology they learned by destroying others. Your technology. The Council Chamber's main display activated, showing the results of the ongoing battle outside. Human ships moved with precision born of experience, their weapons targeting specific points on the mirror vessels that alien forces couldn't identify. How? Do you know their weak points? The Zephan delegate demanded. Because we've killed them before, Henry Clark answered simply. Hundreds of times. We lost ships, crews, entire colonies learning how to fight them. That's why we were late to your meeting. The data streams continued. Medical files showing Surgeon Mary Chen performing surgery on a crewman whose DNA was being rewritten in real time by alien contamination. Engineering reports detailing how Chief Bill Martinez had invented new weapons specifically for entities that could phase through normal matter. Tactical data proving that humanity had developed countermeasures for threats the Council didn't even know existed. Show them the deep space footage, John Davis said to his communications officer. The largest display activated, showing external camera recordings from 3 months earlier. The Dakota approaching what looked like empty space, until massive creatures emerged from the dark between stars. Tentacles the size of space stations, ships that breathed and bled, weapons that bent reality around them. Footage of Lieutenant Steve Parker coordinating point defense while the bridge leaked atmosphere. Of Dr. Nancy Wright operating in zero gravity as the ship spun through impossible maneuvers. Of human Marines in boarding actions against vessels made of organic matter that regenerated faster than they could be damaged. This is your data, Vexthor said, its color shifting to confused. Purple? Why did your reports never mention these encounters? They did, Susan Taylor replied, activating her diplomatic pad. Every report we filed, Every request for resources, every tactical briefing we attempted to share, all of it was dismissed, denied or ignored. She displayed the human submission logs, hundreds of detailed reports all marked as primitive species orientation data or new member adjustment period documentation. None had been reviewed by actual council members. We were fighting this war while you were testing our paperwork skills, Mary Johnson said bluntly. The battle outside reached a critical point. 6 mirror ships remained, their copied systems adapting to human countermeasures. The Council's defensive fleet, despite outnumbering the attackers, suffered losses, as conventional weapons proved ineffective. Captain Davis, Vexthor addressed John directly for the first time with respect. Your ships are severely outgunned. Why do you continue fighting? Because, John replied, watching the tactical display. This is what we do. What we've been doing for months. What we tried to tell you we were doing. He activated the Dakota's command channel. All human vessels execute protocol blackout. The alien delegates watched in amazement as human ships suddenly disappeared from sensors, only to reappear in perfect formation behind the mirror vessels. The attack was swift and coordinated, striking at points that seemed random to alien observers, but followed a pattern learned through costly experience. How is this possible? Tarvex asked. Your technology was judged inferior to ours. It is inferior, Henry admitted. But we've been fighting things that laugh at superior technology. We learned adaptation, we learned survival. We learned to kill monsters with primitive tools because that's all we had. The recordings continued playing on multiple screens. Footage of humanity's journey to council space became a horror story of constant battle, desperate innovation, and sacrifice. Crews stranded on damaged ships holding out for weeks against creatures that hunted through hyperspace. Entire battle groups vanishing, their fate known only through scattered distress signals. This explains the blood, Zixtal said softly. The stains on your ships aren't maintenance failures. No, Nancy Wright confirmed. They're from crew members who died holding the line. From passengers we couldn't save. From things that bleed, but shouldn't exist. We tried to clean them, but some stains don't wash out, some memories don't fade. The battle outside reached its conclusion as the last mirror ship fell to coordinated human fire. The council station's alarms finally stopped wailing, but the silence in the chamber was even more oppressive. Damage report, Vexthor commanded. 37. Council vessels lost, the automated system responded. 43 severely damaged, human casualties 7 wounded, none fatal. The disparity was stark. Council forces, with their advanced technology and superior numbers, had been decimated. Humanity, fighting with primitive ships, had suffered minor casualties. Why didn't you tell us? Vexthor asked, its color now a confused mix of red and blue. Why endure our mockery when you could have revealed this? Would you have believed us? Ambassador Brooks asked gently. A species that arrives late claiming they've been fighting galaxy-threatening monsters that you've never detected? With technology you've already judged as inferior. The council delegates exchanged glances. The question answered itself. The Zephon delegate reviewed its military assessments. Our doctrine requires overwhelming firepower, shock and awe. Your humans practice surgical precision, minimalist efficiency. You fight not to destroy, but to survive. Survival against impossible odds, Tarvex added, its voice carrying newfound respect. This explains your crew behavior. Always alert, always prepared, always assuming the worst. Captain Davis activated the main display one more time. Would you like to see our actual journey logs? Not the sanitized reports we tried to file, the real data. The council watched as humanity's true story unfolded. Week after week of constant combat, ships limping between battles, crews working miracles with damaged systems, memorials for the fallen that lined the corridors of human vessels, battle hymns sung before operations that had no right to succeed, brothers and sisters in arms holding each other as they bled out in space. This is the Terran war doctrine, General Clark explained. Survive today, fight tomorrow, save everyone you can, never give up, never surrender. Because the alternative is extinction. Zixtal's crystalline, form pulsed with understanding. You weren't testing us during our bureaucratic procedures, we were testing you, and you endured because you've endured worse. Months worse, Mary Johnson confirmed. But we had hope. Hope that reaching council space meant safety, that your advanced technology could help us understand and fight these threats more effectively. Instead, Susan Taylor continued, we found a bureaucracy that couldn't conceive of the threats we'd already faced. So we continued fighting alone, protecting the very species that dismissed us, hoping you'd listen before it was too late. Thai Fo. Revelations hung heavy in the chamber. Council species that had prided themselves on technological superiority now understood they'd been living in protected space, sheltered by a species they'd considered primitive. The blood on our ships, Captain Davis said quietly, is from every human who died making sure these things never reached you, from every crew member who held their position while monsters boarded their vessels, from every Marine who went hand to hand with nightmares so their shipmates could seal the bulkheads. He paused, looking at each alien delegate. We tried to warn you, through proper channels, through direct reports, through diplomatic submissions. You taught us patience, you taught us humility. But the creatures didn't care about protocols or procedures. The main screen showed the final frame of the recorded data, a simple message logged by Captain Peter Williams 3 months earlier, just before the Liberty's final battle in deep space. If anyone finds this log, know that humanity will never stop fighting. For ourselves, for each other, for anyone who needs protection, even if they don't know they need it, even if they never ask for it. This is who we are. This is why we survive. The recording ended, leaving the council chamber in profound silence. Outside, human ships maintained defensive positions, their scarred hulls a testament to battles fought in darkness and distance, protecting species that had never known danger existed. We owe you an apology, Vexthor said finally. And more than that, we owe you our lives. The human delegation stood quietly, processing the moment they had fought months to reach. Vindication. But at what cost? How many had died to prove a point that bureaucracy had prevented them from making peacefully? Apologies don't bring back the dead, John Davis said softly. But maybe now we can work together. Maybe now you'll listen when we report threats. Maybe now the blood on our ships means something. Outside the station, the stars seemed different, less bright, less safe. The council had lost its innocence but gained something perhaps more valuable, the knowledge that protectors watched in the darkness, bleeding so others could sleep peacefully. The war wasn't over. The mirror ships were just one manifestation of threats that evolved faster than solutions could be found. But now, at least, humanity wouldn't have to fight alone. The bureaucratic nightmare had ended. The real war was just beginning. 3 days after the mirror ship attack, the council chamber looked different. The small platform assigned to humans had been moved to the center position, the place of honor. Alien delegates spoke in subdued tones, their earlier dismissiveness replaced by quiet respect. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood at the new human position, but this time the chamber didn't merely tolerate her presence. It waited for her words. Earth submits its formal report on threat assessment for Sectors 1 through 24, she announced. This time no one interrupted. The tactical displays activated, showing detailed maps created from months of human combat experience. Red zones marked areas where reality itself was unstable. Amber regions indicated where mirror entities were known to spawn. Black sectors showed places where entire human battle groups had gone silent. These are your findings, Vexthor asked, its crystalline form now a respectful green. Our blood map, Captain Mary Johnson answered simply. Every red mark cost us a ship. Every black zone took a crew. Every amber warning came from humans who died to send the information. The Zephan delegate, now identified as Supreme Commander, Crack studied the tactical data with professional interest. Your mapping suggests we've been living inside a protective barrier, that these threats exist in a pattern around council space. Not random luck, General Henry Clark confirmed. Humanity's route to council space took us through what we call the breach zones, where these things slip through from elsewhere. We fought them because we had to, because they were blocking our path. And they followed you, Tarvex observed, its melodic voice uncertain for the first time. They always follow, John Davis said grimly. That's why we kept fighting, not just for survival, but to keep them contained, to keep them from reaching populated space. The council chamber processed this information. Screens displayed casualty reports, battle analyses, and footage of threats that challenged every understanding of physics and biology, creatures that existed in multiple dimensions, ships that learned and adapted in real time, weapons that targeted consciousness rather than matter. You fought alone for months. The Varathi elder, now introduced as ancient historian Zentoth, spoke with newfound respect. Protecting species you'd never met for no reward, facing extinction daily. Why? Ambassador Brooks looked at her team. The diplomats, the soldiers, the engineers who had witnessed unimaginable horrors, yet continued serving. Because someone had to. Because these things don't negotiate. Because if we hadn't fought them in the dark between stars, they would have eventually reached your worlds. And you never demanded recognition, Vexthor noted. Even when we mocked your arrival, denied your requests, dismissed your warnings. Recognition doesn't kill monsters, Captain Lisa Brown said quietly. She had just returned from another patrol, her crew moving with that distinctive human tension. Bullets kill monsters. Sacrifice kills monsters. Holding the line when everything tells you to run kills monsters. The chamber's automation systems chimed, indicating an incoming priority message. The tactical display shifted to show real-time sensor data. Energy signature detected, the automated voice announced. Multiple contacts approaching from Sector 12. Pattern matches known threat classifications. Alarms began wailing through the station. Alien crews scrambled to battle stations with panic barely concealed. But human crews moved differently, smoothly, efficiently, like they'd done this 1,000 times before. Council command to human vessels. Vexthor addressed them directly. Request immediate tactical consultation. John activated the Dakota's command systems. All human ships in standard defensive formation. Council vessels maintain perimeter positions. Follow our lead. These things respond to patterns they've seen before. But our ships are more advanced, Crack protested. Superior firepower. Better. Shielding. Didn't help last time, Mary pointed out gently. They copy your advancements, they can't copy experience. The approaching threats resolved on the displays. Not mirror ships this time, but something worse. Organic vessels that pulsed with biological energy. Ships that breathed and moved like massive predators. Biovessels, Steve Parker identified from the Dakota's tactical station. Standard pack, hunting formation. 12 primary entities plus spawner craft. How do you fight them? Tarvex asked, its earlier arrogance completely gone. Carefully, Henry Clark answered. They regenerate damage, learn from attacks, and their organic weapons, target living tissue directly. But they have weaknesses. They always have weaknesses. The battle began with human ships taking point positions. Alien vessels watched as humanity's scarred fleet engaged with movements that seemed almost choreographed. Target prioritization that defied military doctrine. Weapons fire that struck specific organic zones rather than attempting overwhelming damage. They're not trying to destroy them, Zentoth observed with wonder. They're trying to disrupt their biological cohesion. Learned that the hard way. Captain Peter Williams had been monitoring from the sidelines but now joined the tactical discussion. Lost the entire scout wing before we figured out they share a biological link. Cut the neural connections, the pack loses coordination. The council watched as human tactics proved their worth. Not through superior technology, but through understanding, born of repeated exposure to death. Every human movement showed learned responses to threats the aliens hadn't even classified yet. Permission to implement council defensive protocols, the Zephan commanded, seeking human approval rather than expecting obedience. Granted, John nodded. But follow our targeting patterns. Your weapons are stronger than ours, but you need to hit specific points for maximum effect. The combined fleet worked together, but the hierarchy had changed. Alien vessels followed human tactical guidance, trusting the scars on human ships over their own advanced systems. Incoming biological torpedoes, the automated systems warned. Organic matter configured as projectile weapons. Scatter formation Delta, Mary Johnson called out. Human ships dispersed in a pattern that seemed random, but created perfect interlocking fields of fire. The alien ships hesitated, their tactical computers unable to predict such apparently chaotic movement. Follow them, Vexthor commanded. Trust their experience. As council vessels mimicked human maneuvers, they discovered the pattern's logic. The biological torpedoes, guided by shared consciousness, crashed into each other rather than their intended targets. Human doctrine had learned to turn the enemy's strengths against them. Biopattern disruption successful, Steve reported as the enemy vessels began showing signs of confusion. Pack cohesion down 60%. Now we hit the spawner craft, Henry called out. Council vessels, concentrate fire on the largest biological mass. Humans will handle defensive screens. The battle turned with the coordinated assault. Alien ships, finally working effectively with human tactical knowledge, proved devastatingly successful. The biofleet retreated, but not before humanity's early warning systems detected more signatures at the edge of sensor range. They'll return, John said with certainty. They always return, stronger, smarter, with new adaptations. And we will be ready, Vexthor declared. Its crystalline form now pulsed with determination rather than confusion. All vessels maintain combat readiness. Human tactical doctrine is now primary protocol for station defenses. The council chamber reconvened after the battle. The atmosphere had completely transformed. Aliens stood when humans entered. Tactical. Stations displayed human battle maps as primary references. Requests for human assessment preceded standard procedure. Earth delegation, Vexthor announced formally. The council offers its deepest recognition. The honor guard position is permanently yours. Your ships will lead all defensive formations. Your tactical knowledge will be integrated into council military doctrine. And most importantly, Tarvax added, its melodic voice carrying genuine warmth. Your warnings will be heard, always, without question. Crack approached John directly. Supreme Commander Davis, as ranking military officer, I request cross-training for Zephon battle groups. Our warriors wish to learn human survival techniques. John smiled, the first genuine smile he'd shown since arriving at council space. Granted. But fair warning, our training is hard and messy. And sometimes the only way to survive is to do things that go against everything your instincts tell you. We will learn, Crack promised, as you learned when you had no choice. Months later, the council station had been restructured. Human ships maintained positions at every defensive hardpoint. Alien crews rotated through human-led training programs, learning to fight threats that council space had pretended didn't exist. The bureaucratic nightmare was a memory, replaced by streamlined protocols that prioritized survival over paperwork. Human report submissions got immediate command attention. Resource requests were approved within hours rather than months. But the biggest change was visible on every ship in council space. Pristine alien vessels now bore scars with pride. Hull stains were no longer cleaned immediately but left as reminders. Battle damage went unrepaired just long enough for crews to understand what real combat meant. Captain Sarah Jenkins, newly arrived from Earth with fresh reinforcements, stood on her bridge watching the council station approach. Next to her, Varathi engineer Rix served as exchange officer, learning human systems while teaching advanced alien technology adaptation. Interesting approach pattern, Rix commented. Direct vector through what my people would call dangerous space. Sarah smiled. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, and if you're willing to bleed a little along the way. Through the viewport, the station grew larger, surrounded by the combined fleets of species working together. Human vessels stood alongside alien ships of every design, all bearing the marks of battles fought side by side. Captain, her communications officer reported, priority message from Council Command. They're requesting human tactical assessment for upcoming exploration mission. Deep space, High risk. Tell them we'll be ready, Sarah responded. We always are. Somewhere in the dark between stars, threats continued to move toward populated space. Mirror ships evolved new strategies. Bioships developed stronger pack dynamics. Reality warping entities tested dimensional barriers, but they no longer faced humanity alone. Council space had learned that survival sometimes required blood on the hull, that bureaucracy couldn't protect against nightmares, that sometimes the most advanced species were those who'd learned to fight with primitive tools and indomitable will. The blood on human ships had become a symbol across council space, not of battle or destruction, but of sacrifice and protection. New species joining the council underwent orientation by human instructors, learning that pride could be fatal, but humility kept you alive. And on quiet nights, when sensors detected new threats at the edge of known space, no one panicked. They simply called for human tactical assessment, confident that whatever nightmares the darkness held, someone had already faced them and lived to share the knowledge. Humanity had arrived late to the galactic community, but they had arrived when they were needed most. The blood on their ships told a story, not of primitive violence but of a species that stood between civilization and chaos, asking nothing in return but the chance to keep fighting. The Council had learned to read that story, and in the years that followed, when others spoke of humanity's place in galactic history, they all agreed. Earth had arrived exactly when they were supposed to. Some stains never wash out. Some stains are meant to be preserved. Some stains remind entire civilizations that survival comes at a cost, paid by those willing to bleed for strangers they've never met. In Council space, no one mocked the blood on human ships anymore. They saluted it. The stars looked peaceful from the bridge of the Veltarian flagship. Admiral Zixthor watched the distant yellow sun through his 6 eyes. His tentacles moved slowly as he studied the data. Earth. Such a small name for such a small world. The blue planet floated in space like a tiny jewel. It would be his 1,000th conquest. His fleet spread out behind him like a dark cloud. Each ship was bigger than Earth's largest city. Their weapons could turn mountains into dust. They had done this many times before. Small worlds always gave up when they saw the Empire's power. Send the message, Zixthor said. His translator turned his clicking sounds into Earth's languages. On Earth, alarms screamed in the control room. President Lisa Barnes ran down the white hallway. Her shoes clicked on the hard floor. Guards opened doors for her. She had been sleeping when the call came. Aliens. Real aliens. And they were not friendly. The command room was full of people. Screens covered every wall. General John Martinez stood near the main display. His uniform was perfect even at 3 a.m. Admiral Kate Phillips typed on her computer. Her face was serious. Show me, Lisa said. The main screen came to life. A creature appeared. It had gray skin and 6 eyes. Tentacles moved around its head. When it spoke, the computer translated its words. People of Earth, I am Admiral Zixthor of the Veltarian Empire. Your world now belongs to us. You have 1 Earth day to surrender. If you refuse, we will destroy your planet. Look at what happens to those who resist. The screen changed. Lisa watched planets die. Huge ships fired beams of light. Mountains melted. Oceans boiled. Cities turned to ash. World after world fell apart. The screen showed at least 20 dead planets. My God, Lisa whispered. Madam President, what are your orders? John asked. Lisa looked at her advisors. They all knew Earth's military could not win. Not against ships that big. Not against weapons that strong. How long until they reach Earth? She asked. 3 days if they move fast. 5 if they wait for our answer, Kate said. Get me the moon base. Now. Far from Earth, hidden under the moon's gray dust, Commander Sam Torres watched the same message. But he smiled. Luna Base was not just a research station. It was humanity's biggest secret, finally, Sam said. 50 years of waiting. Sir? Lieutenant Amy Wilson looked confused. Send the signal. Wake up the fleet. It's time. Sam walked to the window. Outside, the moon's surface looked empty, just rocks and dust. But he knew what lay beneath. Hundreds of ships, thousands of weapons, millions of tons of steel and technology. Project Exodus was about to wake up. Back on Earth, Lisa met with her inner circle. They sat around an old wooden table. The room had no windows, no cameras, no recording devices. "Tell me about Exodus," Lisa said. General John opened a black folder. "We started building after we heard the first alien signals in 1974. We knew. Someone was out there. We knew they might not be peaceful." "How many ships?" Lisa asked. 800 hidden in the moon, Mars, and the asteroid belt. "We reverse-engineered technology from the Roswell crash. Then we improved it." Lisa nodded. She had learned about Exodus when she became president. It still seemed impossible. A secret space navy, built over 50 years, hidden from the world. "Can we win?" she asked. Admiral Kate spoke up. "Their ships are bigger, but size isn't everything. We have advantages they don't expect." "Like what?" "They think we're primitives. They expect fear and surrender. They don't expect quantum drives, dark matter weapons, or AI battle systems. They don't expect us to fight smart." "And the virus?" Lisa asked. Dr. Tom Green answered. He was the head of the Cyber Warfare Division. "Ready? 50 years of studying their signals taught us their computer language. When they connect to our networks, we'll be inside their systems." The room fell silent. Outside, the world slept. People went to work, ate dinner, watched TV. They had no idea alien ships waited at the edge of the solar system. "What about our response?" John asked. "They expect an answer in 24 hours. Lisa stood up. "We give them what they expect. Complete surrender. Let them think we're weak. Let them come closer." "Ma'am?" Kate looked surprised. "We need them overconfident. Split their fleet. Get them in range of our weapons." "Sam, how long to activate the Ghost Fleet?" Sam's voice came through the speaker. 12 hours for basic systems. 24 for full combat readiness. "Do it." "John, prepare a surrender message. Make it convincing. Cry if you have to." "Yes, ma'am." "Kate, move our visible military forces. Make it look like we're standing down, but have them ready to support the Ghost Fleet." "Understood." "Tom, can the virus work both ways? Can we use their own weapons against them?" Tom smiled. "Already working on it. Their dreadnoughts will make excellent additions to our fleet." Lisa looked at each person. These were the people who would save Earth, or watch it die. "One more thing," she said. "If this fails, if we lose, activate the colony ships. At least some humans will survive among the stars." The meeting ended. Lisa walked to her office alone. She looked at pictures on her desk. Her husband, her children, her parents. 7 billion people depended on her choices. In space, Zixthor waited for Earth's answer. His species had conquered worlds for 10,000 years. They had never lost. Small planets always surrendered. The math was simple. One planet could not fight an empire. He looked at Earth again. Blue oceans, white clouds, green and brown land. It would make a good farming world. Humans would make useful workers. They always did. "Admiral," his assistant clicked. "The humans are moving their ships. Show me." The screen displayed Earth's navy. Tiny ships compared to the Empire's fleet. They were returning to ports. Pilots left their planes. Soldiers put down their weapons. "They are wise," Zixthor said. "Prepare the occupation force. We will take the planet intact." But on Luna Base, technicians worked without rest. Massive doors opened under the moon's surface. Ships that had waited 50 years began to power up. Weapons charged, engines tested. Crews took their positions. Captain Mike Davis sat in the command chair of the battleship Independence. The ship was 5 times bigger than any vessel Earth officially owned. Its hull was black as space, its weapons could crack moons. "All systems green, Captain," his first officer reported. "Good. How many ships are ready?" 200 so far. More coming online every hour." Mike smiled. The aliens wanted Earth's surrender. They would get something very different. In the asteroid belt, more ships woke up. Hidden inside hollowed rocks, humanity's real fleet prepared for war. They had names like Vengeance, Defiance, and Liberty. Their crews had trained in secret for years, children of military families who disappeared into space programs that did not exist. The Veltarian Empire counted down the hours. They expected tears and pleas for mercy. They had seen it 1,000 times. Small worlds always broke when faced with the Empire's might. But Earth was not like other worlds. Humans had spent 50 years preparing for this day. They had studied every alien signal, learned from every piece of crash technology, built weapons in the dark. The Empire threatened Earth. They expected surrender. What came instead would change the galaxy forever. The countdown continued. 20 hours, 15, 10. Earth's official surrender was coming, but so was humanity's real answer. And it would be delivered by warships, not words. The Earth's surrender message played across the galaxy. Ambassador Paul Johnson stood in front of cameras. His eyes were red. His voice shook. He looked like a broken man. To the great Veltarian Empire, Paul began. His hands trembled as he read from the paper. Earth accepts your terms. We cannot fight your powerful fleet. We ask only for mercy for our children. Paul stopped reading. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. The cameras captured every detail. His fear looked real because it was real. Not fear of the aliens, but fear that the plan might fail. We will obey. All commands, Paul continued. Our military forces are standing down. Our weapons are being destroyed. Please do not harm our people. We surrender completely. The message ended. Paul walked off camera and threw up in a trash can. Acting was not his strong skill, but the fear of 7 billion deaths made his performance perfect. In space, Admiral Zixthor watched the message 3 times. His tentacles moved with satisfaction. Humans were weak, just like intelligence reports said. They built primitive rockets. They fought wars with chemical explosives. They still hadn't colonized their own moon properly. Analysis? Zixthor asked his science officer. The human stress patterns match genuine fear, Admiral. Heart rate, voice patterns, chemical markers in their sweat. It's real surrender. Their military movements? All ships returning to ports, aircraft grounded. Their nuclear weapons are being dismantled. Soldiers are leaving their bases. Zixthor made the clicking sound that meant joy in his species. Another easy conquest. The Empire's record remained perfect. Move the fleet to Phase 2. Send the occupation forces to Earth. Leave only the 10th Squadron to guard the outer system. Yes, Admiral. The massive Veltarian fleet split apart. 900 ships moved toward Earth. Only 100 stayed at the edge of the solar system. It was standard procedure. Why waste fuel keeping the whole fleet together? On Mars, hidden under red sand and rock, Admiral Mary Rodriguez watched the alien fleet separate. Her command center looked like something from science fiction movies. Screens showed every ship, every movement, every signal. They took the bait, she said, just like the profile predicted. Admiral, all Ghost Fleet units report ready, her aide reported. 812 ships at full combat status. Mary nodded. 50 years of study had taught them about the Veltarian Empire. They were arrogant. They followed patterns. They had won too many easy wars. That made them predictable. Signal all ships. Execute Phase 2 of Trojan Horse. God help us all. Deep in the asteroid belt, Captain Amy Chen powered up her destroyers. Weapons. The ship was hidden inside a hollow asteroid. From outside, it looked like just another space rock. Inside, it was a predator waiting to strike. All stations report, Amy ordered. Weapons hot, shields at maximum. Quantum drive ready, her weapons officer said. Good. Remember, we hit communication ships first. Without comms, their fleet becomes a mess. Her crew nodded. They were young, most in their 20s. They had trained for this their whole lives. Their parents had built these ships. Now the children would use them. On Earth, the show continued. President Lisa Barnes made public statements about cooperation. Cities held peace rallies. The military made displays of decommissioning weapons. It all looked real on the news. But in hidden bunkers, The real military prepared. Soldiers checked weapons that officially didn't exist. Pilots sat in fighters that were supposed to be museum pieces. Earth's visible surrender hid its invisible resistance. Dr. Tom Green typed code in his underground lab. His team had created something special, a computer virus built from 50 years of alien signal analysis. It would turn the Empire's own systems against them. Status? Tom asked his team. The virus is embedded in our surrender signals. When they connect to download our databases, we'll own their systems. Beautiful. How long until activation? 6 hours, maybe less if they're greedy for our data. Tom smiled. The Empire wanted Earth's submission. They would get Earth's Trojan horse instead. In space, the Veltarian occupation fleet moved closer. Commander Vectal led the advance force. His job was simple. Land troops take control of governments, begin resource extraction. He had done this 90 times before. Commander, his sensor officer clicked. The humans are transmitting their full database. Military codes, government files, everything. Download it all. The Empire will want to study this primitive species. Yes, Commander, beginning download. The alien computers connected to Earth's networks. Terabytes of data flowed into their systems. Hidden in the code, Tom's virus spread like wildfire. It was elegant. It was invisible. It was deadly. On Luna Base, Commander Sam Torres watched the countdown. 4 hours until the aliens reached Earth orbit. His people were ready. The Ghost Fleet was ready. But timing was everything. Sam. President Barnes's voice came through, his headset. Are you ready? Ready, Madam President. Give the word and we'll show them what humans can do. Wait for my signal. Let them get comfortable. Let them think they've won. Understood. Captain Mike Davis ran final checks on the Independence. The battleship's weapons could hit targets from further away than the aliens expected. Its shields used technology the Empire had never seen. Its engines could jump through space in ways that broke known physics. Captain, his science officer said, I'm reading quantum signatures. Our AI predictions were right. Their shields have a frequency gap we can exploit. Excellent. Pass that data to the fleet. The information spread through humanity's secret network. Every ship updated their targeting systems. Every weapon calibrated for maximum damage. The Empire's technology was advanced but predictable. Humans had found the cracks. Ambassador Paul Johnson continued his performance. He met with alien communication officers. He bowed. He scraped. He promised full cooperation. Inside, he counted down the minutes. Your people are wise to surrender, the alien said through its translator. The Empire is merciful to those who submit. Thank you for your kindness, Paul replied. He wanted to punch the creature's smug face. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The alien fleet moved into the inner solar system. They passed Jupiter's moons without scanning them carefully. Why would they? The humans had surrendered. The war was over before it started. But inside Europa and Ganymede, human destroyers waited. Their crews watched alien ships pass by. Weapons, locked on targets. Fingers rested on triggers. But they waited. The trap wasn't ready yet. Admiral Zixthor relaxed in his command chair. Another bloodless victory. His reputation would grow. Maybe he would get a promotion. Governing this Earth sector would be a comfortable retirement, Admiral, his aide reported. The humans have provided their entire history. Their wars, their technology, their weaknesses. They hide nothing. Of course. Fear makes species honest. Begin planning resource extraction. This planet has useful minerals. Yes, Admiral. The Veltarian computers processed human data. Literature, science, history, military doctrine. And hidden in the flow, Tom's virus spread deeper. It learned the alien systems. It mapped their networks. It prepared to strike. On Earth, people watched the skies. Some saw the alien ships as dots of light. Most continued their daily lives. They trusted their leaders. They believed the surrender was real. Only a few thousand knew the truth. General John Martinez stood in the war room. Screens showed alien positions. Green dots were human forces. Red dots were the enemy. Soon those colors would matter. General, an aide whispered. Ghost Fleet reports all units in attack position. Thank them. Tell them to wait. Soon they'll make history. The trap was almost complete. Alien ships filled the inner solar system. Their guard was down. Their formation was spread out. They thought they had won. In the asteroid belt, Amy Chen gripped her controls. Her destroyer's target was locked, a communication ship full of important equipment. One shot would blind a whole squadron. On Mars, Mary Rodriguez watched the tactical display. The moment was coming. Years of preparation, years of secret training, years of hiding their true strength. The Ghost Fleet waited in darkness, 800 ships full of angry humans. They had built these weapons to protect their home. Now they would use them. The countdown continued. 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. The aliens moved closer to Earth. Their occupation ships prepared to land. Their confidence grew with each minute. Earth's performance convinced everyone. The crying ambassador, the surrendering military, the fearful population. It all looked perfect. But underneath the act, humanity prepared to show the galaxy something new. They threatened Earth with destruction. They demanded surrender. What they got instead would echo through history. The Empire had made one mistake. They judged humans by their visible technology. They didn't understand human nature. When threatened, humans didn't just surrender. They got creative. They got angry. They got even. The timer counted down. The trap was set. The Ghost Fleet was ready. Soon the galaxy would learn why threatening Earth was the worst mistake the Veltarian Empire ever made. The attack began at midnight Earth time. Captain Amy Chen fired first. Her destroyer burst from the hollow asteroid like a wasp from its nest. The quantum torpedoes traveled faster than light. The alien communication ship never saw them coming. Far. Explosion lit up space. The alien ship split in half. Its quantum transmitters died instantly. A whole squadron of Empire ships suddenly went silent. Hit confirmed, Amy's weapons officer reported. Target destroyed, no return fire. Jump, Amy ordered. Her ship vanished in a flash of blue light. Where it had been, alien weapons fired at empty space. By the time they reacted, Amy's destroyer was already 10,000 kilometers away, lining up the next shot. All across the solar system, the same scene repeated. Human ships appeared from nowhere. They fired. They vanished. The aliens spun in confusion, shooting at ghosts. Admiral Mary Rodriguez coordinated from Mars. Her tactical display showed the battle unfolding. Green dots blinked in and out. Red dots started disappearing. All units execute pattern alpha. Hit and run. Don't give them stationary targets. The Ghost Fleet obeyed. They used tactics the Empire had never seen. Jump in, fire, jump out. Never. Stay still. Never fight fair. Space warfare turned into submarine warfare. Admiral Zix Thor screamed in rage. His perfect invasion became chaos in seconds. Ships exploded around him. Communications failed. Sensors showed enemies everywhere and nowhere. Where are they coming from, he demanded. Unknown, Admiral. They appear, fire, and vanish. Our scanners can't track them. Impossible. The humans don't have this technology. But they did. 50 years of secret development. Alien technology improved with human creativity. The Empire expected primitive rockets. They got quantum jump drives instead. Captain Mike Davis brought the Independents out of hiding. The battleship was massive, black as space itself. Its main guns could crack moons. Now they aimed at the Empire's dreadnoughts. Target locked, firing main guns. The dark matter weapons spoke. Beams of impossible energy crossed space. They hit the alien dreadnought amidships. Shields that could stop nuclear weapons failed like paper. The mile-long ship crumpled like a can. Direct hit. Target destroyed. Jump us out. Next target. On Earth, President Lisa Barnes watched from the command bunker. The main screen showed the battle. It looked like a fireworks display, except each flash meant ships dying, lives ending, history changing. My God, General John Martinez whispered. It's working. Don't celebrate yet, Lisa warned. They still outnumber us. But numbers meant less when you couldn't hit your enemy. The human ships used guerrilla tactics perfected over centuries of warfare. Strike weak points, avoid strength. Death by 1,000 cuts. Dr. Tom Green activated the next phase. His virus had spread through the alien systems during the fake surrender. Now it woke up. Executing primary attack sequence, Tom announced, taking control of their targeting systems. Across the alien fleet, computers betrayed their masters. Weapons turned on friendly ships. Shields lowered at the wrong time. Navigation systems flew ships into asteroids. Admiral, Zixthor's aide cried, our systems are compromised. The Dreadnought Conquest just fired on the carrier domination. Shut down all network connections. I can't. The system won't respond. The Empire's technology became their weakness. Everything was connected. Everything was automated. When the virus took control, it took everything. Near Jupiter, Captain Bob Miller sprang his trap. The gas giant's radiation had hidden his cruiser squadron. Now they struck at the Empire's supply. All ships target their fuel tankers. Without fuel, their fancy ships are just metal coffins. 20 cruisers fired at once. Quantum torpedoes crossed space in seconds. The lightly armed supply ships had no chance. They exploded in chains of fire. Fuel meant for the invasion fleet became expanding clouds of plasma. Commander Dan White led fighter squadrons from hidden bases on Titan. The small ships swarmed larger alien vessels like angry bees. They were too small for the big guns to track, too fast for point defense to hit. Stay close to their hulls, Dan ordered. Their weapons can't depress enough to hit us. The fighters danced across alien ships. They planted bombs on sensor arrays. They destroyed weapon turrets. They turned mighty warships into half-blind, half-armed targets. The Empire tried to regroup. They formed defensive formations. They fell back toward the outer system. But human ships were everywhere. Every retreat met ambush. Every formation got torn apart. Admiral Zixthor watched his perfect fleet die. Ships he had commanded for centuries burned in human space. Victories that had made him famous meant nothing. The humans had played him like a fool. Order all ships to retreat to the edge of the system. We need to regroup. Sir, half our ships can't receive orders. Communication is down across the fleet. Use light signals, flags, anything. But it was too late. The human virus owned their systems now. Weapons fired randomly. Engines burned in wrong directions. Life support failed on ship after ship. Captain Susan Taylor commanded the human reserves. Fresh ships hidden in the outer system now joined the fight. They hit the retreating aliens from behind. No mercy. No hesitation. Humanity's rage had found its target. Commissioner Dave Williams coordinated Earth's ground defenses. The few alien landing ships that reached atmosphere met walls of fire. Hidden missile bases revealed themselves. Laser satellites came online. Nothing reached the surface alive. All landing attempts repelled, Dave reported. Earth airspace is clear. In space, the slaughter continued. Human ships appeared and disappeared like phantoms. They hit supply ships. They destroyed escorts. They crippled battleships. The Empire's numerical advantage disappeared with each passing hour. Amy Chen claimed her 10th kill. Her crew cheered. Young faces bright with victory. They had trained for this moment their whole lives. Now they proved humanity could fight among the stars. Captain, detecting escape pods from the Dreadnought. Leave them. We're not monsters. Target only ships that can still fight. This mercy surprised the aliens. The Empire always destroyed everything. Humans showed restraint even in victory. It was another thing the aliens hadn't expected. The battle turned into a rout. Alien ships fled in all directions. Some tried to reach jump points. Others just ran blindly. Fear replaced arrogance. Panic replaced order. Admiral Mary Rodriguez issued new orders. All ships begin Phase 3. Drive them out. Show them the way home is through defeat. The Ghost Fleet formed hunting packs. They chased fleeing enemies. They disabled engines. They destroyed weapons. They left alien ships helpless but alive. A message to the Empire. We could kill you all. We choose not to. On his flagship, Zixthor felt something new. Fear. Real fear. His species had forgotten how it felt. Now it filled his mind like ice water. How many ships do we have left? 200 still fighting. 300 disabled. The rest? Gone. Gone. 600 ships. Hundreds of thousands of lives. The Empire's greatest defeat ever, all because they underestimated the humans. Earth's media started getting real reports. The fake surrender revealed as strategy. Hidden fleets defending the planet. Humanity winning its first space war. People celebrated in the streets. Fear turned to pride. Pride turned to hope. But in space, the battle wasn't over. The hardest part remained. Ending it without destroying everything. Showing the galaxy that humans could win and show mercy. That Earth was strong but not cruel. Captain Mike Davis targeted Zixthor's flagship. The massive dreadnought was wounded but dangerous. Its main guns could still destroy cities. It had to be stopped. Admiral Rodriguez, requesting permission to engage enemy flagship. Granted, but try to take him alive. We need him to carry the message back. Mike smiled grimly. Understood. Independents moving to engage. The two giants faced each other in the void. The Empire's pride against humanity's determination. The old order against the new. The battle for Earth's future came down to two ships and the will of their crews. In the command bunker, Lisa Barnes watched her gamble play out. 50 years of secrets. Thousands of hidden ships. Millions of lives in the balance. All leading to this moment. The galaxy would remember this day. The day the Veltarian Empire learned that humans were not prey. They were predators. And they protected their own. The two flagships faced each other near Saturn's rings. Admiral Zixthor's dreadnought was 3 miles long, bristling with weapons. Captain Mike Davis commanded the Independents, smaller but deadlier. The old empire against the new power. Mike studied his enemy. The alien ship leaked atmosphere from dozens of holes. Its shields flickered. But its main guns still worked. One good hit could destroy the Independents. All hands. Battle stations. This is it. His crew moved with practiced skill. They had trained for this day since childhood. Their parents built this ship. Now the children would use it to defend Earth. On the alien bridge, Zixthor felt his tentacles shake. Never in 10,000 years had the Empire faced real defeat. His 6 eyes watched the human ship. It looked primitive, but it had destroyed his fleet. Target their engines, he ordered. If we can't win, we'll take them with us. The dreadnought's guns swung toward Independence. Energy built up in the barrels. Enough power to crack a moon. Zixthor gave the order to fire, but Mike was ready. Quantum jump now. Independence vanished. The alien weapons fired at empty space. Before Zixthor could react, the human ship appeared behind him, at point-blank range. Fire everything. Independence unleashed hell, dark matter beams, quantum torpedoes, railgun rounds. The alien ship's rear shields collapsed. Armor meant to stop asteroids melted like butter. Jump. Again, Independence vanished. The aliens spun their ship, searching. Their sensors showed nothing. The humans had technology that shouldn't exist. Near Jupiter, Captain Bob Miller executed the next phase. His cruisers had captured several alien supply ships intact. Now he put them to use. Begin Operation Trojan. Send the packages. The captured ships accelerated toward the remaining alien forces. They looked like rescue vessels coming to help. The Empire's friend or foe systems recognized them, let them approach. Then they exploded. Not with bombs, but with expanding wormholes. Miniature black holes that lasted just seconds. Long enough to swallow enemy ships. Long enough to tear space itself. Wormhole weapons confirmed effective. 8 enemy ships destroyed. Good work. Continue the pressure. Drive them toward the trap. The trap waited at Jupiter itself. The gas giant's massive gravity well, its radiation that blocked sensors, its moons that hid human ships. Captain Amy, Chen commanded the ambush force. Steady. Let them come to us. Jupiter is our ally today. The retreating aliens had two choices. Fight the humans in open space and die, or use Jupiter's gravity to slingshot toward home. They chose Jupiter. Hundreds of alien ships entered the gas giant's influence. They formed up for the gravity assist maneuver. Their computers calculated the perfect trajectory. Their crews thought they were escaping. Amy sprang the trap. All ships, execute Ganymede Gambit. Open the wormholes. Hidden on Jupiter's moons, massive generators came alive. They created artificial wormholes, not for travel, but as weapons. The wormholes opened inside Jupiter's gravity well. The alien ships suddenly faced gravitational chaos. Some got pulled toward Jupiter. Others spun out of control. Their careful formation shattered. Their escape became a death spiral. Now, all weapons free. Human ships poured fire into the confused aliens. Without formation, without coordination, the Empire's vessels became easy targets. One by one, they died in Jupiter's shadow. On Earth, the world watched in awe. News cameras showed the battle from ground telescopes, flashes of light around Jupiter. Humanity's hidden fleet revealed, the impossible becoming real. Dr. Nancy Cook worked in the biowarfare lab. Her job was different but just as important. She studied captured alien tissue samples, looking for weaknesses, finding ways to fight future invasions. Their biology is silicon-based, she reported. Vulnerable to certain frequencies. If they land ground troops, we can stop them. But no alien troops reached Earth. The space battle turned too quickly. What started as invasion became desperate retreat. The hunter became the hunted. In the asteroid belt, fresh human ships joined the fight. These weren't military vessels. They were mining ships, converted freighters, anything that could mount weapons. Civilians who refused to let others defend their home alone. Captain Fred Jones commanded a converted ore hauler. His weapons were basic, his shields were weak, but his determination was steel. This is for Earth, boys. Make every shot count. His motley fleet engaged alien stragglers. They fought with courage over skill. They took losses but kept fighting. They showed the galaxy that all humans would defend their world. Back at the main battle, Mike Davis continued his duel with Zixthor. The alien dreadnought was dying. Half its weapons were gone. Its engines sputtered. But Zixthor refused to surrender. "Admiral, we must retreat," his aide begged. "The battle is lost." No, the Empire does not run. But the Empire was running. Ships fled in all directions. Some made it to hyperspace. Most didn't. Human ships were everywhere, appearing from nowhere, vanishing before retaliation. The virus in alien systems reached its final phase. Dr. Tom Green activated the kill switch. Across the alien fleet, critical systems failed. Life support, navigation, weapons. The Might Empire's technology betrayed them completely. "Their fleet is helpless," Tom reported. "We can destroy them all or show mercy. Your choice, Madam President." Lisa Barnes made the hardest decision of her life. Disable their weapons, damage their engines, but let them limp home. The galaxy needs to know we're strong, not monsters. The order spread through the fleet. Human weapons became surgical tools. They crippled but didn't kill. They defeated but didn't destroy. It was mercy the Empire never showed its victims. Commander Dan White led fighter squadrons in the final sweep. They cleared space around Earth. They chased away the last threats. They secured humanity's first victory among the stars. Earth space is clear. No active enemy vessels in the inner system. Cheers erupted in command centers, on ships, in bunkers, on Earth itself. The impossible had happened. A single planet had defeated a galactic empire, but the symbolic battle remained. Mike Davis closed with Zixthor's flagship. The alien admiral had one choice: surrender or die fighting. His pride warred with his survival instinct. "Admiral Zixthor," Mike broadcast, "your fleet is defeated. Your invasion failed. Surrender and you can return home with a message for your empire. Zix Thor's tentacles writhed. Surrender was shame, but death was worse. His species needed to know what happened here. Needed to understand humans were not prey. I accept your terms. The words hurt more than weapons. The Empire's greatest admiral surrendering to primitives. Except they weren't primitive. They were something new. Something dangerous. Independents moved alongside the crippled dreadnought. Marines in advanced combat suits boarded. They found aliens defeated in spirit as well as battle. The Empire's confidence was shattered. Admiral Mary Rodriguez coordinated the aftermath. All units begin rescue operations, collect escape pods, provide medical aid, show them humanity's true face. The Ghost Fleet transformed from predators to rescuers. They saved alien lives. They repaired life support systems. They showed mercy to the defeated. Another surprise for the Empire. President Lisa Barnes prepared her broadcast, not just to Earth, but to the galaxy, the first human message to reach beyond the solar system, words that would echo through history. Citizens of Earth, beings of the galaxy. Today, humanity joined the cosmic community, not as subjects but as free people. We were threatened with destruction. We answered with determination. The message continued, offering friendship to peaceful species, warning to would-be conquerors. Earth was open to the galaxy, but would defend itself against any threat. In space, the defeated alien fleet gathered its survivors. Ships that could still move helped those that couldn't. They prepared for the long journey home. Their mission failed, their pride broken, their empire changed forever. Captain Susan Taylor took custody of Admiral Zix Thor. The alien leader would return home with a message. Earth was not for conquering. Humans were not for enslaving. The galaxy had a new power. As the alien fleet limped away, humanity's ships emerged from hiding, hundreds of them, from the moon, from Mars, from asteroids and moons. The Ghost Fleet showed its true size. The Empire had threatened Earth expecting surrender. Instead, they found warriors. They demanded submission. They received defeat. The galaxy's balance of power shifted in a single day. Commissioner Dave Williams began planning the next phase. Earth Space Force, permanent defenses, trade with friendly species. Humanity's real journey into space was just beginning. The capture pod felt small to Admiral Zix Thor. He had commanded ships bigger than Earth cities. Now he sat in a room barely large enough for his tentacles. His 6 eyes stared at the human captain across from him. Captain Susan Taylor studied the alien leader. He looked different now. Smaller. Defeated. The arrogance was gone. Fear had taken its place. Your ships are leaving the solar system, Susan said. You'll be transferred to one of them soon. You'll carry our message to your empire. What message? Zix Thor's translator clicked. That Earth is not alone, that humans are not prey, that the galaxy has changed. Susan placed a data pad on the table. It showed star maps, trade routes, military positions. Everything the Empire thought was secret. We've been watching you for 50 years. We know your strengths, your weaknesses. Your empire is built on fear. Fear just met something stronger. Zix Thor studied the data. His tentacles shook as he understood. Humans hadn't just defeated his fleet. They had studied the entire empire. They knew everything. On Earth, the victory, celebrations continued. In New York, London, Tokyo, crowds filled the streets. They waved flags, they sang songs. They celebrated survival. President Lisa Barnes addressed the United Nations. Every leader on Earth watched. Many had learned about the Ghost Fleet only hours ago. The secret was now public. The world was forever changed. My fellow humans, Lisa, began. Today we learned we are not alone. Today we proved we are not helpless. Today we showed the galaxy that Earth stands united. She explained Project Exodus. 50 years of preparation. Thousands of people keeping the secret. Ships built in hidden factories. Children trained in secret academies. We hoped we would never need these weapons. But when threatened, we were ready. Now we face a new challenge, our place among the stars. In space, the cleanup began. Human ships collected debris. They rescued survivors from damaged alien vessels. They secured abandoned technology. Every piece was valuable. Every system could teach them something. Commissioner Dave Williams took charge of Earth's new Space Force. The Ghost Fleet became official. Secret bases opened their doors. Hidden shipyards increased production. "We need more ships," Dave told his staff. "The Empire will return, or others will come. Earth must be ready." Construction began immediately. New designs incorporated captured alien technology. Human creativity improved Empire engineering. The next generation of ships would be even deadlier. Dr. Nancy Cook led the xenobiology team. They studied alien prisoners, not to harm but to understand. Different species had different needs. If Earth wanted alien friends, they needed to help them properly. "Their silicon biology is fascinating," Nancy reported. "We can synthesize food for them, make proper medical supplies, show them humanity cares about life." The prisoners noticed the difference. The Empire treated captives as slaves. Humans treated them as guests, fed them, healed them, talked to them. Many aliens began questioning what they had been taught about primitive species. Captain Mike Davis visited the repair yards. His ship Independence showed battle damage, scars from the fight with Zixthor's dreadnought. Each mark told a story. Each dent was a badge of honor. "She did good," Mike told the yard supervisor. "Patch her up. We might need her again soon." "Yes, sir. We're also installing the new shields, the ones based on alien tech. She'll be twice as tough next time." Mike smiled. Humans were already improving on alien technology, taking the best, making it better. The Empire's advantage was disappearing fast. In deep space, the alien fleet regrouped. 300 ships out of 1,000, most heavily damaged, all demoralized. They formed up for the long journey home. Admiral Zixthor transferred to his damaged flagship. His officers looked broken, their confidence shattered. The Empire's greatest fleet defeated by one planet. "Set course for home space," Zixthor ordered. "Maximum speed." "Sir, what will we tell the Emperor?" Zixthor's tentacles drooped. "The truth. That we found warriors where we expected victims. That the humans were ready. That the galaxy has a new power." The alien fleet jumped to hyperspace. They carried news that would shake the Empire. A species that fought back, a world that won, an example for every conquered planet. On Earth, President Barnes met with world leaders. They planned humanity's future, not as separate nations but as one species. The alien threat had united Earth like nothing before. "We need a world government," the Japanese Prime Minister said. "For space matters, at least. We can't face the galaxy divided." "Agreed," said the European president. "United Earth. One voice to the stars." They worked through the night, creating new structures, new laws, new ways for humanity to act as one. The United Earth government was born, separate nations for local matters, one voice for space. Dr. Tom Green dismantled his virus laboratory. The cyber weapon had served its purpose. Now he turned to defense, creating shields against alien hacking, protecting Earth's networks. "We surprised them once. They'll adapt. We need to stay ahead." His team worked on quantum encryption, unhackable communications, computer systems that couldn't be turned against Earth. The next battle would be different. Both sides would be ready. 3 days later, the first alien signals arrived. Not from the Empire, but from its subjects. Conquered worlds that heard about Earth's victory. Species living under Empire rule for centuries. "Earth vessel, this is Kelta Prime. We hear you defeated the Empire. Is this true?" Commissioner Dave Williams took the call personally. "This is Earth Space Command. Yes, we defeated their invasion fleet. Who are you?" "We are slaves of the Empire, but we dream of freedom. Can you help us?" Dave looked at his staff. This was unexpected, but also an opportunity. Earth couldn't free the galaxy alone, but they could start something. "We're transmitting data on jump drive technology. Build your own ships. Defend yourselves. Earth stands with any who seek freedom." The message spread across the galaxy. whispered in slave quarters, shared in hidden meetings. Earth had shown it was possible. The Empire could be beaten. Within weeks, rebellions started on dozen worlds. The Empire faced threats everywhere. Their military was stretched thin. Their confidence was shaken. Their slaves smelled freedom. Captain Amy Chen commanded Earth's first diplomatic mission. Her destroyer, now painted white instead of war black, carried ambassadors to neutral worlds. Species that stayed independent from the Empire. The Vegan Confederation welcomes Earth, the plant-like alien said. We have watched the Empire's growth with fear. Your victory gives us hope. Earth seeks friends, not subjects, Ambassador, Paul Johnson replied. He had traded his fake surrender tears for real diplomacy. Together we can ensure no empire threatens free worlds again. Alliances formed quickly. The galaxy's balance shifted daily. The Empire's 1,000-year rule crumbled. All because they threatened the wrong planet. In the Sol system, defenses grew daily. Orbital fortresses around Earth, shipyards at Mars, mining operations in the asteroids. Humanity expanded rapidly. Admiral Mary Rodriguez commanded the new fleet. Not ghost ships anymore, but proud vessels of the Earth Space Navy. They patrolled the solar system. They escorted merchant ships. They showed the flag to visiting aliens. Remember, Mary told her captains, we're not conquerors. We're protectors. We defend freedom. We help those who need it. We're humanity's best face to the galaxy. 6 months after the battle, Admiral Zixthor stood before the Veltarian Emperor. The throne room that once inspired fear now felt hollow. The Emperor's rage had cooled to calculation. So the humans were ready. They played us for fools. What do you suggest? Leave them alone, Majesty. Focus on holding what we have. The humans have started something. Rebellion spreads. We need our forces elsewhere. The Emperor's tentacles moved slowly. Perhaps you're right. Earth is one world. We have thousands. Let them have their victory. For now. But the Emperor didn't understand. Earth wasn't done. Humanity had tasted the stars. They had friends among the oppressed. They had technology that grew daily. They had the one thing the Empire feared most. Hope. President Lisa Barnes stood on the observation deck of Space Station, Freedom. Below her, Earth turned slowly, blue and white and beautiful. Safe now. Protected. Free. Madam President, an aide said, the Andromedan delegation has arrived. They want to join the Free Worlds Alliance. Lisa smiled. 6 months ago, Earth stood alone. Now 20 species had joined them. The Empire ruled through fear. Earth led through example. The galaxy was choosing sides. Show them in. Let's build a better galaxy together. The stars no longer looked peaceful from Earth. They looked full of possibility. Humanity had answered threats with warships. Now they answered friends with open hands. The galaxy would never be the same.
Earth spun beneath a muted haze of cloud and light, a blue-green jewel quietly turning in the vast silence of space. To the Galactic Empire, it was nothing more than a neglected backwater, a fledgling world with primitive ships and limited influence, barely worthy of note. But beneath its surface, in hidden shipyards far from prying eyes, a different truth was being forged. Captain Arya Lennox stood on the bridge of the Vigilant, her eyes fixed on the holographic starfield ahead. The ship was unlike anything the galaxy had seen, an unannounced prototype, the culmination of decades of secret research. Sleek, angular, and lethal, it hummed with quiet power, its AI core whispering calculations faster than any human mind could process. Status report, Arya said, her voice steady but sharp. Lieutenant Chin, the tactical officer, swiveled in his chair, fingers dancing over the console. Stealth systems operational. No detection by Imperial sensors so far. Scouting fleet remains on intercept course, unaware of our presence. Arya allowed herself a brief nod. Good. We make this count. She glanced around her crew, Young, focused, each one aware that this mission was their first and perhaps only chance to prove humanity's place among the stars. The weight of command pressed on her shoulders, but she bore it willingly. Her mind flicked to her mentor, Dr. Elias Kale, who had died 6 months earlier under mysterious circumstances. It was his dream, this ship, this mission. His vision of a future where Earth was no longer a footnote in galactic history. Arya felt his absence like a shadow, urging her forward. A soft chime interrupted her thoughts. The communications officer, Jara, spoke quietly. "Incoming transmission, Captain?" "From Earth Command." Arya frowned. "Patch it through." The holographic image of Admiral Thorne flickered to life, his expression grim. "Captain Lennox, intelligence reports Imperial scouts probing near our border again. They underestimate us. This is your chance to remind them what Earth can do. But proceed with caution, the Empire's reach is long." "Understood, Admiral," Arya replied. "The Vigilant won't disappoint." The transmission ended. Arya's gaze returned to the void ahead. The Empire's arrogance was a poison. They saw Earth as a collection of relics, not realizing the hidden forge of innovation simmering beneath. "Engage stealth approach," she ordered. The Vigilant slipped through the darkness, a ghost threading its way toward the unsuspecting Imperial fleet. Minutes later, the starfield ahead shifted as the holographic display revealed a cluster of massive warships. The Empire's scouts were vast and heavily armed, a test of strength meant to intimidate. But the Vigilant's prototype systems offered an edge. "Target the command vessel," Arya instructed. "A precise strike will send the right message." Lieutenant Chen hesitated. "The enemy fleet is too large. One misstep and we're sitting ducks." Arya's eyes narrowed. "We're not sitting ducks, Lieutenant. This ship was designed for moments like this." Her voice carried the weight of conviction. The crew rallied around her confidence. Moments later, the Vigilant accelerated, its engines barely whispering as it closed the distance. Invisible to the Empire's sensors, it slipped between the warships like a knife through silk. "Locking plasma torpedoes," Chen announced. Arya held her breath. The torpedoes launched in a silent arc, threading through space to strike the command ship's shield with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion bloomed brilliant and sudden, shattering the illusion of Imperial invulnerability. "Direct hit! Command ship crippled!" Chen exclaimed. The Imperial fleet erupted into chaos, alarms blaring across the bridge. Sensors suddenly flicked on, and the Vigilant's stealth systems blinked under assault. "Enemy sensors locking on!" shouted Jara. "Take evasive maneuvers," Arya ordered, voice calm but urgent. "Deploy countermeasures and prepare for rapid retreat." The ship darted away, weaving through the expanding web of enemy fire. Pulses of energy streaked past, missing by fractions of a second. "All hands hold steady!" Arya's voice was a steady beacon in the storm. In the heat of battle, she felt the familiar rush, command, calculation, instinct. The Vigilant danced through the crossfire, a wraith among titans. A sudden blast rocked the ship, throwing the bridge crew against their restraints. Systems flickered, but the AI recalibrated instantly. "Damage to aft thrusters," Chen reported, voice tight. "But we're still mobile." Arya grit her teeth. "Keep us moving. We can't let them trap us." She watched the hologram as the Imperial fleet reorganized, their pride wounded but fierce. Their arrogance shattered by a single, unseen ship. Suddenly, a crackling burst from the comm system. "This is Admiral Korvac Thren," a cold voice snarled. "You dare strike at the Empire? Surrender your ship and surrender your insolence, Captain Lennox." Arya straightened, eyes flashing. "The Empire underestimates Earth at its peril, Admiral. We will not bow." The transmission ended. The words echoed in the bridge's tense silence, a challenge, a declaration of war. "Set course for the extraction point," Arya commanded. "We've made our mark. Now we survive." The crew moved with practiced precision, shields flaring as the Vigilant slipped away under the shroud of space. As stars streaked by, Arya allowed herself a moment's reflection. The mission had succeeded beyond expectation, but the war had just begun. Earth was no longer invisible. The Empire's wrath would come swift and brutal. Yet, in the heart of that silent ship, a fierce hope burned brighter than any star. Humanity would no longer be ignored. The Vigilant slipped through the inky void, every meter a victory and every second a race against the merciless pursuer. Captain Arya Lennox stood rigid on the bridge, her gaze locked on the holographic display. Red blips representing Imperial warships multiplied as the Empire scrambled to respond, the calculated arrogance of their fleet now replaced with brutal urgency. Lieutenant Chen's voice was steady but tense. Enemy reinforcements detected. They're converging on our position from 3 vectors. They're adapting faster than predicted. Arya's jaw tightened. Good. Let them come. We won't outrun them forever, but we'll outthink them. She glanced at the crew, young faces etched with determination and exhaustion. Prepare for evasive maneuvers and deploy all countermeasures. Our prototype systems give us the edge, but we must be flawless. The hum of the ship's engines was the only answer. Far behind, the Empire's fleet surged forward, commanded by Admiral Korvac Thren, whose dark eyes burned with cold fury. The Earth prototype must be destroyed. Send a message that rebellion will be crushed. Korvac's voice carried over the fleet's calm channels, cold and unforgiving. No mercy. No mistakes. Back on Earth, the tension was just as thick. In a dimly lit war room, Earth's council debated fiercely. The planet's leaders, cautious and divided, argued over how far to push against the overwhelming might of the Empire. Provoking the Empire could lead to total annihilation, warned Minister Rivas, voice trembling. Our military is no match for the armadas. But showing weakness invites domination, countered General Kadim, slamming his fist on the table. Captain Lennox's strike proved we have power they don't expect. We must rally behind her. The room fell silent as a holographic image of the Vigilant materialized above the table, a symbol of hope and danger intertwined. Back aboard the Vigilant, Arya sought to steady her crew. We're not alone. Earth is watching, and the galaxy is listening. Our fight is bigger than us. A murmur of agreement rippled through the bridge. Suddenly, alarms blared. Enemy lock-on confirmed, Jara shouted. Multiple missile volleys inbound. Arya's voice cut through the chaos. Activate stealth burst and deploy decoys. Helm, evasive pattern Gamma 4. The ship shuddered as defensive flares erupted, momentarily blinding the enemy sensors. The Vigilant twisted through space like a phantom, slipping through gaps in the Imperial net. Lieutenant Chen's fingers flew over the controls. Targeting enemy missile launcher. Firing ion disruptors. A pulse of blue energy flashed forward, disabling a cluster of enemy weapon systems. Nice shot, Arya said, allowing a rare smile. But the reprieve was brief. A sudden jolt rocked the ship, a direct hit. The bridge lights flickered. Damage report, Arya demanded. Shield generator at 30%, Chen replied grimly. Hull integrity holding, but we can't take much more. Prepare emergency repairs, Arya ordered. Keep shields up at all costs. She turned to Jara. Any sign of reinforcements from Earth? Not yet. Communications are limited. Command fears escalation. Arya's stomach tightened. Earth's political caution was a chain around their neck. A quiet voice interrupted the tension. Captain, the science officer reports possible internal sabotage. Arya's eyes narrowed. Sabotage? Explain. Dr. Ilias, a young but brilliant engineer, stepped forward. Unexplained power fluctuations in the propulsion system. They're subtle. Someone is tampering with our efficiency. Arya's mind raced. Trust was fragile in war, and the stakes were life and death. Secure all sensitive systems, she commanded. No one leaves the ship without clearance. As the Vigilant slipped into a narrow asteroid field, the shadows of jagged rocks offered fleeting cover. Helm, slow down and hold position. We can't outrun them, but we can outsmart them, Arya said. Chen nodded, eyes sharp. Activating sensor ghosting. We'll appear as space debris on their scans. Time slowed as the Vigilant nestled among the rocks, engines humming softly. But then a shrill alarm pierced the silence. Proximity alert! Enemy boarding pods detected! Jara warned. Prepare for combat. Seal all bulkheads. Deploy automated defense turrets. The crew snapped into action, tension rising like a storm. Arya took a deep breath. Remember, we fight not just for survival, but for Earth's future. The boarding pods clattered against the hull, releasing Imperial Marines in armored suits. The corridors echoed with gunfire and shouted orders. In the chaos, Arya moved with purpose, rallying her security teams. Hold the corridors! Protect the core! She commanded. Lieutenant Chen fought alongside engineers repairing the damaged systems, sharing quick words. We need time. We can't lose this ship. Arya nodded. Every second counts. After a brutal skirmish, the last invaders were repelled, their bodies strewn across the corridors. The Vigilant bore scars, but its heart still beat strong. In the aftermath, Arya retreated to the command deck, staring at the stars beyond the viewports. A secure comm channel flickered to life. Captain Lennox. The voice was calm but firm. It was Admiral Thorne. The Empire won't rest. Your actions have shattered the fragile peace. Prepare for a storm. Arya responded, voice steady. Then we'll weather it, Admiral. Earth will not kneel. As the transmission ended, Arya faced the harsh truth. This was no longer a skirmish. It was a war. Yet amid the danger and uncertainty, something fierce burned within her, a stubborn hope. The kind that refuses to die. Prepare for jump to Earth, she ordered. We need reinforcements and answers. The Vigilant powered up its experimental engines, stars stretching into streaks of light. Behind her, the crew moved with quiet determination. Earth was watching, and the galaxy was no longer blind. The hunt had begun, and humanity would fight to be seen. The Vigilant slipped through the shadowed corridors of space, hurtling toward Earth, but the true battle was far from over. Captain Arya Lennox stood in the command deck, eyes sharp, scanning the incoming data streams that painted a grim picture. The Empire's forces were regrouping faster than predicted. Their wrath was fueled not just by pride but by fear, a small world challenging their might. Lieutenant Chen approached, tablet in hand. Captain, the scattered Earth defense units have responded to our distress call. A fleet of experimental ships is assembling at the Lagrange point. They're slower but heavily armed. Arya nodded slowly. It's not just about speed or firepower. It's about strategy and unity. We have to prove that Earth can stand as one. The bridge was tense but charged with renewed hope. The arrival of allies meant the beginning of a coordinated resistance, not a desperate flight. Elsewhere, in the scientific bay, Dr. Ilias and his team worked furiously on integrating new AI modules into the fleet's control systems. These upgrades will enhance ship coordination exponentially, he explained. Our prototypes were designed to adapt, but now they will think as one. Arya visited the bay, watching the engineers fine-tune the code. She felt the weight of the moment, a fragile chance to change the course of history. In the fleet's planning room, Earth's leaders gathered. General Kadim stood at the center, voice resolute. The Empire underestimates us, but arrogance blinds them. Our experimental ships may be few, but they are innovative. Captain Lennox, your leadership will be crucial. Arya met his gaze. We fight not just with weapons, but with our will. The Empire's strength is their numbers, ours is our ingenuity. Back on the Vigilant, Arya convened her senior officers. Our mission has shifted. We're no longer alone. The fleet will coordinate through the new AI network. We'll strike when the Empire is most vulnerable. Lieutenant Chen's fingers traced the glowing schematics. The Empire is preparing a brutal campaign. Korvac Thren plans to crush us with overwhelming force. Arya's jaw tightened. Then we'll meet force with force, but on our terms. Tension simmered below the surface. Rumors of internal dissent reached Arya's ears. Political factions wary of open conflict, some fearing Earth's destruction more than imperial rule. She convened a meeting with Minister Rivas, whose hesitation was palpable. Captain, the cost of war could be catastrophic. We must consider negotiation. Aria's eyes burned. Negotiation is a luxury the Empire does not grant us. We must stand firm, or be swallowed. Rivas sighed, but nodded. I pray your courage carries us through. In the quiet moments between battles, Aria grappled with the toll of command. Memories of Dr. Kale haunted her, the man who dreamed of Earth rising, who believed in the spark of humanity. Aria knew she carried that spark now, fragile but fierce. Suddenly, the calm channel crackled to life. Admiral Korvac's voice sliced through the static. Earth rebels, your defiance is futile. Surrender and spare your people. Aria's reply was swift. The galaxy underestimates humanity at its peril, Admiral. We choose freedom. Korvac's laughter was cold. Then prepared to be extinguished. The final hours before battle were a crucible. The fleet moved into position, nerves taut but spirits unbroken. Aria walked among her crew, offering words of encouragement and quiet resolve. Remember, she said, voice low but commanding, this fight is more than survival. It's our declaration. We will no longer be ignored. As starships hummed and charged their weapons, the Vigilant led the charge. The clash ahead would decide not just the fate of a planet, but the future of humanity's place among the stars. The void was a battleground of light and shadow. The Vigilant surged ahead, its sleek hull cutting through the darkness like a spear. Captain Aria Lennox gripped the command console, her mind a razor's edge of focus and resolve. Around her, the assembled Earth fleet moved in formation, an untested coalition of prototypes and experimental vessels, each bristling with cutting-edge technology born from years of hidden innovation. Enemy flagship detected, Lieutenant Chen announced, voice steady but charged. Admiral Korvac's vessel leads the charge, imposing and heavily armed. Aria nodded sharply. This is the moment. All units lock formation Delta. We hit hard and fast. No hesitation. Outside the viewport, stars stretched into streaks as the Vigilant and its fleet accelerated toward the heart of the Imperial Armada. The silence before the storm was broken by the distant roar of weapons charging. Shields at full, Jara reported. Energy weapons online. The Empire's ships appeared like a monstrous wall of steel and fire, their overwhelming numbers a stark reminder of the odds. But the Earth fleet was nimble and unpredictable. Each vessel linked through an advanced AI network, coordinating attacks with a precision the Empire had not anticipated. Firing ion cannons, Chen said. Targeting enemy weapon arrays. Explosions blossomed along the enemy's hulls. The Vigilant danced through the melee, evading missile barrages and laser fire with a grace that belied its deadly purpose. Aria's voice rang out, calm yet commanding. Maintain pressure. Exploit every weakness. Trust your training. Amid the chaos, a sudden blast rocked the Vigilant. Alarms shrieked as systems flickered. Hull breach in Section 3! An engineer shouted. Damage control teams en route. Aria clenched her fists. Report, Chen. Enemy plasma torpedoes. We're holding, but it's close. Divert power to shields. Focus on evasion. The battle raged with brutal intensity. The Empire's forces, though battered, pressed forward with relentless fury. Yet, the Earth fleet's innovative tactics and unity began to fracture their assault. From the communication channel, Korvac's voice snarled. You cannot withstand the Empire's might. Surrender now. Aria responded without hesitation. We fight for freedom. Your Empire's days of tyranny end here. A volley of energy surged from the Vigilant, striking the enemy flagship's shield generators. Sparks cascaded as systems faltered. Shields weakening! Chen exclaimed. The flagship shuddered under the assault. Earth's fleet seized the moment, coordinating a massive strike. All weapons fire! Aria commanded. A symphony of destruction erupted. The flagship groaned, crippled by the barrage. Then, with a final, explosive flare, it broke apart, debris scattering like cosmic dust. A stunned silence fell across the battlefield. Korvac's voice, now edged with disbelief, crackled. This cannot be. Retreat! Fall back! The Empire's fleet began a hasty withdrawal, battered and broken. Arya allowed herself a moment's breath. Around her, the crew erupted in cautious cheers. But victory came with a cost. Casualty report, Jara called. Several ships lost. Crew casualties high. Repairs needed immediately. Arya's gaze swept the bridge. We honor their sacrifice. This is just the beginning. As the surviving fleet regrouped, a transmission from Earth Command broke through. Captain Lennox, your actions have galvanized the planet. Earth stands united. The galaxy now knows we exist. Arya's voice was soft yet fierce. Then let them watch. Humanity will no longer be ignored. The Vigilant powered down its weapons systems, stars twinkling outside like distant witnesses to a new era. In the quiet aftermath, Arya reflected on the journey, the loss, the triumph, and the future now within reach. The galaxy was vast, its darkness deep. But Earth had ignited a spark. A new dawn was rising, and humanity was ready to claim its place among the stars.
Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY. A short sci-fi story. Captain Lisa Brooks stood at the viewing window of the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity. Stars stretched endlessly before her, but her attention was fixed on the 6 tall insect-like aliens examining the ship's main computer display. The Varlaxians had joined the tour 3 hours ago, and what had started as polite interest had turned into something that felt a lot like mockery. Is this truly an apex predator of your world? Ambassador Klizik asked, his translator converting his clicks and chirps into English. His long, segmented finger pointed at the image of an African lion on the screen. The other 5 Varlaxians behind him made chittering sounds that the humans had learned was their version of laughter. Yes, Ambassador. The lion is considered the king of beasts in many Earth cultures, Dr. Alan Perry replied calmly. As the ship's xenobiologist, he had been tasked with showing Earth's biodiversity to their alien visitors. The 6-month-old diplomatic relations with the technologically superior galactic Concord had been filled with moments like this. Moments where humanity's achievements seemed small and unimpressive. Fascinating, Klizik said, but his tone made it clear he found it anything but. On our homeworld, even our young hunt creatures 3 times this size for their coming-of-age rituals. Lisa watched as Alan's smile became more forced. She understood his frustration. The Varlaxians stood nearly 8 feet tall, with hard exoskeletons that could repel bullets and strength that could bend steel. Their own world, from what they had shared, was a place of massive predators and constant danger. Show us more of these Earth predators, one of the other Varlaxians requested. The large ones. Alan nodded and moved to the next images. These are polar bears, the largest land predators on Earth. They can weigh up to 1/500 pounds. The aliens' compound eyes reflected the blue light of the screen as they studied the white bears. Primitive, Klizik concluded. Their claws are inefficient. On our world, the lesser spine ripper has 3-foot retractable blades that can cut through tree trunks. From her position near the communications station, Lisa noticed Jack Miller, her communications officer, typing something into his personal tablet. His face held the hint of a smile, which was unusual given the tense atmosphere in the room. Something interesting, Officer Miller? She asked quietly, moving closer to his station. Jack looked up, his eyes bright with an idea. Just thinking. About something, Captain. Have they seen the honey badger yet? The honey badger? Lisa raised an eyebrow. I don't think so. Why? Jack shrugged, trying to appear casual. No reason, just might give our friends something to think about. Before Lisa could question him further, Ambassador Klizik's voice rose in volume. These are all your dangerous creatures? The alien's mandibles clicked rapidly. No wonder your species is so... He paused, searching for the right word. Soft. You evolved on a world with such meager threats. Lisa watched as the other crew, Members in the room tensed. 6 months of diplomatic relations had taught them to control their reactions, but the constant condescension was wearing thin. Your planet must be a peaceful place, Klzik continued. It explains much about your timid nature and your need for our protection. The word protection hung in the air. The Galactic Concord had offered Earth membership and protection, but the terms made it clear that humans would be junior partners at best, servants at worst. We've survived our world quite well, Ambassador, Lisa said, stepping forward. Each planet presents its own challenges. Of course, Captain, Klzik replied. We simply find it charming how your species has flourished, despite evolving alongside such unthreatening wildlife. The tour continued for another hour. The Varlaxians examined images of sharks, crocodiles, and Komodo dragons with the same dismissive attitude. When they finally left, promising to return the next day to discuss protection treaties, Lisa felt a headache forming behind her eyes. Well, that was humbling, Alan said once the aliens were gone. According to them, our fiercest predators would be considered pet material on their world. They're trying to establish dominance, Lisa replied. It's a negotiation tactic. Make us feel inferior so we'll accept whatever terms they offer. Jack approached them, still holding his tablet. Captain, I've been doing some research on the honey badger. I think you might find it interesting. This isn't the time for nature documentaries, Jack, Lisa said tiredly. With respect, Captain, I think it might be exactly the time. Jack handed her the tablet. The honey badger isn't our biggest predator or our strongest, but it might be exactly what we need right now. Lisa took the tablet and began to read. As she scrolled through the information and watched short video clips, her expression changed, from skepticism to interest. She saw footage of the small black and white animal fearlessly facing down lions, surviving venomous snake bites, and enduring attacks that would kill animals many times its size. It's not about size with these creatures, Jack explained. It's about attitude. They simply don't give up. They don't understand the concept of surrender. Alan peered over Lisa's shoulder at the tablet. Fascinating. They have incredibly thick skin, partial immunity to venom, and a tenacity that borders on insanity. Lisa watched a clip of a honey badger taking on 6 hyenas, getting repeatedly bitten, yet refusing to back down. They're like Earth's stubborn streak personified, she murmured. Exactly, Jack said. The Varlaxians keep showing us their strength and size. But what if we showed them something different? Something they don't understand? Lisa handed the tablet back to Jack, a slow smile spreading across her face. Jack, I want you to compile everything we have on honey badgers, and then I want you to prepare a presentation. For the Varlaxians? Alan asked, confused. No, Lisa replied. For Earth Command. I think it's time we stop trying to impress the Galactic Concord with size and strength they'll always outmatch. Instead, let's show them something uniquely Earth, our refusal to back down no matter the odds. Lisa walked back to the viewing window, looking out at the stars. The Varlaxians and the other alien species of the Galactic Concord had been dismissing humans since first contact. They saw a small, physically weak species from a planet with unimpressive predators, but they had never met the honey badger, and they had never truly understood humans. Call a meeting of the senior staff, Lisa said. I think we've been approaching this all wrong. We've been trying to show them we're worth respecting. Instead, let's show them what happens when they underestimate us. As she turned back to her crew, Lisa felt a new sense of purpose. The Varlaxians had mocked Earth's predators. Soon, they would learn why that was a mistake. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY, a short sci-fi story. 2 weeks passed quickly aboard the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity. Captain Lisa Brooks sat at the head of the conference table in the ship's main meeting room, watching as her senior staff filed in. The atmosphere was tense but excited, a stark change from the defeated mood that had followed most interactions with the Varlaxians. Is it confirmed? Lisa asked as Jack Miller took his seat. Jack nodded, his eyes bright with excitement. Yes, Captain. The Galactic Concord just made the official announcement. They're calling it the Grand Predator Exhibition. Dr. Alan Perry let out a low whistle. So they're really going through with it? A galactic zoo show and tell. Not just a show and tell, Jack corrected. It's being framed as a cultural exchange, but everyone knows what it really is. A chance for the established species to show off their biological superiority. Lisa tapped her fingers against the polished surface of the table. And they specifically requested that Earth participate? That we bring examples of our apex predators? The message was quite clear, Jack replied. Though Ambassador Kulzik did mention that we shouldn't feel pressured to participate if we felt our wildlife was too, what was the word he used? Modest. Soft. Laughter rippled around the table, but it held no humor. They're trying to humiliate us, said Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett. Put our lions and tigers next to their nightmare creatures and make us look pathetic. Lisa stood up and walked to the room's main display screen. That's exactly what they're doing. But we're not going to play their game, at least not the way they expect us to. She activated the screen, and images of honey badgers filled the display. Videos showed the small animals facing down much larger predators, stealing kills from lions, and surviving attacks that should have been fatal. For the past 2 weeks, we've been compiling everything we have on Mellivora capensis, the honey badger, Lisa said. I've sent our findings to Earth Command and they've approved our plan. Which is? Rita asked, leaning forward. We're going to participate in the exhibition, Lisa explained. But we're not bringing lions or tigers, we're bringing a single honey badger. The room fell silent for a moment before Alan spoke up. Captain, I understand the symbolism, but this is a risky move. The honey badger isn't visually impressive. The aliens will just see a small, unassuming mammal. Exactly, Lisa said with a smile. They'll underestimate it just like they've underestimated us, and then we'll show them what it can do. She gestured to Jack, who stood and took over the presentation. The Varlaxians and other species in the Galactic Concord value size, strength, and aggression, Jack explained. They're expecting us to try to compete on those terms by bringing our biggest, most visually impressive predators. But Earth evolved differently. He changed the display to show a comparison between Earth and Varlax, the Varlaxian homeworld. Varlax has higher gravity, harsher weather patterns, and larger native fauna. Their evolutionary path rewarded size and armored defenses. Earth, by contrast, saw more diverse evolutionary strategies. The screen changed again, showing the honey badger facing a cobra. The honey badger evolved not to overpower through size, but through sheer tenacity and specialized adaptations. Its skin is remarkably thick and loose, allowing it to turn and fight even when caught. It has partial immunity to venom, incredible endurance, and problem-solving intelligence. Rita frowned. So we're bringing a clever weasel to a monster fight? We're bringing Earth's most fearless predator, Lisa corrected. A creature that doesn't understand surrender, that keeps fighting no matter the odds. She walked around the table, making eye contact with each member of her staff. The Varlaxians and their allies see us as weak because we're smaller and physically less imposing. They think that means we'll be easy to control, that we'll accept whatever terms they offer because we're afraid. Lisa stopped, her voice growing more intense. But that's where they're wrong. What humanity and the honey badger share isn't physical might, it's determination. The unwillingness to give up no matter how many times we get knocked down. So this is about sending a message, Alan said slowly. Exactly, Lisa nodded. We can't compete with their biological weapons or massive predators, but we can show them something they've never seen before, a creature that simply refuses to be intimidated, no matter the size of its opponent. When do we leave for the exhibition? Asked Rita. Tomorrow, Lisa replied. The exhibition is being held on the Concord station near the Varlaxian homeworld. We'll be transporting one specially trained honey badger, along with a habitat recreation unit and demonstration materials. As the meeting concluded, the crew filed out with renewed energy. Lisa remained behind with Jack and Alan. Do you really think this will work? Alan asked once they were alone. Change their perception of us? Lisa's expression was determined. I don't know. But I do know this. The Varlaxians think they've figured us out. They see us as weak because our planet didn't produce creatures with acid blood or foot-long claws. They're measuring us by their standards and finding us wanting. And the honey badger will change that, Jack asked. The honey badger will show them there's more than one kind of strength, Lisa replied. Size isn't everything. Sometimes the most dangerous opponent isn't the biggest one in the room. It's the one that keeps coming back no matter how many times you knock it down. She looked at the image of the small black and white animal on the screen. The honey badger doesn't know it's supposed to be afraid of lions or hyenas. It doesn't understand that it's supposed to lose those fights. Jack smiled. Just like humanity doesn't know we're supposed to cower before the mighty galactic concord? Exactly, Lisa said with a nod. Earth has faced extinction-level events, ice ages, plagues, and our own destructive tendencies. Yet we're still here, still pushing forward. We're small compared to the Varlaxians, but like the honey badger, what we lack in size, we make up for in sheer stubborn persistence. As the ship prepared for departure the next morning, Lisa stood on the bridge watching her crew work with newfound purpose. For 6 months, they had tried to impress the alien species of the galactic concord. They had shown off human technology, art and culture, only to be met with condescension. Now they would try a different approach. The honey badger wouldn't win a beauty contest against the nightmarish predators of other worlds. It wouldn't impress with size or venom or armored plates, but it would show the galaxy something uniquely Earth, the power of never, ever giving up. Course laid in for the Concord station, Captain, reported the helmsman. Take us out, Lisa ordered, her eyes fixed on the stars ahead. Let's go introduce the galaxy to the honey badger way. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger. HFY, a short sci-fi story. The galactic Concord station hung in space like a massive metal flower, its 5 enormous petals extending from a central hub. Each petal housed representatives from different member species, with the newest and least important members located at the tips, furthest from the center of power. Captain Lisa Brooks stood with her small delegation at the docking port, watching, as other species arrived for the Grand Predator exhibition. The Varlaxians moved with the confident stride of the station's dominant species. Behind them walked the reptilian Zoltans, the tentacled Marines, and a dozen other alien groups. They've set up the exhibition arena in the central hub, Jack Miller said, checking his tablet. Each species gets 30 minutes to showcase their predator. Lisa nodded, her eyes on the simple transport container that held Earth's entry. Unlike the massive, reinforced cages of the other delegations, the human container was modest, just large enough for a single medium-sized mammal. How's our contestant? She asked Dr. Alan Perry, who monitored the container's life support systems. Alert and ready, Alan replied. The honey badger remains in perfect health. The sedation wore off as planned, and he's had a meal of eggs and meat. Ambassador Klzik approached, his insectoid form towering over the humans. 4 of his assistants followed, carrying a massive containment unit that occasionally shuddered from impacts within. Captain Brooks, Klzik's translator conveyed, his clicking speech. I see Earth has decided to participate after all. How brave of you. Lisa smiled diplomatically. We wouldn't miss this cultural exchange, Ambassador. Klzik's compound eyes shifted to the small transport container. Is that your predator? It must be very small. Size isn't everything, Ambassador, Lisa replied. As I believe the exhibition will demonstrate. The Varlaxian made a dismissive gesture with his upper limbs. We shall see. The Varlaxian spine slicers are eager for their demonstration. They have not been fed in 3 days to ensure an enthusiastic performance. As Klzik moved away, Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett leaned close to Lisa. His confidence is annoying. It's about to be tested, Lisa replied. The Grand Exhibition Hall was a vast circular arena with transparent walls separating the display area from tiered seating. Representatives from 27 species filled the seats, with the most senior delegates occupying the prime viewing sections. Lisa noted that the human delegation had been assigned seats near the back, a not-so-subtle reminder of their low status in the Concord hierarchy. The exhibition will proceed in order of Concord membership seniority, announced the Master of Ceremonies, a tall, willowy alien with silver skin. First, the Varlaxian delegation. The audience watched as 6 massive arachnid creatures were released into the arena, which had been configured to resemble the rocky terrain of the Varlaxian homeworld. The spine slicers moved with frightening speed, their blade-like limbs slicing through solid metal targets as if they were paper. Their multiple eyes glowed with predatory intelligence as they coordinated their attacks, bringing down simulated prey 3 times their size. The crowd chittered and hummed with appreciation. Next came the Zoltans, whose phase hunters could partially shift between dimensions, appearing to move through solid objects to ambush prey. The Marines showcased their deep leviathans, aquatic predators that required water-filled containment fields and could generate electrical discharges powerful enough to stun creatures from 50 feet away. As each demonstration concluded, Lisa could feel the mood of her team sinking. Earth's entry would seem painfully mundane after these spectacular alien predators. "Where next?" Jack whispered, as the 19th demonstration ended. "Last place." Lisa stood. "Then let's make it count." The silver-skinned announcer's voice held a note of boredom as he said, "Finally, the human delegation from Earth presents their apex predator." Lisa walked to the control podium while Alan and Rita prepared the transport container. The arena, transformed into a simulated African savanna with tall grass, scattered trees, and a watering hole. "Distinguished delegates," Lisa addressed the assembly, her voice calm and confident. "Earth presents one of our planet's most determined hunters, the honey badger." The transport opened, and the small black and white animal trotted out into the arena. It was unassuming, about 3 feet long including its tail, muscular but not visibly threatening. The honey badger immediately began sniffing around, exploring its new environment with apparent unconcern for the watching aliens. Ripple of what could only be described as alien laughter moved through the audience. "This is your apex predator?" The Zoltan delegate's voice was clearly amused. "Size can be deceiving," Lisa replied, nodding to Alan, who activated the first demonstration sequence. A honeycomb appeared in a hollow tree trunk, guarded by what appeared to be an empty space around it. As the honey badger approached, curious about the honey smell, a swarm of African bees materialized, hundreds of them, filling the air with an angry buzz that was audible even in the seating area. The audience watched first with amusement, then with growing interest as the honey badger ignored the dozens of stings it received. It climbed the tree enduring the full attack of the swarm and casually ate the honeycomb, while still being stung repeatedly. "The honey badger can tolerate hundreds of bee stings that would kill most mammals," Lisa explained. "Its skin is nearly 6 millimeters thick and remarkably tough." She nodded to Alan again. And a new challenge appeared. A large cobra, hood flared, ready to strike. The audience leaned forward as the honey badger approached the venomous snake without hesitation. The cobra struck, its fangs connecting with the honey badger's shoulder. The small predator staggered, seemed disoriented, and collapsed. A murmur went through the crowd. This demonstration had apparently failed. Then, minutes later, the honey badger got back up. It shook itself, located the cobra again, and renewed its attack. This time it caught the snake behind the head and killed it with a powerful bite. Honey badgers have evolved partial immunity to many venoms, Lisa explained to the now attentive audience. Even when affected, they typically recover and return to the fight. For the final demonstration, a simulated pride of lions appeared near the watering hole. One of the lions approached the honey badger, which was now eating the cobra it had killed. The lion, towering over the small predator, roared and swatted at it. Instead of fleeing, the honey badger charged directly at the lion's face, its teeth bared in defiance. The much larger predator, startled by this unexpected response, backed away. "The honey badger doesn't understand fear or surrender," Lisa stated as the demonstration concluded. "It persists until it succeeds or dies trying." The observation dome had fallen silent. Lisa looked directly at Ambassador Kulzik. "On Earth we have a saying, It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog. The honey badger may be small, but it survives in a world of much larger predators through sheer determination. She paused, letting her words sink in. Like the honey badger, humanity may be physically unimposing compared to many conquered species. But we have survived on a world where tenacity often matters more than size or strength. As the honey badger was returned to its container, Lisa could feel the mood in the room had shifted. The other species were looking at the humans with something new in their alien expressions. It wasn't fear or even respect exactly. It was uncertainty, the first crack in their confident dismissal of humanity. Aliens mocked Earth's predators, until humans released the honey badger. HFY, a short sci-fi story. 3 months passed since the Grand Predator exhibition. Life aboard the Earth diplomatic vessel Curiosity had changed in subtle but important ways. The Varlaxians no longer spoke to the humans with open mockery. Other species actually sought out human opinions during conquered meetings. It wasn't respect exactly, but it was a start. Captain Lisa Brooks sat in her ready room reviewing reports when her communication panel chimed. "Captain, incoming emergency transmission from Ambassador Klzik," Jack Miller's voice announced. Lisa raised an eyebrow. The Varlaxian ambassador rarely contacted her directly, and never with an emergency call. "Put him through." The screen lit up, showing Klzik. The Varlaxian's normally immaculate exoskeleton looked dull, and his compound eyes moved rapidly, a sign of distress Lisa had learned to recognize. "Captain Brooks," the translator conveyed his rapid clicks. "I must speak with you urgently. The Concorde faces a threat unlike any we have encountered before." Lisa leaned forward. "What kind of threat, Ambassador?" "They call themselves the Void Swarm," Klzik replied. His upper limbs moved in agitated patterns. "They emerged from deep space 3 weeks ago. At first we thought they were simply another spacefaring species seeking contact." The screen split, showing grainy footage of strange, organic-looking ships. They resembled giant insects with elongated bodies and multiple appendages, but they moved with the precision of advanced machinery. "They attacked without warning," Klzik continued. 3 outer colony worlds have already fallen. Their ships are different. They're partly organic, able to heal damage and adapt to our weapons." Lisa frowned. "I'm sorry to hear this, Ambassador, but I'm not sure how Earth can help. Our military technology is centuries behind yours." "It is not your technology we need," Klzik said. His mandibles clicked rapidly. A Varlaxian expression Lisa had learned indicated extreme stress. "It is your perspective." "My perspective?" "The honey badger approach," Klzik clarified. "The Void Swarm adapts to every weapon we use against them. Our military doctrine is to develop the perfect countermeasure, the ideal weapon. But by the time we deploy it, the swarm has already evolved a defense." Lisa understood immediately. "And you want us to think like the honey badger? Keep coming back with different approaches, never giving up." "Yes." Klzik's translator couldn't fully convey the emotion in his clicks, but Lisa sensed something new in them. Respect, and perhaps fear. "The Concorde Council requests Earth's assistance. The swarm will reach your system within months if not stopped." Lisa thought quickly. "I'll need to consult with Earth Command. Send all the data you have on these Void Swarm ships and their tactics. We'll get back to you within 24 hours. After the transmission ended, Lisa called an emergency meeting of her senior staff. Dr. Alan Perry and Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett listened intently as she explained the situation. "So they're finally admitting they need us," Rita said with a hint of satisfaction. "Not us specifically," Lisa corrected. "Our way of thinking. The honey badger approach." Alan studied the data Klzik had sent. "These Void Swarm ships are fascinating. They appear to incorporate biological components into their technology. Look at these cellular structures. They can regenerate damaged sections and adapt their outer layers to resist whatever damaged them previously." "Like an immune system," Lisa murmured. Exactly. Alan nodded. Once they've been exposed to a specific weapon, they develop resistance. The Varlaxians and other conquered species have been trying to create the perfect weapon, one powerful enough to destroy the swarm in a single attack, but each failed attempt just makes the swarm stronger. Rita leaned forward. So instead of one perfect weapon, we need many different approaches, Lisa finished. Like the honey badger, if one attack doesn't work, try something completely different. Keep coming until something succeeds. Jack Miller entered the room, his face grave. Captain, we've received additional data from the Conquered. The Void Swarm has broken through the outer defense perimeter. They've destroyed 3 Varlaxian battlecruisers and 6 Zoltan interceptors. Lisa studied the tactical displays Jack brought up. The swarm ships moved in perfect coordination, adapting their formation to counter each Conquered tactic. Look at how they respond to energy weapons, Alan pointed out. They've developed some kind of reflective coating. And here, when the Zoltans tried kinetic weapons, the swarm ships grew additional armor plating. But they can't be resistant to everything simultaneously, Lisa said slowly, a plan forming in her mind. That would require too much energy, too many resources. There must be limits to how many adaptations they can maintain at once. She turned to her team. We need to test this theory. Jack, contact Earth Command. Tell them what we're dealing with. And request emergency authority to represent Earth in the Conquered Defense Council. You have a plan? Rita asked. Lisa nodded. The beginning of one. On Earth we have another saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. But with a twist, don't try the same thing repeatedly. Try everything until something works, too. Days later, Lisa stood in the Concord Council chamber. Representatives from all member species crowded the room, their usual political rivalries set aside in the face of the common threat. The Void Swarm has adapted to all our conventional weapons. A Mertine admiral gurgled through its translator. Our energy beams, our kinetic projectiles, our phase disruptors, all ineffective now. They learn from each encounter, added a Zoltan general. Our scientists estimate that within 6 more engagements, they will be completely immune to our entire weapons catalog. Lisa stepped forward. All eyes turned to her, the human, representing the newest and seemingly weakest species in the Conquered. You're approaching this problem from the wrong angle, she said calmly. You're trying to find the perfect weapon, the one attack that will destroy the swarm completely. But what if there isn't one? She activated the central display, showing footage of the honey badger from the exhibition. On Earth we have predators like this. They don't win because they're the biggest or strongest. They win because they never give up, and they never try the same failed approach twice. The footage shifted to show the honey badger facing different challenges, bees, snakes, larger predators, and using different strategies for each. The Void Swarm adapts like an immune system, Lisa continued. But all immune systems have limits. They can't maintain defenses against everything simultaneously. We need to stop looking for the perfect weapon and instead use every weapon, all at once. Ambassador Klozik's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. Explain your strategy, Captain. Instead of developing more powerful versions of the same weapons, we attack with completely different approaches simultaneously, Lisa explained. Energy weapons, kinetic projectiles, biological countermeasures, gravitational disruption, all at once, force the swarm to prioritize which adaptations to maintain. She looked around the chamber, meeting the alien gazes. We need to be like the honey badger, relentless, impossible to discourage, and constantly changing our approach until we find the combination that works. A murmur went through the council chamber. Lisa could see the doubt in many alien faces, but she also saw something new. Hope. Ambassador Klozik stepped forward. The Concord Council will consider Captain Brooks' strategy. In the meantime, I propose we designate Earth as the coordination center for our counteroffensive. Their unique perspective may be exactly what we need. As the meeting adjourned, Klozik approached Lisa privately. Your honey badger has made quite an impression, Captain. Lisa smiled. The honey badger doesn't care about impressions, Ambassador. only cares about results. Let us hope it achieves them against the Void Swarm, Kulzik replied. Because if not, we may all share the same fate as those who underestimated your small but determined predator. Aliens mocked Earth's predators until humans released the honey badger, HFY, a short sci-fi story. The renamed Earth vessel Tenacity, formerly the Curiosity, moved at the center of the combined Conquered fleet. The ship had been quickly refitted, with Varlaxian defensive systems and Zoltan communication arrays. Its bridge now served as the command center for the entire operation against the Void Swarm. Captain Lisa Brooks studied the tactical display, where hundreds of Allied ships formed a protective barrier around the Varlaxian homeworld. The Void Swarm approached from 3 directions, their organic ships moving in perfect harmony like a school of deadly fish. All ships report ready, Captain, Jack Miller announced from his station. Honey Badger protocol is in place, Chief Security Officer Rita Bennett added. All ships have their assigned weapon systems and attack patterns. Lisa nodded. Open a channel to the fleet. The view screen showed faces from a dozen different species, all waiting for her command. 6 weeks of preparation had led to this moment. 6 weeks of studying the Void Swarm's adaptations, developing new weapons, and training the combined forces to work together in ways they never had before. This is Captain Brooks, Lisa began. The Void Swarm has demonstrated its ability to adapt to any single attack. Today we don't give it that chance. Every ship knows its role. Every weapon has its purpose. Remember the Honey Badger? If one approach fails, we switch immediately to another. We keep coming back no matter how many times we're beaten down. She paused, looking at the alien faces. The swarm adapts quickly, but our research shows it can only maintain immunity to 3 different attack types simultaneously. We have 12. Good luck. As the transmission ended, Lisa turned to Ambassador Kulzik, who stood beside her on the bridge. The Varlaxians' normally intimidating presence now felt reassuring. Your species continues to surprise me, Captain Brooks, Kulzik's translator conveyed. A few months ago, I would not have imagined following a human battle strategy. A honey badger battle strategy, Lisa corrected with a small smile. We're about to see if it works. The Void Swarm entered weapons range, and the battle began. The first wave of conquered ships launched energy weapons, lasers, plasma beams, and ion disruptors. As expected, the swarm ships quickly adapted, developing reflective surfaces that sent the energy attacks harmlessly into space. Energy weapons ineffective, Rita reported. Moving to attack pattern beta. The second wave moved in, launching kinetic weapons, solid projectiles, explosive torpedoes, and metallic fragmentation bombs. The swarm ships grew additional armor plating, absorbing the impacts with minimal damage. Kinetic attacks neutralized, Rita announced. Proceeding to gamma pattern. The third wave deployed gravitational disruptors, creating localized gravity wells to tear the swarm ships apart. The enemy adapted again, generating counter-gravitational fields that stabilized their formations. As predicted, they've used their 3 adaptation slots, Dr. Alan Perry observed from his science station. Energy, kinetic, and gravitational defenses are all active. Lisa leaned forward. Now's our chance. All ships deploy biological countermeasures. Specially designed missiles released clouds of engineered microbes that attacked the organic components of the swarm ships. The enemy vessels began to show signs of distress, their movements becoming less coordinated as the microbes interfered with their biological systems. But the swarm was intelligent. Within minutes, the ships began to shed their outer layers, discarding the infected tissue and growing new protective membranes. They're adapting to the biological attack, Alan reported. But look, they've dropped their energy shielding to do it. All ships with energy weapons, fire immediately, Lisa ordered. The renewed energy attack tore through several swarm ships, but the rest quickly reactivated their energy defenses, at the cost of their gravitational protection. Gravitational disruptors, fire now, Lisa commanded. The battle continued, in this pattern for hours. Each time the swarm adapted to one type of attack, they had to drop their defense against another. The Concord forces kept rotating their approach, never allowing the enemy to develop a stable defense against all threats. They're learning, Rita warned after the 4th rotation. They're prioritizing defenses against our most effective weapons and accepting damage from the less dangerous ones. Lisa nodded. Then we need to surprise them again, prepare the dimensional disruptors. This new weapon, developed in secret and never before used against the swarm, created brief tears in the fabric of space-time. When activated, the disruptors caused parts of the swarm ships to exist in slightly different dimensions, tearing them apart from the inside. Dimensional disruptors online, Jack reported, but we only have enough for one coordinated attack. Lisa met Klizik's compound eyes. One chance. The Varlaxian's mandibles clicked in what Lisa now recognized as determination. The honey badger only needs one chance if it's the right one. Lisa took a deep breath. All ships activate dimensional disruptors on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Across the battlefield, the hidden weapons activated simultaneously. Space itself seemed to ripple and fold around the swarm ships. Unable to adapt to a weapon they had never encountered before, the organic vessels began to tear apart, their biological components unable to maintain cohesion across multiple dimensional planes. "It's working," Alan exclaimed. 80% of the swarm ships are showing critical damage. The Void Swarm, for the first time since they had appeared, began to retreat. Their perfect formation broke apart as damaged ships limped away from the battlefield. "Shall we pursue?" Rita asked. Lisa studied the tactical display. "No. We've hurt them badly, but we haven't destroyed them completely. If we chase them now, we risk falling into a trap or giving them time to adapt to our dimensional weapons." She turned to Kulzik. "The honey badger knows when to press an advantage and when to consolidate a victory. We've protected the Varlaxian homeworld. Now we need to prepare for the next encounter." 2 days later, Lisa stood with Kulzik in the observation lounge of the Tenacity, watching as repair ships tended to damaged, conquered vessels. "The Concord Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to our victory," Kulzik said. "Your status has been upgraded. You will no longer be housed at the outer tips of the station." Lisa smiled. "Moving up in the world. Your honey badger strategy saved many lives," the Varlaxian continued. "We had become complacent in our power, believing that superior strength and technology were all that mattered in conflict." He turned, his alien gaze to her. "We were wrong. The Void Swarm was stronger than us in many ways, with technology that could heal and adapt, yet they still lost to a strategy inspired by a small Earth predator. The honey badger doesn't win because it's the strongest," Lisa replied. "It wins because it refuses to accept defeat, and because it's willing to try anything to succeed." Kulzik's mandibles clicked in what Lisa now recognized as thoughtful amusement. Much like humans themselves. "We had good teachers," Lisa said, thinking of all the times throughout human history when persistence had overcome greater strength. Earth may not have the biggest or most visually impressive predators in the galaxy, but what we lack in size, we make up for in determination. As she looked out at the stars, Lisa knew the Void Swarm would return. They would adapt and evolve, and try again. But next time, they wouldn't be facing a galaxy that thought bigger was always better. That strength always defeated tenacity. Next time, they would face a galactic concord that had learned the honey badger way. A concord that included humanity as true partners, not dismissed subordinates. "You know," Lisa said to Kulzik, "on Earth we have a saying. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog." The ambassador's translator was silent for a moment before he responded. "I believe the conquered may need to study more of Earth's small but determined creatures, and perhaps more importantly, learn from the humans who think like them." The Tenacity continued its orbit around the Varlaxian homeworld, its human crew no longer seen as weak or primitive, but as valuable allies who had brought something new to the galaxy. The honey badger approached the power of never giving up no matter the odds. Ambassador Zixtil of the Valorian Confederation paced nervously in the reception chamber of the diplomatic vessel, Harmonic Convergence. Today marked a historic moment, the official introduction of humans to the wider galactic community. Zixtil's four hearts beat rapidly as he reviewed the briefing materials one final time. The gravity alone should have crushed them, he muttered to his assistant Kriva, who was arranging welcome refreshments that had been carefully tested for human compatibility. Their planet has active volcanoes, massive bodies of liquid water, and extreme temperature variations. How did they survive long enough to develop space travel? Kriva's skin flickered from pale blue to a worried purple. They evolved as prey animals that later became predators. The briefing says they still have instincts from both. She lowered her voice. Did you see the section about their endurance? They don't stop pursuing prey until it collapses from exhaustion. They call it persistence hunting. Let's not dwell on that aspect, Zixtil said quickly. Like most spacefaring species, Valorians evolved on a planet with stable climate, minimal geological activity, and few predators. Earth, classified as Death World 7, was among the most dangerous planets ever to produce sentient life. The ship's communication system chimed softly. Human shuttle requesting final docking clearance, announced the ship's AI in soothing tones. Grant clearance, Zixtil replied, straightening his ceremonial sash, and increase gravity in the reception area to Earth standard as discussed. The ship acknowledged the command. Immediately, Zixtil felt heavier, his movements becoming more difficult. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, but he reminded himself that humans lived their entire lives under such crushing force. The things they endured daily would qualify as torture for most galactic citizens. Final preparations, he told the assembled greeting party, all volunteers who had undergone special training for human interaction. Remember, they display teeth as a sign of friendliness, not aggression. Their skeletal structures contain calcium, deposits that make them much denser than they appear, and most importantly, they are accustomed to constant danger. What terrifies us is simply Tuesday for them. The airlock indicator shifted from red to green. With a soft hiss, the door slid open. 3 humans entered the chamber. Zixtil had studied images, but nothing prepared him for the reality. They moved with easy confidence despite the gravity. Their eyes, forward-facing predator eyes, scanned the room quickly, assessing everything. And when they smiled, they displayed rows of white, bone-hard teeth. The first human stepped forward. Commander Jack Miller, United Earth Space Force. He extended a hand, a limb packed with bones and powerful muscles. In the greeting gesture they had been briefed about, fighting every instinct telling him to flee. Zixtil extended his upper limb and allowed the human to grasp it. The strength in those fingers was alarming, though the human was clearly being gentle. On behalf of the Valorian Confederation and the Galactic Council, we welcome humanity to the wider community of spacefaring civilizations, Zixtil said, proud that his voice remained steady. The second human moved forward. Lieutenant Susan Wright, Science Division. Her grip was equally firm. Thank you for accommodating Earth normal gravity. We brought personal gravity compensators just in case, but it's nice not to need them. The third human completed the introductions. Greg Daniels, diplomatic advisor. This one's grip was slightly less crushing. We've been looking forward to this meeting since your probes first contacted us 18 months ago. The formal welcomes completed, Zixtil guided the humans to the prepared refreshment area. We have synthesized some Earth foods based on molecular patterns provided by your advanced team. I hope they are satisfactory. Jack picked up something approximating an apple and bit into it with those terrifying teeth. Not bad, a bit like a pear crossed with a cucumber, but definitely edible. Susan accepted a cup of coffee, a stimulant that would send most Valorians into cardiac arrest. This is really good. Better than what we get on long deployments. As they settled into discussion, Zixtil found himself gradually relaxing. The humans were clearly making efforts to appear non-threatening. They spoke of peaceful exchange, scientific cooperation, and cultural understanding. But then the conversation turned to Earth. "What's your home planet like?" Greg asked politely. Kriva answered. "Valoria has stable weather patterns, minimal tectonic activity, and carefully managed wildlife preserves for the few predatory species that survived our early development." "Sounds peaceful," Jack said. "Earth's a bit more dynamic." "We understand your planet experiences extreme weather events?" Zixtil inquired cautiously. Susan laughed. "Oh yeah, I grew up in Oklahoma, Tornado Alley. We used to sit on the porch and watch them form before heading to the shelter. Dad called it nature's dinner theater." The Valorian delegation exchanged alarmed glances. They watched violent atmospheric disturbances for entertainment. "And your oceans cover most of your planet's surface?" Kriva asked, trying to keep her skin color stable. "About 71%, Greg confirmed. My family has a beach house in Florida. Nothing better than swimming in the Atlantic at sunrise." Zixtil nearly choked on his drink. Humans willingly immerse themselves in uncontrolled masses of water? For pleasure? "We've prepared a cultural exchange presentation," Zixtil said, changing the subject. "This shows some of the most significant challenges Valorian civilization has faced." The display showed a minor earthquake that had damaged several cities centuries ago. The humans watched politely but seemed unimpressed. "That registers maybe 4.5 on our Richter scale," Jack commented. "We get those fairly regularly along the Pacific coast." The next footage showed a major storm that had been considered catastrophic on Valoria. "Looks like a Category 1 hurricane," Susan observed. "Pretty, mild by Earth standards." By the end of the Valorian presentation, it was clear that what constituted historical disasters for the Confederation were routine events on Earth. "Would you like to see some images from Earth?" Greg offered, activating his data tablet. The first images showed massive mountains with jagged peaks covered in ice. "The Rocky Mountains," Greg explained. "Great hiking in the summer." "You climb those voluntarily?" Kriva asked, her skin now pale with shock. "Sure, the views are worth it," Susan said cheerfully. The next images showed massive waves crashing against cliffs while tiny human figures rode them on small boards. "My brother's a surfer," Jack explained. "He says there's nothing like riding a 20-foot wave to clear your mind." The final images showed a place called Yellowstone, with ground that actually vented superheated steam and pools of boiling acidic water in vibrant colors. "One of our national parks," Greg said proudly. "Over 4 million visitors each year." 2 of the Valorian delegates had to excuse themselves by this point. Zixtil remained only through sheer diplomatic discipline. As the first meeting concluded, Jack shook Zixtil's hand again. "This has been great. Looking forward to showing you folks more about humanity as we move forward." After the humans departed for their temporary quarters, Kriva collapsed into her support chair. "They watch destructive weather events for entertainment," she whispered. "They swim in uncontrolled water masses. They climb frozen rock formations for pleasure. And they bring their young to visit active geological hot zones as a family activity." Zixtil's color had faded to a pale, shocked gray. The report was right. Earth isn't just a death world. It's a planet that should be impossible for sentient life. And humans don't just survive there. They enjoy it. Kriva finished. "What kind of species evolves to take pleasure in conditions that would kill most sentient beings?" Zixtil looked at the closed airlock door. "I believe we're about to find out. And I'm not sure the galaxy is ready for the answer." 3 months after first contact, the Intergalactic Cultural Exchange Program officially began. 5 human representatives would live aboard the Valorian Station Peaceful Resonance for 6 months, while 5 Valorian diplomats would visit Earth. Both sides hoped this direct experience would build understanding between their vastly different species. The human team boarded the station on a quiet Tuesday morning. Dr. Olivia Martinez led the group as their scientific coordinator. She specialized in marine biology and was eager to learn about alien ocean life. Dr. Alan Powell, a geologist with a booming laugh, followed close behind. Dr. Diane Foster, a cultural anthropologist with a gentle smile, came next. Captain Ben Howard represented the military aspect of the exchange, his movements precise and watchful. Kelly Thompson, a chef and nutritionist, completed the team, carrying extra bags of Earth spices. Station Director Vorlon greeted them at the airlock. "Welcome to Peaceful Resonance. We've prepared a special section adjusted to Earth conditions." "Thank you for your hospitality," Olivia said with a warm smile that made Vorlon's skin ripple nervously. Even after months of preparation, those bone-filled human mouths were unsettling. The humans followed Vorlon through curved hallways to their quarters. The Valorian station consisted of connected spheres rather than straight corridors, reflecting their homeworld's natural architecture. "We've set the gravity in your section to 0.7 Earth standard," Vorlon explained. "Our systems cannot safely maintain full Earth gravity." Ben bounced slightly on his toes. "No problem, it's like being on the moon. Should be fun." Vorlon's translator struggled with the concept of fun applied to reduced gravity. The idea that humans would find physical danger entertaining still confused the Valorians. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Valorian delegation was struggling to adjust. Despite extensive preparation and protective gear, Earth's conditions proved more challenging than anticipated. Ambassador Venril sent increasingly alarmed reports to the Confederation Council. The humans living near the place called Alaska endured temperature variations of over 40 degrees in a single season, one report noted. Many consider this invigorating rather than potentially lethal. Another report described humans in a region called Arizona who enjoyed outdoor activities in temperatures that would cause Valorian organ failure within minutes. The report included disturbing accounts of recreational activities called sunbathing and saunas, where humans deliberately exposed themselves to heat and radiation. Back on the space station, the human team settled into their routine. The recreation deck had been modified with Earth-type exercise equipment. Alan and Ben discovered they could jump nearly 3 meters high in the reduced gravity. "This is better than a trampoline park," Alan shouted as he somersaulted in midair. Several Valorian scientists observing from behind a safety barrier trembled at the reckless display. One activated an emergency medical alert before being assured that the humans were not in distress. Cultural exchange sessions took place daily. Today, Diane was explaining Earth entertainment to a group of fascinated Valorians. "Movies are moving pictures that tell stories," she explained. "We have many different types. Comedies make us laugh, dramas make us feel emotions, and action films excite us." "What about the category called horror?" asked junior researcher Tixara. "Our data suggests these are designed to create fear responses." Diane nodded. "That's right. Horror movies scare us on purpose. People enjoy the feeling of being frightened in a safe environment." The Valorians exchanged troubled glances. One of them, Medical Officer Prelkan, raised a tentative limb. "You seek fear, intentionally, for pleasure?" "Sure," Diane said. "It gives you an adrenaline rush, gets your heart pumping. Some people love roller coasters and haunted houses for the same reason." The station's cultural database struggled to translate these concepts. The closest Valorian equivalent to adrenaline rush translated roughly as near-death terror response. The idea that humans would seek this sensation voluntarily was deeply disturbing. That evening, a call came in from Earth. The Valorian delegation had experienced a serious incident during a diplomatic dinner. The humans had introduced entertainment, in the form of what they called a mild action movie. The film, something about a human named Indiana Jones, contained scenes so distressing that 2 Valorian diplomats lost consciousness, and a third developed stress ripples across their skin that wouldn't fade for hours. Kriva, who was serving as chief liaison on Earth, appeared on the video screen looking distinctly pale. "The humans seemed confused by our reaction," she reported to Vorlon. "They claimed this was considered family entertainment suitable for their young." Vorlon turned to Olivia, who had joined the call. "Is this accurate? Your species shows such material to children?" Olivia looked embarrassed. "Indiana Jones is pretty tame by our standards. It's rated for general audiences. I watched those movies when I was 7 or 8 years old." After the call ended, Vorlon called an emergency meeting with the station's xenopsychology team. We need to better understand how humans process fear, he insisted. Their approach defies all established models of sentient behavior. The next day, Kelly organized a small dinner party to improve relations. She prepared simplified versions of Earth foods adjusted for Valorian digestion. As they ate, Ben shared stories about his military training. In survival school, they dropped us in the wilderness with just a knife, he explained between bites. No food, no water, no shelter. We had to live off the land for 2 weeks. The Valorians at the table froze in horror. This was punishment? Asked Security Chief Mezcan. Ben laughed. No, it was training. Actually kind of fun once you get past the hunger. I caught a fish with my bare hands on day 3. Best meal of my life. Dr. Zorbix, the station's xenopsychologist, made furious notes on his datapad. His research was beginning to form a theory. Humans didn't just tolerate danger. They had evolved to seek controlled forms of it as preparation for their hostile environment. Later that night, Alan suggested hosting a movie night for the human team. Just to unwind a bit, he said. Nothing too intense. Kelly agreed, selecting what humans considered mild entertainment, an action film with moderate suspense. The Valorians asked to observe remotely, part of their ongoing study of human behavior. As the humans relaxed and enjoyed the film, occasionally cheering during dangerous scenes or laughing at moments of tension, the Valorian observers watched, in scientific fascination. They're experiencing physiological fear responses, whispered Dr. Zorbix, monitoring their vital signs remotely. Elevated heart rates, increased adrenaline, pupil dilation, but their brain scans show pleasure centers activating simultaneously. How is that possible? Vorlon asked. I believe, said Zorbix slowly, we've discovered something profound. Deathworlders don't just survive terror, they've evolved to harness it. They deliberately seek controlled danger as a way to prepare for real threats. His voice dropped even lower. What terrifies us trains them. That night, Zorbix began drafting a classified report to the Valorian High Council titled, Recreational Fear, the Evolutionary Advantage of Deathworlders. The implications would change galactic understanding of humans forever. 4 months into the exchange program, an incident nearly caused a serious diplomatic problem. Dr. Alan Powell was touring the engineering section of the Valorian station with Chief Engineer Trelxan. They approached a sealed door marked with Valorian warning symbols. This area contains our secondary reactor cooling system, Trelxan explained through his translator. The radiation levels beyond this point would be harmful to Valorians. Alan glanced at the readout beside the door. The numbers displayed the radiation measurements in standard galactic units. He suddenly burst into laughter, a loud sound that echoed through the corridor. Trelxan's skin flashed bright orange in alarm. He slammed his limb against the emergency button on the wall. Sirens wailed throughout the section. Security barriers dropped from the ceiling, and evacuation alerts blared in Valorian. What's happening? Alan asked, his laughter stopping abruptly. Emergency containment protocols, Trelxan said, backing away from Alan. Please remain still until security arrives. Within minutes, security officers surrounded Alan. Dr. Zorbix and Station Director Vorlon hurried to the scene. Medical staff stood by with radiation treatment kits. I don't understand, Alan said, looking confused. Did I do something wrong? Vorlon's voice was tight with concern. You laughed at a severe radiation warning. We assumed you were experiencing the early symptoms of radiation poisoning, which include confusion and inappropriate emotional responses. Alan's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, no, I'm fine. I was laughing because... He paused, suddenly realizing how his reaction might seem. The radiation levels you're warning about are what we'd consider completely safe on Earth. Those readings are similar to what humans experience during a normal sunny day at the beach. A stunned silence followed his words. Impossible, whispered Trelxan. Those levels would cause cellular damage to Valorian tissue within minutes. Alan pulled out his personal tablet and quickly pulled up some Earth data. Look, here are the background radiation levels in major Earth cities. And here's what we consider the safety threshold for human exposure. The Valorians stared at the numbers in disbelief. What they considered extreme danger was baseline on Earth. I wasn't laughing at your caution, Alan explained gently. I was just surprised by the difference in our tolerances. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. This incident led to a comprehensive review of safety standards between species. The humans were shocked to learn that standard Valorian living conditions would be considered eerily peaceful on Earth. No weather variations, no temperature shifts, no background radiation. The next day, Diane Foster organized a special presentation for the Valorian scientific team. After yesterday's misunderstanding, we thought it would help if we explained some fundamental differences between our species. She began. Captain Ben Howard joined her at the front of the room. Humans evolved on a planet with constant threats, he explained. Predators, weather, geological activity, disease. Our ancestors had to deal with all of these daily. Diane advanced to the next slide. This shaped not just our bodies, but our psychology. We developed something called the fight, flight, or freeze response to danger. But most galactic species have similar responses, interjected Dr. Zorbix. True, Ben nodded. But here's the difference. Humans also evolved to seek controlled exposure to threats. We call it stress inoculation or thrill-seeking. The presentation showed images of humans engaging in various activities, climbing sheer rock faces, diving into deep water, riding small vehicles at high speeds, and watching frightening entertainment. We believe, Diane continued, that humans who practiced facing danger in controlled settings were better prepared when real threats appeared. This trait was selected for over thousands of generations. Dr. Zorbix's skin rippled with excitement. This confirmed his theories about recreational fear. So when humans watch these horror movies, they are actually training their fear responses. Exactly. Diane smiled. In a safe environment, we can experience fear, process it, and learn to function despite it. Later that evening, Kelly Thompson organized a small movie night for those Valorians brave enough to participate. She selected what humans considered extremely mild entertainment, a children's adventure film with very light peril. 5 Valorian scientists volunteered, including Dr. Zorbix. They were connected to medical monitors and given mild sedatives, as a precaution. As the film played, the humans watched with amusement as the Valorians reacted with gasps and skin color changes to scenes humans found completely tame. During one mild chase sequence, 2 Valorians had to leave the room to compose themselves. Dr. Zorbix remained, though his color fluctuated wildly. When the film ended, he turned to Kelly with new understanding in his large eyes. This was designed for your young? He asked, his voice wavering slightly. Yes, Kelly confirmed. Human children generally enjoy a little excitement in their stories. Fascinating, Zorbix said.